Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part, and please support for new PC give super chat to your little brother. Chapter 1. Sanctuary Mariejois. I can't see, I can't hear, I can't make a sound, a pair of red pupils. An unknown person was born. This child is definitely a punishment from the heavens. It is a devil, a ghost. Sure enough, the noble celestial dragon's bloodline must not let any humble bloodline get involved. In a delivery room, several celestial dragons gathered together, their faces full of terror. And the reason for the fear was being held in the arms of a maid who had just been born in this world with a baby boy with the blood of celestial dragons. Soon, with the arrival of a team of escorts, there was a heart-piercing cry from a grieving woman in the room. "This is my child, what are you doing? You can't do that. Maria. Give up. This child is a symbol of disaster, and the bloodline of celestial dragons absolutely does not allow any black spots to exist. Therefore, we must erase this hidden danger." An older celestial dragon descends to the bed, surrounded by guards. Later, it was an elder celestial dragon with a cold expression, ignoring the woman's begging, and snatched the child from the maid's arms. Immediately afterwards, the woman was ordered to be thrown off the red line in despair. After the woman witnessed this moment with her own eyes, she also died on the bed not long after. The great sorrow and labor consumed a lot of energy. Not only did the celestial dragons present not show any sadness when they saw this scene. Instead, the collective secretly revealed a hint of joy. After all, a lowly bloodline could be part of the celestial dragons, which they wouldn't want to be. If you die now, you will die, which just saves them the trouble to deal with it in the future. Moreover, they heard it clearly just now. That adult ordered that child to be thrown from the red line. Take the distance from the red line to the sea below. There is no doubt that in the vast sea full of dangers and sea kings, a newborn baby boy absolutely would not have survived at all. In this way, even the bastards who dare to lay their hands on the blood of the noble celestial dragons will completely disappear from this world. However, the celestial dragons present, and everyone in this room, would never have imagined. Everything that happened at this moment was seen by the baby boy who they regarded as disaster and unknown. And their move will also lay the groundwork for the future destiny and become the beginning of Mariejois being subverted. See Circle Calendar, 1502. Calm Belt. Amazon Lily. A nearby island is full of beasts. A teenager with unique temperament and black hair is sitting on top of a large and formidable beast. "It has been 10 years since I came to this world. I was born blind, unable to hear, unable to make a sound." The young man murmured, and suddenly raised his head to look in a direction towards the sea. His blind red pupils flickered with an indifference that didn't belong to his age group. Being born is regarded as a disaster, an ominous symbol, and a time traveler like me should be counted as the only one. The boy at this moment is the baby boy who was abandoned by the Mariejois celestial dragons who lived in the Holy Land 10 years ago. Bai Ye, this was his previous name. Although Bai Ye didn't know why he traveled to the world of the world's best-selling manga One Piece on Blue Star. But Bai Ye clearly remembered everything that happened outside on the day he was born. "I thought that I had become the celestial dragons in the anime who were born to do whatever they wanted, and I stood at the end at the beginning. But I didn't expect that the day I was born would be regarded as disaster, unknown, punishment from heaven, devil, devil." And thinking of the mother who died the same day because of the excessive grief that gave birth to him in this world, Bai Ye's red eyes that didn't match the age group showed a coldness in the depths. As a time traveler, he knows the faces of celestial dragons living in the Holy Land too well. What disasters and unknowns are nothing but excuses made up purely to achieve their own goals. The impure blood of celestial dragons is the root cause of rejection. However, as time went by, Bai Ye didn't care much about these things. Because since he is regarded as an unknown disaster was born in this world, so sooner or later, he will naturally let those ugly celestial dragons get their wish and subvert the whole world. And this is not Bai Ye's fantasy. As a traverser, Bai Ye found out that he was born with a cheat. And that cheat? Nothing else, but the biggest boss in the Millennium Bloody Battle chapter of Shinigami, the common ancestor of all Quincy Masters, the founder of the Invisible Empire, and the Yhwach template. Thanks to the soul gift ability inherent in the Habach template, only Bai Ye can tame this island full of beasts, and complement himself by constantly absorbing the souls of various beasts that return after death. First, mobility, sound, hearing, and now only vision that is about to be restored. Sudden roar. In the forest clearing, a large beast beside Bai Ye got up and looked towards the dense jungle area. Just 6 or 7 meters tall, the orangutan beast with strong black hair was about to pounce. Bai Ye's flat voice sounded. "Xiao He, be quiet." As soon as the words fell, the movement of the large orangutan beast stopped almost immediately, like a loyal soldier continuing to crawl aside. But there is no need to have the slightest doubt, once someone dares to be unfavorable to Bai Ye. The little black Zetsu tore it to pieces together with several dominant beasts on the island at the first time. They absolutely do not allow any danger to appear beside the god. But at this moment, Bai Ye lazily stood up, looking helplessly in the direction that made Xiao He angry. Although he can't see, his sensitivity to sound has reached an extremely pervert level. "Come out, the 3 of you have been spotted before you get close, how long are you going to hide?" Following Bai Ye's voice fell. Not long after, in a clearing in the forest, 3 girls with different hair colors appeared. It's just that compared to the black-haired girl who has seen that she must be an amazing beauty in the future, she is very familiar with Bai Ye, and the brown and green girls are extremely timid. Hancock. Sensing someone coming, Bai Ye turned over, stepped forward, and squeezed Hancock's face habitually, and said, "These 2 are the sisters you mentioned, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold, right?" The dull red eyes seemed to be really looking at the 2 of them. Ignoring Hancock's angry attempt to fight, Bai Ye continued. "It's not good to sneak out of Nine Snake Island at this age. Didn't you say that you should use the phone bug to notify me before coming here? What if you are caught by traffickers?" Hancock listened to Bai Ye, who was obviously younger than her, complaining, and waved his fist in disbelief. "We are the female warriors of Nine Snake Island. Those who have learned the power of haki. Ordinary bad guys are not my opponents." After finishing speaking, Hancock, who was dissatisfied with being pinched, showed tiger teeth and wanted to bite Bai Ye, but the bite was empty, and he could only fold his arms and said unevenly, "Also, I'm older than you, you should call me sister." Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded to the Empress who is cold in the future and said, Okay, call me brother." "Hey, you finally admitted." A smug smile just appeared on Hancock's face, but he immediately realized that he was about to charge forward with a roaring dragon gesture. Unfortunately, facing the 2 large beasts standing up suddenly behind Bai Ye, Hancock still had no choice but to give up this idea and stomp his feet. Sensing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help shaking his head while laughing in his heart. As a time traveler, he really couldn't connect the cold and world's #1 beauty in the future, Empress Hancock, with the young Hancock in front of him. However, considering Hancock's experience in the original book, the coldness in Bai Ye's eyes couldn't help but aggravate. Some things, it is better to be completely subverted sooner or later. The reason why Bai Ye met Hancock was that he was able to live on Beast Island near Nine Snake Island. This starts from the day Bai Ye was thrown out of Red Line. At that time, Bai Ye thought that his baby self might really die. Unexpectedly, he met Shuki, the current Empress of Nine Snake Island. Shuki felt sympathy for a baby who could be ruthlessly thrown off the Red Line. "I wanted to bring it back to Nine Snake Island. But because of Bai Ye's gender, even if Shuki is the current Empress, she cannot modify the ancestral precepts of Nine Snake Island at will. So Shuki chose to put Bai Ye on an island near Nine Snake Island to take care of her. When Bai Ye is older, Shuki will order people to send some food supplies to Bai Ye from time to time. In this way, Bai Ye became the only male in the entire Nine Snake Island's sphere of influence. Although he had never really set foot on the country of daughters, it caused a shock on Ju Snake Island, where he had never seen a man. And Hancock, who is at the playful age in front of him. It was a few years ago that I got acquainted with Bai Ye secretly hiding inside the supply ship and came to this island. At that time, if Bai Ye had not used the soul gift ability to control most of the beasts, Hancock would definitely have died in the tiger's mouth. Chapter 2. But then again, Bai Ye turned his head and looked at the clearly visible Nine-Snake Island not far from the sea. The Hancock sisters can successfully sneak out of Snake Island, where everyone has the power of two-color haki. Except that Hancock is defaulted to be the next empress. Bai Ye can't believe that Hancock and others have such good luck every time. Except for the tacit approval of Shuki. What's more important should be the amazingly powerful horror talent that Bai Ye has shown. Although he was born unable to see, hear, speak, or even move. However, under the continuous absorption of the souls of various beasts returning after death, it is supplemented. Bai Ye gained mobility at the age of 3, regained her voice at the age of 5, and regained her hearing at the age of 8. In the eyes of outsiders, this must be an incredible miracle, a person who defeated fate. But Bai Ye is very clear. With the recycling of souls that are constantly being given away, he is far more than just returning to a normal person. The horror perception far surpasses knowledge, and its scope can easily cover the entire island and even touch the sea. The terrifying hearing that can hear the movement of a leaf falling, the whole world will be displayed in Bai Ye's heart in black and white. Physique, not to lose to any big beast, near constant stamina, and growing ryotsu. And there is also the power to use the soul gift to tame wild beasts and be regarded as a god. As the time goes, this gradually made Shuki, the current empress of Nine-Snake Island, realize that the baby boy was thrown from the red line. He is not a disaster from heaven at all, a person cursed by the world. It is a monster that even the world is jealous of the super talent. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the baby boy was born with no eyesight, no hearing, no voice, and even no body movement. As time goes by, not only can he survive, but he can also recover the missing senses, showing a terrifying talent far beyond his peers. All this cannot be explained by common sense at all. And at this time, elder brother! Elder brother! The voices in the clearing were Hancock's two timid sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. Hearing this, Bai Ye stretched out his hands and rubbed the heads of the two of them who wanted to dodge in satisfaction. Hey, that's great, it doesn't look like someone. Wow, you two younger sisters actually betrayed my elder sister. On the side, Hancock couldn't help pinching his waist with both hands when he saw his two younger sisters who had turned to the enemy decisively when they saw him being deflated. The two younger sisters turned to the enemy too quickly. You know, she persisted for several days at the beginning. If she hadn't come here out of curiosity, Bai Ye would not have yelled that shameful word when she was surrounded by ferocious beasts. Obviously she was just curious about what the man looked like, but she didn't expect to have a brother who was obviously younger than herself. Sister. Sonia and Marigold mistakenly think that Hancock is angry, and quickly hide behind their new brother. You. Hancock wanted to show that he was the majesty of the older sister. But when facing Bai Ye, Hancock seemed to be deflated again, and could only pout. Because even if you don't want to admit it, she really has nothing to do with the boy in front of her who is clearly 1 year younger. Even at a young age, she has mastered the power of haki, and is known as the genius of geniuses on Hydra Island. But every time she sneaks onto this island, only then did she understand that the genius among geniuses is only the praise of the people on Nine-Snake Island. On top of geniuses, there are monsters. And Bai Ye, who is 1 year younger than her in front of her, is definitely a monster. Otherwise, how can we arbitrarily drive those large beasts exuding extremely dangerous aura? However, Hancock was not discouraged. Looking at the two younger sisters who resolutely surrendered to the enemy and the hateful Bai Ye who pinched her face every time, Hancock secretly cheered in his heart. Sooner or later, I will definitely surpass you and make you call me sister obediently. Well, I will pinch it back then. This thought was born. Hancock reintroduced the two parties, which made the two younger sisters familiar with the elder brother. In order to prevent the next time the two sisters sneak out with her and be attacked by the beasts on this island. Then, Sister Hancock stayed for a while. She was going to take back the two younger sisters who sneaked out with Bai Ye by her side first, and she would go back sooner. After all, the three sisters slipped out together, but it was very easy for the adults on Nine Snake Island to find out. She didn't want to be scolded by her mother-in-law. Sudden. Just when Hancock was ready to act. This is a sound of warning coming from the distant Nine Snake Island. This is signal to summon female warriors. Hancock and his two younger sisters subconsciously looked in the direction of Nine Snakes Island in the sea. They who have lived on Nine Snake Island since childhood are very familiar with this. Every time this signal appears, it means that there are enemies outside Snake Island. Could it be that another hateful villain invaded? My lord, what should I do? My mother-in-law said that as long as the signal is sent, those who do not need to fight on Nine Snake Island must rush back as soon as possible. Boyasana Sonia's complexion changed slightly and she walked out. Another younger sister, Boya Marigold, also showed concern on her face. They didn't sneak out of the supply ship this time, because it would be too easy for adults to find out. So the three chose to take a small rowing boat. It's too late to rush back to Nine Snake Island now. Don't panic, it's okay. There should be still time. Hancock frowned slightly, trying to calm down. She showed her responsibility as a sister and comforted the two sisters who left Snake Island for the first time. It's just a group of bad guys from the outside world. The mother-in-law and the female soldiers dispatched will definitely make the bad guys come and go. And my sister is also very strong, and can definitely protect you. Sister. Sana Sonia and Marigold gradually calmed down after some comfort. Aside. Bai Ye feels Hancock who has shown the talent of leadership, and he is surprised that he is worthy of the future empress. But it's just that it may be too late for the Hancock sisters to hurry back to Hydra. Because at the moment when the warning sounded on Snake Island just now, Bai Ye relies on his powerful perception ability. He has already noticed that another group of people took the opportunity to bypass the defense line of Nine Snake Island in front and touched the island under his feet. Apparently, this group of people did not come well, and they planned to take advantage of the emptiness behind them to sneak attack Nine Snakes Island. And the best cover is naturally this seemingly uninhabited island under Bai Ye's feet. So, my luck is really not very good. Bai Ye analyzed from the bottom of his heart, and then felt the group of people approaching quickly, and he thought about it again. However, if I didn't exist and took away the souls returned by a large number of beasts on the island after death, those people would be eaten by the beasts as food. In a sense, it can be regarded as the butterfly effect brought by me. Also, Bai Ye rubbed his black broken hair, facing the rapidly approaching enemy, his dim red pupils looked very calm. I can try the recently awakened power, I hope this group of people will not let me down. Chapter 3. And at this time, that's when Bai Ye was born with this idea. After Hancock had comforted the two sisters to calm down gradually, Hancock thinks of Bai Ye who lives here alone. She clenched her hands tightly, only hesitating for a moment. Hancock made a decision. She planned to break the ancestral precepts passed down from generation to generation on Nine Snake Island and take Bai Ye, a man, back with her. Although she will inevitably be punished, she can't care so much now. Bai Ye, who is alone, cannot be left when this kind of outsider invades Nine Snake Island. However, before Hancock could speak, a burst of ecstatic laughter had sounded from the forest near the clearing. This is, someone. Etc. Ha 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 ha. Look, we are going to get rich. Those three little girls are definitely from Nine Snake Island. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. We encountered extremely sought-after goods as soon as we came up. This is a group of excited strong men came to this open space, there are 7 or 8 people in number. Sister Hancock was gazing with ecstasy and beaming eyes at the forest clearing. In their eyes, it seems that what they see is not a person, but a commodity that can make them a lot of money. That's right, it's a commodity. Bai Ye beside Hancock had a hint of coldness in his calm eyes. In this bloody dark world, slave trade is a black industry that the world government tacitly approves of. Whether it is people, objects, or beasts, they are all slave commodities that can be sold. Although the former is less valuable than the latter. But it also depends on who it is. On the black market, a normal human male can be sold for 500,000 berries, and a woman for 1 million berries. This price is considered a recognized standard. But if the human beings sold are rare races, such as murlocs, mermaids, fur tribes, etc., the value can be measured far beyond 1 million baileys. But in it, there is also a very special one. For example, a girl from Nine Snake Island who was born in the legendary Daughter Country. The current price on the black market, it is priceless. Because no one has ever successfully caught a girl on Nine Snake Island as a slave trader. One can imagine. Originally, I just wanted to sneak attack Nine Snake Island, to see if I could take the opportunity to try my luck. But here I found Sister Hancock, who was still a young girl who could be upright and develop. What a huge surprise this was to them as slave traders. It's no different from a pie in the sky. Ecstasy. All of a sudden, it appeared in the hearts of this group of people. Sister, my lord. Santa Sonia and Marigold saw this scene. They, who had never seen an alien invader, suddenly panicked and approached Hancock subconsciously. How did these people get here? Hancock was a little unbelievable at this moment, subconsciously clenched his palms, and approached the trustworthy Bai Ye. But obviously, Hancock's palms were sweating unknowingly. Hancock, who manifested this experience, was also facing it for the first time. At this time, the group who thought they wanted to make a fortune also found Bai Ye next to Hancock and a large beast beside him. After all, Bai Ye's outstanding appearance and red pupils are extremely conspicuous in the crowd. But the group of slave traders did not panic. Because the current scene has proved one thing. On this deserted island near Nine Snake Island, there are only 3 girls from Nine Snake Island and 1 imp. Although those large beasts looked troublesome, they were nothing more than beasts after all. Considering that the most difficult female warriors on Nine Snake Island have no time to pay attention here. In other words, accepting this batch of goods is already a sure thing. So, the fat slave trader headed by a mouth studded with big gold teeth showed a disgusting smile, and stood in the open space as he approached, spreading his hands in disdain. Hey, look, that guy is still a kid, but he's also a man, right? From this point of view, it turns out that there are no men on Jew Snake Island like the rumors, ha ha ha. Sure enough, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she needs a man to nourish her. Several slave traders looked at each other. He laughed as if he had discovered some secret, and kept swearing. Although Hancock and the 2 younger sisters couldn't understand, their little faces showed anger. Because these bad guys are definitely not saying anything good. Damn, can I just fight? Hancock turned his head to glance at the 2 younger sisters, and clenched a pair of pink fists. But in the eyes of a group of nearby slave traders, it was extremely ridiculous. Little sister, don't resist. It's not good if Laozi hurts you. After all, you are an extremely valuable commodity. You can't leave any harm. Laozi will rely on you for his luxurious life in the future. Ha ha ha. While saying this, several strong men looked at each other, and rushed over without any explanation. Hancock's face changed slightly, and he left a sentence to tell Bai Ye to protect her 2 younger sisters, and not care about fighting so much. For a while, Hancock, who was only 11 years old, was able to fight against several grown men at the same time without losing the wind. Sister is so strong. Amazing. Seeing this scene, Sonia and Marigold showed excitement on their small faces. Bai Ye, who was left on the side, frowned slightly. Of course he was well aware of Hancock's situation. Although only 11 years old. But Hancock was carefully cultivated by Nine Snake Island as the next empress. Her current strength will definitely not lose to any adult, coupled with the mastery of 2-color haki. Not to mention 4 or 5 adults, even the ordinary pirates who offer a reward of more than 1 million may not be able to get benefits from Hancock. This is the talent of the future pirate empress. But where is the age gap after all? Whether it is physical strength, endurance, or the amount of haki, it cannot be compared with adults. What's more, the slave trader who secretly dared to touch the vicinity of Nine Snake Island was definitely not an ordinary person. No one has a reward of tens of millions, but he has no guts to secretly try to go to the Nine Snake Island where hacky users are all over the place. Therefore, Hancock is 1 against 4, which is definitely a great feat on the outside. And at this time, as the battle progresses, what Bai Ye expected still started to happen. In the beginning, Hancock could not lose the wind, and even did it with ease. But as time goes by, the double consumption of physical strength and armed color is greatly reduced. I saw Hancock repelling one person for a short while, ignoring the crystal sweat that had quietly oozed from his forehead. She raised her foot with a weapon, trying to hit another strong man who adjusted his state and rushed up again. In the end, due to the lack of follow-up strength due to double consumption, he did not repel the opponent, but was bounced back by the powerful counter-shock force. Sister. When this scene appeared, the hearts of Sana Sonia and Marigold who were watching the battle tightened. The two are trying to use their weak bodies to help. But a figure was faster than the two of them. With a soft body in his arms and the unique fragrance of a girl in his mouth, he caught Hancock who was about to fall heavily to the ground ahead of time. It was none other than Bai Ye who had anticipated all this. Sister Sama X2. Behind them, Sana Sonia and Marigold rushed over. Sister, are you okay? The two of them were like the 3 little ones in the anime Ghost Slayer, checking up and down quickly, completely forgetting that Hancock was still held in Bai Ye's arms in a princess hug. And Hancock, who has never used this kind of almost zero-distance contact with men, coupled with the 2 younger sisters who kept asking, Hancock, who was a little confused, felt a lot of strangeness in his heart for a while, and his face turned red, as if seductive. Apple wants people to take a bite. Fortunately, Bai Ye has no idea of eating tofu with a small flat figure that Hancock has not yet developed. Seeing something wrong, let it go first. Well, now is not the time for you to lie down. Bai Ye did not forget to make a joke. Who wants to lie down? When the red-faced Hancock heard this, he quickly defended himself like a bird with fried hair. The 2 younger sisters looked at each other, a little confused about what happened suddenly. Could it be that he was injured just now? The 2 were about to check again. Bai Ye has already pinched Hancock's face, turned around and said, "You have worked very hard, but leave these people to me." After finishing speaking, Bai Ye's dim red pupils seemed to be sizing up the slave traders present, and the tone of his mouth was completely different from that of the Hancock sisters, revealing an ultimate indifference. Bai Ye raised his hand and seemed to ask, "Okay, how do you want to die?" Chapter 4. Okay, how do you want to die? The moment the voice fell, an invisible coldness of ultimate seemed to turn into a real impact. Although the pair of red pupils can't see, the slave traders present were at this moment. I felt a kind of disregard for life in the world from the little ghost who was not cared about by them. It was like a disaster from hell befalling the world, making people feel cold all over, and the back of the spine couldn't stop the chills. That brat! Is this an illusion? Obviously just a little devil, what has he experienced to have such an aura? The pupils of several strong slave traders were wide open, and they looked at Bai Ye not far away in disbelief. This is definitely not the aura that a kid should have. Damn! What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and move on. Behind him, the leader of the slave trader, whose mouth was inlaid with big gold teeth, saw his companion stop, and shouted anxiously. That guy is nothing more than a brat. Don't hurry up and get rid of him, do you want to give up the Bailey you got? As soon as the words came out, several slave traders present thought that once the legendary Hancock and his party from Nine Snakes Island were captured, they would immediately be free from worrying about spending the rest of their lives. A slave trader calmed down, got up, and rushed to Bai Ye first. That's right, just a mere brat. It must be bluffing. Nothing can stop them from getting rich today. Not even a demon from hell. The speed of the people coming was very fast, and the rest of the slave traders also moved when they saw this. Facing this scene, Bai Ye revealed that his indifferent red pupils could not see the slightest sense of fluctuation. Desire and death. After all, I chose the former. Although Bai Ye knows that this group of garbage and Hancock just did not show their full strength in the battle. In the underground dark world, Slave traders usually have to ensure the integrity of slaves in order to sell them at a higher price, without too many scars, flaws, etc. So several slave traders planned to use the method of constantly consuming Hancock's physical strength to catch Hancock, who was finally exhausted. It is precisely because of this that Bai Ye chose to watch the battle with confidence. It won't do Hancock any harm in the future to practice more in actual combat. As well as, no matter what the result is, the moment this gang of slave traders set foot on the island where Bai Ye was, the fate of this group of slave traders was already sealed. No matter what happens, it will not affect the ending that has long been irreversible. Little Black. Seeing this group of slave traders rushing forward, the moment Bai Ye spoke calmly, a tyrannical ferocious beast's huge body covered the sun and fell to the ground. Can't wait to tear a terrified slaver to pieces while the rest fear. It was one of the overlord beasts that Bai Ye tamed on this beast-filled island. This sudden scene almost scared the other slave traders to pee, and poured cold water on them to wake up. Dare to sneak around Nine Snake Island, it shows that their strength is not simple. But it was easily torn into pieces by a beast. This shows that it is not a simple beast at all. The corpse of the companion is the best proof. Escape. At the first time, someone had this idea. But before turning around, another beast of 7 or 8 meters had already blocked the way of all the slave traders. The ferocious beast exudes endless tyranny and anger. After all, this gang of lifeless trash dared to attack their god. They were looking for death. Good, so strong. Not long. Watching the slave traders being killed one by one vulnerable, Bai Ye didn't even make a move. The faces of Hancock's 2 sisters were full of shock. Although they felt that those ferocious beasts were not simple just now, each one exuded an extremely dangerous atmosphere. But there is absolutely nothing more visually impactful than seeing the true strength of those beasts with your own eyes. Sonia and Marigold's 2 little ones turned from nervousness to excitement and looked at Bai Ye's back in admiration. Aside, Hancock had a complex expression. Because compared to the 2 younger sisters who adore Bai Ye like twinkling little stars, Hancock knows one thing all too well. Maybe those beasts who lived in Calm Belt since childhood are very powerful. She heard from her mother-in-law that even if they are placed outside, they have the power to slaughter the town. But compared to those beasts, what really made Hancock have no confidence in the praise of his genius in Nine Snakes Island was that he was a year younger than her. That is, the hateful brother who pinched her face every time in front of her is the real monster of monsters living on this island. Chapter 5. Not for a while. Under the massacre of 2 unbelievably strong beasts. In the forest clearing on this deserted island, there is only a fat slave trader with a mouth full of gold teeth left at the head. You, don't come here. You kid, what kind of monster are you? Witness the blood and the smell of corpses everywhere. The fat slave trader with a mouth full of gold teeth in the lead had lost his initial self-confidence and was on the verge of collapse. The trembling legs kept retreating, and he squatted on the ground, and the pungent smell came from under his body. Obviously, he was so frightened by the bloody scene in front of him that he lost control. In the eyes of slave traders, no doubt. At this time, Bai Ye is the devil. Demon. The incarnation of world disaster. Otherwise, how could they drive those ferocious beasts so strong that they could not change face in the face of such a bloody scene? And at this time, sure enough, without being endowed with the ability of holy text, can't the killed soul absorb it? Bai Ye's complexion did not change, and through his powerful perception ability, he could see the world in black and white. He came to a dead body and thought inwardly. Holy writing ability. This is one of the most perverted abilities of Habach in the Shinigami Millennium Blood War chapter. An adult Habach can drop his own blood in wine, provided he has the ability of soul sharing. The soul of the person who drank the blood wine will be engraved with a powerful word by Habach. Once the writing is formed, Habach can send a more powerful soul into the body of the person who drank the blood wine, forming a holy writing with a powerful ability that is almost rule-based. It's a very buggy ability. But more bug is affected by this ability trait, any subject killed by any member of the Order of the Star Cross empowered by Yhwach. His soul after death will be absorbed by Habach, so that Habach will continue to grow stronger. It is conceivable that this ability is more pervert. Bai Ye was innately awakened to the Habach template. The ability of holy writing is naturally possessed. But it is affected by the age of the body and the last item of vision. Bai Ye doesn't have any extra souls to use right now. Moreover, the holy text bestows great consumption on Bai Ye of this age group. This kind of opportunity Bai Ye didn't intend to waste it on a beast with low natural intelligence. Because all souls that have not been engraved will eventually be absorbed by him. And the star-cross knights that Bai Ye wants to form must at least have admiral potential to be eligible. Kill it. Found unable to absorb these souls, Bai Ye gave a beast an order that belonged to the god. The gold-toothed slave trader yelled in horror, ran and crawled into the forest. This was naturally Bai Ye's intention. The purpose is to see if this group of people has no other companions. And, how did these people sneak onto this island? You guys come up too? Bai Ye asked the orangutan named Xiao He to come over and look at Hancock and his group. Brother. X2. Sonia and Marigold had little stars in their eyes. After going through this incident, both of them recognized Bai Ye as the brother both physically and mentally. The two cubs sat on Xiao He's shoulders, and saw that the elder sister did not move for a long time. Sister. Sister. Several question marks emerged from the heads of Sana, Sonia and Marigold. When Hancock saw the position below, he was left on Xiao He's head, which was where Bai Ye usually stayed. Hancock inexplicably thought of the zero-distance contact just now, and blushed on his little face. But looking at the doubts of the two innocent sisters, Hancock nodded without realizing it. I know, I know. With that, Hancock rolled over. Not long. The edge of a deserted island. A 6 or 7 meter orangutan beast rushed out of the forest. I saw another large beast standing on the edge of the beach. On the side, it was a medium-sized ship that left several corpses of slave traders behind. Standing on the coast, you can clearly see the cages on the deck of the ship, and there are shivering naked women inside. What happened is self-evident. Sure enough, is it a slave ship? Bai Ye was thoughtful, a coldness flashed under his dim red eyes. The rubbish. Whether it was before crossing, or considered by the celestial dragons on Mariejois as a calamity was born in this world. Bai Ye never had a good impression of slave traders. All damned with the celestial dragons who live in the holy land of Mariejois. Those hateful villains. Seeing this scene, Sana, Sonia, and Marigold, who were innocent in their hearts, were also full of anger on their faces. Hancock, who was more sensible, had a look of fear on his face. Although she knows that there are many bad people in the world outside Snake Island. But without Bai Ye, she and her two younger sisters were captured by this gang of slave traders. Hancock couldn't imagine what happened next to her and her two younger sisters. It's okay, just rest easy. Bai Ye saw what Hancock was thinking, and pinched his little face. Although Hancock has good strength at the age of 11. But right now is not the future pirate empress after all, the current Hancock is still a girl who has not really experienced the darkness of the outside world. It is not surprising that Bai Ye will show such a reaction. And at this time, Bai Ye took out a phone bug to contact 9 Snake Island, and informed the people living on 9 Snake Island what happened here. It can be regarded as a place for those innocent women. Just after doing this, sudden, Bai Ye found the dead body of a fat slave trader with a mouth full of gold teeth holding a black box tightly. It seems that there are treasures more important than those slaves that cannot be thrown away. Bai Ye had a guess for a moment, and jumped off the head of the beast. Could it be devil fruit? Take the locked black chest stained with bloodline in your hand. Bai Ye opened it. Sure enough, there was a spiral pattern fruit lying quietly inside. Such a unique feature. It is in the world of pirates under your feet that one piece can be sold for 100 million Baileys at the Sabayati Bottom Islands auction. Devil fruit known as the secret treasure of the sea. Chapter 6. There is only one devil fruit in the box. Bai Ye hasn't seen the devil fruit illustrated book, so he can't be sure about the ability of this devil fruit. Bai Ye chose to put it away by himself. Although the relationship between him and Nine Snake Island is special. But this trophy belongs to Bai Ye himself, and Bai Ye has no idea of giving it to Ju Snake Island. At this time, Hancock and his two sisters had come near the slave ship, looking at the cruel scene above the deck like a hell on earth up close. For the first time in their lives, the Hancock sisters felt the brutal darkness outside Hydra. Bruises all over the body, naked, numb, and dead bodies in the iron cage that did not leave the smell of the sea behind. Every second of staying here is enough to strongly stimulate the heart of any normal person. Some women even had no joy in being rescued, and instead begged the Hancock sisters to kill her. Because all the women captured on this slave ship. In order to cut off their thoughts and hopes of escaping, those hateful slave traders and scum once killed everyone's family members in front of them. What they want is that even if they are alive, they can only live as if they were dead, and gradually become numb slaves at their beck and call in despair. Damn it, those guys are too bad. There was anger on Hancock's face. Now think of those slave traders who died just now. Now Hancock felt really cheap for those damned slavers. It will be her turn to protect Nine Snake Island later. Hancock clenched her little hand, and she swore inwardly. She will never allow this kind of thing to happen again in front of her eyes. She must become stronger than she is now. Use your own strength to protect everyone and her two younger sisters. With this thought, Hancock was about to let the poor women out first, but put a hand on her shoulder first. Wait, I almost missed one. Hancock turned his head and found that it was Bai Ye. Missed one. Hancock didn't know where. Bai Ye's eyes were staring at the cages where the slaves were held on the upper deck of the slave catcher. Just found a devil fruit. Bai Ye didn't pay much attention to the poor women who were captured as slaves on the slave ship. Although those women have nothing to do with Bai Ye. But Bai Ye didn't want any slave trader's eyeliner to go to Nine Snakes Island. Stepping towards the slave ship, Bai Ye walked towards the innermost slave cage on the deck. Inside was a woman with disheveled hair and the same disheveled clothes. Are you planning to keep pretending? Or are you going to come out by yourself? Bai Ye squatted down, red pupils seemed to be looking at the woman inside. I saw that the expression of the woman who was held in solitary confinement changed first. She was actually identified by a brat. The woman wanted to defend herself, to see if she could fool the brat. All her subordinates died at the mouth of those beasts, but she was not confident that she could fight against them. After thinking about her words, she raised her head. You can look into Bai Ye's eyes. He suddenly discovered that it was a pair of distinctive red pupils. The woman seemed to have been greatly frightened and backed away in fright. Red pupils. How is it possible? Those eyes. Red eyes. Bai Ye calmly asked. Any questions? Almost at the moment Bai Ye asked. The woman looked at Bai Ye's age and appearance in front of her, as well as those red eyes that vaguely revealed her indifference to life. The woman suddenly remembered some memories. Unbelievable, said. Are you still alive? No, are the things discussed by those big shots true? Born to symbolize the birth of disaster, is everything true? The woman gradually became incoherent. Bai Ye originally wanted to kill the opponent directly. I didn't expect to hear something about myself. After all, looking at the world of pirates, there are almost no humans with red pupils in the sky. Looking at the slave trader woman who couldn't ask any news at all. Bai Ye already has plans. Some things don't need to be spoken to by the other party at all. As long as he is alive, he has a way to know everything. The power of Habach is for the soul. Every time you recycle your soul, you will not only gain strength. It will also simultaneously obtain the other party's memory, practice experience, and life experience. Therefore, in the original book, Friend's Habach needs to enter a deep sleep to sort out every time he recovers a large number of souls. After all, absorbing too much power and memory can easily affect the main body. But right now Bai Ye has no such concerns. Not long. As the slave trader woman turned into a corpse and fell to the ground, a lot of memories came to Bai Ye's mind. It is different from the souls that absorbed those beasts before. This is the first time Bai Ye absorbs the soul of a human being. A lot of memory is very complicated. There are dark and cruel methods from birth, to growth experience, to how to become a slave trader for profit. Soon, Bai Ye found the part that belonged to his needs in the depths. But as Bai Ye read the memories, the coldness hidden under Bai Ye's eyes gradually deepened. Turn out to be. Women know of Bai Ye's existence. Because of the slave trade with the celestial dragons. Although the woman accidentally learned about celestial dragons' preferences for slaves from the next door to the box. But it also let Bai Ye know since he was dropped from Red Line that day. His existence became a private joke among the celestial dragons. The delusion of impure blood survives. In the eyes of the celestial dragons of Mariejois, it is a great shame. Whether it is Bai Ye, or the mother who gave birth to Bai Ye in this world, in the eyes of Mariejois' celestial dragons, they are not worthy of being called human beings, they are just low-blooded low-class pariahs. So even if Bai Ye was born with a normal body that day, and there is no excuse for disaster, they will try to kill Bai Ye and that day's mother in the future. After reading this part of memory, the coldness deep in Bai Ye's red pupils is already piercing. Just wait, it won't be long before I come to you and completely overthrow everything. Smash unnecessary memories, perceive the ship that Ju Snake Island has dispatched. Bai Ye raised his head and looked in one direction of the sea with his dull red eyes. Over there. It is claimed to hold the pinnacle of world power. It is also the most noble place that only celestial dragons can live in the eyes of the world. Sanctuary Mariejois. But in the eyes of Bai Ye, who was born as a calamity in the eyes of celestial dragons. Whether it's the world government or those ugly celestial dragons. But they are all rotten things that should be wiped out. Chapter 7. Sea Circle Calendar, 1505. Spring goes and winter comes. Time flies. This day. The methods of the world government are too cruel. In Kikilut Kingdom, pirates kidnap soldiers as hostages to force the king to surrender the throne. Instead of sending a marine to rescue them, a 13-year-old boy was sent out to kill all 500 hostages. Such cruel methods are simply outrageous. Who says it's not? The world government refuses to admit its own incompetence, and it has nothing to do with the pirates, so it chooses to settle the hostages. In contrast, fortunately, the base camps of many pirates near the town where we live have suddenly disappeared in the past few years. You said, is it because Marine has intensified its efforts to clean up pirates in order to restore the reputation of the world government? Thinking too much. In the tavern, a drunk civilian uncle raised his hand and discussed loudly. That's obviously a punishment from the heavens for those pirates. Marine doesn't have time to care about the life and death of ordinary civilians like us. I've heard it from others. Someone saw with their own eyes that a boy with black hair and red eyes walked in alone the day before the wolf pirates' resident disappeared. Wolf pirates? Is that the demon who threatened to destroy 3 towns? His. Someone gasped and asked. What about the back? The drunk civilian uncle stretched out a finger and said. Then the next day, all the vicious pirates in the wolf pirate group disappeared, and Marine, who had no clue, even came to our local area to ask, you don't know, those Marines look like headless chickens. How ridiculous, ha ha ha. Uncle, you are really drunk. You mean that the wolf pirates were destroyed by a black-haired and red-eyed boy alone? Ha ha ha, I'm really drunk. The wolf pirates are not those hostages who are already powerless, not to mention that the captain of the pirates has a reward of 76 million Baileys. It must be that the pirates left, or they were wiped out by more powerful pirates. That's right, ha ha ha. Listen to everyone laughing. Seeing that the crowd did not want to believe it, the drunk civilian uncle shook his head and couldn't help muttering. You guys. No one believes you when you tell the truth. I heard from some pirates recently that that guy has become a legend that makes pirates tremble near this sea area. He is regarded as a legend. There is a great terror that cannot be matched by disaster. After finishing speaking, the drunk civilian uncle took another sip of wine. Forget it, if you guys who are blessed and don't know how to be blessed, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you probably won't believe it, and those ignorant Marines are really stupid. The other side. Amazon Lily. Brother, it's really abhorrent that the world government would do such evil deeds. But having said that, who is more powerful than the boy who killed the hostages or my brother? Does it need to be said? My lord, it must be my brother. That's right, brother must be the most powerful person in the world. The beautiful face has already shown the amazing charm that can make people fall at a glance. Two energetic girls in different costumes looked away from the newspaper. Not far away, stood a young man in a black windbreaker. The boy exudes a unique temperament, and his appearance is no less stunning than that of a girl. Especially the pair of deep red pupils under the black hair. It seems to contain amazing magic power, just one glance, it is unforgettable in this life. And this boy? It is over time. Bai Ye is now 13 years old. The identities of the three girls are naturally self-evident. Boa Hancock. Boya Sana Sonia. Boya Marigold. The famous three sisters on Nine Snake Island. After 3 years passed, I saw that Hancock, who has entered the puberty period, has begun to show the charm of the world's #1 beauty in the future. The development of the whole body should be big, or small, any more or less will destroy the proper aesthetic feeling. It is no longer the small and flat body that Bai Ye thought was nothing. And the proportions are perfect enough to be the envy of any woman on the sea. By contrast, the other two little ones were not far behind. Although not as stunning as Hancock, it is also a rare beauty embryo in the sea. In general, there are no two people who are forced to eat the fruit of the snake in the original book. Without the influence of devil fruit, follow the current development progress. It will definitely not become what it was in the future. And at this time, after the slave trader incident 3 years ago, the people on Nine Snake Island began to realize that people's lack of knowledge of the outside world. In order to prevent this from happening again next time, Snake Island is no longer completely isolated from the world like it used to be. Such as the newspaper in the hands of the Hancock sisters. If it was in the past, the three of them would definitely not be able to touch the darkness of the outside world at this age. This is enough to show that Hydra is determined to make changes. Worth to talk about. At the same time that Nine Snake Island changed, Bai Ye's strength has undergone a new qualitative change in the past 3 years. As early as a year ago, the beast-filled island under his feet could no longer satisfy the soul Bai Ye needed. With the continuous absorption of souls, the progress of the template is accelerated. Bai Ye needs a large number of souls to improve his Quincy spirit power. The thing about Bai Ye getting out of here. Naturally, Hancock et al. Do not know. Although the current Empress of Nine Snake Island, Shucky, found out, she tried to hinder her on the way. After all, with Bai Ye's powerful talent revealed, in her opinion, leaving alone at Bai Ye's age is still a bit too risky. There is no lack of talented monsters in the sea, but what is lacking is the time that monsters need to grow. But Shucky's choice. On a dark night a year ago, Bai Ye was alone on the wooden boat that Hancock and others sneaked over, and after no one noticed the movement in the sea, he asked the two to fight. Shucky was completely relieved. Because it was this fight. Shucky realized that this boy was born with black hair and red pupils. His talent, which is envied by the world, can no longer be described with the word horror. Even. Maybe this boy with black hair and red eyes was born in this world. Born to be an existence destined to change the future and even the entire era. After all, Bai Ye, who was 12 years old at that time, was tied with her. And Shucky clearly sensed that the black-haired and red-eyed boy in front of him might not have shown his true strength. One can imagine. 12 years old. He has such terrifying talent and strength. Shucky is definitely a lifetime. Even Roger, who used to be called One Piece, or the pirate who has the title of Emperor of the Sea in the world today. No one is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even, that day Shucky faintly had more palpitations. Such a boy who was born to be envied by the world. Looking at the past, the future, and the entire sea, is there really anyone who can match it? That answer. Shucky didn't say it though. But it was clear almost at the moment of thinking. It's just unbelievable that she doesn't want to admit it. Chapter 8. Back to the present time. Name, Bai Ye. Template, Habach. Current unlocking progress, 27.8. Abilities, spiritual parts gathering, flying legs, moving blood equipment, static blood equipment. Inherent abilities, soul gift contact healing / soul recovery, soul gift holy character engraving / soul recovery sanctification, destruction cross knife. Special ability, shadow domain. Inherent sacred text, omniscient and omnipotent. How could Shuki think of the boy in her eyes who was destined to change the future and even the whole era? At the same time that she considered her talent to be envied by the world. In the eyes of Mariejois' celestial dragons, he is also born to bear disaster. At this time, it should be almost there. Bai Ye stood on the shore, feeling his current strength. Looking at the sea horizon in the distance, a coldness flashed under a pair of deep red pupils. Although he is currently far from reaching the heyday of Habach who appeared in the Shinigami Millennium Blood War chapter. But I believe it won't take long. And before that, it's time for him to think about something else. Star-Crossed Knights. Brother, what are you looking at? Sonia leaned over with a look of curiosity on her face. It was Hancock's younger sister with green hair. Because Bai Ye never confided to the second person living on Nine Snake Island about his origin and what he was going to do, including Shuki. So they naturally didn't know Bai Ye's real plan at all. Nothing, just thinking about what to eat today. Rubbing the top of Sonia's head, Bai Ye looked away from the direction of Red Line, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Although Bai Ye is a time traveler, the moment of birth was regarded as a disaster and ruthlessly left Red Line as an orphan. But after several years of getting along, Bai Ye has felt the warmth of a family belonging to this world for a long time here. So while Sonia and Marigold recognized his brother, Bai Ye also sincerely regards these two cubs as cute little sisters. In front of them, Bai Ye will naturally put away the coldness hidden in the deepest part of his heart. What to eat? Brother, do you want to do it yourself? Great. The other little, oh no, it should be Marigold, who has become an energetic girl, also showed excitement on his face when he heard this. My sis, I can eat the food made by my brother again, my sis must be looking forward to it too. Marigold looked expectantly at Hancock. Hancock, who was standing there, heard the words, seeing that Bai Ye would dodge her when she touched her sister's head, and defended. Who would expect that? If you want to eat, don't drag me. After finishing speaking, Marigold and Sonia looked at each other, showing the tacit smile that only sisters have. They know my sister too well. Although my elder sister is reluctant every time. But compared to the ones made by my brother, I can't eat delicious food on Nine Snake Island. My elder sister definitely eats the most every time. I'm afraid my elder sister didn't realize how tangled her face was every time, right? Brother, let's go help. And I. Sunny Sonia and Marigold are passionate about food and offered to help. Then the two went to the forest on the island to pick up some wood. As the souls of the beasts on the entire island have been absorbed by Bai Ye, the two of them still have the mark left by Bai Ye on their bodies, so there is no need to worry about any danger. That left Hancock and Bai Ye alone on the coast. Hey, you guys. Hancock looked at the two younger sisters who couldn't cry. Looking at it again, she and Bai Ye are left alone. Immediately, an awkward and strange atmosphere emerged in Hancock's heart. It is also strange to say. She didn't have that strange feeling before. But since the incident 3 years ago, Hancock felt that every time he was quiet on Hydra Island, his heart was in chaos. From time to time, I thought of what happened that day and Bai Ye's face, including when he was sleeping. Usually okay. Because she practiced harder than before, she could still suppress this thought. But every time I bring two younger sisters who want to see my brother to this island, that feeling seems to be lingering in my heart and popping up again. And every time it will become more intense than the last time. This made her dare not sneak from Nine Snake Island to this island alone recently. Let's initiate the challenge of I must make this hateful guy who is 1 year younger than me call my sister. Although there is no way to deny it. Hancock has worked harder than before and awakened the legendary conqueror's haki. But right now Hancock's delusion to beat Bai Ye called his sister's record is 0/57. The record can be described as horrible. Although she is getting stronger every time, now one person can easily defeat several female warriors who are proficient in haki on Hydra Island. But every time I face Bai Ye, who is obviously a year younger than me, she has the idea that this hateful brother is not human at all. Too strong. With the female warriors she usually assisted her in cultivation on Nine Snake Island, it was like a monster of a different level at all. Nature. Hancock didn't know it at the moment. A year ago, Bai Ye did not put in all his strength to draw with Shuki, the current Empress of Nine Snake Island, and successfully obtained the permission to go out at will. Otherwise, Hancock's current little heart will definitely be shocked by an unprecedented shock. The strength of this brother in front of him may still be higher than the current Empress of Nine Snake Island. And Hancock probably didn't know that Shuki was watching his sneaking out. Nothing was stopped. On the one hand, knowing Bai Ye's strength does not need to worry about the safety of their sisters. On the other hand, Shuki also wants to use Bai Ye's hand to tune Hancock, the next Empress of Nine Snake Island, to become stronger. Because from the birth of Bai Ye, the current Empress Shuki has already begun to have a premonition that the future world will never be peaceful. Therefore, the next guardian of Nine Snake Island must be even stronger. Chapter 9. Not long. Brother. We're back. Sonia and Marigold ran back from the forest with a pile of logs. He took the initiative to start a fire with a busy face. It can be seen that the two are very much looking forward to the food that Bai Ye, the brother, will make. Good job, you've worked hard. He reached out and rubbed the heads of the two expecting girls. Since they worked so hard, Bai Ye would naturally not let them down. Although Bai Ye's craftsmanship was average before time travel, he was not an all-knowing and all-round master. But usually living alone for a long time, coupled with the memory of the previous life, culinary skills will naturally rise as well. Although it may not be as good as those chefs who spend their whole lives studying cooking in this sea. But it is placed on Nine Snake Island, which is basically isolated from the outside world. Definitely enough to satisfy the Hancock sisters. Now it's time to prepare things. Bai Ye looked towards the sea. The rest is the ingredients. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye looked at Hancock not far away, who was struggling in his heart, and joked. Are you sure you don't want to wait? Ah, what? Hancock came back to his senses when he saw Bai Ye, who was looking at her. Hancock's already strange thoughts became even more chaotic for a while. Yes, I don't want it. No, I don't like it at all. After speaking, Hancock heard the gurgling protest from his lower abdomen, and immediately regretted it again. But soon, Hancock found the corner of Bai Ye's mouth slightly raised. Hancock immediately realized that it was the nasty brother in front of him who was making fun of him. Pursing his lips, Hancock hugged his arms as white as lotus roots, and whispered. Of course, if you have to give it to the concubine later, it's not, no. Bai Ye. Looking at the arrogant future empress in front of her, Bai Ye glanced at Sonia and Marigold, who were already working very hard to hold back their smiles. Bai Ye rubbed his forehead. Have you started calling yourself a concubine? But Hancock's body is much more honest than that arrogant mouth. Bai Ye smiled. He came to the sea. Sana, Sonia and Marigold suddenly became very excited. It's about to appear. My brother has a magical ability. The two young girls watched with longing. The air near Bai Ye vibrated faintly, and some blue light spots emerged. Subsequently, I saw that it was a black knife with a white blade, a black back and handle, and a black knife on the gauntlet like an eagle soaring into the sky. It began to condense in Bai Ye's right hand and appeared. This is Habach, as the ancestor of the Quincy Master. It is different from the bow that ordinary destroyers use spiritual power to construct weapons. It's a knife's destruction cross knife. So strong. Hancock, who was proudly crossing his arms, noticed this scene. A look of astonishment appeared on the face of the pretty and delicate girl. Although she didn't know how Bai Ye constructed that weapon out of thin air. But the moment that weapon was held in Bai Ye's hand, Hancock could vaguely feel an astonishing aura emanating from Bai Ye. Although it only passed away in a flash, that feeling has never been felt on Nine Snake Island. Is that why my mother-in-law taught me about the aura of swordsmen from the outside world? Hancock secretly guessed. And at this time, Bai Ye swung the extermination cross knife built with spiritual power in his hand. Next moment, this is what Sana Sonia and Marigold expected. An invisible slash wave tore through the air, as if to split the sea in two. In fact, though far from being a true dichotomy. But the sea was in front of this random slash. But there actually appeared a cut mark extending to hundreds of meters. Under this impact, this is a myriad of water splashes. In addition, all kinds of fish that usually stay under the sea are constantly swept out by this force. For a while, it was like a heavy rain that only fish fell. The plump and fresh big fish landed uncontrollably and perfectly on the shore at Bai Ye's feet. Fish. A lot of fish. Great, my brother is going to make grilled fish. Sana Sonia and Marigold were very excited, and they couldn't wait to go forward and take those fat big fish away. Seeing this scene, Hancock was surprised at what kind of cultivation this monster brother Bai Ye was. But I also can't laugh or cry because the two cute sisters are about to become foodies. Of course, she doesn't count herself. Well, after all, every time it happens that there is a surplus that belongs to her. All of these are too many mistakes made by the hateful brother every time. Pursing his lips, Hancock secretly looked forward to the smell of grilled fish. But at this moment, when Sonia and Marigold stepped forward to pick up the big fat fish on the ground, Bai Ye suddenly spoke. Wait first. Question marks popped up on Sonia and Marigold's heads, and they looked at Bai Ye. There was also a trace of doubt on Hancock's pretty face. And at this time, Bai Ye's eyes looked at the cut marks that had not been filled by the surge of sea water, and explained. The strength seems to be a bit too much just now. Too big? Brother. Bai Ye nodded. Good. But it seems that there are new ingredients coming to your door today. New ingredients? The two girls were stunned for a moment, and anticipation suddenly appeared in their eyes. Hancock was a little confused. Too much power? Could it be that he has not mastered swordsmanship yet? Really? Hancock felt a little relief in his heart. No matter how powerful the monster is, it has the most powerful talent. There is no perfect person in this world. What's more, she had never seen Bai Ye practice swordsmanship on this island. Otherwise, there must be some traces of swordsmanship practice left in some places. Think here. Hancock suddenly felt that there was hope for him to defeat this brother who was 1 year younger than him, and let him call himself a sister. But then again, Hancock rubbed his protesting belly. What are the new ingredients? Besides fish, is there anything else in this sea? Boom. Sudden. There was a violent vibration of the water surface, which seemed to explode in the ear, and countless water splashes were set off. When Hancock heard this movement, he couldn't help but look towards the blue sea for the first time. In the next second, when you see clearly the source of the movement, Hancock's expression changed involuntarily. I saw that it was a mysterious giant creature covered with pitch-black scales, with a head like a hippopotamus, at least over 100 meters by visual inspection. Sea kings. See this creature for the first time. Hancock immediately realized what the mysterious creature that was enough to block the sun was. Sea kings. One of the most terrifying creatures to mess with in this calm belt. Marines' warships were unable to enter the territory of Nine Snake Island, and a large part of the credit was attributed to these ferocious sea kings. No, not good. Become aware of the identity of the creature in front of you. Hancock sees the rare angry sea kings preparing to attack Bai Ye and his two sisters on the coast. Hancock couldn't care less. She once vowed in her heart to protect her sister. I won't let what happened last time repeat itself a second time. Whether it's slave traders, marines, pirates from outside, or even sea kings. She will not allow it. Armament haki floated in the hand. Hancock was ready to shoot. However, at this time, a familiar calm voice sounded. It's too noisy. As a mature ingredient, you need to know how to be quiet. The voice fell. Hancock discovered that it was Bai Ye who spoke at the same time. This is Bai Ye wielding the extinct cross knife again. The action remains unpretentious. It can be next second. This is an unforgettable scene in the heart of the Hancock girl at this time. I saw the slash that Bai Ye swung again. The Sea Kings, which was more than 100 meters in size and enough to block the sun, suddenly froze in midair strangely. Thereafter, boom! Sound. The powerful Sea Kings are so easily captured by the outside world, enough to become nightmares for countless sea merchants, pirates, and marines. Split into two. Blood stained a large area of sea water. And bathed in the sunlight that came through again from the separated Sea Kings' corpses. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened, and she clearly saw another shocking scene. That was the remaining force of the attack that easily killed Sea Kings and flew thousands of meters away. Finally cut to the clouds in the sky. A deep slashing gully was left in the entire cloud layer. Chapter 10. Night fell. The sky is full of stars. The breeze blowing from the sea carried a faint smell of salt and undissipated blood. But that doesn't bother you in front of a campfire on the beach. The two girls were feasting, and from time to time they asked the black-haired and red-eyed boy to ask for extra meals. Wow, Sea King's meat is so delicious. Marigold, slow down, don't worry, what if you choke? Sonia, you still have time to talk about me, if you are too late, you will eat the portion that my brother gave me. Unconvinced, Marigold pointed to Sonia's oily hands. Sonia stuck out her tongue, and hurriedly continued to bow her head as her foodie. It seems that if you are afraid that the tip of your tongue will leave the delicious food for a second, you will miss a lot of joy in life. Okay, don't worry, that big guy has a lot of meat on his body as food, so there's no need to fight. Kneading the heads of the two girls with both hands, Bai Ye took a bite and tasted it with his eyes closed. It tastes really good. It may be that Sea Kings usually live in deep sea layers with strong water pressure. Both the internal meat quality, taste, and juice are very full. In addition, the way of grilling adds a unique charcoal aroma of fruit wood, without affecting the original taste of the ingredients. The perfect combination of the two makes the taste even better. Seeing Sonia and Marigold completely disregarding the girl's eating appearance, you can see how delicious it is. But at this time, compared to Sonia and Marigold's two sisters, Sonia and Marigold, enjoying the food to the fullest, Hancock, who was allocated the excess share, lost his usual love for delicious food. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the bonfire in a daze, and then sneaked a glance at Bai Ye from time to time, obviously preoccupied. Or in other words, Hancock, who was bred as the next queen of Hydra. What she saw and heard was different from that of her two younger sisters. As the next Empress of Nine Snake Island, Hancock has learned a lot from her very knowledgeable mother-in-law. Therefore, compared with the two younger sisters, Sonia and Marigold, who are immersed in the excitement of brother who can easily kill Sea Kings, Hancock thought back to seeing the sunlight through the split body. Hancock subconsciously looked at Bai Ye. The bottom of her heart is very sure. That is at least the strength of a swordsman. No. Hancock thought of the knowledge taught by his mother-in-law. I'm afraid that the swordsmanship strength represented by that blow may not even be able to do it by a swordsman. In other words, great swordsman. One of the most likely answers is already on the horizon. That is to say, not far away, Bai Ye, who is obviously 1 year younger than her, is only 13 years old. It has easily reached the goal pursued by countless swordsmen on the outside world. What kind of monster talent and body is needed to do this? And in this way, Hancock took a bite of a delicious Sea King's roast. Suddenly feel dull. When will she be able to defeat Bai Ye and become a real sister in this small group of 4? Time flies by for a good meal. The night deepened. On a boat by the sea. The two of them are full, and they just fell asleep like this defenselessly. Hancock looked at the two sleeping younger sisters on the wooden boat, and he couldn't hide his concern while pretending to be angry. Although it wasn't the first time she slipped out with her two younger sisters. There is also the option to sleep here. But that would not be able to keep up with the daytime training sessions on Nine Snake Island. So every afternoon when I sneak out from Nine Snake Island, Hancock would take the two younger sisters home at night at most. Don't worry, you're still here. Bai Ye came over and looked at the figures of the two sleeping girls on the boat. While speaking, Bai Ye stretched out his hand to pinch Hancock's face habitually. Hancock dodged like a frightened bunny. Jumping into the wooden boat and finding it safe, the corners of Hancock's mouth twitched slightly. I want to pinch my concubine's face again, so I will let you succeed. All right. Bai Ye rubbed his forehead. Then Bai Ye thought about what he had been thinking about during the day. In front of the Hancock sisters and others, his face showed a little seriousness, and said, "By the way, you go back this time and tell Shucky something for me." Report. Hancock froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. That's right. Bai Ye nodded. Thinking of what he planned, he continued to smile and said, "After being taken care of by you for so long, I can't leave without saying goodbye, right? Farewell without telling." This is a very normal sentence. May fall in Hancock's ear now. When you react, realize the meaning behind this sentence. Her whole body suddenly froze on the boat. After a long time, Hancock glanced at the two sleeping sisters before raising his head to break the silence and asking, You mean you plan to leave here? Bai Ye is leaving. It's something Hancock never thought about. Or rather, grow over time. Hancock, who is used to the current life, faced Bai Ye's sudden plan to leave the scope of Jew Snake Island. When hearing this news, Hancock's heart was shocked. Then I thought of the picture of Bai Ye disappearing. What followed was something deep inside that seemed like a very important part was missing. For a while, 14-year-old Hancock panicked. Don't worry, it's not a permanent separation. Bai Ye saw Hancock's thoughts, smiled and said comfortingly. It's just that I still have some things to deal with in the outside world, let alone. Bai Ye's eyes shifted from Hancock to Sana Sonia and Marigold. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to leave your lovely sisters. The voice fell. Hancock, who was a little flustered, calmed down unexpectedly, and immediately retorted. It's not the concubine. Sooner or later, the concubine will be the older sister, and you will be the younger brother. Okay, call me brother. Bai Ye nodded helplessly. This familiar scene is exactly the same as it was 3 years ago. It's just that the boy at that time was already a teenager. 11-year-old Hancock has also become a 14-year-old girl who shows the charm of the world's most beautiful woman in the future. After this episode, the atmosphere eased a lot. After calming down, Hancock showed seriousness on his delicate face and said, "It will definitely come back, right?" "Certainly." Bai Ye nodded affirmatively. Good. There was another moment of silence. Hancock seemed to have made a huge choice before reluctantly nodding slightly. In this scene, it's like Hancock is forcing himself to accept that what's happening in front of him is reality. Seeing this, Bai Ye suddenly said, "Since we are leaving, as a younger sister, should I reward my brother before saying goodbye? For example?" Bai Ye held out his hand. On board, Hancock hesitated for a moment, but this time he didn't dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to slightly approach the face that would amaze any man in the future. Seeing this, Bai Ye thought that it would be a few years since he missed this opportunity. But just when Bai Ye wanted to pinch Hancock's face, Hancock suddenly took the initiative to take a step closer. Then he lightly pecked Bai Ye's cheek, and quickly returned to the boat. Bai Ye was dumbfounded, looking at the boat. Seeing that Hancock's face was red like a tempting apple, one couldn't help but take a bite. Hancock didn't give Bai Ye a chance to speak. Instead, pinching his waist with his hands, he kept the boat carrying the two sisters away from the coast, and shouted, "You were the one who bullied me before, but this time it's finally my turn to bully you. Also, don't forget the agreement. Next time, I will definitely defeat you and let you obediently call me sister." Bai Ye listened to the sound of fading away. Although the night is very dark. Naturally, he could also clearly see Hancock's girlish blushing face. Bai Ye reached out and touched the place that was attacked just now, feeling the breath and faint fragrance left by the girl on it. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. As a person who has lived 2 lifetimes, how could Bai Ye not understand the strange changes in Hancock, who has grown into a girl in the past 2 years? A promise? That's fine, although it's impossible to be an older sister. As well as Hancock probably didn't know yet. Bai Ye's last move was not simply to pinch his face. Although the process is somewhat different. But Hancock passed the contact just now. A gift that belongs to Bai Ye has already been left behind. Just considering Hancock's age. That gift doesn't manifest right away. But it will grow with age and body. Gradually mastered by Hancock. After all, a holy text is just given. 3 years ago, even if he had enough souls, it would consume nearly 2/3 of the Quincy's power in Bai Ye's body at that time. Right now, Bai Ye can look forward to what holy words Hancock will awaken according to his own physique after gaining the power of the Quincy Master. And finished dealing with things here. Bai Ye's red pupils once again looked at the sea that looked like day under the night. This moment, his eyes shed the softness just now, but turned into a bottomless coldness. It was time for him to truly set foot on this sea. Chapter 11. Night. Thank you for your hard work. Watch as Hancock and 2 sisters leave. Behind Bai Ye, these are the last 2 beasts on the island under their feet. Under the starlight of the stars. It was the orangutan beast that was the overlord of the beasts on the island back then, and another beast in the shape of a giant tiger. And at the moment when Bai Ye's voice fell, the 2 ferocious beasts seemed to have a tacit understanding, respectful like a pair of loyal servants kneeling in front of Bai Ye, as if worshipping their emperor. Although beasts are not born with high intelligence. But they understand that it is time to give everything to God. Now the beast souls on the entire island have been absorbed by Bai Ye in order to replenish himself. These 2 are the last beasts left, and the ones whose souls were not recovered by Bai Ye at first. Although the 2 beasts in front of him helped Bai Ye a lot in the past. But because all life that has been touched by Yhwach's soul gift will die soon, and the soul will eventually return to Habach. It is already a miracle that these 2 ferocious beasts can persist until now. But for what was about to happen, the 2 beasts didn't have any resistance, everything was so normal and natural. Perhaps in the eyes of a beast of low intelligence. It is already a great honor for them to have the opportunity to witness their God with their own eyes, who will eventually step outside in the name of Emperor of the Invisible Empire. Have to say. Although the beasts on the island under their feet are far less intelligent than humans. But in Bai Ye's eyes, it is thousands or 10,000 times stronger than the celestial dragons who live in Mariejois and claim to be their creators. And Bai Ye will also use this power. Turn the whole world upside down. Accompanied by the breath of the 2 ferocious beasts gradually dissipating. Bai Ye could clearly feel that the power of the Quincy that was consumed just now began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that. This moment. The last bit of gloom in those deep red pupils also began to disappear quietly. And at the moment when the eyesight was completely restored, Bai Ye felt that the whole world in front of him was completely lit up like real day. The crashing sea. The breeze blowing over the body. Every wisp of breath contained in the air fluctuates. Everything in the world is suddenly displayed in Bai Ye's red pupils without reservation. Is this? Faced with this change, Bai Ye feels that vision is like other senses with special abilities. Bai Ye was thoughtful, and looked at the 2 beasts who remained respectful until death. I didn't expect that there would be a gift for me before I left here. If Bai Ye remembers correctly. The world in his eyes at this moment. This should be similar to the transparent world in Ghost Slayer. It is a symbol of one's own perception reaching the highest realm. And this ability can see through the body of the creature, and by seeing through the body of the creature to find the weakness, so as to achieve the fastest and most efficient killing of the enemy. In a sense, seeing the world is a powerful ability that is not lost to any top-level knowledgeable color. Especially for Bai Ye who owns Yhwach's destroying cross sword and whose swordsmanship can reach the level of a great swordsman. At the same time, 9 Snake Island. This sea is destined to set off an unprecedented storm. A short old lady stood on the high place of 9 Snakes Island, feeling the unusual breath tonight and sighed secretly. After finishing speaking, Grandma Zi, who is in charge of teaching Hancock knowledge, looked in the direction of the island in the distance, and she hummed softly again. Don't die easily, the BD who stole the heart of the next Empress of 9 Snake Island. As the oldest and most knowledgeable on Nine Snake Island, she is also the former empress. The mother-in-law can be said to look at the entire Nine Snake Island. She is the one who has really been in touch with Hancock the longest, and she is also the one who has watched Hancock grow up from a young age and become the girl she is today. Therefore, since Hancock came back 3 years ago, Hancock's usual changes cannot escape her eyes. Chapter 12. See Circle Calendar, 1506. Summer. The boy who was hailed as the world disaster by the pirates on the Grand Line. Black-haired and red-eyed, he's obviously a young boy, but rumored to have powerful pirates who dare not look directly into his deep, cold eyes. And wherever they go, only death and blood trails are left behind. Even a kingdom was destroyed by it. Is such a rumor really credible? I also said that if you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Isn't this certain? Who would believe such exaggerated rumors? What did you say that not long ago, Marine sent 3 large warships to capture them, but they all ended up being wiped out? The guys in Marine are also they refuse to admit that they are incompetent, and they spread such useless information. With such an exaggeration, it would be better to say that a new sea emperor has been born in this sea. Yeah, ha ha ha. On a hot summer day, people in various island towns on the Grand Line spend their leisure time. My favorite thing to do is to discuss the various 8 trigrams circulating in the sea. For example, a certain pirate group was destroyed, or another major event occurred in Marine. But rumors have surfaced recently on the Grand Line. It really makes people living on the Grand Line feel incredible. Because the most controversial rumor on Grand Line recently is about a boy with black hair and red eyes. Many new pirates are born in this sea every year. This is nothing strange. But a teenager who suddenly appeared on the Grand Line. However, many pirates on the Grand Line regard it as a world disaster. Even the rumors made any powerful pirates dare not look directly at those deep and cold eyes. Marine regarded it as a demon again, and all 3 warships failed to capture it. This made the rumors seem exaggerated to many civilians living on the Grand Line. After all, few pirates on the Grand Line who dare to go to sea are weak. Even if there are some young people who don't know the cruelty of this sea. Could it be that those big pirates who have been in the Grand Line for a long time and have become famous for several years are all trash? This is obviously impossible. What's more, it's not a day or two that Marine likes to exaggerate the facts. So this kind of credibility is not enough to deceive those ignorant children. After all, when they were teenagers they didn't know where to play in the mud. Telling them there's a boy now scares the long-established pirates on the Grand Line? How is that different from pointing at a deer and calling it a horse? People are chatting. Somewhere in town. I didn't notice it at all. A Colonel Marine who took off his marine clothes and disguised himself as a commoner had an extremely serious expression on his face. From time to time, his eyes were fixed on a position not far away. I saw no one in the corner of the tavern. Sitting in a black cloak was a black-haired boy with a unique temperament and impressive handsome appearance. Although the young man drank alcohol with his eyes closed and calm. The tall Marine colonel had a serious expression on his face, and his brows were tightly frowned. No. It can't be wrong. Although I can't see the color of the pupils, how can I meet them here? Damn it! It is obvious that this operation is only to capture the son of the devil who appeared on this island. Colonel Marine rolled his eyes and his thoughts changed rapidly. Could it be that the news of the operation leaked? Or is it accidental? Damn it, what should I do now? Ask for support from other branches. But in terms of time, is there really enough time? Sudden. The tall Colonel Marine noticed that the black-haired boy got up, and opened a pair of cold eyes with deep red pupils. Almost at this moment, the Colonel Marine's nerves tensed immediately, and a strand of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Subsequently, when he realized that the boy had just finished drinking, he walked out of the tavern. It took Colonel Marine a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief and sank his hanging heart. Then, the moment Colonel Marine lowered his head, he noticed that his hand just now had subconsciously clenched the phone bug in his pocket, and he couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. Immediately, Colonel Marine looked up at where the boy had been. He couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Red pupils. It can't be wrong. It's that guy. But that aura, and those eyes that made me avoid subconsciously, what exactly did I need to go through to have it? It's just a simple act of getting up and leaving, but it can make my hands uncontrollable. Request support. Damn it, is that the guy that the Grand Line pirates called World Calamity? It's obviously just a young kid. Colonel Marine, who gradually calmed down, gritted his teeth secretly. But it's okay, it seems that I didn't notice my anomaly, and it won't affect the next action to capture the Devil's Son. Thinking of this, Colonel Marine informed the disguised Marines who were scattered on the island to proceed with the original plan. Afterwards, Colonel Marine couldn't help thinking about the ultimate scene that made his nerves tense just now. Colonel Marine couldn't help but clenched his fists, as if trying to save face for his gaffe just now, secretly said in his heart. Damn it, the World Calamity in the eyes of the pirates is just a young kid with unbelievable rumors. If it weren't for the arrest of the Devil's Son that the headquarters has been planning for a month, I will definitely let those useless pirates know that Marine is the strongest force on the Grand Line. At the same time, just when Colonel Marine was cheering himself up in the bar, as everyone knows, came to Bai Ye outside the bar. He feels the island under his feet that has been flooded by a large number of Marines. Bai Ye's deep red eyes and cold eyes seemed extremely calm. Marine? One of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights I fancy is not so easy to capture. Chapter 13. Luria Island. This is an island on the edge somewhere on the Grand Line. Because of its special geographical location. So this place is relatively safe compared to other pirate-infested towns on the Grand Line. But this is just a superficial phenomenon. Behind this seemingly ordinary island. In fact, it is one of the transit stations affiliated with the underground dark world. It's here. Bailey can be used to buy any unknown information, and also perform rewards, kidnapping, assassination and other activities. All in all, it's here. Just enough Bailey. Whether it is civilians, merchants, nobles, pirates, or marines. Anyone can become a customer of the underground dark world. Same. For the word benefit. You can also make people choose to betray and betray without hesitation. At this time, there are many islands of Marines in disguise creeping up on the streets across the town. Marine, who received the news, is secretly carrying out an arrest operation that has been prepared for a long time. For the purpose of this time, and also for the purpose of targeting criminals who are required by the world government. Marine can be said to spare no time in laying a net. Now wait for the target to show up, all Marines disguised as civilians will act immediately. And at this moment, a dark street corner. It's really troublesome for you, and I want you to buy some things again. This is a tall, thin, middle-aged man with glasses and a ponytail, looking kindly, pushing through a secret door on the street and coming out. Afterwards, the middle-aged man looked behind with gentle eyes under the lens. This is a girl whose whole body is hidden in a cloak. The man seemed to see the other party's concerns, so he said in a reassuring tone. Don't worry, I have already come out to look around, there is nothing suspicious, and I am not interested in your identity, and... The tall, thin, middle-aged man took out a bag of Baileys, smiled and added. In the past 2 months, your assistant has worked very hard. He is much better than that idiot before. I can't bear to give up a good assistant, after all. To survive in this dangerous underground dark world, if you don't have a companion you can rely on, it will be really hard. After finishing speaking, the kind-hearted man Gaujian handed Bailey to the girl, and even forgot to touch the back of his head to show his kindness. The girl heard the words and felt the kindness of the man in front of her. She was silent for a moment. Only then did he take the reward for his hard work, and said softly. Thanks. The tall and thin man nodded and said with a smile. Hurry up, I cooked an extra serving of broth for dinner, if it's late, I won't be able to catch up. Hearing the words, the girl under the black cloak wanted to say that there was no need to prepare her share. But looking at the man in front of me who has been together for 2 months, he really has no interest in her identity at all. The girl nodded, and she turned around to buy the contact materials needed for transactions in the underground dark world. However, the girl under the cloak didn't notice. The tall, thin, middle-aged man with a kind appearance behind her, saw the girl turn around and disappear into the street. Under the man's lens, the originally kind eyes gradually showed a hint of greed for Bailey and money. After all, one of the liaison officers of the transfer station of the underground dark world doesn't make much Bailey every month. Afterwards, the man took out a phone bug and immediately contacted the Marines who were disguised as civilians scattered throughout the town. After all this was done, the man pushed the lens, without hiding the greed in his eyes, and murmured slightly mockingly. Although he is called the son of the devil, he is still not cautious enough and immature. How easy it is to trust others after only 2 months together, little girl, the law of survival in the dark underground world, but you never need to trust anyone, but... Speaking of which, who would have thought that a little girl would be called the son of the devil and be worth 79 million Baileys at Marine? Tisk, it looks like I'll be cool for a long time next month. When the time comes, should I go to the slave auction to buy a few new toys to play with, or use this money to improve my reputation in the underground dark world? I'm really torn. The man muttered to himself, turned around and opened the secret door and walked in again. As for the tragic fate that the girl betrayed by him will face once she falls into the hands of Marine, he doesn't care at all. In the underground dark world, betrayal is the most common. The man is most concerned about how to get the 79 million Baileys that belong to him as soon as possible. However, just when the tall and thin man thought that all this was seamless, he doesn't know. On a roof in the town below, a young man with red pupils is seeing everything that happened here just now. Chapter 14. But under the long-term dark life that can only be avoided everywhere, Robin has made up his mind not to trust anyone. Sorry. Thinking of the kind man just now, Robin murmured in his heart. He went straight to the street in the underground dark world that specializes in selling items according to the usual route. However, just before Robin came to a purchasing vendor, when he took out the Bailey in his pocket and was about to pay, Robin suddenly found that the vendor owner in front of him looked very strange, not the kind old lady a few days ago at all. Instead, it was replaced by a tall man whom he had never seen before. For a moment, the vigilance in his heart suddenly rose, and Robin froze slightly when he stretched out his hand to pass Bailey. How is this going? Next moment, before Robin could react, Robin heard the tall man say with a blank expression, "Did I pretend too badly?" Or, the man's next words changed the face of the girl under Robin's cloak. "You have already discovered that this is a trap? You really deserve to be accused of destroying 6 warships at the age of 8, and known as the existence of the son of the devil, right?" Nico Robin. Accompanied by this fully confirmed identity, the voice fell. Robin's heart sank under the cloak, and his blue pupils froze slightly. She exposed. When exactly is this? Before he had time to think too much, Robin decisively threw the purchased materials at the tall man's eyes in an attempt to block his sight. Then, without hesitation, Robin turned around and was about to run away. As a survivor who experienced the events of O'Hara firsthand, Robin knew very well that once he fell into Marine's hands, nothing good would happen to him. However, that's when Robin turned to look for the escape street. Robin's body froze in place. At some point, a large number of Marine guards appeared at the entrances and exits of this familiar street. All the civilians just now disappeared. Now don't talk about blending into the crowd and escaping out. The current situation of being surrounded is no different from that of caged bird. How come? Robin lost her voice, looking at it in disbelief. Behind him, the tall Colonel Marine came slowly, with a cold expression on his face. "Stop making unnecessary resistance, Nico Robin, although I don't know what means you used to destroy the 6 warships according to the intelligence, but this time, you will never be able to escape again, waiting for your fate, only to be caught. Capture this choice. No. I'm not the one you're looking for." Robin looked around the predicament and denied it. However, the tall Colonel Marine had no intention of paying attention. "I saw him stepping forward to the girl wrapped in a cloak in front of him, and then grabbed the cloak forcibly. I saw that without the cover of the outermost cloak, it was under the sun. This is a black-haired girl who is wearing a shirt and is visible to the naked eye. Her fair skin is very pale because she has not been exposed to sunlight for a long time, and her pupils are blue. The tall Colonel Marine saw this scene, his eyes were cold and he said, "What do you have to say now, son of the devil? Nico Robin, just come with us." While Colonel Marine was speaking, he saw that the Marine soldiers holding the whole street showed their guns one after another, completely cutting off any hope of escape. Robin, whose identity was completely exposed, felt the powerful aura of Marine in front of him. Robin bit his thin lip, recalling all these years, and the tragic death of innocent residents on O'Hara. Her nervous blue pupils gradually calmed down, flashing a flash of determination. "No, don't. I won't go with you. You lackeys of the world government. Humph. I'm afraid this is beyond your control." Hearing the word running dog, Colonel Marine snorted coldly. "Marine will not let evil wander in this sea." After finishing speaking, Colonel Marine looked at the girl who was facing a desperate situation and was still trying to resist her fate, and he drew out his weapon decisively. While the order to capture the operation requires it to be live, but the body is injured or disabled. In his eyes, this is also unavoidable. After all, there are not a few cases in which prisoners were beaten, injured, and disabled during the arrest operation. Asking to be alive does not mean that it must be intact. Even if the target of arrest this time is only a girl. As long as you don't die, that's enough. Facing Colonel Marine, who was chilling every step of the way, Robin knew that this time he might not have the same chance as before. But even so, Robin looked around at the Marines on the nearby streets. At this moment, she bit her thin lips, who had never been so eager for strength in her heart, and she would not choose to let it go. However, just when Robin was ready to use all her strength to resist even if she could not escape the fate of being arrested this time, suddenly, without any warning, a young boy's voice of undisguised disdain sounded. "Marine won't let the evil wander in the sea? Then why didn't you do it when you were in that bar just now? Or, are the lackeys of the world government also afraid, so they choose to bully those who are weaker than themselves? What a boring and ridiculous justice." Chapter 15. Who? Is there anyone else here? Is it the companion of the devil's son? On the street, the faces of many Marines who were raising their guns to aim changed slightly, subconsciously searching for the source of the sound. Although the owner who made that voice was not too big, but it falls on the ears of everyone on this street, which is now surrounded by a large number of Marines. But it made the presence of Marine feel extremely harsh. The leader was a tall Colonel Marine, and his face immediately became gloomy. After all, this time Marine dispatched an entire branch of troops. The purpose turned out to be just to arrest a girl. Not to mention the trap that was set up on this town, now it is still surrounded. Now this scene, coupled with that sentence, which is completely mocking, that's why Marine chooses to bully someone weaker than himself? It's hard not to get bogged down. Soon. Over there. A Marine with a gun pointed in one direction, and the rest of the Marines followed suit. Thereafter, I saw that this was on a white roof only 20 meters away from the street. Standing in a black cloak, a slender boy with black hair and red pupils has an impressive appearance. I saw that even in front of him was Marine's well-planned arrest operation lineup of Devil's Son. There was no wave on the young man's face at the moment. There was only one pair of deep eyes that revealed disdain, but enough to make anyone dare not look directly at everything that happened below. And the moment this boy's figure caught the eyes of many Marines present, obviously the boy above did nothing. Just standing here quietly, watching everything that happened here. Marine, who was present, immediately felt an indescribable invisible oppressive force flooding the street. Inadvertently, the nerves and body have been tense. One person. Is that guy trying to make an enemy of Marine? Is he crazy? Seeing clearly that the person who came was only a teenager, Marine showed shock on his face. There are also attempts to shoot and kill any Marine who dares to obstruct the world government's order to capture the son of devil and raise his gun. In the next second, the Marine suddenly showed a hint of horror in his eyes, staring at the boy's figure. Body doesn't obey. Could it be that the aura emanating from that young man's body is enough to make me dare not do it? Damn, what is this? On the street, the eyes of a large number of Marines who gradually came to their senses could not help showing a hint of horror. Curious about the identity of Bai Ye above. And at this moment, facing the impending fate that he could not resist, Robin, who would not give up at all, heard the words. She saw that the person who came was a teenager who was alone. Robin's heart sank suddenly, and a touch of shock appeared in his blue pupils. I saw that it was a teenager about her age. In such a desperate situation, what does the other party plan to do? Still obviously only alone. Could it be that he intends to face the Marine here alone? Or? Robin suddenly thought of a kind middle-aged man. Is this boy a member of the underground dark world? Did you receive a commission to help her? Robin's thoughts changed. At this time, on the street below, the gloomy Colonel Marine's expression changed drastically when he saw the condescending figure. It's you. Bai Ye above. Others may not know. Colonel Marine recognized him immediately. Because of that unique temperament, impressive appearance, and those shocking red pupils that can't be forgotten after just one glance. Undoubtedly it was Bai Ye whom he met by chance not long ago in a bar in the town below his feet. It is also known as the existence of the world disaster by the pirates of the Grand Line in recent years. He who brings blood and death. Nation destroyer. Some rumors involuntarily came to Colonel Marine's mind. This moment. What happened in the bar just now, Bai Ye's just one movement of getting up, caused the picture of his whole body to tense up, as if it appeared before his eyes again. Immediately feeling a huge pressure, Colonel Marine secretly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But when you see a lot of Marines all over the street, Colonel Marine breathed a sigh of relief, his tone threatening. UBD, why did you appear here? Or at this time? Are you trying to fight against Marine? Make no mistake. Facing the scene in front of you. Bai Ye's eyes seemed to ignore the large number of Marines below. His eyes were on the blue-eyed girl surrounded by Marine below. Looking at that future will become the face he was all too familiar with before time travel. Bai Ye said to Robin unhurriedly. Follow me. Walk. Hear the word. Robin's blue pupils widened involuntarily, and a look of shock appeared on the girl's face. Or, looking at the large number of Marines who are obviously arresting her nearby. There was only one figure of that boy. But there was inexplicable convincing force in his opening. As if the boy's figure was obviously just standing there. However, at the moment of speaking, it snatches all light from the island below. Alone reflected in that person. There was a huge gap between the large number of Marines nearby and the boy alone. But it made the invisible and terrifying pressure felt by everyone present aggravated again. That feeling. It's just like the strong are looking down on the ants. A large number of well-equipped Marines present were regarded as nothing by Bai Ye. For a while, Robin was a little dazed about the originally hopeless world in front of him. But at this moment, an untimely angry roar sounded. You damn guy! Do you think this is your back garden? He actually wanted to take away the Devil's Son in front of Marine. Do you know what you are doing? The Devil's Son was personally named and asked to be arrested by the world government. If you do this, you are offending the Marine government and the world government at the same time. You will definitely regret it. Son of the Devil! Do not forget. Your existence is to hurt others. Do you still plan to continue to hurt others? As soon as the words came out, Robin, who was still in a trance, came back to his senses. Her blue pupils looked at Bai Ye in front of her again. In a trance, Robin's pupils froze, and the hope ignited in his heart seemed to be extinguished by being poured with cold water. Because Robin knew clearly that those harsh words were true. After several years of continuous escape, there are countless people who have been implicated by her in the sea. And anyone who dares to associate with her. Without exception, they are regarded as existences that must be eliminated by the Marine and world government. Under this premise, Robin hesitated. Knowing that Bai Ye's strength is very strong. There is no doubt about this. Dare to face Marine alone is the best proof. But once it has something to do with her. So, what they will face are the two behemoths, the marine government and the world government. Today's Robin is no longer the simple girl in the past. With the constant replacement of fleeing towns and hiding in the underground dark world, the more clearly Robin can feel the powerful forces of the marine government and the world government. That is powerful enough to make anyone despair. Even if it is the sum of all the kings of the underground dark world. It is absolutely powerful that even dare not fight against it. Robin bit his thin lip, and the girl's hand was tightly held. However, suddenly, it was a word that made Robin raise his head suddenly, and his heart was hit like never before. I saw Bai Ye looking around at the large number of marines nearby, and said in the horror of countless people. Offended the marine government and the world government? Regret it. While speaking, Bai Ye's eyes revealed an indifference that made everyone on the island under their feet palpitate. Don't get one thing wrong. In my eyes, the marine government and the world government are just a bunch of running dogs and things destined to be wiped out, nothing more. What? The indifferent tone fell, and the brains of the many marines present went blank for an instant, and it was as if a bomb had been dropped in their ears, buzzing. This moment. Face Bai Ye. Everyone's first impression. That's a madman. The unprecedented lunatic on this sea. Then, there was an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. Because this guy in front of him dared to openly refer to the world government as a thing destined to be wiped out and decayed. In a sense. What is the difference between that teenager's actions and a blatant declaration of war on the world government? Damn it! You wicked evil pirate! Don't be too arrogant! Colonel Marine's forehead bulged with veins, and he roared angrily. Facing this scene, there was no wave in Bai Ye's eyes. Arrogance. Bai Ye murmured. At this moment, Bai Ye released an incomparable soaring ryotsu, and said slowly. When there is a battle where the two sides are not equal in strength, it will be considered arrogant for the weaker side to fight first, and you. Boom. 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 Witnessing the terrified body one by one uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, and then the marine lying on the ground with big characters in his whole body. Bai Ye raised his left hand and seemed to ask. Do you think you have the qualifications to regard the enemy as arrogant? Chapter 16. Boom. Boom. It was almost the moment Bai Ye's voice fell. The almost endless soaring sky ryotsu has descended on the island under his feet with those indifferent eyes. Even the sea in the distance. Visible to the naked eye. The black robe was blown by the invisible ryotsu. Focus on that young figure. The sky began to change color. Under the huge invisible pressure, the space trembled violently, even distorted. The sea in the distance of the port is unstoppably rippling, setting off waves of rippling waves. This moment. Plop. 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 It's not just the marine on this street. Everyone on the entire island was crushed to the ground by this sudden and terrifying invisible force, and their hearts were horrified. This breath, what the hell is it? Is someone crazy? Release conquerors on this island backed by a dark underground world. Aren't you afraid of revenge from the underground dark world? All kinds of palpitations and fears emerged. Feel the invisible pressure from afar on the island. Someone tried to stand up by force. Want to know what happened on this island? However, face that ryotsu that is still rising. Visible to the naked eye. Some people have blue veins on their foreheads. The finger that had just been lifted was almost immediately pressed to the ground again. From that face congested has become the color of pig liver. It can be seen that the pressure that everyone on this island is under at this time. Some people even discovered it in horror. Obviously the direction of the pressure is another direction on the island. But it is precisely because the whole person is stuck to the ground. They felt it suddenly. It's not just people who are affected by that invisible pressure. Even the ground below him, and even this island. They were shaking violently. Are you kidding? Such a terrifying conqueror's haki. Could it be that the Sea Emperor of New World came to this island? Countless people's hearts trembled. Next thought. It is this island that serves as a transfer station for the underground darkness. Someone immediately tried to pass on what happened here to the underground dark world. And at this moment, Street here. Facing the soaring invisible Ryotsu unleashed by Bai Ye, people from other parts of the island can't even move a finger. One can imagine. What kind of terrible pressure is the marine here? Compared to those who cannot move. This place bears Ryotsu's massive marine directly at close range. Some people have already started fainting and spitting out blood. Even, death on the spot. This power. Are you kidding me? Is it really the power that humans should have? At this time, the former Colonel Marine witnessed the scene of hell on this street. I couldn't stop my heart from setting off a huge wave. Reluctantly raising his head, he looked at the figure that was obviously just a boy. But like a lonely emperor, he watched everything in front of him indifferently. Colonel Marine suddenly realized at this moment. Why is the boy in front of me regarded as a world disaster by the Grand Line pirates in recent years? The one who brings blood and death wherever he goes. But the opponent hasn't made a move yet. The release of conquerors alone caused such a terrifying shock. All the Marines who had been very sure about capturing the Devil's Son lost their ability to fight. What the hell? How to make him accept it? Damn it! Colonel Marine roared. However, no matter how unwilling he is, I don't want to believe everything in front of me. But everything that is happening in reality right now. It was the boy who broke into the Marine capture operation alone. Facing the large number of Marines present, the opponent hasn't made a move yet. Only by releasing the unprecedented Conqueror's haki. It is that the capture operation that completely cost Marine a lot of time, manpower, material resources, and arrangements has become a joke. As in, when there is a battle where the strengths of the two sides are not equal, the weaker side will be regarded as arrogant. And at this moment, they couldn't even raise their hands. Are there really qualities to be considered enemies? And at this very moment, Bai Ye faced the scene in front of him. There was no surprise in Bai Ye's red pupils. As a traverser, Bai Ye is very clear. Ryotsu in the Shinigami world is a symbol representing the power of the Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy itself. It's like Shinigami's own power is stronger. Ryotsu corresponds to a stronger sense of oppression. Although Bai Ye is neither Shinigami nor virtual. But don't forget, Bai Ye with the Habach template. Even though he only has 1/3 of the power of Habach when he was less than omnipotent. But as the ancestor of all Quincy masters in the world. Even looking at the entire Shinigami world. There aren't many Shinigami that can compare to it. And, this is the result of Bai Ye not releasing all Ryotsu. Otherwise, all life on this island. It is possible to be killed in an instant. Chapter 17. Rumbling. This moment. Marine's playfulness should be enough. Bai Ye's eyes moved. Put it on Colonel Marine, who was trying to forcibly stand up, and his bones creaked. Hearing this, the tall Colonel Marine's pupils froze, and his eyes flickered with disbelief. Playing around. Immediately, a nameless anger was born from the deepest part of my heart. The guy in front of him actually regarded the arrest operation carefully planned by Marine and the world government as a joke. This is it. What a joke. I saw this Colonel Marine gritted his teeth, and some kind of change began to take place in his whole body. You horrible monster. No, don't underestimate people. Black hair grows from the body surface. The further enlarged body broke through Colonel Marine's costume. The 5 fingers of the palm exposed sharp nails one by one, and began to turn into sharp claws. The forehead with bulging veins gradually turned into a huge black bear's head. The ground crumbles. In a blink of an eye, the Marine Colonel turned into a 5 or 6 meter tall black bear, roaring to the sky. This is Colonel Green's Devil Fruit ability. Zoan Bear Fruit Black Bear form. Very good. Colonel Green is about to show his true strength. Marine, who was nearby and hadn't passed out, witnessed this scene. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable sense of self-confidence. However, bearing fruit? Is it a Zoan Devil Fruit that I haven't seen before? Hear the name. Bai Ye subconsciously thought of the meatball fruit of the tyrant bear in Shishibukai. Ability can be described as very powerful. But this bear is not a bear. And not enough to make Bai Ye pay attention. Next moment. This is under Bai Ye's indifferent gaze. The Ryotsu released on the body is further strengthened again. I saw it under this invisible force of terror. Ah! 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 A large number of Marines who were originally present died directly. This is where Ryotsu is completely different from Conqueror's Haki character. Before Conqueror's Haki can only master the entanglement attack at the top level, the power of Conquerors acts more on the spiritual impact. Although Ryotsu can make people faint, it is biased towards gravity-like pressure and focuses on substantial damage. Then, I saw Colonel Marine, who had barely supported half of his body with his Zoan Devil Fruit ability, faced the sudden and intensified pressure. Visible to the naked eye. Boom! One sound. The huge body with the ability to activate was once again firmly crushed to the ground. This time, a wisp of cold sweat involuntarily surfaced on the other party's forehead. How is it possible? You are such a powerful guy. Didn't you show your real strength just now? Colonel Marine looked at Bai Ye in shock. Bai Ye's indifferent eyes revealed a touch of calm. Now you should understand, don't speak wild words easily, that will only be a synonym for your weakness. The voice fell. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Die, this farce that only belongs to Marine should end. What? Colonel Marine's heart trembled. Feel a desperate breath of death coming. Just about to say something. No, wait. However, in front of the further incomparable Ryotsu unleashed by Bai Ye, blood began to spurt from the mouth. Bones all over the body began to snap. A Marine colonel doesn't even have the qualifications to make a shot. Just like that, it became a corpse. And this is a chilling scene. If only the people of the Grand Line knew. It is bound to shake the entire Grand Line in an instant. And at this time, finished with the boring Marine farce here. Bai Ye looked back at the girl figure below. It is the goal of Bai Ye's trip. It is also one of Bai Ye's favorite future members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Son of the Devil Nico Robin. Have you considered it? Be my subordinate, no need to hide in the dark, and after seeing what happened here with my own eyes, if the ideal you long for now is power, I can bestow it on you. Follow me, and you will witness that what I just said is true. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye looked down at Robin, who was shocked by an unprecedented shock. Bai Ye just quietly waited for Robin's answer. But suddenly, Bai Ye turned his head to look at a certain direction in the sea of the island under his feet. It seems that before this, there's one more little thing to fix. Small things. Robin gradually recovered from the shock in front of him. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Bai Ye's gaze. Next second, a look of surprise appeared in Robin's eyes. Because of the girl's gaze. The little things in Bai Ye's mouth. It actually refers to. Robin watched in the distance as the blue and white warship suddenly appeared against the skies of seagulls. That is the CP0 of the intelligence agency under the world government. Chapter 18. In the hot sun. Maritime. The blue and white warship that suddenly appeared was so conspicuous. There is also a unique flag waving in the wind above. Its logo symbolizes the behemoth holding the supreme power behind it, ruling the world, the Red Line, and even the Grand Line. World Government. And at this very moment, the main body is on the deck of a white warship. The people in Marine are really trash. Even a simple arrest operation went like this. Holding a telescope in his hand and wearing a red mask, a long-handed man who represented his CP0 identity shook his head and said with disdain. Although the order we received was for us to supervise the capture of these Marines, no mistakes are allowed. But those Marines can't even perform their duties as lackeys, tisk, what a waste. Now, even if we don't want to intervene, can't we? After all. When the CP0 member of the long-handed family said this, a cruel light appeared in the eyes under the red mask. Son of the Devil Nico Robin, but the bigwigs in the world government called for the one who must be captured, right? Yes. After speaking, the CP0 members of the long-handed family spread their hands and turned to look at the front deck. I saw that the other four were a combination of 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing white suits and masks of different styles. Identity is self-evident. These people belong to the CP0 organization, a special intelligence agency under the world government. And after the four heard the words, the voice first came from under the mask of the graceful figure with female features. Speaking of this matter, you should thank me very much. If this island does not belong to the sphere of influence of the underground dark world, I don't have extra time to inform you that there has been a change in the capture operation of Marine on that island. Hey, don't worry, Stussy, after the matter is over, we will not forget to report your achievements to the big shots. Simple dialogue falls. If there are personnel from the underground dark world on this warship at this time, you must be stunned. Stussy? That is the queen who controls the underground dark world Happy Street, and is one of the 6 kings alongside the giants of the underground dark world. Behind its true identity? It turned out to be a member of the CP0 organization affiliated to the world government. I believe that this identity can definitely detonate the entire underground dark world in an instant. Okay, Harper, don't call your companions by name directly when performing tasks, so as not to be overheard. Another man who was a CP0 member who was tall and thin but was 5 meters tall suddenly spoke. I know. The CP0 member of the long-handed family named Harper nodded quickly, not staying too much on this topic. Instead, he looked at the island with his eyes under the red mask. Excitement appeared on the face under the mask. But it's amazing, do you feel it? Even though we are at sea, we can still feel that terrible sense of invisible oppression. It really makes people wonder who is not afraid of death to dare to meddle in the affairs of marine and world government. If I remember correctly, the last place related to the Devil's Son, the whole town was cleaned by us, right? Snort. The CP0 members, who are 5 meters tall and slender, heard this. Listening to the companion who likes to fight, he said coldly in a deep voice. No matter who dares to sabotage the capture operation personally intervened by the world government, there will always be only one end. That is death. After finishing speaking, the 5-meter-tall and thin CP0 member jumped up suddenly, using moonwalk to rush towards the island in front of him first. Behind him, the long-handed man saw this, and his face changed under the mask. Hey! UBD! You have to leave the battle to me. You don't have to take credit for it. Seeing his companions take the lead, the CP0 members of the long-handed family quickly cast moonwalk and followed. Thus, the CP0 members on the warship are now only 2 men and 1 woman. Stussy stood on the deck and saw the anxious 2. She rubbed her temples with her fingertips, and looked at the man on the deck who had never said a word. Master Kayase, is it really good to let them do their foolishness like this? It seems that the person who dared to obstruct the world government's arrest operation this time was not an easy one. As he spoke, Stussy looked at the man whose body was the closest to that of an ordinary person, with a back-faced man behind the mask. Hearing this, the man was silent and said, "It doesn't matter, Stussy, you who are also from CP0 should know best. We are not an intelligence agency with pure cognition in the eyes of the world. You should know their strength the best, right?" Stussy laughed apologetically. "It seems that Mr. Kayase has already made up his mind, so I will wait here for you to resolve the matter. After all, in my capacity, if someone hears something on this island, the impact will be difficult to deal with." Snort. As soon as the words fell, another man in the sunflower mask snorted coldly. "If you don't want to contribute, you don't want to contribute." This woman also found an excuse that the influence is difficult to deal with. Could it be that this woman really doesn't know, they are scavengers? Will there be any survivors left on that island? Sure enough, he has been in the underground dark world for a long time. He even forgot his duty. On the side, Stussy didn't take it as a sign of dissatisfaction with another CP0 member. In her opinion, since the adults responsible for the action have spoken, still foolishly trying to contribute. Isn't this asking for trouble for yourself? There are others who like to do things, and it is the best choice for her to stay behind the scenes like this. With this thought, Stussy looked back towards the island that came ashore. However, at this moment, the attention was refocused on the towns on the island. Accompanied by the sound of boom, a figure flew upside down. Stussy's face under the mask couldn't help changing, and a look of surprise flashed across his pupils. How can it be? I saw what Stussy looked at. The figure that flew back was not someone else. It was the man who was a member of the long-handed family CP0 who flew back as quickly as he was anxious to get the credit just now. Chapter 19. This is Harper. Following the figure of the long-handed man flying back, boom. Sounded like a shell piercing through the deck heavily, and thick smoke rose everywhere. Besides Stussy, CP0 members wearing sunflower masks saw this scene clearly. His pupils could not help but slowly widen, and there was an unavoidable look of shock in his eyes. Suddenly, he looked towards the direction of the town ahead. What is it? As the world's strongest cipher Pulp Zero under the world government. They are not only the intelligence agency in the eyes of the world, but also the privately unknown scavenger of the world government. It can be said. In order to better meet this identity, each CP0 member is born after strict selection. Under the premise of having professional intelligence capabilities as the basis requirement. Every member who joins the Cypherpol Intelligence Organization needs to thoroughly master the 6 forms. In terms of their personal strength alone, they are not comparable to those half-baked players in CP9 or Marine who only master 1.5 of the 6 styles. But it is under this premise. What did they see at this point? Normally, one person can easily assassinate the companion of an important member of the kingdom. From going to that town with the moonwalk, to being like a cannonball flying back. The time interval in between. Not even more than tens of seconds. How can this be? However, this seemingly impossible scene actually happened. And it happened right before their eyes. And just when this idea was born, the faces of Stussy and the others changed again under the masks. On the town ahead, accompanied by a young figure who looked like a lonely emperor watching them indifferently, suddenly appeared. The young man has an indifferent demeanor, black hair, and a pair of deep and indifferent red pupils that startle people. Stussy and the others could clearly see it. Some kind of blue lines faintly flowing on his hands. It was a 5-meter-tall figure with a broken neck. The identity can be confirmed from the long staff of the indigenous mask in his left hand. It was the CP0 member who first came to the island at the foot. How is it possible? Even Maha, the CP0 member wearing a sunflower mask, screamed in shock. Although those 2 are the weakest among the 5 of them. But it's not that the 2 lost so fast. Could it be that the guy who dared to offend the Marine government and the world at the same time? Is it the ambitious big pirate forces entrenched in New World? If so, Sunflower Mask CP0 members' heart sank. This kind of result is the last thing the bigwigs in the world government want to see. Thoughts are constantly changing. Soon, all these thoughts were interrupted by Bai Ye's voice. CP0, I remember it is also known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, right? At this time, above town, Bai Ye watched the 3 of Stussy and threw away the corpse in his hand. Then the words that shocked his heart were revealed in the calm voice. Let's go together. Bai Ye has no intention of wasting time with CP0. His purpose here has been achieved. The island under his feet has lost its value. Although the appearance of CP0 is unexpected. But take advantage of this opportunity. Bai Ye also wants to see the true strength of CP0, which is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. As for the 2 who ignored Bai Ye just now and were about to snatch Robin, the strength obviously did not meet Bai Ye's expectations. And right after Bai Ye finished speaking, do it. The shocked Stussy and the CP0 man in the sunflower mask exchanged glances. The 2 immediately made a decision. Shave. Use your feet. The sound of breaking the air sounded. The speed of the CP0 members of the sunflower mask has skyrocketed to ultimate. Finger pistol cracking cone. UBD, go to hell. The sound of fury sounded. The figure appeared in front of Bai Ye almost instantly. I saw the jet black armed color covering the fingertips, condensed in one point. Demonstrated its terrifying power. However, facing this imminent attack, Bai Ye's eyes were indifferent but revealing calmness. It's just like. From the very beginning, Bai Ye had no intention of paying attention to the attack in front of him. And at this moment, suddenly, seeing this scene, the taciturn CP0 man looked at Stussy, who didn't even make a move. "Aren't you going to make a move? Isn't Lord Kayase also waiting to see the reality of the other party?" Stussy smiled slightly. The taciturn CP0-headed man surprisingly added a sentence. "What a cold and heartless woman." Upon hearing this, Stussy neither responded nor refuted. Among the five, Stussy knew it all too well. After seeing the two lose one after another, Kayase was still very calm. It's because Kayase and those two people, and even the CP0 members who are shooting now, are not at the same level of strength at all. Although she is not weak, but if she has the opportunity to understand the strength of the enemy, she will naturally hide behind. With this thought, Stussy looked ahead at the battle. However, this is a scene that is enough to make Stussy's pupil feel horrified for a moment. I saw that the extremely powerful finger pistol hit the target firmly. Can be seen. But some kind of blue lines appeared on Bai Ye's body. That finger pistol that has the power to pierce through any stone. It turned out to be like hitting some kind of indestructible object. "Don't take half an inch." Witnessed this scene. There was a look of shock on Stussy's face under the mask. Now think of the two who were suddenly defeated just now. Look at the finger pistol moves that don't even make an inch of the 6 moves. Stussy suddenly realized. Bai Ye's phrase, "let's do it together," is not a joke at all. Chapter 20. And at this moment, what is this? Witnessing Bai Ye, who was unharmed in front of him, the pupils of the Sunflower Mask CP0 members shrank involuntarily, and their eyes shone with unbelievable shock. His 6-style finger pistol cracking cone is just like its name. With shaved, armed color, finger pistol, the perfect combination of the 3 powers. It has the terrifying power to easily destroy the gates of any kingdom's city. Relying on this trick, he was invincible in the cleaning operation issued by the world government in the past. However, it is this kind of destructive power that is enough to destroy the gate of a kingdom in an instant. It's actually on human flesh and blood. For the first time in my life nothing works. Don't say that you can directly penetrate and blow up half of the enemy's body. At this moment, he couldn't even make Bai Ye back half a point. How can this be? Is the person in front of you really a body of flesh and blood? Or, that terrifying physical strength is similar to one of the sea emperors who ruled the New World site, a natural monster like Big Mom? No. Even the Big Mom of the Big Mom pirates. Faced with this trick, it shouldn't be unscathed. A wisp of cold sweat flowed directly on the forehead of the Sunflower Mask CP0 member. And at this moment, Bai Ye didn't pay attention to the other party. Instead, like teaching in person, he said slowly in a voice that Robin could hear. "This is a static blood outfit, which can increase the defense of the body to ultimate, relatively." Bai Ye raised his head and looked at the CP0 member wearing a sunflower mask in front of him. There was a terrifying sense of oppression in the red pupils. With the power to increase the physical defense to ultimate, there is the power to enhance the physical and destructive power. Bai Ye clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and the faint lines on his body transformed into another pattern. This is exactly another ability that no matter a pure-blooded Quincy or a mixed-blooded Quincy can master. Bloody outfit. The principle is to directly inject the Quincy spirit seeds into the blood vessels, which can instantly increase the destructive power of the body by several levels. Bai Ye originally wanted to give Robin the Quincy power and explain it later. But someone with CP0 shows up here. Explaining nature is far better than witnessing it with your own eyes. And at this moment, the unbelievable Sunflower Mask CP0 members saw Bai Ye clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and there was no armament Haki's power on it, and he directly bombarded it. He couldn't help but his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "You evil person! Although I don't know what kind of trick you used, but the weak attack that even Haki doesn't have, depends on how I block it." Every part of the body was tense, and both fists were clenched. The member of Sunflower Mask CP0 shouted loudly. 6 forms iron body advanced mountainless. Jit. Don't be careless. Later, seeing this extremely stupid scene, the expression of the taciturn leader CP0 man suddenly changed. Rubbing his forehead with his fingertips, Stussy silently took a step back. Although she also found that Bai Ye's simple fist attack did not come with haki power. However, Stussy did not believe that Bai Ye's attack was as simple as it seemed on the surface. After all, the physical strength is terrifying enough to withstand the monster of the finger pistol cracking cone head-on. It made Stussy inevitably think of Charlotte Linlin. That is the evil god who was called a natural destroyer by the giants and destroyed the villages of the giants at the age of 6. One can imagine. Judging from the display of terrifying physical strength just now, there will inevitably be a corresponding terrorist attack power. Not to mention, as a spectator, looking at the impressive appearance of a boy with black hair and red pupils, there was a solemn look on Stussy's face under the mask. As one of the 6 kings of the underground dark world, Stussy's immediate boss is 5 elders. Therefore, the intelligence value in her hands is not comparable to that of ordinary CP0 members. Therefore, Stussy vaguely thought of a rumor that was inadvertently revealed by those big men in the Holy Land. Now, Stussy can only hope that rumor isn't true. Otherwise, I'm afraid those big shots won't even sleep well in the future. Thoughts flickered. Stussy looked at Kayes, the leader in charge of this CP0 operation. I saw Kayes scolded a fool, and put his left hand on his waist to saber. Finally couldn't hold back and started. The first 2 are chumps, there's no denying that. But with the appearance of the third idiot, it has been enough to prove one thing from the side. The sinful man with black hair and red eyes. If you leave it alone, in the future, it will inevitably become a huge hidden danger enough to threaten the world government. Currently there are enough monsters in New World. Neither the Marine government nor the world government will allow any new threats to be born. Therefore, as the private scavenger of the world government, in any case, the threat must be nip in the bud. Is it finally done? Seeing the man led by the taciturn CP0 pull out a saber from his waist, it shows that this is a swordsman. A slash wave visible to the naked eye flew directly from a distance. But this does not affect the fall of Bai Ye's attack. I saw that Bai Ye's fist easily broke through the iron body defense. Highlights even without armed color. The terrifying power contained in Bai Ye's blow. At the same time, the moment he shot the sunflower mask CP0 member flying hundreds of meters like a shell, face the incoming slash wave, Bai Ye's fist was suddenly stained with a jet black luster. Shocked by Stussy and the leading CP0 member Kayes who released the slash, he was smashed to pieces. The absence of armed colors means that Bai Ye, who has lived near 9 Snake Islands since childhood, has not mastered armed colors. Simply use the blood-moving outfit. It's just that Bai Ye wanted to see how much he could do with this body alone while demonstrating. As for the swordsmanship of the leading CP0 member who rushed over later, it's full of flaws. This is Bai Ye's evaluation from the bottom of his heart. Habach is the ancestor of all Quincy masters in the world. Sword skills may not be considered outstanding in the Shinigami world. However, during the long Millennium experience, Habach has continuously absorbed a large number of souls through the passage, and the accumulation of swordsmanship experience is naturally far from comparable to that of the swordsman of the One Piece world. The same is true for Bai Ye. Although the swordsmanship of this person in front of him is undeniably close to that of a great swordsman. But, after all, he is not a real great swordsman. Converted to Marine, the strength is at most close to the quasi-admiral level. This level is also in line with Bai Ye's guess. Otherwise, if the elite members of CP0 can easily reach the level of the great swordsman, the scope of world government rule will not be limited to the first half of 4 Cs, Red Line, and Grand Line. Those so-called top 4 emperors pirates in New World, taking the lead to make the world government afraid? And at this very moment, I have seen the general strength of these CP0 members. Bai Ye, who didn't waste time going down, saw the CP0 members who attacked again. Bai Ye noticed that the other party's real target was Nico Robin. He planned to use this to distract Bai Ye, and then the real charged attack was aimed at himself. Face this scene. The indifference and coldness in Bai Ye's eyes remained unchanged. Because in Bai Ye's view, this is fundamental. Meaningless. Eyes with red pupils focus. In the eyes of Bai Ye, who has the perception to reach the transparent world that symbolizes the highest realm. The opponent's thoughts, the trajectory of the release of the slash, the movement, and even the weaknesses of the whole body. Without exception, everything is presented in front of Bai Ye as if in slow motion. Coupled with the huge gap in swordsmanship strength between the two. Full of flaws. This evaluation is not exaggerated. Okay, I got it. The man named Kayes headed by CP0 is completely ignorant and seen through. The moment the slash fell, my heart sank. However, it was a solitary light that pierced the air and disappeared in a flash. Next second. This was when Kayes' pupils suddenly widened. He saw an arm holding a knife thrown high into the sky with blood lines. That familiar arm, and that saber. Without a doubt, it was his own arm. What the hell, what happened? Thoughts popped up. Regardless of the severe pain, he looked forward. The pupils froze involuntarily. I don't know when. On Bai Ye's right hand in front of him is a black knife with a white blade, a black back and handle, and a hand guard that looks like an eagle soaring into the sky. This monster, is it still a swordsman? Kayes and Bai Ye's indifferent red pupils looked at each other. At this moment, a strong sense of suffocation rose from the bottom of my heart. All kinds of thoughts frantically emerged. Owner of Conqueror's Haki. Almost not the physical strength of a human body of flesh and blood. The responsiveness of pervert. And those eyes that are enough to see through anyone's thoughts. Any of the above is enough to be regarded by CP0 as a proof that it can potentially become a threat to the world government. However, all of these. But all of them are concentrated in one person. And Bai Ye's swordsmanship now. Without a doubt, this is an unprecedented monster that has not yet been recorded by CP0. A monster among monsters that is completely different from the geniuses and monsters that CP0 has known in the past, and even the top pirates in New World. UBD, what else are you hiding? Kayes groaned. The one who greeted him was Bai Ye, who was holding the extermination cross saber, and fell down with a slash. It split into two under Bai Ye's indifferent gaze. The corpse fell to the ground mixed with blood. From the beginning to the end, I have no intention of hiding. It's just that you world government doesn't know me well enough, that's all. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Bai Ye said. It's just a pity. The leading CP0 member who has turned into a corpse is doomed not to hear these words. Chapter 21. And at this time. Now, you are the only one left. Seeing your companion die, aren't you going to make a move? Bai Ye moved his eyes and looked at the CP0 members present, only the graceful Stussy remained. Hearing this, Stussy covered his mouth with a smile under the fox mask, and said. I never thought of them as companions, besides. Stussy looked at the body of Kayes who had been split in two under Bai Ye's feet. Stussy's face sank, then he added with a chuckle. I value my life very much, if I act rashly. But it will die, right? I don't want to be stupid. Seeing that Stussy had no plans to make a move, Bai Ye commented unceremoniously. No wonder she is called a cold and ruthless woman. This evaluation is really true for you. Stussy pursed his lips and said with a smile. I'll take it as your compliment, so. Stussy paused, and asked in a startling way. What do you need me to do to save my life? Or do you need me to provide you with information on the world government? What do you think of this condition? It should be a good deal, right? Due to being in the underground dark world for a long time. Stussy's style of doing things is no longer rigid like the normal CP0. After discovering that the person in front of her is not at all, she can overcome this result alone. Stussy was already considering retreating in advance. After all, for some reason, she is really a life-saving person. Between stupidity and survival. Given a choice, Stussy will definitely choose the latter without hesitation. And while Stussy was waiting for Bai Ye to answer, Bai Ye's next words made Stussy's face darken suddenly. Saying life? Is it because of being a clone of Bakingam Stussy? The voice was not loud, but it caused Stussie's face to change dramatically. Bai Ye is the time traveler. For Stussie's identity, Bai Ye couldn't be more clear. He remembered correctly. The Stussie in front of me was originally a clone of former Rock's pirate member Buckingham Stussie. It is also the #1 most successful work of the world government's secret research on Mads cloning experiments. At the same time, Bai Ye remembers to follow the intelligence in the original book. Stussie was not a member of the CP0 loyal to the world government from the beginning to the end. This is also one of the reasons why Bai Ye didn't kill him directly. I saw Bai Ye's voice fell. Stussie's pupils under the mask suddenly froze, revealing a look of shock, staring at Bai Ye, subconsciously preparing to make a move. After all, the fact that she's a clone of former Rock's pirate member Buckingham Stussie. Except between her and the top officials of the world government, it should be impossible to spread it. The Bai Ye in front of him, even if it is really the rumored person who was regarded by the celestial dragons as a calamity born in the world. After more than 10 years, it should be impossible for the other party to know these things. Soon, a few thoughts flickered. Stussie calmed down, pretending to be calm and covering his face with a smile. "Ah! I don't understand what you are talking about." "Don't you understand?" Meet Stussie who chooses to be confused. Bai Ye didn't linger too much on this topic either. Instead, he directly stated the conditions for keeping Stussie alive. He wants Stussie to be the eyes of his world government, so that he can get information about himself in the world government at any time. And this was the only reason why Bai Ye didn't kill her in Stussie's eyes. Betrayal of the world government. This is really an amazing condition. Stussie pursed his lips, and said surprisingly. However, if it's just such a condition, you can exchange your life. It may not be a good deal, but... Stussie paused and said. About this? Stussie hinted. As a wise man, Stussie knows some things don't need to be said. Just report what happened here to your superiors. Bai Ye doesn't care about what he does. Because with Bai Ye's current strength, there is no need to care about the combat power below Admiral. No matter how many come, the quantity is meaningless. As for the Admiral level combat power, Bai Ye also wanted to see how much template unlocking progress the soul of an Admiral level powerhouse could provide him. Well, as expected of you. Stussie nodded and said suddenly. If I go back intact like this, it's hard to believe, right? The voice just fell. Stussie's expression changed slightly. I saw that this was Bai Ye raising his hand. A slash flew over suddenly. But Stussie is also cruel enough to himself. This slash almost cut off her arm abruptly. Enduring the intense pain, a trace of sweat came out of Stussie's forehead, and forced a smile. You are really ruthless. You don't know how to respect ladies at all. It's just this level of injury. I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate for a few months. Don't worry, I am very confident in my grasp of power, and what I want is not just information. In exchange, I can make you a real human being, not a clone of someone else. What? There was a look of surprise in Stussie's eyes. Stussie was a little surprised if the first half of the sentence revealed the true extent of her injury. Then the second half of the sentence is a huge invisible temptation for Stussie. As a clone. Although Stussie looks no different from ordinary people. But I believe that no one is willing to be regarded as a substitute or clone of someone. For Stussie, a clone that already has a will of its own. Wanting to be a whole person is nothing more than Stussie's deepest desire hidden in his heart. This is also one of the most fundamental reasons why Stussie is willing to help Doubly Punk lurking in CP0. Now, Stussie didn't expect that this thing she dreamed of would be heard here. And as the queen of the pleasure district in the dark world. The moment Stussie heard that sentence. Stussie, who is good at observing people's hearts, has judged one thing. Bai Ye in front of him is really not joking. And there really is some means by which she can achieve the end she desires most deeply. After a long silence, Stussie raised his head, as if he had made some kind of decision. The attitude changed just now, ignoring the injured arm, leaned down and said. What do you need me to do? Stussie's attitude is completely different from before. Obviously surrender. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. Because he just wanted to try it. Unexpectedly, it touched the deepest desire in Stussie's heart. But think about it. As a member of CP0 under the world government, the immediate boss is celestial dragons and 5 elders. In the original book, there is no need for Stussie to betray CP0 at critical moments, stand on the side of doubly punk, and be willing to be a double agent. The only reason of some sort is that Doppelganger promised Stussie something. And that unknown promise, for Stussie as a clone. For her, the importance has surpassed world government. And a coincidence. That's Bai Ye, with the Habach template, and that's exactly what Stussie needs. Under the premise of the soul gift ability. Part of the soul donated by Bai Ye will fill the gap in the soul of the toucher, so that the toucher's original psychological or physical defects will gradually heal. This ability, for Stussie as a clone. Nature is no exception. Not long. My lord, when you need to contact me, I will do my best to help you. At this moment, Stussie's attitude had become respectful, and he bent down to look at Bai Ye. From this angle, Stussie can perfectly show off her graceful figure for people to appreciate. In normal times, Stussie would have killed anyone who dared to take a second look. But for the god who has endowed him with a truly complete soul, I believe that as long as the god nods, Stussie will not hesitate to offer everything he has, even body and mind, for the enjoyment of God. But at this moment, Bai Ye didn't have any idea. Instead, he looked at Stussie, who was completely surrendered, and said something meaningful. The word betrayal of world government just now is not right for you. The betrayal that can be seen is not terrible, the real horror is the betrayal that cannot be seen, right? Stussie heard this, thoughtfully, and said with a smile. It's true that the closer you are, the more you will feel your bottomless horror, it's okay. I didn't choose to be your enemy just now, it was really a correct choice. Chapter 22. Thereafter. It didn't take long for Stussie to leave the island under his feet. After all, it is almost impossible for 5 elders to hide the fact that a marine branch is completely wiped out and CP0 members are killed. And whether Bai Ye really surrendered to Stussie. Bai Ye didn't care. Because Bai Ye simply gave Stussie the ability of soul gift and healing. Although part of the separated soul will fill the gap in the soul of the person who touches it, and gradually heal its original psychological or physical defects. But during the gradual recovery of the body and mind of the touchy, the knowledge, experience, skills, and blooming talents they have learned will all be recorded in the soul fragments that Bai Ye bestows on others. And those who obtain its soul fragments will die in a short time once their bodies and minds are healed. At the same time, the soul fragments that recorded all the abilities in his body will eventually return to Bai Ye. In other words, the price Stussie got complete from Bai Ye was to exchange everything he had. Her life and death, from the moment she made a decision. Already destined to be in the hands of Bai Ye. Thereafter. Finish the matter of CP0 now. Bai Ye accidentally found another nail that will never be betrayed inside the world government. At this time, Bai Ye didn't immediately endow Robin with the power of the Quincy and the holy text. Instead, he looked around at the island under his feet, which was full of souls of the dead. Wait until Bai Ye absorbs all the souls on this island. Bai Ye's strength will go one step further than the current one. This is why Bai Ye is not worried that Stussie will report this matter. Because whether it is Marine or world government, I'm afraid they never dreamed of sending any force to kill Bai Ye. Their souls after death will eventually accelerate Bai Ye's pace of continuous strengthening, so as to personally speed up the progress of their destruction. Not long. Somewhere in the town. This is from the perspective that Bai Ye can only see. A blue ball of light representing the soul floated out of each dead body, suspended in mid-air. This scene, like the stars at night, is very spectacular. And these blue light spheres are big and small, which to some extent represent the strength in life, among which the CP0 members who were beheaded by Bai Ye are the most obvious. The smallest one is equivalent to the size of dozens of marine souls nearby. Witnessed this scene. Bai Ye is very clear in his heart. This seemingly spectacular picture is only temporary. If he doesn't absorb it, it won't take long for these souls to gradually dissipate in this world, completely turning into nothingness. Therefore, as Bai Ye stretched out his hand, his fingers spread open. Visible to the naked eye, a large number of souls began to be continuously absorbed around Bai Ye. Although this is not the first time that Bai Ye has absorbed human souls, it is definitely the highest overall soul quality absorbed by Bai Ye since he left the range of 9 Snake Island. Because compared to the pirates on the Grand Line whose strength is uneven, a trained marine is undoubtedly stronger than a pirate on the whole, and its strength is more average. The most important thing is the few CP0s who were beheaded by Bai Ye. During his lifetime, he was a user of Grandmaster 6 forms and Haki. Based on this alone, for the pirates on the Grand Line who don't even know the concept of Haki, it is the level of complete dimensionality reduction strike. Don't look at how easy it is for Bai Ye to kill them. If these CP0s are taken out individually, it may be difficult for all the supernova pirates currently on the Grand Line to handle one. One can imagine. At the same time that Marine and World Government sent Bai Ye a member of the Star-Crossed Knight this time. What a bountiful harvest Bai Ye has gained from this trip. And after Bai Ye absorbed all the souls here, Bai Ye's current template is Name, Bai Ye. Template, Habach. Current unlock progress, 35.4. Abilities, Spiritual Parts Gathering, Flying Legs, Moving Blood Equipment, Static Blood Equipment. Inherent abilities, Soul Gift Contact Healing / Soul Recovery, Soul Gift Holy Character Engraving / Soul Recovery Sanctification, Destruction Cross Knife. Special Ability, Shadow Domain, Usurp the Altar. Inherent Sacred Text, Omniscient and Omnipotent. The progress of Bai Ye's innate Habach template has been improved by nearly 4%. Almost equal to Bai Ye absorbing the sum of the soul power of several pirates. The more important point is, after this incident, Bai Ye awakened a new ability. Usurp the Altar. Chapter 23. It turned out to be usurping the altar. See this newly awakened ability. Even Bai Ye had a look of surprise in his eyes. Because among the many abilities Habach possesses, Bai Ye remembered it very clearly. Usurping the altar is definitely one of the most buggy abilities, second only to the almost rule-based holy text. Because of this ability, it is one of the fundamental abilities of people who are known as Habach who was born to take everything. The prerequisites for usurping the altar are completely different from Soul Gift, and even the star medal that can seal Shinigami Bankai. To usurp the altar is not a seal, but a real plunder. Can directly seize the strength of the opponent. Although this kind of plunder is not permanent, there are ways to break it, and it can also be returned, and it cannot strengthen Bai Ye's power. But in Shinigami, seizing the star of the Shinigami Bankai is essentially a small usurpation of the altar. Certainly. Although there is no Shinigami in the world of One Piece, there is no Bankai that Bai Ye can capture. But before awakening the ability to usurp the altar, Bai Ye thought of another way to usurp the altar a long time ago. Since usurping the altar can capture the Bankai of the Shinigami in the Shinigami Millennium Blood War arc, then the ability of Devil Fruit should also be taken away in a sense. If you combine the power of the star, man-made demon fruit power, ability user who can use Devil Fruit ability even without eating Devil Fruit ability? If I'm right, is it possible to create an ability user who has both the power of a Quincy division and no need to worry about being restrained by the weakness of sea water? Several thoughts that would definitely shock others came to Bai Ye's mind. The characteristic of absorbing souls to strengthen oneself is because it is to obtain the other party's memory, practice experience, and power obtained through practice. Therefore, Bai Ye cannot take away Devil Fruit's ability. But now with the ability to usurp the altar, Devil Fruit abilities, it will also become not incapable of capture. This limitation will be completely broken. If Bai Ye's previous idea is correct, he can do without the hassle of the future 4 Emperors Blackbeard. The original demon fruit power needs to be killed first, and then the power can be seized by some means. Bai Ye can directly take it from any living ability user. And it's not the scariest place. The scariest thing is that Bai Ye can create a demon fruit power that is not afraid of sea water. You can even create a demon fruit power with 2 or more abilities at the same time, like the future Blackbeard. Although the prerequisite is that the user needs to be physically strong enough to be able to control a variety of devil fruit abilities. But the cap will go far beyond Blackbeard's dual devil fruit abilities. In other words, the appearance of usurping the altar. It will completely subvert everyone's perception of demon fruit power in this sea. Just imagine. When Bai Ye led the Knights of the Star Cross with the power of the Quincy, he appeared in front of the world. These members of the Star Cross Knights have various devil fruit abilities at the same time. What a scene that will shock the world. At that time, even the Marine government and the world government combined, no matter what hole cards they hide, they will all become meaningless in the face of absolute power. At the same time, with the awakening of Bai Ye, the ability to usurp the altar, once revealed, will shock the world. A secret meeting is being held between naval headquarters and the world government. The subject of its discussion. Naturally, it goes without saying. Whether it was the capture of the Devil's Son authorized by the world government failed, or CP0 members died. Furthermore, or about Bai Ye's real identity. Any of the above. Both are events that are worthy of attention by the world government. Not to mention, all these events are now concentrated in one person. Chapter 24. Holy Place. Mariejois. World Government. Somewhere in a room that symbolizes holding the highest power in the world. 5 old men sat here. Its identity is the highest leader of the world government on the surface, 5 elders. So, did Marines attempt to capture the Devil's Son fail? Wearing a dark green suit, 5 elders is bald, has a 2-horse-shaped beard, and has a Madara birthmark on his forehead, put down the phone bug in his hand, and his face is slightly gloomy. Failed. The tone of the person who spoke revealed disdain. Wearing a dark red suit, no tie, blonde hair, blonde beard, and a scar on his chest. It was the only person with blonde hair and beard in 5 elders. He snorted coldly and continued. I've said long ago that Marines' power is sometimes unreliable, and even a branch of troops failed to arrest them. If it gets out, it will be a disgrace to the government. The rest of the 5 elders heard this. Wearing a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, 5 elders pondered and said. In any case, the survivors left by the O'Hara incident are a hidden danger after all. Although several years have passed, our world government has not given up on arresting them, but now it has failed. 5 elders with a long beard said while turning his head to look at 5 elders with a birthmark on his forehead, saying. With the power of that little girl, it is absolutely impossible to let Marine fail. Could it be that there is another guy in this sea who has the same delusion as Roger? Roger. Hearing this name, a look of coldness appeared in the eyes of several 5 elders in the room. The guy who wanted to advance the era and challenge the world government. Although it has been publicly executed by Marine. But it cannot be denied. The so-called age of discovery that has brought huge troubles to the Marine government and the world government today. Still let that guy use his life to successfully open it. Damn it, if Marine's execution had been earlier, he wouldn't have been taken advantage of by that damn guy. The 5 elders with blonde hair and beard secretly clenched their fists. And at this time, wearing a white Taoist robe, bald, wearing glasses. The only one of the 5 elders who doesn't wear a suit, has a beard, and has a katana in his hand. He looked at 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, and frowned. The people from Marine failed, but didn't the people from CP0 also intervene in that matter? With the strength of CP0, did they let that little girl escape too? After the words fell, the 5 elders who spoke just now couldn't help but look at the 5 elders with the birthmark on their foreheads. CP0. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, saw the gazes coming together, and thought of the content of the phone bug just now. His face gradually became cold and said. The goal is not to escape. Not an escape. The 5 elders frowned, secretly startled. Did the CP0 people also fail? Good. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, showed coldness in his eyes. Shen Sheng said in the middle of the other 3's expressions. CP0 on a mission to oversee Marine killed 4 and seriously injured 1. What? There was surprise in the eyes of the 3-5 elders. CP0 killed 4 people. How is it possible, with the level of strength in the first half of the Grand Line, who can kill CP0? Did the New World guys meddle? The faces of the 3-5 elders were uncertain. The people who went to oversee the marine operation CP0 would die, and it still resulted in 4 deaths and 1 serious injury. It didn't seem like a possibility to them. It is a result that should not appear at all. After all, any CP0 member with espionage ability is at least a Grandmaster 6 style user. On the Grand Line, not to mention ordinary forces, even those so-called supernova pirates. People who face CP0 have absolutely no chance of winning. However, that's the absolutely impossible thing. It actually appeared. And it was at the cost of killing 4 people and seriously injuring 1. How can this not surprise the 5 elders present? What exactly is this? 5 elders with long beards and white hair looked at 5 elders with a birthmark on his forehead. 5 elders, with a birthmark on his forehead, looked at the surprised trio. He continued. I know what you're thinking, but the New World pirate forces did not intervene behind this incident. The incident that caused the failure of the marine capture operation and the killing of CP0 was solved by a young man alone. Is there no influence from the New World? Wait, the guy who took out Marine and the guy who got CP0 was a boy. The 3-5 elders came back to their senses, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. The pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are not qualified to fight against CP0 in their eyes. Not to mention convincing them that a teen alone was capable of sabotaging the marine operation and killing 4 CP0 members at the same time. Is there another Charlotte Linlin in this sea, or someone like Kaido? The bald 5 elders looked cloudy. If it's that kind of talented guy, it may not be impossible. The words fell. The other 2 5 elders immediately looked at the 5 elders with the birthmark on his forehead. And 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, felt the eyes of several other people wanting to know the specific things. He put the phone bug back to its original position, suddenly and slowly changed the subject and said, do you still remember what happened to the Yhwach family in the Holy Land more than 10 years ago? Yhwach family. 5 elders, who was blonde and bearded, frowned. What's the point of bringing up that family at a time like this? Snort. 5 elders with long beard and white hair suddenly snorted coldly and said with disdain. That event back then simply shamed the entire Holy Land, allowing unclean people to join the Holy Land, and also gave birth to unclean blood that symbolizes disaster. That incident even alarmed that adult, okay? In that family, it was not completely hopeless, and the right choice was made. The bald-headed 5 elders, who was holding the ghost of first generation, frowned and said, now, why do you suddenly bring up that matter? 5 elders, with a birthmark on his forehead, looked at the group discussing. Suddenly said, though that's probably low. Possible. 5 elders, who was blonde and bearded, frowned. Good. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, gradually flickered with coldness in his eyes, and said, the boy who sabotaged Marine's operation to capture the Devil's Son and killed CP0, the most obvious feature is black hair and red pupils, counting the time now, if the boy with unclean blood was still alive. What? The voice has not yet fallen. The faces of the 3-5 elders, who had already realized the meaning behind it, revealed rare expressions of shock. How can it be? Is the bloodline that was thrown off the red line to symbolize uncleanness still alive? Are you kidding me? At the height of the red line, the 3-5 elders collectively shook their voices. Obviously, none of them wanted to believe that result. 5 elders, with the birthmark on his forehead, spoke slowly. I said it too, it's just a possibility, after all. The 5 elders with the birthmark on their foreheads had a cold glint in their eyes. There is a person born with red pupils in this sea, with the same black hair, and the same age. It is difficult to find a second person with such a coincidence of all the conditions. Damn, that guy who shamed the Holy Land. How did he do it back then? 5 elders with blonde hair and beards gritted his teeth. Is the unclean calamity bloodline still alive? After the 5 elders with long hair and long beard was shocked, there was coldness in his eyes. Since it is possible, it is necessary to send someone to investigate, right? And if this matter spreads to the outside world? 5 elders, with long hair and beard, had a dignified expression on his face. That would not only shame the Holy Land, but shame the entire world government. The bald, 5 elders holding the first-generation ghost added. It must be completely eradicated. The bloodline of celestial dragons absolutely does not allow any lowly bloodline to get involved. Good. 5 elders, blonde and bearded, agrees. And at this time, the 5 elders, who has not spoken all the time, is wearing a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face, opened his eyes. After a brief shock in his eyes, he turned to the other 4-5 elders and said slowly. Whether this is true or not, the combination of Devil's Son and Calamity is always a trouble that cannot remain in this world. Since that's the case, I remember that the person in charge of the O'Hara incident was a Marine named Sakazuki, right? Marine. Right. The 5 elders, with birthmarks on their foreheads, nodded. And Marine has submitted an application to the government for Sakazuki's qualification to be promoted to Marine Admiral, and the government is currently considering whether to approve it. In that case, 5 elders, who had a scar on his left cheek, murmured, and said, while the government is sending people to investigate behind this incident, let the guy who Marine didn't clean up cleanly deal with this incident. The voice fell. Shock appeared in the eyes of the 4-5 elders at the same time. A Marine Admiral who is about to be promoted is actually dispatched to deal with this matter. No wonder the other 5 elders were amazed. After all, Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of the Marine government. Every admiral is undoubtedly at the level of monsters at the top of the world. The impact of Admiral's dispatch is definitely no less than that of New World's 4 emperors. What's more, dispatch a monster that already has admiral-level combat power. If the outside world learns that it is to completely obliterate the existence of a teenager, it is conceivable that this news will bring such a terrifying shock to the entire sea. Chapter 25. The Other Side. With the order of the Mariejois 5 elders to the Marine government, Bai Ye had already left the island with Robin. Also, the 5 elders are completely unaware at this time. The nail that Bai Ye planted in world government will never betray almost immediately worked. Almost as soon as the 5 elders made their decision, Bai Ye learned of world government's plans from the phone bug left by Stussy. Sakazuki. Under the blue sky. This is on a small boat. Bai Ye stood on the deck, looking at the phone bug imitating Stussy's expression in his hand. Stussy's voice came. Yes, please be careful. According to CP0's intelligence records, the other party should be the next Marine Admiral, a very dangerous existence. Admiral-level combat power. Hearing this news was enough to shake the Grand Line. There wasn't much surprise in Bai Ye's eyes, but a look of disdain in his red pupils. The world government is really willing to obliterate my existence. Looking in the direction of the red line on the sea, Bai Ye's red eyes appeared indifferently. Celestial dragons, they're all rubbish. Whether it's the 5 elders, or the ugly faces of those celestial dragons back then. Bai Ye can still vividly remember what happened on the day of his birth. But all this is not long now. That goal, as Bai Ye's strength continues to increase, is not far away. Then, look away. Bai Ye asked the phone bug contacted by Stussy on his opponent. By the way, is there any information about the material of the treasure tree atom in CP0? There is also information about devil fruit. Treasure tree atom. Stussy was slightly taken aback. The voice of the phone bug came out again. Although I don't know what you need to do, I will do everything I can. You may need to wait for a while for these intelligence compilations. No problem. Bai Ye nodded. Find materials for the treasure tree atom. Naturally, to make a ship. Although the boat that Bai Ye is on now is no longer the one-man wooden boat that Hancock and the others were on before. But for the convenience of personal movement, the boats used by Bai Ye are basically small. The scale is at most larger than that of Hawkeye. Now Bai Ye has one more Robin beside him. In addition, it is undoubtedly necessary to take into account that the number of members of the Star-Crossed Knights will continue to increase in the future. This kind of ship is naturally not suitable. Although you can directly snatch Marines' warships. But that kind of bulky large warship is extremely inconvenient to use. One cannot control it at all. Obviously not in line with Bai Ye's expectations. So Bai Ye decided it was time to build a boat. According to Bai Ye's idea, it is a medium-sized pirate ship like Straw Hat Crew. It can accommodate dozens of people, neither too big nor too small, it is the most suitable. As for the devil fruit news that Stussy was looking for. Naturally, it was intended for usurping the altar. Demon fruit power. Don't look at the original book where there are a lot of appearances. But Bai Ye is very clear. Pirates on the first half of the Grand Line. The number of demon fruit power is not much at all. This can be seen from the fact that after Bai Ye left the Nine Snake Island area, the number of capable users he has encountered so far can be counted on one hand Madara. Furthermore, get rid of some junk fruit abilities. If Bai Ye is really going to rely on luck, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait. Akainu's devil fruit ability is a nice one though. But according to the information Bai Ye knows, there should be a very powerful devil fruit on the Grand Line right now that hasn't been eaten yet. It's just that ordinary ships want to reach that place at an altitude of 10,000 meters. I'm afraid it can't bear the impact of that kind of water pressure at all. This is one of the reasons why Bai Ye seeks materials from the treasure tree atom to build a ship of his own. Not long. Stussy's voice came again, not disappointing Bai Ye. I found it. In the auction site of the underground Dark World branch of the shipbuilding Holy Land capital of Seven Waters, there will be materials for the treasure tree atom on sale next Monday. However, according to intelligence, many people are also eyeing this material. But I believe this is not a problem for you, but there is one person among those competitors that you need to pay attention to. That person is known as a natural destructive weapon. It is the strongest move of Elisabello II of the Kingdom of Province. It is rumored that a single blow can instantly penetrate the enemy's fortress. Killed on the spot, Stussy stared at the information in his hand, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although I just don't know if it's true or not, I'm afraid I'm too worried. Stussy said through the phone bug that in the end, Stussy himself couldn't believe it. Although she didn't know exactly how this outrageous information was collected by CP0. But Stussy still told Bai Ye verbatim according to CP0's intelligence database. In addition, the news about devil fruit has been checked recently, but if there is any news, I will notify you as soon as possible. Good. Bai Ye nodded. He is not in a hurry about devil fruit. This thing also depends on luck. And even without, it won't be long before a very powerful devil fruit ability will come to your door. The priority now is to get the materials of the treasure tree atom. The capital of the Seven Waters? With the time until next Monday, about 5 days is enough. There was a murmur in my heart. Hang up on Stussy's phone bug. Bai Ye looked at Robin. During these 5 days of sailing. Coincidentally, by the way, Robin was given time to fully adapt to the power of the Quincy. At that time, Bai Ye can consider another matter. Holy text bestowed. Chapter 26. Time moves. In just a few days time flies by. This is normal for this piece of sea. However, just in a few short days, the entire Four Seas, Grand Line, and even New World caused quite a stir. It was on the Grand Line that an unprecedented bounty was born. Hey, this is not a joke. Son of the Devil has escaped Marine's capture again. The reward has also been increased from the original 79 million Baileys to 180 million Baileys. This level of reward already surpasses those supernova pirates on the Grand Line, right? But that's not the most important thing. It's insane to hear that someone blatantly sabotaged the capture of Marine. If I remember correctly, anyone who dares to help the Devil's Son will attract the absolute destruction and revenge of the world government. It's really curious, what is the reward for that guy? All over the world. People everywhere are discussing. In a bar somewhere. Suddenly someone ran out with a look of horror. Come out, come out. What happened? So flustered? Could it be that your hometown was destroyed by pirates or Marines? Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at the panting young man and laughed. No, it's not. The young man shook his head quickly, holding a reward issued by the Marine government. It took a long time to calm down the shock in my heart. Then everyone in the bar fell into shock and said, "It's the guy who sabotaged Marine's operation. Hi, Marine's bounty has been released." What? How many? Everyone's movements stopped suddenly, and they looked at the young man curiously. The other side. North Blue. Dong Quixote family stronghold. Dover, I say, it's amazing. Somewhere above the rooftops of a ruined town. Wearing a cloak with a circle that resembles a quilt, holding a cane with a plum blossom logo, and a man wearing a pair of small sunglasses looking forward. Standing in front of him was a blond young man with twitching fingers, wearing a black suit and sunglasses. The man laughed and said, Hey, on the Grand Line, Marine actually released a reward for a boy. I'm afraid even those big pirates in New World would be jealous of this amount, right? Juvenile. The blond young man, who was admiring the people killing each other in pain below, became a little interested. Torrible, what is the reward offered by the other party? Hey, Dover, I said, you won't believe it. Torrible was so excited that he didn't say it directly. Instead, he handed Doflamingo the newspaper in his hand. Seeing this, Doflamingo took over the newspaper from Torrible, a cotter representing the plum blossom. Doflamingo glanced over it. Next second. Under the Doflamingo sunglasses, his eyes are slightly condensed. Moment. Doflamingo let out a unique laugh and said, Interesting, really interesting, has the Marine government, which always thought it was on the side of justice, also fallen? It actually issued this kind of reward. This bounty, even the guys who have already entered the New World, can't sit still and be jealous, right? New World. Somewhere the pirates are stationed. Are you kidding me? Are those Marine guys looking down on Laozi? A kid who hasn't entered the New World yet, how can he get this bounty? Damn it, those idiots in Marine are underestimating Laozi. A pirate captain tore the newspaper in his hand to pieces angrily. The many pirates under his command looked at the angry captain and could only tremble. And this scene with each other. The same is happening among the scattered pirate groups in New World. Cause. It is from them that the pirates of the New World woke up. Suddenly, he discovered that he had raised the bounty by slaughtering towns or seizing territory. Overnight, unexpectedly being offered a reward by a boy who has not yet entered the New World? How can this make them accept it? Amount of bounty. Although the bounty issued by Marine. But in this era of pirates, Marine's bounty is undoubtedly a tacit status symbol among pirates. The higher the bounty in Marine, it means that their status among pirates is higher. One can imagine. They've worked so hard to increase the bounty on Marine's side. Overnight, he was surpassed by someone who had never set foot in New World, and he was still a teenager. In the eyes of most of the captains of the pirate group, this is simply a great shame to them by Marine. Could it be that they are pirates who have worked so hard to reach the New World? In Marine's eyes, is he less threatening than a teenager? What are you kidding? And have this idea. With the rapid spread of the reward order, it also began to enter the sight of some of New World's top pirate groups. For example, immediately in New World, it has been hailed as the Emperor's reign in New World, and the pirate group known as the Emperor of the Sea. At the same time, Nine Snake Island, a training ground somewhere. A girl with amazing charm is practicing. Suddenly, this is where two girls broke into this place. My lord, have you read the latest news today? The two girls were very excited. Hancock, who was practicing, heard the words and looked at the two younger sisters with doubts in their eyes. Really? Sana Sonia and Marigold exchanged glances. The two smiled tacitly as sisters. Road. My lord, we have heard news about my brother, he. Sister, do you want to know? What? Hancock was taken aback for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. Immediately. Hancock immediately returned to his usual demeanor, and glanced at the two younger sisters. I don't care about it. Hi. Sonia and Marigold heard this, they smiled and said. Really? Hancock subconsciously nodded vigorously. But immediately, he noticed the vaguely familiar teasing eyes of the two younger sisters. Hancock immediately showed the majesty of being a sister. You two, even dare to tease my concubine sister, you are too courageous. Laugh. Sonia and Marigold didn't forget to stare at the newspaper in their hands when their elder sister was talking. The two girls couldn't help but smile. And in the palace of Nine Snake Island. Shucky, that's amazing, you've read the paper, haven't you? The mother-in-law's face was slightly dignified. Shucky nodded. The mother-in-law continued with a dignified expression. Although you and I both know that the bounty is not exaggerated, I didn't expect Marine to realize the threat of that kid in such a short period of time. I'm really worried. Shucky exhales smoke from a lady's cigarette. Interrupting Granny Ye, Shucky smiled and said. Are you referring to the reward of 1,070,000,000 Baileys? Don't worry. Shucky looked at Granny Zee's dignified face, and continued. This is both a threat and an opportunity, and I'm afraid no one will believe it when I tell it. In fact, I have fought against that little guy when he was 12 years old. What? Have you fought against that kid? Grandma Zee was startled suddenly, and looked at Shucky. How is it going? Shucky looked at the shocked mother-in-law, chuckled lightly and said. I've said it all, and I didn't believe it when I said it. Although it was a tie at the time, I could feel that the little guy hadn't used his full strength. Tell me, would anyone believe such a thing? You know, that little guy was only 12 years old back then. After some exclamations, Shucky looked at Grandma Zee. When the mother-in-law heard this, the seriousness on her face was replaced by shock on the spot. Shucky's strength, my mother-in-law is still clear. But it is precisely because of this. If these words hadn't come out of Shucky's mouth, my mother-in-law would never believe it. After all, at the age of 12, she could have the strength to draw with Shucky, the current empress, and even let Shucky tell the result that Bai Ye may not have shown her full strength. In the eyes of my mother-in-law, this is simply impossible. But looking at the corner of Shucky's raised mouth, even if the mother-in-law didn't believe it, she had to admit that fact. Then, it was Granny Ye who immediately realized another thing. If the 12-year-old Bai Ye had the strength comparable to a monster, today's Bai Ye, how strong should the real strength be? The mother-in-law couldn't help being shocked secretly. Chapter 27. The Other Side. Seagulls flit across the sky. As a city standing on the sea and blue sky comes into view, it is worthy of being a city designed on the prototype of Venice, the capital of water. This is a small boat. A combination of a boy and a girl looked at the sea city in front of them. The boy said approvingly. Although it has not yet entered the capital of 7 waters. But stand here. Bai Ye can already see the rather complicated waterways in the capital of 7 waters not far away. In addition to the transportation on the flat water surface, there are also huge waterways extending from the capital of water like a fountain from a high place. Have to say, this scene is quite spectacular. Corresponding to it, nature is the prosperity of the capital of 7 waters. Recognized as a shipbuilding mecca on the Grand Line. The size of the capital of 7 waters has surpassed many kingdoms divided by islands. After all, just one port can easily dock hundreds of large ships of various types, and there is still enough distance between them. This point alone is difficult for many kingdoms on the Grand Line. In a sense, the size of a port is enough to determine the size of a kingdom. Naturally, the number of ships docked is sufficient. In this age of pirates, friction is unavoidable. What's more, the capital of the 7 waters itself is an extremely complicated place. As a holy place for shipbuilding, not only pirates, marines, but also bounty hunters are attracted by its name. Therefore, from time to time, you can see the scene of marine chasing pirates all over the street. There are also scenes of bounty hunters fighting pirates and so on. But this kind of scene is not very common. Because most people come here for only one purpose. Shipbuilding. Whether it is marine, a large warship costing as much as 100 million berries. Or, in order to enter the New World, the pirates want to get a ship that is strong enough to handle the strange weather of the New World. Furthermore, some kingdoms came to purchase warship orders and so on. So there is a tacit understanding between these intertwined forces. That is, you can't do it easily in the capital of 7 waters. Otherwise, once the shipbuilding progress is delayed, no one can predict the subsequent changes. And at this time, are you familiar with it? Bai Ye looked behind Robin. Robin nodded. Okay, we should go in. Robin is very talented in the obliterator. Come down these days. Robin is already proficient in using static blood suit and dynamic blood suit. Bai Ye naturally saw the desire to become stronger. Bai Ye was naturally very satisfied with this. After all, no one does not want his subordinates to become stronger. What's more, the stronger Robin is, the stronger Bai Ye's overall strength will be. However, as Bai Ye, a ship that looked like a flat boat compared to other large ships, slowly entered the port, a loud noise came from the front. Hey! You guys! Lao Zi is a big pirate with a reward of 60 million baileys. With the bounty offered by your pirate group, you deserve to let Lao Zi get out of the way. 60 million baileys. What qualifications do you have to let Lao Zi give up? Lao Zi's reward is only 5 million baileys lower than yours. Do you want to fight here? This is the meeting of 2 pirate ships, arguing over a mooring zone. Obviously. Although the port size of the capital of 7 waters has surpassed most of the kingdoms on the Grand Line. But due to the name of the Holy Land of shipbuilding, friction among pirates who came eager for a new ship was still unavoidable. On the one hand, the docking position is related to the speed at which the pirates are looking for the ship right. On the one hand, the pirates with similar rewards meet. The same position was spotted again. If one of the parties chooses to retreat, in a sense, it was equivalent to showing his fear in front of his subordinates in full view. How can the captain of such a pirate group lead his subordinates once word spread? Bai Ye witnessed this scene. Ben didn't bother to pay attention. But unexpectedly at this time, the 2 pirate groups who were arguing suddenly noticed the small ship under Bai Ye's feet coming behind. The 2 pirate ships were at a stalemate, but the pirates who didn't want to do anything seemed to have found a breakthrough. Hey! That ship, what qualifications do you have to come here? Didn't you see that Lao Zi was about to make a move? Get the hell out! That's right, this place has already been spotted by our Skyhawk pirates. How dare an unqualified guy intervene in our dispute? Hey, how about that? The one-eyed burly pirate on another pirate ship suddenly discovered that a boy was standing on that boat. The one-eyed burly pirate didn't think too much. Instead, he looked at another pirate ship, with a ferocious expression on the corner of his mouth, and said, Hey! I think it just so happens that we don't fight for this place. Let's make a bet. Bet. That's right, whoever sinks the overwhelmed boat behind first will use this position to anchor. What do you think? The one-eyed burly pirate suggested. His reward is 60 million, and the other party's reward is 55 million. The reason why the 2 sides did not act immediately. Naturally, neither of the 2 dared to ensure that they would win. After all, it's good to win, and the fame can rise again. But if you lose, in the capital of 7 waters, where many pirate ships are docked, even if they survived by luck, they are not eligible to regroup in the future. So, the arrival of Bai Ye has naturally become a step for the 2 of them. I saw another bearded pirate hearing the words. Look at the boat. There was a fierce light in his eyes. He secretly said in his heart, it's just you kid, who made your kid so unlucky that he just came here. So he nodded without hesitation. Okay, then whoever sinks that ship first will use the mooring position here. Okay, since it's agreed, no one should go back on their word. The one-eyed burly pirate was overjoyed when he heard the words. However, just when the 2 were about to order their men to fill the shells, swish! There was no sign of it. It was an arc that tore through the air. Follow closely. Boom dash! Accompanied by huge vibrations, water splashes. The 2 pirate ships have not yet had time to react. Fat? What happened? The faces of the 2 pirate captains who were discussing changed. Suddenly, The pirate ship under their feet was unexpectedly split into two at the same time. Subconsciously looked around. A hole. Did you shoot Laozi? How is it possible? This kind of thing. The bearded pirate said in horror. How could Laozi do it? What the hell is? The bottom of my heart couldn't help but panic. Sudden. The bearded pirate noticed that the boy on the small boat had a black knife in his hand at some point. His face changed dramatically. No way. Could it be that brat? An unbelievable thought emerged. Next second. Looking at the vaguely familiar black cloak, black hair, and those red pupils that even the most powerful pirates dare not look directly at. The bearded pirate was startled suddenly. In this short moment, he remembered a reward order he had seen this morning. Follow closely. It was an uncontrollable fear rushing straight from the solace of his feet to his forehead. Could it be that the brat was offered a reward by Marine? Thoughts came to mind. Pity. With the crash of the pirate ship under his feet, the two pirates were completely engulfed by the sea almost at the same time. And this kind of action, naturally, cannot be hidden from the large number of pirate ships moored near the port of the capital of Seven Waters. Over there, what happened? Two pirate ships suddenly disintegrated. What the hell is? Various thoughts came to the minds of the forces moored at the port. And at this moment, Bai Ye had already put away the extinct cross knife. Like doing a trivial thing. Looking at Robin, he said. Let's go, there are still things waiting for us. After speaking, Bai Ye noticed that Robin subconsciously concealed his identity. Chuckled and said. My people don't need to hide in the dark anymore, besides. Bai Ye noticed several gazes coming together. He continued without hesitation. This kind of thing happened just after I came here, even if I want to hide my identity, it's meaningless at all. Chapter 28. At the same time, with the boat under Bai Ye's feet slowly approaching the shore. At this moment, the entire originally noisy port of the capital of Seven Waters gradually began to quiet down. The quarrel between the two pirate groups trying to compete for the berth just now never happened again. Or a scene of conflict is staged. There is no other reason. The movement just now has attracted the attention of most of the forces in the port of the capital of Seven Waters. So when most people began to see a small boat slowly docking from the wreckage of two large pirate ships, two young figures coming down from above, almost the whole port finally fell into dead silence. And once this deadly atmosphere appeared, it wasn't until the two figures disappeared from the port that someone came back to their senses. Swallowing saliva subconsciously, he spoke in disbelief. No, it can't be wrong. That outfit, and that kind of aura that just stands there, exudes an aura that must not be provoked. The boy just now should be the person on the bounty that Marine posted these days. 1,080,000,000 Bailey's bounty guy. Hearing this, someone thought of the newspaper they read this morning, and their hearts were shocked, and they couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? That dangerous guy, what are you doing in the capital of Seven Waters? After the voice fell, the pirate who had reacted suddenly changed his face and said. Wait, that guy appeared here with great fanfare. It won't take long for Marine to get the news, right? Marine. Hearing this word, the faces of most of the left-behind personnel who docked at the port of the capital of Seven Waters changed drastically. Yes. Usually, their small fights will attract Marine's arrest. But the local Marine will choose to turn a blind eye after all. After all, everyone is here to build ships. If Marine launches a large-scale arrest, it will cause fierce resistance from a large number of pirates. It is extremely difficult to end in the capital of Seven Waters, where the forces are already intertwined. This is one of the reasons why most pirates don't worry about Marine hunting. But like the arrival of Bai Ye with a lot of fanfare just now. Not to mention that there is a reward of 1,080,000,000 Bailey issued by Marine on Bai Ye's head. Think of that possible outcome. The faces of those left behind by the forces on the scene changed drastically. If Marine knows what happened here, will you really choose to turn a blind eye and close one eye as usual? That answer. Although many forces present did not want to believe it. But it's about to come out. Thinking of this, most of the pirates who stayed behind quickly took out the phone bug. At the same time, Bai Ye's impact on his landing in the capital of Seven Waters is not clear. But even if he knew, Bai Ye would not care at all. Although the purpose of this trip is for the material of the treasure tree atom. But Bai Ye did not intend to go through the normal auction process. And the Akainu thing is a problem after all. Bai Ye is not a person who likes to leave immediate troubles for later. Now that the other party has already set his sights on his life. Instead of not knowing when to meet. It would be better if Bai Ye offered to deliver it to your door. After all, Akainu was ordered by the 5 elders to want his life. After Bai Ye awakened and usurped the altar, why didn't he want the lava fruit ability on Akainu? And at this moment, the auction house time is 5 p.m. Bai Ye arrived at the capital of Seven Waters 3 hours earlier. Therefore, after Bai Ye and Robin have found a foothold. So I took Robin to the commercial street of the capital of Seven Waters for a stroll. On the one hand, it can provide some supplies for the new ship to be built. Let the next sailing life not so monotonous. The main reason is that Bai Ye is tired of eating fish. Although the fish is delicious, but if you eat fish every day, it is time to change the taste. On the other hand, it was Bai Ye who really wanted to take Robin to witness the prosperity of the capital of Seven Waters. Travel from birth to the world under your feet. Bai Ye has basically lived within the scope of Nine Snake Island. Never really set foot outside. The capital of Seven Waters is one of the most prosperous cities on the Grand Line. It is also a city designed based on the prototype of Water City Venice on the Blue Star in Bai Ye's previous life. Given enough time, Bai Ye naturally doesn't mind taking a stroll. Certainly. Because of the movement Bai Ye made when he first came to the capital of water. Along the way, it is inevitable that there will be prying eyes from time to time. In this regard, Bai Ye's attitude has always been indifferent. Although in the process there are some bounty hunters who get carried away by the bounty. But without Bai Ye's action at all, Robin was able to get rid of these people quietly. In general, 1 hour before the auction starts, Bai Ye's trip to the City of Water was pretty good. Next, it's time to get down to business. Bai Ye led Robin to a stop. I came to a shipbuilding company with people coming and going. Here, not anywhere else. It is the largest shipyard in the water capital, with multiple docks, none of them. And the shipyard under his command is led by Bing Shan, the mayor of the City of Seven Waters. It is also the place with the highest shipbuilding craftsmanship in the entire water capital. Didn't know the blueprints for Pluton were still around. Bai Ye looked up at the G.C logo above the shipbuilding company. Then he took Robin and walked in amidst the shocked faces around him. Although there is no material at hand. But Bai Ye wanted to discuss the matter of the boat in advance. Wait, if you want to see the president, you must make an appointment in advance. Along the way, there are G.G employees blocking. But Bai Ye didn't need to do it. Robin has controlled it using the devil fruit ability. In this place where it's basically just normal people. Plus the CP9 guys haven't been eyeing the Pluton blueprints yet. Bai Ye arrived at Bing Shan's office very smoothly. Afterwards, Bai Ye came into sight. Inside the shipyard office. This is a man in his late 30s. Blue-purple hair, a beard on the chin, wearing a striped suit, go yang ziao, with a mouse in the front pocket of the clothes, looking at the City of Seven Waters below. See the arrival of Bai Ye and Robin. There were not many changes on Bing Shan's face. Or rather, as the mayor of the capital of Seven Waters, Bing Shan arrived at the capital of Seven Waters from the moment Bai Ye arrived. He already knew about the existence of Bai Ye. Combined with their own shipbuilding experience, Bingberg can already guess. The red-eyed boy and girl in front of the Grand Line have been shaking the Grand Line for the past few days. Sooner or later you will find yourself. I want to ask you to help build a boat. Bai Ye's purpose was very direct, and when he saw Bing Shan opened his mouth, he expressed his request. Building a ship. But from your arrival, can I understand it as a threat? Bing Shan got up, trying to see something from Bai Ye's eyes. But the moment they looked at each other, Bing Shan looked away while secretly startled. What exactly is Bing Shan himself also thinks that he can be counted among countless people. But Bing Shan had never seen that kind of eyes. No fluctuations can be seen in those deep eyes, or there is a horror hidden under those eyes that is enough to make anyone's heart palpitate. Almost subconsciously, Bing Shan touched his forehead. I was shocked. When seeing the cold sweat on his hands, Bing Shan's expression changed. But the iceberg quickly calmed down. Said, although I know that you may not believe it, your arrival has already attracted Marine's attention. It will not be long before Marine will dispatch forces to destroy you. Under this premise, are you sure you still need a new ship? After finishing speaking, Bing Shan looked at Bai Ye again. Yes, how long does it take for a ship at the fastest? When Bai Ye spoke, it was beyond Bing Shan's expectations. Bing Shan couldn't see any fluctuations on Bai Ye's face after knowing that Marine would come. As if, like you know a little thing? As expected of a monster with a bounty of 1,080 million, doesn't he care about Marine? Bing Shan secretly said in his heart. Answered truthfully. It takes at least 1 month for a large ship, and half a month for a medium-sized ship. This requires the volume of the ship to calculate the time. Half a month. Bai Ye was thoughtful, and then told Bing Shan about his need for a new ship. Bing Shan finished listening. His face changed slightly, and he was silent for a moment, before Bing Shan gave an answer and said. 7 days, that's the fastest. 7 days. Behind Bai Ye, Robin was secretly surprised. Build a new ship. It only takes 7 days? Although the size of the ship requested by Bai Ye is not too large, it is also smaller than the medium-sized ship. But judging from the attitude that iceberg can guarantee, no wonder the city of 7 waters is known as the Holy Land of shipbuilding. In other places, according to Bai Ye's request, I am afraid that at least 10 days and a half months are impossible. But in the capital of 7 waters, 7 days are enough. But just when Robin was secretly surprised, Bai Ye suddenly asked again. Is 3 days enough? What? 3 days? Bing Shan's expression changed. How could it be too late? However, before Bing Shan finished speaking, Bai Ye said slowly. The 3 days I'm talking about is the time limit for mobilizing all the artisans under your command. Impossible. Bing Shan vetoed. Now the capital of the 7 waters has huge shipbuilding orders, not only pirates, but also marine ships, and, even if I can do it, those pirates and the people behind some forces will never agree this matter. Rest assured. Hear Bingborg's concerns. Bai Ye said slowly with a tremor in his heart. I will help you solve those who are looking for trouble. Just follow my request, and the materials will be sent to you later. As for those who are dissatisfied, you can let them come to me anyway. After finishing talking and dealing with the shipbuilding, Bai Ye took Robin to the auction site of the underground Dark World branch. The iceberg that stayed in place hesitated to speak. But looking at the back of Bai Ye, who left without giving any room to refuse, Bing Shan couldn't help but think of the indifference that flashed in Bai Ye's eyes just now. Bing Shan stood for a long time and sighed. As a mayor, I have met many people. Bing Shan can hear it naturally. The boy in front of me just now was really not joking. But think of the forces behind those cut-off orders. Bing Shan was still a little uneasy in his heart. After all, as a shipbuilding mecca, those orders are not limited to the Grand Line. Bai Ye's move undoubtedly offended pirates, marine, and even the underground Dark World, as well as some New World kingdoms. However, if you don't do what Bai Ye asks. Iceberg looked towards the direction of the port outside the window, the wreckage of the pirate ship floating in the sea. Bingberg has been aware of it. An invisible storm, with the arrival of Bai Ye, has quietly descended on the capital of 7 waters. Chapter 29. At the same time. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Marshal's Office. Sengoku, Sakazuki's Admiral promotion application has just been approved from the world government and will be announced tomorrow. At this time, should we still insist on dispatching Sakazuki? Crane Vice Admiral looked a little dignified. Standing in the office, she looked at Marine Marshal Sengoku. You should know what the dispatch of a Marine Admiral means to the outside world, right? Since the establishment of the Marine government, a person who can serve as Marine Admiral. Take a look at Marine's history. Every Marine Admiral. The only criterion to be able to become Marine Admiral. Regardless of experience, conduct, or the past. No doubt. It is incomparably powerful, with an overwhelmingly powerful combat power. Without any exaggeration. A Marine Admiral for every age. It is equivalent to representing that Marine has selected an existence that can be called the monster among monsters from among countless strong men. Therefore, with the announcement tomorrow, Sakazuki's dispatch, Crane has been able to foresee what kind of attack will be set off on the Grand Line. Although she doesn't know why 5 elders named Sakazuki to deal with the boy. But Admiral was sent out to carry out the task of destroying the pirates who had not set foot in New World. Take a look at Marine's history. So far, but almost never. Or rather, could it be in the eyes of 5 elders? What happened in O'Hara back then made the world government think it was like a thorn that had to be removed. Furthermore, Crane's face was serious. Is it because of the boy whose identity the world government refused to disclose? To some extent, the world government thinks that the threat level is enough to surpass those top pirate monsters entrenched in New World? So, can 5 elders give up Admiral's deterrence to the outside world and take the initiative to kill that boy? Both guesses. Either of the above. He was secretly startled. At this time, Sengoku said, "Crane Vice Admiral, don't make random guesses, as for that boy." Sengoku looked out the window at Marineford's marine port and said with a look of shock on Crane's face, "It's top secret, you just need to know that this matter was personally ordered by 5 elders." Top secret? Crane was startled. And this order was actually given by 5 elders himself? No wonder Yhwach was shocked. Because the last time Sengoku was able to tell the top secret incident by himself, it was after the execution of the One Piece King Roger. Marine's campaign to kill the world's worst bloodline. Now, Marine Port. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, no, I'm going to change my title tomorrow. Hey, it's so scary that Marshal Sengoku actually sends you on a mission at a time like this. A 3-meter-tall figure wearing sunglasses and a white striped suit jumped off the returning warship. Looking at a warship about to depart in the port, he joked. Snort. The man in the red suit who was stepping on the deck of the warship snorted coldly and said, "Poor Salino, put away your attitude, Marine is no joke." Tisk, that's scary, Sakazuki. Facing Sakazuki's stern gaze, Polisalino didn't take it seriously. Got it, Sakazuki is big, no, it should be Akainu Admiral. The voice fell. What? Akainu Admiral. The Marines who were handling the cargo in the entire marine port were taken aback for a moment. Then they all looked at Akainu with shocked and unbelievable eyes, and someone lost their voice. Is Sakazuki Vice Admiral going to be promoted to Admiral? Oh my god, this is definitely the most explosive news for Marine this year, right? Marshal Sengoku's originally vacant Admiral position was actually promoted by Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Goodoo. Sure enough, I knew that with Sakazuki Vice Admiral's strength, he would definitely be able to take on Admiral. Very good. The Marine on the port is amazing. Sakazuki's face suddenly sank, and he looked at Polisalino firmly. UBD. Polisalino spread his hands and said innocently. Akainu Admiral, don't look at me like that, the news will be announced to the world anyway tomorrow, it doesn't matter whether you let them know in advance, right? Akainu's eyes flickered coldly, and said. Is it because this Admiral nomination has nothing to do with you, Polisalino? I don't think so, you said it yourself, after all. Hey, Admiral's name is much scarier than Vice Admiral. Polisalino waved his hand, and then his figure turned into a flash and disappeared in place under Akainu's gaze, leaving behind a mocking voice. Then I wish Akainu Admiral the best of luck. After all, Marine Admiral was dispatched to wipe out the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. It's a feat to say so, right? Akainu stared at the direction where Kizura disappeared, and secretly clenched his fists. Damn smooth guy. Subsequently, Akina felt the marine who collectively looked at him in the shock of the naval headquarters port. Akina snorted coldly, stepped up to the deck, and ordered. Let's go. Go to the capital of Seven Waters. The other side. The capital of Seven Waters. The underground Dark World Branch Auction House. It is located at the back of the commercial street of the capital of Seven Waters. I'm afraid it's the residents who usually live in the capital of Seven Waters. Unexpectedly, the branch of the underground Dark World is hidden behind the busiest commercial street. And this also verifies the saying that the place that often seems the most impossible is actually the safer. Bai Ye came to a shop where few people stayed. No identification is required. Just say the password Stussy gave to enter the underground Dark World branch. As for entering the auction house, you need to pay part of the commission and the corresponding identity. The person in charge here didn't dare to let Bai Ye show it at all. After all, Bai Ye came to the capital of Seven Waters with great fanfare. Anyone with a bit of information channels and brains. They will never dare to hinder a person who has a reward of 1,080,000,000 Baileys and a reward of 180 million on his head. So Bai Ye came to the auction house of the underground Dark World branch very smoothly. It's here. The scale of the auction house is similar to that of the Sabayati Bottom Islands. In the center of the stage below stands a hot girl. Surrounded by rows of seats, sit people from all over the world to participate in the auction. There are also several boxes, which are full of people. Obviously, compared to Bai Ye who is not in a hurry. More people choose to enter the auction a few hours in advance, or a day in advance. The purpose, of course, is to win the auction item that he is eyeing before others. And maybe it was because the light in the auction room was not bright. The arrival of Bai Ye and Robin did not attract too many prying eyes. So Bai Ye took Robin to find a place with no one at the back and sat down, waiting quietly for the start of this auction. Chapter 30. The process of the auction house is basically the same as that of the Sabayati Islands. The start time was about 5 minutes later than originally scheduled. The purpose, of course, is to wait for some people who are not in any hurry with Bai Ye. After all, there is only one essence of the auction house. That is how to use means to obtain higher returns. Whether it is a seller or a buyer. Everyone is happy to see this scene. The more forces involved, the greater the benefits they will eventually obtain. And the longer the delay, the more it will arouse the anticipation of those forces scrambling to be the first. Bai Ye looked at this scene calmly. The bottom of my heart secretly thought that the underground Dark World was true because I understood the marketing set. Hey! Why haven't you started yet? In order to wait for this auction, Lao Zi prepared a week in advance to prepare funds. This should have started already. That's right. Start now. Time flows minute by minute. Gradually noisy voices began to appear in the auction house. Everyone looked impatiently at the auction stage below. Feeling the surrounding atmosphere, the pressure on the hot girl on the stage doubled. As an ordinary person, she knew very well that many of the forces present were big customers that could not be easily offended. Feel the atmosphere almost. Just 1 second before the start of the auction was called out. Sorry, my king is late. The door of the auction house was pushed open. This is a muscular burly man with short blonde hair, multiple crosses on the crown, and boxing gloves, who walked in. Most people in the auction house, who were already impatient, were about to get angry. Seeing the person coming clearly, he couldn't help but change his face slightly, and said, "This guy, is it? Elisabello too. He also came to participate in this auction. It is rumored that this guy is known as a naturally destructive weapon. He can instantly penetrate the enemy's fortress with a single blow. Even if he is as powerful as the Emperor of the Sea, he will be killed on the spot." Is it true? As someone told the rumors about Elisabello too. Some people present could not help but gasp. However, some people didn't believe it at all, and there was a look of disdain in their eyes. After all, the pirates who can be hailed as the Emperor of the Sea are all monsters among monsters without exception. If anyone has seen the power of the Emperor of the Sea with his own eyes, he would never believe that rumor that could almost be described as outrageous. But generally speaking, the presence of Elisabello II left an impression on many people who participated in this auction. Facing the surrounding voices, King Elisabello II didn't care. He chose to go straight to the pre-booked box. For what he wants to buy this time, he is already bound to get it. For this reason, he charged up his energy 1 hour in advance. The purpose is to prevent all possible changes. But just when Elisabello II ignored everyone and walked towards the box, suddenly, Elisabello II passed by the moment in the back row. Elisabello I's face changed suddenly, subconsciously preparing to swing the king's fist. But from the back, it is clear that there is only a boy and a girl sitting there. Elisabello II frowned slightly. Is it my illusion? Shaking his head, Elisabello II slowly relaxed his tense body and continued to step into the box. After all, the moment I just passed by there, Elisabello II vaguely felt a terrifying aura that could no longer be described in words. Almost subconsciously want to shoot. But considering the forces on the Grand Line today, it is more likely to be an illusion. After all, no one wants to admit that all the forces involved in the auction field of the underground Dark World branch add up. It is far from the threat posed by a young man. As for whether that figure from the back is the boy who offered a reward of 1,080,000,000 Baileys when he landed yesterday, causing the entire capital of Seven Waters to shake, Elisabello II didn't think that way. Because in his opinion, the reward released by Marine is too much. After all, even those pirates known as supernovas, the highest reward offered by Marine is only around 100 to 200 million Baileys. What's more, even if it is really 1,080,000,000 Pele, Elizabeth II is also very confident. Facing his king's fist, can kill with one hit. So what he needs in this auction is bound to be obtained. Elisabello II had this in mind. Little did he know that Bai Ye was thoughtful. Can you feel my breath? It seems that even if the rumors are exaggerated, the level of dealing with a Marine Vice Admiral should not be bad. Bai Ye murmured. And at this time, with the arrival of Elisabello II who caused a commotion, the auction site under Bai Ye's feet, which belongs to the underground Dark World branch, has also officially started. But the first 20 minutes or so, there were not many things that caused the forces present to scramble to bid first, but not many things could attract Bai Ye's attention. Like a permanent pointer that the New World only needs. Then there is the special shellfish from Sky Island. Although Bai Ye was amazed at where the underground Dark World scraped these things out. But these things don't have much value in Bai Ye's eyes. Permanent pointers are optional. As for the special shellfish from Sky Island, this thing, it might be unusual in the first half of the Grand Line. But these things are not rare on Sky Island at all, and there are even so many that everyone has one. One can imagine. It's strange that it can arouse Bai Ye's interest. Bai Ye's purpose here. There is only one, and that is base Hu Atom. As for the dispensable things in front, the reason why Bai Ye did not bid is also very simple. From the very beginning, Bai Ye had no intention of obtaining it through normal means. Time goes by. The atmosphere in the auction hall is set off by the hot girls. The atmosphere in the entire auction house gradually became anxious. There are forces that are even close to fighting for the price of the same auction item. There are also pirates who have erupted in disputes and compared rewards. But overall, no one dared to do anything due to the reputation of the underground Dark World. In this regard, Bai Ye commented. It was a boring and bluffing auction. Boring is that most things do not interest Bai Ye. As for the bravado, on the other hand, some of the forces entering the auction house are fully planning to take the opportunity to improve their reputation. Throwing money is also a means of fame. But often this kind of power is the type that is easiest to destroy. After all, he really wanted to show his power. It is completely possible to kill pirates, or kill a few Marines. Even this most direct means of increasing fame was put aside. What is it if it is not bluffing? But fortunately, this auction is going fast. And along with the three things that are the finale of the auction, it appears, Bai Ye finally became interested. The first finale auction item. Naturally, it is the material of the treasure tree atom Bai Ye fancy. The second item is a famous knife. As for the third item, It turned out to be a devil fruit temporarily added to the list. And it is different from the devil fruit that Bai Ye once obtained from slave traders within the scope of Nine Snake Island. The devil fruit that appeared on the auction site clearly marked the devil fruit's ability. And there is also a devil fruit illustrated book. Chapter 31. At this time, inside the auction house, with the exposure of 3 auction items that appeared as the finale, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall was also heightened to a climax. Treasure Tree Atom. Naturally, there is no need to say more about the use. In this age of great voyages, whether it is pirates, marine, or various kingdoms, as long as you go to sea, you must need a boat. And the Treasure Tree Atom. It is one of the few trees with the strongest tenacity in the world. It was rumored that even if a war broke out, the entire island would be completely wiped out with the city and its people under the baptism of the war, but no matter what happened, the Treasure Tree Atom would stand there safe and sound. Therefore, the precious tree atom is also known as the strongest tree on the sea. It is recognized as the top shipbuilding material. The second finale item is a famous knife named Shimizu. At present, the strongest sword recognized in the world is the Supreme Kuideo 12 crafts. The next arrangement is 21 jobs for big fast knives and 50 jobs for good fast knives. One of the 12 craftsmen, Black Sword Knight, is owned by Hawkeye, who is recognized as the strongest swordsman in the world. Although the famous knife that appeared is basically impossible to be one of the supreme fast knives, but it can reach the level of being called a famous knife. It is enough to show that this knife can be ranked as one of the only 83 strongest knives in the world. Place it in the first half of the Grand Line. The appearance of this knife is enough to cause competition among pirates, bounty hunters, and various forces who have not yet set foot in New World. Final items. Of course there is no need to say much. A devil fruit that has been marked with abilities. Even if the person who bought it does not eat it himself, he will give it to his subordinates. It can also greatly increase the combat power of the forces under his command. Enough to arouse the interest of everyone in the auction house. And the accompanying devil fruit illustrated book. Although not rare, many senior executives of Marine and even Vice Admiral have seen the content. But the illustrated book that can really spread to the outside world. The quantity can be said to be scales and phoenix horns. In a sense, the rarity of the devil fruit illustrated book is not much worse than that of devil fruit. Therefore, with the appearance of these 3 finale auction items, the forces present could no longer hold back, and began to compete for prices one after another. No one should compete with Laozi. Laozi offered 70 million Baileys to buy that famous knife. 70 million Baileys. Humph. I offer 90 million Baileys. On the seat, a bounty hunter got up and looked at the pirates without any hesitation. Some people are also eyeing base Atom and devil fruit. 200 million Baileys. The treasure tree atom belongs to our horned pirates. 130 million. That devil fruit belongs to our Kalola kingdom. 200 million. Shut up Laozi. It's all from Laozi. All kinds of scrambling bids continued. And at the rearmost position of the auction house, Bai Ye witnessed all this, as if he was a spectator leisurely. Because Bai Ye is very clear. This is just the beginning. This auction is destined to be different. And Bai Ye didn't even have the idea of bidding. Because it makes no sense at all. The bid is high, do you want to pretend? In fact, there is no need at all. But Bai Ye was a little surprised. It is the ability of that devil fruit. 4 Parameciamonman fruit. Bai Ye, if I remember correctly, this devil fruit will belong to the devil fruit of CP9 Agent Brano in the future. And this ability of devil fruit can also be regarded as a very bug. People who eat the fruit of the door can open the door anywhere and come in and out freely. The place where the door is opened includes in the air, on the flame, on the human body and so on. Doors can be created no matter how solid or non-physical the place is. And it can create doors of different types, sizes, and shapes according to the user's wishes. For example, sliding doors, pushing doors, or even revolving doors, the ability user can also become a door. However, the essence of this fruit's ability lies in its ability to move freely in space. As long as a door is opened in the atmosphere, a green alien space can be created. People other than capable people can also enter this different space to move in space. The space itself can also be used as a place for emergency evacuation. Moreover, after the created door is closed, the part that was originally opened will return to its original state without leaving any traces. If you can't beat it during the battle, you can open the door to another space to avoid the enemy's attack. Ability can be regarded as a very bug in paramecia. It's just a pity. Such abilities are wasted on mediocre eaters in the future. As a traverser, Bai Ye is aware of the concept of devil fruit awakening. If the fruit of the door does not have the ability before awakening, it is already counted as a bug. What if after awakening? Any door? This was Bai Ye's first thought. No matter where in the world you want to go, you only need to open a door. Or, think deeper. Can the different space created by the door fruit expand its scope and become a second world? These thoughts flashed through Bai Ye's mind. It seems now, Bai Ye's trip to this auction was worthwhile. This devil fruit. Now that he has encountered it, Bai Ye will never let it go. And this time, when many forces in the auction house shouted their prices to a fever pitch, there were voices from several boxes. 500 million Baileys. The source of the voice was Elisabello II, who caused the riot. I saw the strong body of Elisabello II standing up, staring at the treasure tree atom as the finale. His voice overshadowed the humanity of the previous bid. I also ask you to give this king a face, and also give the Province Kingdom a face. 500 million Pele. It's Elisabello II. Did that guy join the competition? Damn. What does it mean to give face? Isn't this a pure threat? That's right, Elisabello II, don't get too carried away. This is not your kingdom of Province. Don't really think that you can run rampant on the Grand Line with a rumor that you don't know the truth of. 600 million Baileys. The brief commotion ended and some people shouted prices. Seeing this, Elisabello II's expression sank. But at this moment, the rest of the boxes also opened their mouths. Surprised the entire auction house. There is no other reason. If it is said that Elisabello II relied on his own strength and the kingdom behind him as a threat, so the person who spoke this time is completely unreasonable. However, the use of reasons made most people retreat. Because the opponent is a nobleman from the kingdom of East Blue Goa. This identity is not strange, nor is it enough to make people jealous. Even far less than the weight of Elisabello II. But the reason for the other party's bid. But they are planning to give these auction items in the name of tribute to the nobles of the world who are about to go to East Blue to play. Also celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. The appearance of these three words. Enough to make the entire auction house fall into dead silence. In this age of great voyages. If you want to talk about the forces that you can't provoke the most. Maybe someone will think of Marine. Or the top pirate group known as the Emperor of the Sea entrenched in New World. Then there is the underground Dark World. But compared to these three, let the whole world recognize it as the most unprovoked existence. Absolute. It is also the undisputed number one. Celestial dragons, the world nobles who rule the world government and live in the holy land of Mariejois. Because the first three provoked. Maybe there is still a chance to escape, to live incognito. But celestial dragons. Anyone, any force, regardless of status. Dare to provoke the celestial dragons. Even if the opponent just scratches the surface, Marine will immediately dispatch the Marine Admiral, who is known as the highest combat power. And no matter where they escaped, it was a cleaning that left no room for explanation. One can imagine. What a terrifying privilege lies behind the words celestial dragons. As the entire auction house fell into dead silence because of the name of celestial dragons. When many people showed fear, they voluntarily withdrew from the auction. But no one noticed. Sit at the back of the auction house. There was a hint of indifference and coldness in Bai Ye's eyes. Celestial dragons. I didn't expect to come to the capital of Seven Waters. And hear about the rubbish. Looking at this trip, he did come to the right place with Robin. There are not only extra gains, but also a gift from the world government. Chapter 32. And at this time, in the huge auction house, a noble middle-aged man from the kingdom of Goa stood in the box, looking around the entire auction house that fell into dead silence after reporting the name of celestial dragons. Even Elisabello too, who claims to be born destructive, did not ask for a price. The eyes of the middle-aged nobleman in the Goa kingdom wearing a dark blue dress couldn't help showing a hint of pride. Really? He did not hesitate to spend a tenth of the financial resources of the kingdom of Goa. Buying these items to honor the celestial dragons was the right choice. And this is just the result of reporting the name of celestial dragons, which shocked the various forces on these grand lines. One can imagine. If he had paid these tributes, the celestial dragons would have been pleased to allow him to be a nobleman of the world. An uncontrollable frenzied excitement was born in the eyes of the middle-aged man. In any case, the following items are dedicated to celestial dragons, he must get them. Seeing that no one spoke, the middle-aged man stood in the box, stroking his mustache, and said to the hot girl on the auction stage below. What are you still waiting for, 1 billion Baileys? The auction house for the 3 finale pieces was all accepted by our kingdom of Goa. Or, there was an undisguised threat in the middle-aged man's tone. Do you think they are qualified to meddle in the tributes to be offered to the nobles of the world? After finishing speaking, although there were many eyes who dared to be angry but dare not speak. Damn it! It's just a waste that borrowed the name of the world's nobles. Damn it! There were some whispering voices, but the man didn't care. Because in this sea, so far, no one has heard of any person or force who dares to offend the nobles of the world. Unless, they are impatient to live. Below, the hot girl saw that no one dared to raise the price in the entire huge auction field, and her face changed slightly. According to the budget of this underground dark world, these 3 finale items can be auctioned for at least 1.5 billion Baileys. Unexpectedly, because of the name of celestial dragons, almost no one dared to bid in the auction house. This is a full 1/3 difference from their advance amount. However, due to the reputation of the world's nobles and the reputation of the underground dark world, see no bids. The hot girl gestured from the backstage person in charge. I had to prepare to make a final decision, announcing that the 3 finale items on this auction house were won by the Kingdom of East Blue Goa. But just when the hot girl was about to make a final decision, sudden, an indifferent voice sounded without warning. Celestial dragons? Do you want to be that trash too? Wow! The voice of the speaker was not too loud, but it was enough to reach the ears of anyone present in this deadly auction. Same. Everyone who heard this voice changed their faces drastically, revealing a look of shock. Who? That was just now. Hey, did I hear you right? How dare you call the world's noble celestial dragons garbage? My God, there are really guys who are not afraid of death in this auction house, right? What is this? The hearts of many forces in the auction house were shocked, and they subconsciously searched for the source of the sound. Even Elisabello too, who was bound to get the material of the precious tree atom in the box, showed shock on his face. Celestial dragons. On this occasion in front of many Grand Line forces. Call it garbage. This can no longer be described as arrogant. It is simply not paying attention to the world noble celestial dragons. It's simply daring to the extreme. And this time, the face of a figure beside the middle-aged nobleman from the kingdom of Goa sank. But the nobleman jumped out first, shouted loudly, and introduced a man dressed as a housekeeper to everyone. Who? How dare you openly insult the nobles of the world? Are you impatient? Or, do you not know the serious consequences of insulting the nobles of the world? Do you know? This is an attendant who serves the incomparably noble Charos Saint Lord. Every word and action you say will be recorded. So, not only the guy who dares to insult the nobles of the world, but also the hometown behind you, relatives, and all those who value you. They will all provoke destruction. The middle-aged man from the aristocratic kingdom of Goa jumped into a rage and kept scanning the many people in the auction house, his tone making no secret of the threat. But after his words fell, the faces of many forces in the auction house changed again. Celestial dragons, Squire. Everyone couldn't believe it. He looked at another figure in the box in horror. Originally they thought each other was just using the name of celestial dragons. Did not expect. There were actually celestial dragons attendants participating in this auction. Thus, things are in trouble. Various thoughts emerged. Sudden. The indifferent voice from before sounded out again. Yet, issued like a question. This time, many forces in the entire auction house suddenly found the source of the voice. When he saw clearly that it was the corner of the only back seat in the auction house, there was a boy with red eyes and black hair. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. It's that guy. This matter has nothing to do with us. Good. Some forces that didn't want to get involved at all quickly opened their mouths to clear the relationship. Some of them saw clearly the appearance of that daring boy, and their pupils suddenly shrank sharply. The black cloak, the deep red pupils that people dare not look directly at, the stunning appearance that can impress anyone at a glance, and just sitting there, the whole body exudes a palpitating aura. That guy is a bounty of 1,080,000,000 monsters. World Calamity, the rumored nation destroyer, the one who brings blood and death, Gudu. Are you kidding? When did such a guy come to this auction? Someone also noticed Robin beside Bai Ye. His face changed again, and he said in shock. Hey, the one next to him should be the son of the devil who was offered a reward of 180 million berries by Marine, right? A combination of World Calamity and son of the devil. It looks like there is a good show to watch. There are also forces of gloating. A monster with a bounty of 1,080,000,000 is very powerful, but it must be divided among those who offend it. The nobles of the world, celestial dragons, those existences are troubles that even New World, known as the Emperor of the Sea, would not want to cause easily. As Bai Ye's identity is gradually exposed, all of a sudden, various thoughts appeared in the minds of various forces. At the bottom of my heart, I was thinking about what Bai Ye would do next. However, what happened next moment? It made all the forces present and participating in this auction feel deep fear in their hearts. I saw a middle-aged nobleman from Goa Kingdom was about to enumerate the fate of offending celestial dragons. This came without warning. Bai Ye raised a finger. His eyes looked at the box indifferently. A squire of the celestial dragons? So, celestial dragons shouldn't be too far from the capital of Seven Waters, right? That being the case, charge some interest first. Bai Ye's eyes were too cold. Someone noticed Bai Ye's movements. The heart beat violently uncontrollably, a cold sweat emerged from his forehead, and his mouth opened wide. No, won't you? That guy knows that there are celestial dragons attendants in there? Could it be? Frightening thoughts came to some people's hearts. Next second. In the hands-free auction house. A ray of blue light is coming in an instant. Next moment. Boom. The box where the nobles of the Goya kingdom lived suddenly exploded in full view of everyone. Small holy destroying arrow. And do it all at Bai Ye. After a long time, many forces in the once again dead silent auction house have not reacted yet. When looking in the direction of the light just now, I found that Bai Ye who was sitting there stretched out a finger, and looked at the box that was completely engulfed by the explosion. Google. People from all the forces present came to their senses, their hearts suddenly began to beat violently, and a smear of cold sweat emerged from their foreheads and slipped down. He, how dare he? God! It's over, it's over! This lunatic! He actually did it directly. Shit! Chapter 33. For a while, the auction hall organized by the entire underground dark world was in chaos in an instant. Because anyone with a brain, watching the box above being engulfed by the dust and smoke from the explosion. All the forces present are very clear about one thing. Things are going up. Although there are no celestial dragons in that box. But the squires of the celestial dragons. Not everyone can be offended. Not to mention killing it directly. Almost they've been predictable. Wait for the world nobles celestial dragons to learn what happened here. I am afraid that everyone present will be held accountable. Therefore, quick, go. Get out of this place of right and wrong. That guy is a complete lunatic. He chose to kill him directly. God, Laozi wanted to take that guy's head yesterday. This matter has nothing to do with Laozi, please don't involve Laozi. Huge chaos appeared in the auction house. Some people began to rush out like a tide. There were also powerful people who saw this chaotic scene. He planned to fish in troubled waters and go directly to snatch the auction items on the stage. The hot girl recovered from the shock. But it was powerless to stop all this. Because of this auction, it is completely messed up now. How dare someone kill Celestial Dragon's squire directly? And it was in front of many forces in the auction organized by the underground dark world. The severity of the matter here has directly risen to a level that cannot be handled by the underground dark world branch. However, just when some forces took advantage of the chaos to seize the auction items and leave. Witnessing all this chaos, Bai Ye snapped his fingers. Just in time for Robin to test his acclimatization to the power of the Quincy these days. Kill them all. Bai Ye looked at the forces who were going to take advantage of the chaos to snatch it, and looked at Robin. Robin nodded. She stood up. Next second. This is the power of the azure blue Quincy gathering in Robin's hands. A bow and arrow without a string appeared in the girl's hand. Robin looked at the forces that took advantage of the chaos to snatch the auction items. There was no hesitation in Robin's eyes. The moment your fingers rest on the bow and arrow. This is an arrow with the concentrated spiritual power of the Quincyr that appeared with Robin's fingertips pulling the bow. Next second. This is when the chaotic auction floor is turned pale. An arrow condensed with the power of the Quincy suddenly shot out from Robin's fingertips. What is that? The person who discovered this scene just had an idea. I saw a blue light arrow with a speed as fast as ultimate, which suddenly disappeared in a flash. Followed by. On the auction platform below. Ha ha ha. Got it. Got it. This knife belongs to our fire demon pirates. A tall, bearded pirate man in sackcloth laughed loudly, with fanaticism in his eyes. I am glad that this chaos came so well. If it is auctioned according to the normal process. Even if they sell all their pirate groups, they can't compete with other forces. After all, how could the financial resources of the pirate group be comparable to those blood-sucking nobles? But at the moment when the bearded pirate turned around and was about to sneak out. First, there was a muffled sound of flesh being pierced through. Then came the piercing sound that resounded through the auction house and attracted all the forces. Visible to the naked eye. The movements of the bearded pirate man froze on the spot. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and he lowered his head and looked slowly at his chest. At the position of the heart, there was a terrifying wound the size of a fist. And through the light through the fist-sized wound, the forces attracted by the sound are clearly visible to everyone. It was a blue arrow that pierced through the body of the strong pirate and continued to sink tens of meters into the ground. It shows how terrifying the power contained in this blow to ultimate. How is it possible? Laozi managed to grab it. The unbelievable face of the bearded pirate gradually turned into unwillingness, but he could only turn into a corpse and fell to the ground. And this scene. It made people subconsciously look in the direction that the arrow flew from. When it was clear that it was actually the girl next to Bai Ye who moved her hand. People from countless forces present could not help but gasp. Is it the son of the devil who moved? When was that? Is that guy also a lunatic? Not only did the captain kill the celestial dragon's attendant, but does that girl want to kill us too? Someone's face changed drastically and he made a sound. But a small number of people had a look of incomparable dignity on their faces, staring at Robin. For example, the box where Elisabello II was located. Your Majesty, have you noticed? With a curly mustache, one of Elisabello II's attendants said with a serious face. Elisabello II nodded, and said slowly and solemnly. It was the arrow that penetrated the pirate's body first, and then the sound came out. As the few knowledgeable people present, Elisabello II, who was born in the Kingdom of New World, naturally knew what this meant. Come on, ultimate attack. Even enough to surpass the speed of sound transmission. In other words, this means that this is an attack that cannot be dodged with reaction at all. And such an enemy. It is often the scariest thing at sea. And especially built at a certain distance. This is why many pirate groups are equipped with snipers. Elisabello too stared solemnly at Robin next to Bai Ye below. Originally, he thought that the king's fist, which had been charged for 1 hour, could prevent any accidents from happening. Even Bai Ye, who offered a reward of 1,080,000,000 baileys, could be killed by one punch. But now it seems. Perhaps the most terrifying enemy is the girl next to Bai Ye, whom Marine calls the son of the devil. After all, no matter how powerful the king's fist is, as long as you can't touch the enemy, it's useless at all. And Robin happens to be his biggest nemesis. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Do we want to give up? The current chaos is a good opportunity. The attendant looked ugly and looked at Elisabello too. No rush, wait a little longer. Elisabello too looked down and said. Some people are more anxious than us. Elisabello too finished speaking. Not long after the sound fell. The entire chaotic auction hall was dead silent for a moment. But soon, those forces who tried to fish in troubled waters shouted. What are you afraid of? Even if that guy wants to kill all of us, you have to look at your weight. There are so many of us, no matter how fast the attack is, it's too late to deal with it. That's right, it's just a combination of two people. As long as we join forces, kill them, and dedicate their heads to the celestial dragons, maybe we can get a reward. Ha ha ha. That's right. Kill. Anyway, it will be implicated afterwards. Since that's the case, why don't we deal with these reckless guys and dare to provoke celestial dragons? You say a word, I say a word. Accompanied by the forces that want to fish in troubled waters. For a while, the chaos in the entire auction house turned their guns on Bai Ye and Robin. Some people had seen the death of the bearded pirate man, and knew that they would probably repeat the same mistakes when they went to get the auction items, so they took the opportunity to make the chaos even bigger. Some people know that this matter is completely out of control, so they might as well kill Bai Ye and Robin directly, so that they can get their heads and go to celestial dragons to make amends and claim credit. After all, if you are lucky and can get in touch with the world's noble celestial dragons, the value contained in it will definitely not lose to the discovery of the great treasure. After all, a mere nobleman from a small kingdom in East Blue is so arrogant just because of the name of celestial dragons. If they can really get into the eyes of the celestial dragons. For a moment, huge greed appeared in his eyes. Same. Others do it purely for fame. After all, no matter what, Bai Ye and Robin are just two people, even though the rewards are extremely high. The total number of forces present could be in the hundreds. With such a huge gap in numbers, and no matter how fast Robin attacked, could it be possible to shoot him at the same time? So, the advantage is in me. So, under the interweaving of various thoughts and purposes, Bai Ye and Robin became hostile parties to the entire auction house forces for a while. However, witnessing this scene in front of him, there was no wave in Bai Ye's eyes. Or, since you don't want to live, let's kill them all. Bai Ye said plainly to Robin. The voice fell. The many forces in the entire auction house were stunned for a moment, and then someone saw that Bai Ye did not make any moves, obviously intending to hand it over to Robin alone, and couldn't help laughing. Kill them all. Just rely on the son of the devil beside you. Can she kill her? You know, we have hundreds of people. There are dozens of people who offer a reward of tens of millions of baileys. Don't be too arrogant. We are not trash. A pirate roared loudly, raising his weapon and rushing forward. The rest of the people saw this and started their hands one after another. Bai Ye's eyes were still calm, watching all this. It's like looking at dead. That's right, these are those who do things or have evil intentions. Some people are alive, but in Bai Ye's eyes, they are no different from dead people. Because, next second, face the many enemies rushing in the auction house. Robin took his time. I saw that as Robin activated the flower fruit ability, pink flying petals appeared. This is a pair of white arms growing out of the faces of the powerful people rushing to the auction site. Exclusive to flower fruit, it allows any part of the body to bloom like a flower on any tangible thing within sight for attack or other use. But at this moment, It wasn't those arms that made the entire auction house gradually seep cold sweat on their foreheads. Instead, azure blue light appeared on every pair of arms that bloomed. Followed by, "This is Robin using the flower fruit to bloom on each pair of arms that belong to the Quincy bough." Chapter 34. This sudden scene. It made the powerful people in the auction house who were doing their work discouraged one after another. Visible to the naked eye. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. "Open your mouth wide." A trace of fear for Robin gradually appeared in his eyes. After witnessing an attack that was terrifying enough to surpass the sound of the ultimate attack, no one present can dodge with confidence. They dared to deal with Bai Ye and Robin, planning to rely on numbers from the beginning. I believe that no matter how fast Robin's attack is, but with only one bow in his hand, it is impossible to shoot him all at the same time with the released attack. However, the scene that now appears in front of you completely overturned the cognition of all forces in the entire auction house. Facing the unstoppable number of scalp tingling. No doubt. The situation was reversed again in an instant. Now, Bai Ye looked at this scene like a lone emperor in black, applauding from the bottom of his heart that it is more spectacular to use it in front of many people. This move is exactly what Robin created in the past few days to adapt to the power of the Quincy and combine his own devil fruit ability. Quincy can build weapons with spiritual power. This is the basic ability of the destroyer. But Robin is a flower fruit capable person. Combine the two. When this trick was developed, give Bai Ye the feeling. It's just that Robin alone can be compared to an entire Quincy army. Certainly. Bai Ye is also very clear. Even if an ordinary Quincy with this ability is given flower fruit, the probability of achieving it is basically zero. Not to mention whether it can finally control the super control required by each arm. In this regard, Bai Ye thought that Robin's innate grasp of fineness was terrifying before he traveled. In the original future, those flying wing moves developed using flower fruit, as well as powerful moves that overlap arms. It seems very magical. But think about it. When Robin attacks the enemy, each arm needs to make different movements to deal with the different body sizes of the enemy. It can be seen that those arms need to be separated from each other for mind control. Usually those 1 pair, 2 pair, 4 pair, and 5 pair moves are fine. Ordinary people can control distraction at the same time with a little training. But what if this number is doubled? Can ordinary people really do it? Not to mention that Robin's later development of the 100 blossoms and myriad purples and reds moves need to control the number of thousands, or even tens of thousands. This kind of fine control is far beyond what ordinary people can do. Certainly. The most important other point is, Bai Ye looked at the Quincy bough that appeared in the arms of every pair of fair-skinned girls in the auction house. Just the spiritual power needed to build a weapon. I'm afraid it can drain ordinary Quincy in an instant. So, such a move. It can only be used as a direct Quincy master created by Bai Ye, the ancestor of Quincy masters, who has the Habach template. It is possible to do all this. Watch the spectacle of drawing bows at the same time. One man becomes an army. This concept undoubtedly came to Bai Ye's mind. With Robin's devil fruit ability, coupled with the power of the Quincy. And, Bai Ye endowed it with the ability of holy writing. Having Bai Ye with Robin is equivalent to getting an army of Quincy divisions in a sense. Although Robin is currently limited by physical strength and age. Using the power of the Quincy and the devil fruit ability at the same time can only bloom 30 pairs of arms. But Bai Ye is very sure. This is far from Robin's ceiling. And at this time, facing the scene where the entire auction house swallowed their saliva, no one dared to step forward rashly. Robin had no intention of showing mercy. She heard it very clearly from Bai Ye just now. The order of Your Majesty is to kill them all. There were no waves in her blue pupils. If it was her, maybe she would choose to escape and hide in the dark underground world. But I want to meet Bai Ye later. Robin, who can now walk under the sun, has made up his mind silently. Compared to the past where I could only hide in the dark, I could only see the dark future. No, she will never hide in the dark again. Even if Bai Ye intends to make an enemy of the world, Robin will not hesitate. Subsequently, This is under Robin's fine control. This is a series of sharp blue arrows that began to converge on the Quincier's bow where there were no arrows. As for the many forces in the auction house, from the beginning, in Robin's view, either alone or all together, in Robin's eyes, there is not much difference. Because from the moment when the forces participating in this auction tried to join forces to deal with Bai Ye and her, Robin has already regarded these people as dead. Next second. 30 flowers dragon stars. Release the bowstring with your fingertips. An extremely shocking scene caught the eyes of the forces participating in the auction. Those are azure blue arrows, as if the sky is full of stars, and they are as dazzling as shooting stars piercing the sky. But this beautiful scene, but at the cost of the lives of the people and horses of many forces in the auction house. This will be the last picture they see in this life. The azure blue Quincy arrows began to fall like a meteor rainstorm. Google. Quick, run. That girl, Root, is a monster at all. Quick, go. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, a terrified voice came out of the mouth that came back to God. The result is the next second. His heart was pierced by a Quincy arrow approaching ultimate, leaving a huge scar in the mouth of a bull. Some people gritted their teeth in an attempt to resist or dodge, while others tried to threaten them temporarily. You guys do this. Aren't you afraid of offending the entire Grand Line and the underground dark world? Roaring and threatening to fall. In the end, what responded to him was that the Quincy, who took Robin's life, pierced through his body with spiritual power. You two demons, how dare you? His face was full of strong dissatisfaction. This strong man of a certain force turned into a corpse and fell down. Bai Ye sat in the back watching this scene, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Offend the Grand Line and the dark underground world? The former Bai Ye may still understand. But if you offend, you will be offended. Anyone who kills Bai Ye will never let anyone go. But the latter. When can an ant that jumped out of nowhere represent the entire dark underground world? It's ridiculous. And at this very moment, accompanied by Robin's merciless shooting and killing of many forces in the auction house before they could resist. This is Robin's first fight since he became the Quincy Division. Use its description. It was a downright crushing battle. In the last row of the Bai Ye auction house, can be clearly seen. No force could take a step forward, or even touch Robin's clothes. Those who tried to escape had no choice but to die in the face of the attack that was approaching ultimate. Those who resist will only die faster. It can be said. Their attempt to defeat Bai Ye and Robin by numbers was the clown's delusion from beginning to end. Robin alone is enough to deal with these people. And it can be said that when Robin released his moves, seat positions throughout the auction house, Bai Ye could see it very clearly. Robin perfectly completed Bai Ye's explanation. Kill them all. Don't let anyone go. No one left behind who threatened to kill Bai Ye just now. All the forces that just attacked have become corpses at this moment, dying in this auction. And at this moment, Bai Ye watched this scene. Only then slowly got up, ignoring the bloody hell scene in front of him, and while walking onto the auction stage, he looked up at the remaining boxes above to watch the battle. Those, should be all the things that appeared in this auction belong to me, you guys? There should be no comments, right? Chapter 35. Nobody has an opinion. A clear voice echoed in the auction floor below. For a long time, no one dared to answer. Because at this moment, happening reality. Enough to make both Bai Ye and Robin considered scourges. Only Robin, who offered a reward of 180 million Baileys, took the shot. Just easily shoot and kill all the forces present below. So, looking at the young figure who seemed to be like a lonely emperor, Bai Ye who can be offered a reward of 1,080 million Pele by the Marine government. How powerful should it be? The faces of the people above the boxes in the auction house were extremely solemn. My lord, we. The attendants beside Elisabello too looked at the material of the treasure tree atom that they were bound to get this time on the auction stage. Elisabello too looked ugly. Said, go. Here, it is basically impossible to get the treasure tree atom. Elisabello too didn't want to get involved himself. So leaving was the best choice right now. At that time, I will plan another plan. But at this time, no one stopped him. Bai Ye easily collected all the things that appeared in the auction house this time. Not a penny for Bailey. Instead, from the bidding forces and dead celestial dragons acolytes below, Bai Ye also netted over 3 billion Baileys. This auction will pay off. Not too big. Do it all. Bai Ye's eyes lingered for a moment in Elizabello's box. It's a pity that the other party didn't dare to make a move. Bai Ye lost interest. Otherwise, Bai Ye wouldn't mind learning the so-called King's Fist that was rumored to be able to kill the Emperor of the Sea with one blow. Let's go. Bai Ye turned the souls of those who died on the scene into strength and absorbed them, and looked at Robin. Everything needed for this auction has been obtained. Also harvested an additional paramecia fruit and illustrated book, plus auction items worth hundreds of millions of Baileys and more than 3 billion Baileys in cash. Now that the goal has been achieved, Bai Ye has no intention of staying any longer. Go shipbuilding first. This is the number one thing right now. Then, according to the memories of the dead squire of celestial dragons, then go to solve another thing. Not long. Iceberg shipyard. These Baileys are used as shipbuilding fees. 3 days should be enough, right? Plenty of Baileys are dispensable in Bai Ye's eyes. Just enough for the shipbuilding fee. Bingberg looked at the piled-up Bailey at this time. I couldn't help opening my mouth wide. Where did Bai Ye get so many Baileys? But with these Baileys, his craftsmen will work harder. So Bing Shan hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, yes, if you activate all the artisans, 3 days is enough. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Get this satisfactory reply. Bai Ye nodded. When the boat is built, I will come to the capital of 7 waters to pick up the boat. Hearing this, Bing Shan couldn't help being taken aback. Come to pick up the boat? Bai Ye is planning to leave the capital of 7 waters? Actually directly and safely discarded the materials of the legendary treasure tree atom and a large number of Baileys here? There was a look of shock in Bing Shan's eyes. But considering the reward offered by Bai Ye in front of him, although Bing Shan doesn't know where Bai Ye got the treasure tree atom and Bailey, if the other party dares to do this, it means that they have absolute self-confidence. Moreover, the shipyard has now pushed back a large number of orders. Bing Shan sighed secretly, and now the shipyard probably has no other choice. All the craftsmen can only be mobilized first to meet Bai Ye's request. And this time Bing Shan is going to end in person. After all, base Hu Atom's material, even the largest shipyard, which is a holy place for shipbuilding, is hard to come by. Throughout the history of the capital of 7 waters, in fact, there are absolutely no more than one-handed boats that use base Hu atom as the shipbuilding material. It can be seen the preciousness of the precious tree atom. For shipwrights, it is no exaggeration to say that in their eyes, the treasure tree atom is no less than the desire of a swordsman to meet one of the 12 masters of the supreme sword. Thereafter, although the auction was held in the underground Dark World branch, but the news spread quickly in the capital of 7 waters, a place where the forces are deeply rooted. Not to mention that Bai Ye's approach undoubtedly completely offended those forces to death. But surprisingly, Bai Ye walked on the streets of the capital of 7 waters. But I didn't see the small movements before. Obviously, after the auction, the entire capital of 7 waters is an intertwined force, vaguely regarded Bai Ye and Robin as objects that must not be provoked. After all, although Bai Ye ordered Robin to kill those powerful people who participated in the auction, but Bai Ye beheaded the servant of celestial dragons with his own hands in full view. That's not celestial dragons though. But being able to get involved with the world's noble celestial dragons, it is definitely not an existence that most forces in the first half of the Grand Line dare to provoke. Not to mention Bai Ye's crazy moves. It turned out to be beheaded directly. Undoubtedly, it completely offended the world noble celestial dragons to death. So now in the eyes of most people in the capital of 7 waters who want to seek revenge on Bai Ye, today's Bai Ye is a huge problem. It must not be involved in the slightest. Because even if they didn't make a move, when the celestial dragons got the news that the servant was beheaded, He would never choose to let Bai Ye go. So in a way, perhaps Bai Ye has already dug his own grave without their intervention. It's not good to offend anyone, and dare to provoke the big trouble of the world's nobles, celestial dragons. Now, they just pray that such troublesome things will never involve any of them. However, when the forces who got the news in the capital of Seven Waters came up with this idea, if they knew that Bai Ye left the iceberg office and went to the port to leave the capital of Seven Waters, I am afraid that absolutely no one can sit still. Because there is no need for celestial dragons to find Bai Ye. Bai Ye will take the initiative to find its existence. Chapter 36. Not long. The capital of Seven Waters. Port. Here, as always, there is friction. There is an endless stream of people on the Grand Line who come to the capital of Seven Waters to build ships. But with the arrival of a combination of boy and girl, the entire port gradually became quiet, and finally fell into dead silence. It was only then that someone new to the capital of Seven Waters discovered that there was a seemingly taboo place in this port, which was in short supply for docking ships. Although there, only a small ship was docked. However, in the complex area of the entire port, no one sailed into the berth area. Just like that, let a small ship occupy the area where two large pirate ships can stop. Moreover, none of the vicious thieves in the nearby Hyping had the slightest complaint. What is this? Why doesn't anyone over there dare to dock the pirate ship? It's just a brat and... Hush! Before he could finish his sentence, a person next to him changed his expression and quickly signaled to shut up on the newly arrived tattered pirate ship. But the pirate obviously didn't know how to flatter him, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you kidding me? Laozi is the butcher punk with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Even if the challenge to New World fails, Laozi is not something anyone can provoke." After speaking, the one-legged, strong man with mohawk hair showed his weapon, showing his status. People nearby who hesitated to speak heard the words. "Shut up immediately." It turned out to be a guy with no information at all. Then they looked at the one-legged mohawk-haired pirate man. The people present at the port seemed to be looking at a dead man. After all, in the capital of Seven Waters under our feet, everyone is well informed. They will never have any idea to provoke the combination of the boy and the girl. Unless... The strong man with the one-legged mohawk haircut ordered his subordinates to let the tattered pirate ship directly hit him. As a result, the pirate ship has not waited for the approaching position. This is an azure blue arrow of Quincier's spiritual power piercing the sky like a shooting star. The one-legged mohawk-haired pirate hadn't reacted yet. The whole person was pierced through in the horror of his subordinates, and turned into a corpse and fell down. Pang, Captain Punk! Captain Punk! What the hell is this? The pirates under him were terrified, looking around for who made the move. Soon, when these pirates noticed that the girl on the small ship not far away was holding a bow in her hand, their faces changed drastically. How can it be? Captain Punk was offered a reward of 30 million Baileys, and he was known as the existence of the butcher. Even if he failed to challenge New World, he paid a foot for it, most of his men. How could he be shot dead on the spot without even the slightest ability to resist? These pirates couldn't believe what they saw. They squatted on the ground, horrified. The people near the port of the capital of Seven Waters secretly said that they must not provoke the combination of the world's disaster and the son of the devil. After all, don't talk about pirates with a reward of 30 million. That pair, even the celestial dragon's attendants dared to kill without saying a word, and dared to kill in full view. But, looking at Bai Ye and Robin, it seems that they are planning to leave. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Are those two planning to leave? Sure enough, as long as you are not a fool. Everyone should know the consequences of provoking the world's noble celestial dragons. If you stay in one place all the time, you will be approached by celestial dragons sooner or later. At that time, facing the real celestial dragons will be a big problem. After all, if the celestial dragons are injured, even a layer of skin will be scratched. Naval headquarters will immediately dispatch Marine Admiral-level forces to encircle and suppress them. Marine Admiral, a monster like that, is something no one on the Grand Line wants to encounter. Not to mention being the target of that monster. Certainly. As the night gradually approached. If you know Bai Ye's thoughts. I'm afraid there won't be any thought of staying in the capital of 7 waters like now. And at this moment, Bai Ye noticed the color of the sky, considering that it would take 3 days to build a ship. 1 day is enough. The place where the celestial dragons are located is not far from the capital of 7 waters. Back and forth time of day. Enough in the eyes. The reason why I am not going tomorrow. This is because the celestial dragons are only at anchor for 1 day. At that time, this opportunity will be missed. Regarding the rubbish that should be swept away, Bai Ye has no intention of letting anyone go. Now that I have encountered it, I can only blame the bad luck of these garbage. After all, Akainu estimates that he will come to the capital of 7 waters in 2 days at most, and there will be a lot of celestial dragons if there is one less, and there will be no more than one more. A look of indifference flashed in Bai Ye's red pupils. During this voyage phase, Bai Ye took out the Paramecium fruit. The power that usurped the altar made it start. If anyone else was here, they would be dumbfounded. Because I saw that under the influence of the power to usurp the altar, a devil fruit in Bai Ye's palm began to rot rapidly. The ability contained in it is taken away by it. Immediately afterwards, this power was gradually stored in a star metal. Successful. Bai Ye looked at the devil fruit that turned into residue in his hand. Holding that small star metal, Bai Ye could clearly feel it. There is a magical power within this star. As long as it is on the body, Bai Ye can activate its abilities at any time. But the precondition for activation is consistent with the use of devil fruit power. That is to absorb the physical strength of the user. Besides that, Bai Ye used his ability to open the door and put one hand into the sea water. Bai Ye didn't have any discomfort of being pulled out by the sea with his physical strength. This means, Bai Ye's previous idea is completely feasible. This is, the power of that devil fruit. Robin was behind him with a look of surprise in his eyes. She didn't see Bai Ye eating devil fruit, but Bai Ye showed devil fruit-like ability. It didn't surprise Robin. That's right, and it's an ability user who doesn't fear the sea at all. Bai Ye nodded without hiding anything from Robin. When Robin heard this, the girl's heart was shaken. Demon fruit power that is not afraid of the sea. As Robin, who is familiar with the weaknesses of devil fruit's abilities, Robin knew very well how terrifying this would be. If you are not afraid of the sea, then, wouldn't the sea stone, the natural enemy in Marine's hands to deal with ability users, lose its effect completely and become just a harder stone at best? It is conceivable that if such a thing is known to the outside world, what kind of horror will be set off? And the scariest thing is, Bai Ye can use devil fruit ability without eating devil fruit. And at this time, Bai Ye frowned slightly after trying out the door fruit ability, and he soon discovered a problem. That is the one downside to the devil fruit ability captured by usurping the altar. Similar to Bankai who captured Shinigami, the seized abilities will be fixed at the development speed of the original owner. In other words, the power seized cannot exceed the level possessed by the original owner. Thus, in the first half of the Grand Line, most of the pirate's fruit abilities lost value to Bai Ye. There is no other reason, the degree of development is too low. Most of the captured abilities are just rubbish abilities. It is far inferior to the power of the Quincy Master himself. But even so, it should be no problem to use some special devil fruits to assist the Quincy itself. As for wanting to capture the powerful devil fruit ability, Bai Ye at this moment, he looked forward to Akainu even more. But before that, he will give Marine a big gift. This moment, after a short flight of several hours, Bai Ye can see clearly. On a kingdom island near the capital of 7 waters, a luxury ultimate ship is docked with a whole body made of gold. But when the night is over, the nobles of the kingdom on the island are preparing to discuss how to please the celestial dragons and seek greater benefits for themselves. Everyone was horrified to find out. All celestial dragons' servants on board died overnight. As for the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, they tried everything to please. It disappeared without a trace. Chapter 37. The Other Side. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Marshal's Office. Marshal, All matters concerning the release of Akainu Admiral have been settled. A young Marine reports. Directly opposite, the sitting figure is none other than Marine's current Marshal Sengoku. Okay, you go out. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The young Marine nodded, not hiding any excitement in his heart. Although yesterday they accidentally learned from Polusalino Vice Admiral that Sakazuki Vice Admiral was actually promoted to Marine Admiral. But the moment of real release to the whole world. It is truly announcing to the sea that Marine has once again given birth to a supreme combat power. And Sakazuki Vice Admiral fills the original Marine Admiral position of Marshal Sengoku. No doubt this will be a huge boost to all marine powers. Believe it, it won't be long before those rampant pirates will get the news. You will understand that the real strongest force in this sea. Never those rampant pirates, or those guys who are known as the Emperors of the Sea in New World. But Marine. Marine is the real strongest force in this sea. Young Marine was thrilled. Apparently an admirer of Akainu. And at this very moment. The fact is just as the Marine expected. Marine gave birth to a new highest combat power news. It has begun to put enormous pressure on the outside world. But just when the Marine was preparing to go down and how to celebrate the good news with his companions. Sudden. This is another reporting officer, Marine, with a frightened face, suddenly barged in. Jean, Marshal Sengoku. No, it's not good. What happened? Sengoku frowned. Yes, no, Marshal Sengoku. Marine was incoherent in a hurry. Talk slowly, Sengoku said. Even if it's a big deal right now, there's nothing that threatens Marine. Marine found Sengoku's staring gaze and calmed down slowly. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, but... Marine hesitated for a moment, then bit the bullet and said. Yes, it's the nobles of the world, God, something happened to the celestial dragons. After the words fell, the entire marshal's office was silent. In the next second, Sengoku's pupils shrank sharply. What? A strong aura flowed out involuntarily, and immediately asked. When did this happen? Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. Something happened to the celestial dragons? Why is it at such a critical juncture? Damn! What kind of lunatic? Don't you know what serious consequences will be caused by shooting celestial dragons? Marine quickly reported. Just now we received the news from the G37 branch, which was reported by the King of the Kingdom of Yhwach. At present, things are being determined. What are you sure about? You idiot! This kind of thing should be reported as soon as possible. Sengoku couldn't help cursing. An accident happened to the nobles of the world. Such a big matter should not be reported immediately. What could be more important than this? Although Sengoku can't deny that he has never had a good impression of the world's noble celestial dragons. But this happened. No doubt. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku knows one thing better than anyone. Dare to lay your hands on the celestial dragons. This has touched the bottom line that the world government absolutely does not allow anyone to set foot on. Those damned fools! Sengoku gritted his teeth. I don't know whether to scold those who dare to do it, or if the celestial dragons are outside at this time. But no matter what the outcome of this matter is. Since it has happened, Marine will inevitably need to dispatch the highest combat force, Marine Admiral dispatched. But right now, the highest combat power that the Marine government can mobilize. Only Akainu, who has just been promoted to Marine Admiral while carrying out the Five Elders' order. Damn it! Such an incident happened at such a time. On the same day that Marine's new highest combat power was born. An attack on the celestial dragons occurred. In a sense. What's the difference between throwing the face of the entire Marine government on the ground and stepping on it a few times? A coldness gradually appeared in Sengoku's eyes. Looking at the young Marine, who was not excited before, but now almost stunned by the shock, he said. Go. Hold a meeting immediately, and let all senior executives above Vice Admiral who are currently in the headquarters participate. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The previously excited young report was almost stunned by the news at this time. Come to yourself. He immediately ran out of the office in a hurry. Even Marine, who has just joined the work. The inadvertent sense of oppression emanating from Sengoku. It can also be expected. A storm is about to play out on the first half of the Grand Line. After all, at this critical time, those who dare to do such things. It almost touched the bottom line of the Marine government and the world government at the same time. At the same time, the capital of Seven Waters. Google, did you read the newspaper published by Marine this morning? The original Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki was promoted to Marine Admiral today, codenamed Akainu. Marine has given birth to another top fighter. Hey, I read that right, the Marine Admiral has been vacant for a few years, right? Could it be said that this Sakazuki has the strength comparable to those monsters called Sea Emperors in New World? As soon as they woke up, the people living in the capital of Seven Waters began to scramble to discuss one thing. That matter. Naturally, Marine announced to the world this morning that a new admiral was born. Although it was promoted from the original Marine Vice Admiral to Marine Admiral. But look at the history of Marine. Anyone who can serve as the highest combat power of Admiral. Undoubtedly they all represent one thing. That is Marine selected from countless monsters, and can be hailed as the existence of monsters among monsters. Because he wants to become the Marine Admiral known as the highest combat power. The prerequisite condition is that you must have extremely powerful combat power, and it must be overwhelmingly powerful. No exaggeration to describe. Any Marine Admiral has the exaggerated strength to easily destroy the country. Not to mention, with Akainu promoted to Marine Admiral, the resume of being Vice Admiral is gradually being picked up. It was enough to shock countless people on the Grand Line. Because compared to other Marine Vice Admiral, Akainu's record can be described as exaggerated. Hundreds of arrests failed without exception. The pirates killed by hand are countless, more than tens of thousands of people. Also, among the pirates that Akainu encountered, there were hardly many survivors at all. In terms of means, it can be described as extremely cruel. If not, Akainu is Naval Headquarters Official Admiral. I'm afraid this resume alone makes it hard not to doubt whether this admiral is a pirate or a marine who always thinks he is righteous. But anyone who sees the news released by today's World Economic News. There is one thing in my heart. The newly promoted Marine Admiral must not be easily provoked. Because Marine promotes such a person to Admiral. In a sense, it represents the signal released by Marine. Marine wants to deal with this era of pirates. There is going to be a big move. And at this time, the capital of Seven Waters. In a certain room. Marine Admiral Bai Ye looked at the newspaper in his hand, the shock in his eyes compared to the outside world. Bai Ye didn't have too many waves in his eyes. Because when the outside world did not receive the news, Stussy had already reported this matter to Bai Ye in advance. To say compared to the shock of the outside world, Bai Ye looks forward to Akainu's combat power even more. Because the stronger Akainu is, the more eligible Akainu's lava ability is to be captured. As well as, Bai Ye uses the star seal to control the door fruit ability. Let out a yelling fat figure. You hateful bastards! I must kill you! Let your hometown, relatives, and everyone you know be reduced to lowly slaves. The obese figure was tied up, and the clamor has not diminished since last night. Bai Ye witnessed this scene that was enough to shock the world. There is no wave in the eyes, there is only endless coldness of indifference. Originally, Bai Ye planned to kill the opponent directly. But that would be too cheap for this crap. Thinking of everything that happened in Mariejois on the day of birth comes to mind. Bai Ye didn't have the slightest clamor from the celestial dragons in front of him. Throw it back into the space created by the door fruit. This gift, if given to Marine without witnesses, it would be too wasteful. And this time, it should be no surprise that Naval Headquarters has received the news. Now count the time carefully. Take the location of Naval Headquarters from the capital of Seven Waters. It's almost time for Akainu to arrive, too. It's time to end this matter. Bai Ye stood up. Go outside the capital of Seven Waters. Chapter 38. And at this moment, it is close to the capital of Seven Waters. Seagulls flit across the sky. This is on a large warship. Stand right here. The capital of 7 waters, which is a large city, can already be vaguely seen ahead. Sakazuki, no, it's Akainu Admiral. Ahead is the capital of 7 waters. The marine adjutant who was in charge of the lookout realized that he had said something wrong, so he quickly changed his words and looked behind him. I saw that this was a man wearing a rose corsage, a dark red suit, a marine cap on his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a marine admiral coat behind him. Akainu stepped out of the shadows under the sail. Showing that serious face, he said plainly. "Nu. Yes, Akainu Admiral." The adjutant saluted, and then noticed that Akainu's eyes were fixed on the capital of 7 waters. He hesitated and said, "By the way, Akainu Admiral, there are many pirate ships in the port of the capital of 7 waters. Those pirates, may I ask? Just execute them all on the spot." What? The adjutant froze in place. Responding quickly, he said, "But Akainu Admiral, there are some other forces in those pirate ships, maybe there are ordinary people mixed in." Before he finished speaking, Akainu interrupted. "It's enough to kill them all, and eliminate all evil. I don't think I need to teach you this truth." A gleam of coldness flashed in Akainu's eyes. "Besides, those guys who are full of crimes, if they choose to mix into those ships, as a marine, do they want to watch the pirates escape?" While speaking, Akainu revealed a powerful aura. Feeling this powerful pressure field that cannot be questioned, the adjutant looked at the approaching port of the capital of 7 waters. "Yes. Akainu Admiral." At the same time, the capital of 7 waters, the port. Hey, look, there seems to be a marine ship over there." "Marine's ship?" "Tisk, Marine just announced the promotion of a marine admiral monster, and then sent people to the capital of 7 waters to build ships. Marine must have lost a lot of manpower recently. Ha ha ha. Due to the private default rules of the capital of 7 waters. Those present did not see it as a nuisance. It's a joke. But it's hard to say. Do you think that Marine's warship came to arrest the guy who made a fuss at the auction the day before yesterday? After all, that guy is too arrogant in the capital of 7 waters with a reward of 1,080,000,000 Baileys. Laozi feels like it should be unlikely. After all, if Marine really wants to capture that kind of monster, it would be too little to send a single ship. Ha ha ha. That's right, facing that monster, Laozi doesn't even have the intention to hold a weapon now. Many people at the port were discussing. Sudden. Boss. Something seems wrong. Watching the warships approaching the capital of 7 waters, one of the pirates' subordinates hurriedly shouted. The pirate who was discussing frowned upon hearing this. They looked in the direction they were pointing. Is Marine really planning to break the rules of the capital of 7 waters? Aren't they afraid that all of us will be violent, and Marine will not be able to end in the capital of 7 waters? Mumbling in disbelief, his eyes fell on the warship that was approaching constantly. Next second, the faces of the pirates present or some people from other forces gradually turned ugly. The muzzle of the marine warship not far away gradually began to turn around. Direction. It is precisely aimed at the port position of the capital of 7 waters under their feet. This time, everyone present was sober. Hi, Marine is playing for real this time. No, we are not pirates. Damn it. Little ones. To Laozi. Boom. 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 The voice has not yet fallen. The warship that had sailed into the area of the capital of 7 waters burst into muffled noises one after another. Immediately afterwards, this was watched by many people in the port in horror. The pitch-black cannonballs flew into the sky like stars. Then it came down like a torrential rain. For a while. Boom. 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 The huge sound directly resounded throughout the capital of 7 waters. Under the continuous attack and explosion of the warship. This is a ship that was blown up and people turned their backs on their backs. A large number of people fled in panic. There were also attempts to refill the shells, against the Marine's power. As a result, the warship kept filling shells. Before the shells were fired, the entire ship was engulfed by the explosion. The shells on the ship were ignited again, causing a violent secondary explosion. Hair. What happens? This sound seems to be coming from the direction of the port. Oh my god, is there a pirate fighting in the capital of Seven Waters, ignoring the default rules? But this kind of movement can't be caused by ordinary fighting at all, right? For a moment, the residents living in the capital of Seven Waters were attracted by the sound of the explosion, and looked in the direction of the port in horror. And at this very moment, here is the port of the capital of Seven Waters, full of wreckage and corpses of their respective floating ships, panic and abuse. Some surviving pirates got up, gritted their teeth, and their eyes were bloodshot. BD. Damn it, Marine! You actually attacked us directly. Since you Marine choose to break the rules, don't blame us for killing. I really thought we pirates were vegetarian. BD Marine. And we are from the franchise country. At least let us know before we do anything. Angry voices continued to ring out from all over the port. Pirates saw the scene of heavy casualties of their subordinates, or some forces saw the tragic situation of their own ships being scrapped directly. Regardless of the injuries being affected on their bodies, they were extremely annoyed, and looked at the warship that was approaching at sea. However, just when the surviving parties were fighting one after another, a furious pirate captain standing on the broken deck at sea has already rushed forward step by step. BD. The pirate group that Lao Zi worked so hard to build. Let Lao Zi die. Marine. Holding a sharp blade, the pirate aimed at the figure above and slashed directly. Result. This is a scene that made the survivors on the port feel horrified. The furious pirate captain hadn't landed on the warship in midair. This was a disdainful snort from a figure next to Marine who was about to be chopped. Follow closely. Then he saw that figure with 5 fingers open. He directly grabbed the neck of the pirate captain with ease. The voice of disdain resounded through the port. It's just garbage from the sea, don't dream, is it worthy of delusion to oppose the justice of Marine? The figure disdained to finish speaking, and a scorching heat emerged from his hand. Follow closely. This is the mind of the survivors on the port gradually turning from anger to fear. The pirate captain gradually turned into ashes amidst extremely miserable screams. It is also this time. Only some pirates noticed that there was another tall Marine in a dark red suit standing on the deck of the warship. And the first time I saw that figure, their first thought is, just where the other party stood, he exuded an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. It was an absolutely invincible oppressive feeling that was enough to make one despair. Who is that guy? Someone murmured. Suddenly, as someone read the newspaper of the World Economic News that was read not long ago this morning. Then connect with the Marine who exudes a desperate and oppressive aura. The heart of this person who realized something suddenly trembled, his eyes widened, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Stuttering in disbelief. I know. That guy. It seems to be the Marine Admiral that Marine announced this morning, Chi, Akainu. What? Hi, Marine Admiral. His. With this sound, the pirates and other forces present all took a breath of air without exception. Some people even can't believe the loss of voice. Marine, what the hell are you kidding? Why did Marine Admiral appear here? Shouldn't monsters of that level go to destroy the monsters in New World? Unbelievable sounds keep appearing in the port. Follow closely. It is the presence of pirates, bounty hunters, or people from other forces. When it was discovered that the leader of the warship turned out to be Marine Admiral, the only thought left in my mind was, escape. Run away. Definitely not to stay here. Because of his highest combat power against Marine, he can be called the Admiral of Monsters. No doubt. That is, the existence of monsters that they can never win no matter what. Chapter 39. Although I can't believe that Marine sent an admiral here. But all the terrified people in the place believed in one thing without exception. That's absolutely, and a real monster of monsters. Any Marine Admiral. They are all possessing absolutely overwhelming combat power and standing at the top of the sea. And at this time, faced with the port that was completely thrown into chaos with the appearance of Akainu on the warship. Akainu Admiral, those guys seem to be ready to run away. The adjutant looked anxious and said, "What should I do? If you want to continue the bombardment, you may actually be injured by accident. Before the words fell, Akainu pushed the adjutant away and said in a deep voice, "Step aside." Ah! The adjutant stared blankly at Akainu, who was standing at the front of the deck. And at this time, Akainu's eyes flickered coldly. Witnessing the frantically fleeing pirates, he slowly grasped it with his 5 fingers, and the scalding heat began to emerge along with the lava. The lava dripped on the deck, and immediately melted and corroded potholes. Only then did the adjutant understand why Akainu Admiral asked him to get out of the way. From a distance of several meters, he felt a shocking and terrifying heat wave coming towards him. If it's really stained with that lava. Gudu, is this Admiral's sense of oppression? The adjutant swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And at this moment, Akainu aimed his lava-emerging hands towards the sky. Shen Sheng said, "It's just a crime that should be eradicated, pirates, don't underestimate Marine's justice. Die! Boom! Boom! Boom!" This is a bunch of fist-shaped lava carrying terrifying temperatures flying high into the sky, sinking straight into the clouds. That guy, what the hell is he doing? The attack actually hit the sky. Did it miss? This scene fell into the eyes of the forces fleeing frantically at the port. Many people stopped, and some forces who were completely involved tried to negotiate terms with Akainu. Wait! We're not pirates. We're just people who come to buy a boat. However, the words are not finished yet. In the next second, as flames gradually began to appear in the sky and atmosphere, the sound of the atmosphere being torn apart sounded. All those who were fleeing at the scene subconsciously looked at the blue sky, their eyes gradually widened, their chins grew long, cold sweat rolled down their foreheads, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Cheat, right? This must be a dream, right? Is that guy really still human? Quick! Find a cover! I saw endless fear in the hearts of everyone on the port. It was fist-shaped lava with terrifying high temperature that tore through the sky and the clouds, dyeing the original blue sky into a piece of red. It's like a burning cloud covering everything and occupying the entire sky. But those exaggerated flaming meteorites landed, but they carried suffocating heat and enveloped the entire port of the 7 waters below. Now, many people in the port looked at Akainu, who shouted "Meteor volcano" in a deep voice. Everyone felt uncontrollably a surge of fear from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. Strange, monster! That is a monster that would make any force on the Grand Line fall into despair. And that it is the apex that can be hailed as the highest combat power by Marine Admiral. Under the ultimate fear. Whether the people on the port are pirates or other forces. While preparing to escape, he suddenly found that his legs were no longer in control. When you come back to your senses, those flaming meteorites that were constantly enlarged in everyone's fearful pupils had already fallen from the fiery red sky. That scorching heat wave has eroded everything. It's over, it's over. Someone knelt down on the ground helplessly. In the next second, a devastating disaster erupted in the entire port, like a natural disaster. The surviving ships that had not sunk into the sea were directly swallowed completely. A large number of people were unable to move their bodies due to fear, and could only watch helplessly as their bodies were engulfed by the terrifying heat and eventually turned into ashes. And what's even more frightening is that when those fist-shaped flaming meteorites fall to the ground, they will shatter while melting everything due to the huge impact. When those shattered high-temperature lava touch the ground, it will trigger a secondary explosion again. For a while, the port of the capital of 7 waters was engulfed by a far more terrifying explosion than the shells. The roiling heat wave was like a demon that devoured everything, killing all possible survivors. When everything slowly starts to calm down, this is a scene that is enough to make the scalps of any onlookers tingle. A huge port that originally docked hundreds of ships. Now it has been covered by a sea of flames, and a large number of human bodies are occupied by burnt ashes. The sea water is also extremely hot, and white mist of steam is constantly emitting, covering everything. Like one of the largest ports on the Grand Line. Now it has completely turned into a lava flame hell. And this time, Marine's warship. Watching this scene, the sailors who followed Akainu were also shocked to the extreme. Just a trick. It easily and completely ruined the port where hundreds of ships docked. And that blow killed at least hundreds of people. Moreover, this is probably the result of Akainu Admiral not planning to bury the entire capital of Seven Waters. Otherwise, Gudu, is this the strength of Admiral? Too powerful. It's not like the overwhelming power of humans at all. Mr. Sakazuki. That's amazing. This scene will definitely be photographed by the World Economic News and shock the whole world. Marine on the warship was relieved. They noticed a few albatrosses with cameras hanging around their necks suddenly flying in the distance, and they looked at Akainu with excitement and shock. At the same time, streets near the port. On the roof below where the terrified crowd fled. Is this the power of Marine Admiral? Robin looked at the port that seemed to be completely shattered in the flames and lava hell, his pupils froze and flickered in shock. But I thought of the name of the Marine General who came this time. Robin's slender girl clenched her 5 fingers into a fist. Sakazuki. This name is one she will never forget. Although Robin did not know the identity of the other Marine who ordered to attack the civilian ship leader besides Aokiji because of the O'Hara incident that day. But inquire secretly in the underground dark world. Robin still knows the name. Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki. But only compared to then. Robin didn't expect to meet him again, and the Marine who turned O'Hara into her life's nightmare has now become Marine Admiral. And it appeared right in front of her eyes. At the foot of this capital of 7 waters. You don't want to participate in this battle. Bai Ye next to Robin made a sound. Kin. Robin looked at Bai Ye, thinking of the completely shattered port. Worried in my heart. Although she believes in Bai Ye unreservedly now, since Marine Admiral can be hailed as the highest combat power of Marine. It is definitely a monster standing in the top ranks of this sea. Bai Ye saw Robin's thoughts. Shook his head and said. Rest assured. After speaking, Bai Ye looked at the fragmented lava hell port. Yhwach walked in the opposite direction of the frightened and evacuated crowd, and did not forget to say. I never do anything I'm not sure of, and from the very beginning, even if I didn't find him, Marine would be an obstacle in my way. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye's red eyes flashed a touch of indifference and coldness. The other side. On the warship. Listen to the Marine cheering on the warship below. Facing this scene, Akainu's face remained unchanged. He just snorted coldly at the port of the capital of the 7 waters that was buried, and said in a deep voice. They're just a bunch of scum, and they still try to negotiate terms with Marine, what a bunch of idiots. Next, it's time to get down to business. The evil seed must, Akainu is not finished yet. Sudden. The phone bug in his pocket for the exclusive contact with Marshal Marine rang quickly. Akainu frowned. If Marshal Sengoku has nothing serious to do, he should not bother him. However, at this moment, Akainu suddenly looked towards the direction of the port. Akainu changed his voice and said in a deep voice. It seems that I don't need to look for it. The target has already been sent to the door, ready to die. What? What? The adjutant was taken aback. Subconsciously followed Akainu's gaze. The adjutant's face couldn't help but change afterwards. I saw that on a completely fragmented port that looked like a lava hell. The white mist formed by the scalding sea gradually dissipated. A young figure slowly appeared. The boy exuded a unique temperament, with black hair, and a pair of red pupils that were so deep that no one dared to look directly at him. While he and Akainu Admiral looked at each other. The boy was also looking at them. How is it possible? Under the attack of Admiral just now, there are still people alive? Lie. The adjutant said in disbelief. And this time, while answering the call bug, Akainu looked directly at the boy's figure, and said in a cold tone. You are really an arrogant guy. As the source of evil that should be eradicated by justice in this world, he dared to show up on his own initiative. I thought a brat should have been scared away just now. The source of evil that should be erased by justice. When Bai Ye who came to the port heard the words, the indifference in his eyes remained unchanged. Feel the fragmentation of everything around you. The tone made no secret of disdain, and said, "Whether it's the world government or the marine government that is willing to be a dog, it's all hypocrisy to the extreme, nothing more." The voice fell and echoed in this sea area. Marine on the warship's face changed drastically almost immediately, and he subconsciously looked at Akainu Admiral. Google. Is that guy crazy? How dare you mock Akainu Admiral as a running dog in front of Akainu Admiral? Is that guy actively provoking Akainu Admiral? Crazy, crazy. After seeing Akainu Admiral's completely overwhelming combat power, facing the appearance of this young man, all the Marines present couldn't help being shaken in their hearts without exception. Madman. This is their first impression. On the Grand Line, and also witnessed the overwhelming combat power of Akainu Admiral. How dare he mock Akainu Admiral? Isn't this courting death? Marine on the warship couldn't help holding his breath, and subconsciously looked at Akainu Admiral. Chapter 40. And at this moment, Akainu heard the words. The whole face instantly darkened. The 5 fingers began to make a fist, and hot lava emerged from the fist. When Akainu raised his head again, his eyes flickered coldly. It's just an eloquent kid. How can he understand the justice of the Marine? And the judgment of the world government? Just let me send you this evil seed that should be eradicated to the underworld. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from Akainu. The warship under his feet began to crumble instantly. But at this moment, sudden, Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug Akainu had just answered. Sakazuki. Can you hear me? Notice Sengoku's snappy tone in phone bug. Akainu frowned, brought the phone bug to his mouth, and asked in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku, what happened? Akainu was a little puzzled. Judging from Sengoku's urgent tone, something big must have happened. But something that can make Sengoku anxious as the Marine Marshal. Is it the pirates of New World who are about to move? Or was Naval Headquarters the same event that the Golden Lion invaded Marineford alone? Akainu's face darkened again. However, a command came from the phone bug that surprised Akainu. If you haven't arrived at the capital of the Seven Waters yet, cancel the mission immediately. Return. What? Return flight. Akainu's complexion changed slightly. Could it be that even the order issued by the world government, Akainu subconsciously looked at Bai Ye with cold eyes. Sengoku's extremely sure voice came again from the phone bug. That's right, because just this morning, Naval Headquarters received news of the disappearance of the nobles of the world. As Marine Admiral, you should understand what this means, right? The nobles of the world. Hearing this word, Akainu's face finally couldn't stop being moved. And Marine behind Akainu was even more sluggish, and his heart was beating wildly. The nobles of the world, disappeared? It should be the world noble they imagined, right? Crazy, crazy. This piece of sea. How dare anyone take a shot at celestial dragons? Don't you know what serious consequences that will cause? No, not right. On this sea. Whether it's 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, or the second half of the Grand Line known as New World. Even if it is a rookie pirate who has just debuted. Everyone should be very clear about the heavy meaning behind the world noble celestial dragons. That is the absolute privileged class that dominates and stands on this sea for 800 years, the world government, a colossal monster that no force dares to provoke. Meanwhile, celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, can act recklessly regardless of any rules. And once the world's noble celestial dragons are injured, even if the skin is scratched, the world government will immediately carry out the wanted. And under the Marine government, Naval Headquarters will not hesitate to dispatch the highest combat force admiral to dispatch. Go forth and deal with anything that threatens the safety of the celestial dragons. Distance, time, place, identity. It doesn't matter. Marine Admiral will definitely shoot directly to obliterate. One can imagine. The world aristocrat celestial dragons is the bottom line that the world government must never touch. Once at sea, encounter the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. Don't talk about the idea of fighting the world's noble celestial dragons. Even the most ferocious pirates will subconsciously avoid them without hesitation and change their course, for fear of causing endless trouble. One can imagine the terrifying pressure behind the celestial dragons, the nobility of the world. It is so terrifying and terrifying in this sea. Then, imagine when they learned that Marshal Sengoku personally told the news about the accident of the world's noble celestial dragons. Shock given to all marines on board. Damn! Akainu gritted his teeth. He can already think of it. This matter will definitely attract the attention of the world government and the marine government. And this happened on the very day he was promoted to admiral. However, now it has encountered the target of obliteration ordered by the world government. Akainu's icy eyes became more chilly, and he looked at Bai Ye. Time is running out, let me personally send you to Huangquan first. With that said, Akainu is ready to unleash great eruption. Completely obliterate the price of all evil. However, as the eyes of the capital of Seven Waters are attracted to this ruined port because of Akainu's meteor volcano, Bai Ye felt almost done. So he took out the star metal that contained the door fruit ability. In the next second, there was a scene that made Akainu stop abruptly, and his face shrunk sharply. UBD! Akainu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Because Akainu saw it. It was a figure as fat as a pig and fell to Bai Ye's feet from a green space. Although that figure as fat as a pig looked miserable. But as Marine Admiral, how could Akainu fail to recognize it? The air bubbles on the fat pig's head are exactly one of the exclusive items of celestial dragons, known as the world's nobles. In other words, Akainu gritted his teeth and said, "The missing celestial dragons, so you made it. Brat!" Akainu yelled out almost in a roar at the end. Also this same time, behind Akainu was the marine who was shocked that there was a lunatic on the sea who dared to attack the celestial dragons. The moment when you hear the words, "Look at the fat hair under Bai Ye's feet. Oh no, it's the world's noble celestial dragons." Marine who was present felt an irrepressible chill rushing to his forehead almost instantly. World noble celestial dragons. Yes, did that guy do it? Cheat, lie? The guy who dared to attack the world's noble celestial dragons is right in front of our eyes. Marine collectively felt terrified, and his breathing almost stopped. However, soon, Marine, who was present, suddenly found the albatross on the observation deck with wings still holding a camera to take pictures, and immediately realized another thing in a shudder. Those albatrosses affiliated with World Economic News also filmed the scene that happened here. At that time, once these albatrosses send the photos to the World Economic News Agency. Gulp. Marine present couldn't help swallowing saliva. Thereafter, they noticed the boy's next move. The pupils suddenly widened in an instant. Could it be? The other party was almost deliberately waiting for Akainu Admiral to come. Plus the celestial dragons are missing. What happened here is enough to attract the attention of the whole world. Is that madman just waiting for this moment? Chapter 41. And at this time, at the port location of the fragmented capital of Seven Waters, a hole. Do you know the identity of this saint? This saint is celestial dragons, you untouchable. Do you know the consequences of daring to touch this saint? The celestial dragons are in no way intimidated by the change of circumstances. Instead, because of their innate status and habits, make celestial dragons look irritated and resentful. After all anyway, as an absolutely privileged class that dominates the world government, even the Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of the Marine that must not be provoked in the eyes of the world in this sea. In the eyes of Charlos Saint, it is just a good dog that will protect its master. One can imagine. He was admiring the scene of two slaves fighting to prevent their families from being killed yesterday. This is what happened today. This is something that the celestial dragons, who are already pampered, cannot accept anyway. Quickly let me go. Otherwise, I will turn you, all family members and people I know into the most despicable slaves. And the St. woman yesterday, I will cut off her limbs and become a lowly dog end. Charlos Saint gritted his teeth and stared at the boy's figure angrily. The sound of cursing resounded through the shattered port beneath their feet. However, as the time comes for the dragon pig to play today, Bai Ye didn't intend to talk nonsense. I didn't say much. Looking at Akainu, This gift, you Marines should like it. The voice fell. Bai Ye's actions at this moment. Only when Akainu growled stop. The extinct cross knife appeared in Bai Ye's hand. Indifferent eyes stared at Akainu. A slashing light flashed directly. And at this moment, stand in Celestial Dragon's perspective. He only saw a picture of an arm thrown high and blood splattering suddenly appear in front of him. Follow closely. Charo's saint looked down at himself slowly in disbelief. The blood from Qi Zhen's broken shoulder came into view like a spring. The screams came out immediately. Ah! 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 This is the hand of the saint. The hand of the saint. Celestial dragons as pampered habits. Don't let someone cut off your arm, usually you have never even scratched a layer of skin. Because all the slaves who were handicapped in taking care of them in the Holy Land had all been dragged down and executed. The remaining slaves and untouchables will naturally serve carefully in their daily life. But today, as the creator of this world noble celestial dragons, from small to large, not to mention that his arm was cut off, he had never even seen his own blood. Not to mention that some untouchables dared to attack him. Seeing that the black-haired and red-eyed boy was indifferent, Charo's saint swung the black knife again. The great fear that he felt for the first time in his life gradually appeared in his eyes. Terrified and said, "Quick, quick stop. Whatever you want, I can give you anything. Stop it, it doesn't matter if it's slavery, wealth, or status. This saint can promise you everything. Yes, yes. And Marine. You trash. Hurry up and save me." Charlo's saint was in disarray. However, another slashing light fell. "Stand still." Bai Ye looked at Akainu, who was furious because the celestial dragons did not dare to approach directly. Bai Ye witnessed the celestial dragons who were begging for mercy at this time, and there was nothing but indifference and indifference. Does the creator also fear? Charo's saint, who had lost an arm again, saw this scene. Completely stunned. As celestial dragons born to hold supreme privilege, he always arrives in any sea area. He has seen many of those dog-licking pariahs who like to flatter them. Even if you reward a little rubbish every time, any kingdom, power, will willingly become its own dog, and try its best to arrange everything. This time I was preparing for the trip from the first half of the Grand Line to East Blue, and there was no exception in the process. But this time, why is this pariah in front of him unmoved? Status, wealth, slave. Aren't those things the untouchables from the outside world dreaming of? All kinds of thoughts kept popping up. Another slashing light fell. This time, it was Charlo's saint who had both legs broken at the root. The overly intense pain had already made Charo's saint, who was in a sluggish state, unable to cry out. Because of him this time, it is gradually clear to understand one thing. The boy in front of him. It is really going to take his life. There is no redundant questioning session like torture slaves. There is also no idea of using the world's noble celestial dragons to threaten the world government. Not to mention any intention of negotiating with Marine. And Bai Ye himself. And very consistent. It is both interest and finished use. Then you should die honestly. It is also this time. Charo's saint carefully looked at the appearance of the untouchable boy in front of him. When you notice the pair of red pupils that were born in the world like a disaster. Saint Chalos suddenly thought of a topic for fun that was discussed between his father and his elder brother who abused the slaves in the Holy Land. 15 years ago. The Holy Land, Mariejois, has taken place in a room that all celestial dragons regard as humiliating and humiliating. Although the woman and the child were successfully killed under the covert operation, they were thrown out of the Red Line. But the celestial dragons in the delivery room remember that day clearly. When that lowly blood child was born, it brought deep fear to the celestial dragons present. You can't see, you can't hear, you can't even move your body, and you have a pair of devil-like red pupils. Could it be that UBD? Charo's saint, who had turned into a human stick, looked at Bai Ye in disbelief, his tone trembling when he spoke. Because he didn't believe it at all, he just took that incident as a joke for fun. But I didn't expect. He really saw the child who was ruthlessly abandoned in the Red Line. And right here and now. Stand before his eyes. The ultimate fear in his heart could no longer be suppressed and engulfed Charo's saint's body, and he couldn't stop shaking. However, Bai Ye didn't stop because of this. Instead, it is on the fragmented port that is now attracting the attention of the entire capital of Seven Waters. The black knife fell again. That was when Akinu's face fell to the extreme cold, and countless people were terrified in their hearts. The head of the celestial dragons with unconcealable fear is thrown high. At the same time, this also symbolizes that many years have passed. In this sea, the fact that a world nobleman, celestial dragons, has died. What's more, the death is extremely miserable, which is almost equivalent to public execution. Chapter 42. This moment, with the head of the celestial dragons who still showed disbelief before death fell to the ground. All the people in the entire city of Seven Waters who were attracted by the movement just now, or the marines on the warship. The collective once again fell into a deathly silence. Until, someone said in the shock of ultimate. Cheated. That guy, killed a celestial dragons. No, but why did the celestial dragons appear in? Wulai, who was watching from a distance, knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. But he was immediately interrupted by the extremely frightened person. Crazy idiot! Does this even matter? The important thing is that that guy killed a world noble celestial dragons. And in front of Marine Admiral. Does that guy want to challenge the world government? No, that kind of behavior is basically the same as the world government declaring war. Someone realized the extremely serious consequences, and couldn't stop shaking. There is only one thought left in my mind now. Escape. You must leave this city called the Seven Waters capital far away. Because no matter how prosperous the city is on the Grand Line, it is also known as a holy place for shipbuilding. None of this matters now. With a world noble celestial dragons died here. This will definitely attract unimaginable revenge from the marine government and the world government. Even, after today. Whether the capital of Seven Waters will exist or not has become an unknown. And at this time, on the deck, blue veins appeared faintly on Akinu's forehead. Cracks appeared on the phone bug on the left hand. I saw that Akinu's tone was freezing cold, and he said to the worm on the phone first. Marshal Sengoku, it appears that the culprit behind the disappearance of the celestial dragons has been found. Found it? The other end of the phone bug. Naval Headquarters meeting. Sengoku's heart sank, and he immediately asked. Who is the other party? After the voice fell, many marine executives in the conference room were shocked and gathered together. After all, because of the world noble celestial dragons, Naval Headquarters held impromptu meetings with almost all high-level participation. Even the world government for this. He is even willing to let Akinu, who has just been promoted to Admiral, handle the celestial dragons incident first. It is conceivable how much importance this matter is now in the eyes of the marine government and the world. Unexpectedly, the discussions held at the headquarters meeting are at the same time. Akinu brings good news that is not good news. Finally, the marine government can give the world government an explanation. However, just in the heart of the marine executives, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Akinu's next words made all the high-level officials in the conference room of Naval Headquarters change their faces drastically. The culprit is the brat who caused the failure of the arrest of the Devil's Son, and, the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, are dead. Akinu's gritted teeth echoed in the conference room from the phone bug. The faces of all marine executives changed drastically, and some even stood up and said, What? Celestial dragons, dead? How can this be? As a high-level marine, anyone who can attend the meeting. One thing is clear without exception. That is the world aristocrat celestial dragons, in the eyes of the outside world, is an existence that must not be provoked in this sea. Because once the celestial dragons are provoked, no one can bear the consequences. But just in this case, there are still people who have the guts to kill the world's noble celestial dragons. Tianlong is already dead, things are troublesome. The Marine Vice Admiral Polisalino, who was sitting in the back, had surprise in his eyes and rubbed his forehead. But, from the current point of view, I am afraid that the most troublesome ones will be world government and Akainu. Because there are usually senior marine executives present. They all know exactly what this means. Kill a world noble celestial dragons. This is not at the same level as the seriousness of the situation that threatens the world's noble celestial dragons. And at least the high-level presence is Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Most of them have the qualifications to know the truth about the past. Not all of them though. All Marines who are currently able to participate in the current meeting. We all know that before One Piece Roger, there was an extremely vicious era of pirates. And in that vicious era that was several times more cruel than today. The dominant sea force that stands out is the Rocks Pirate. Although the history of that pirate group has been almost completely erased by the world government. But Rocks Pirates' influence on today's era is still not completely erased. For now the New World is recognized as the Whitebeard of the Emperor of the Sea. Furthermore, Kaido who occupies Wanakuni for the title of Emperor of the Sea, and Charlotte Linlin who occupies Wanguo for the title of Emperor of the Sea. There is also the legendary Golden Lion who broke into naval headquarters alone a few years ago and caused countless Marines to lose their lives. These 4 people are all former people on Rocks Pirate. One can imagine. What kind of monster is the Rocks Pirate who was once known as the Overlord of the Sea? However, even so, the fate of the Rocks Pirate has not escaped the end of disbandment and collapse. And it is such a pirate group that almost gathers the top monsters in the sea, the reason why it will end up like this. Bottom line. There is only one reason. That was the leader who couldn't help the Rocks Pirate at the beginning, and the Rocks tried to draw attention to the celestial dragons. This is the bottom line that the world government regards as absolutely untouchable. In a sense. This also represents the attitude of the world government. Pirates can plunder wealth, or slaughter civilians, even if they become kings themselves. World government always seems to be aloft. It will only leave most of the things to the marine government under its banner. But once someone dares to touch the bottom line of celestial dragons, then the world government will absolutely not leave any power to erase it. Therefore, the marine executives present even think with their toes. I also understand that the occurrence of this incident represents how serious the incident has become now. And an example of Rocks Pirate has already appeared in this sea. The world government will absolutely not allow another existence that dares to challenge the world government. Then, the current Marine Marshal Sengoku understood that the seriousness of the matter was out of control, so he gritted his teeth and gave the order. Sakazuki, kill! Kill the perpetrator immediately! At the same time, the capital of 7 Waters, on the deck of a warship, Akainu heard the order from the phone bug whose hands were already cracked. He reached out and crushed the phone bug directly. It highlights the inner fluctuation of Akainu at this time. Then, Akainu looked at Bai Ye with an extremely cold face, and said, "Evil person, even if you don't need an order, you are destined to be buried here today. Let me send you to the underworld with my own hands." While speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Akainu's body. Bai Ye heard the words. There were no waves on his face. Yes, just the indifference and coldness in the eyes. Just. Akainu is after Bai Ye's life. Why not Bai Ye? But before that, Bai Ye also wanted to see his current strength. How long does it take to deal with a marine admiral? Holding the annihilating cross knife, the blood-moving pattern appeared on Bai Ye's body. Next second. This is Akainu who has already taken the first step and strikes in the suppressed anger. Chapter 43. A large amount of lava covered Akainu's right arm, and the scorching heat swept around like a wave of air. The moment Akainu was about to fall into the shattered port with a leap. Looking at Bai Ye with extremely cold eyes, he roared angrily. Stop trying to do any insignificant struggles. Brat! Be obedient and die for the evil crimes you committed. The sound fell. A fragmented portland under the sky. Akainu's right arm accumulated a large amount of hot lava, and Akainu's fist suddenly blasted out. Big, fire-breathing. Boom! In an instant, it fell with Akainu's powerful attack. The entire port of the capital of 7 Waters, which was fragmented, began to vibrate violently in an instant, and the sea surged. between carrying high-temperature lava flames. It is visible to the naked eye that a large number of nearby wreckages are constantly being lifted up, engulfed by lava, and the remaining ground is easily melted. At this moment, combined with the hot orange-red lava splashing everywhere, it is like a natural disaster to destroy everything. Chi, Akainu Admiral is doing it. That evil guy will definitely die without a place to bury him. Too powerful, Akainu Admiral. On the warship, Marine was shocked to see this scene. However, the thick dust and smoke under the terrorist attack of Akainu gradually dissipated. The tall figure of Akainu, whose face became more gloomy, was revealed. As well as, there is also the figure of the boy whom Marine believed to have been killed by Akainu's attack just now. The boy with black hair and red pupils was not engulfed by the hot lava. Ended up with no bones left. Or Akainu's attack pierces through. A scene that caught everyone's eyes. It was a boy with some mysterious lines on his body, who actually blocked Akainu's fierce attack with a black knife. How can it be? That guy, blocked. Marine's complexion suddenly changed, and he lost his voice. The residents of the City of Seven Waters, who had been stunned by the silence, wiped their eyes suddenly, looking at the scene in disbelief. Cheating, you're lying. That demon was able to block Marine Admiral's attack. And it's one-handed. How is that possible? It was Admiral's attack. Could it be that that teenage demon has the strength to take on Marine Admiral's terrifying moves? The shocking sound continued to rise and fall near the port of the capital of Seven Waters. And at this moment, the boy's flat voice broke the atmosphere and sounded slowly. It seems that Marine Admiral's attack is nothing more than that. Bai Ye raised his head. Looking directly at Akainu with indifferent eyes, containing cold eyes down to freezing point. The strength of Marine Admiral. Very strong. Well above the previously killed CP0. Quasi-Admiral strength and true Admiral level. Although it seems to be worse. But the actual results are quite different. No exaggeration to describe. Just like the gap between adults and children. But, to want to deal with him to this extent, Akainu is a little too naive. Moran's red pupils flickered calmly. Next second, Bai Ye slashed at Akainu with the black knife in his hand. The veins on Akainu's forehead sprang up again, and his face was extremely gloomy. Witnessing the figure of the boy in front of him who was almost wearing kakuzu without being engulfed by the scorching hot lava, Akainu gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. This kind of attack that doesn't even come with haki, the frog in the bottom of the well, you have to recognize the reality. A large amount of high-temperature lava emerged from Akainu's hands, and he let out a low growl. The evil person who should be wiped out. Die. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. The rapid growth of hot lava condenses into the shape of a dog's head as Akainu blasts out. Followed by the continuously extending dog's head made of a large amount of orange-red lava, it immediately aimed at Bai Ye's attack and bit down. Ferocious exception. Next moment, the two attacks meet. Boom, sounded. A burst of air suddenly swept all around, but it was like a knife cutting sharply, tearing everything it swept through. At the same time, when Bai Ye and Akainu collided, it exploded instantly. Visible to the naked eye, the sea near the capital of Seven Waters was also squeezed by invisible pressure during the turbulence, bursting out huge waves of water columns. It shows how terrifying the power of its collision center is. But this time, there was no time for the rest to react. The two figures covered in dust and smoke at the center of the collision raised their knives and clenched their fists at the same time. More terrifying attacks are coming one after another. The extinguishing cross knife in Bai Ye's hand slashed from bottom to top. At the same time as raising his left hand, dozens of small holy arrows of destruction burst out from Bai Ye's fingertips, and the brilliant blue arrows galloped towards Akainu. See this scene. Akainu's face changed slightly. But still disdained to growl. A boring little trick. A large amount of lava gathered and blasted out with fists. The collision of the two moves caused a more violent explosion than the previous one. Boom. Bai Ye's next attack sideways past Akainu. Akainu's expression changed slightly as he moved again, abruptly changing the trajectory of his attack. Next moment, This is a terrifying slash that suddenly flew out of the dust and smoke behind Akainu, and went straight to the clouds in the sky. Akainu's missed attack was accompanied by a large amount of lava pushed further back in the fragmented port. And this scene changed the faces of the people watching the battle drastically. No, not good. Hurry, run. Witnessing the hot lava that engulfs everything, it seems that nothing can stop it and destroy everything, houses, land, wrecks of ships. Rumbling. None of these can hinder the attack of the extreme terror. A large number of houses were melted and destroyed, and an unknown number of lives were lost. This blow, wait for the thick smoke to gradually dissipate. It was Akainu who almost pierced through the capital of 7 waters. And this terrifying scene is enough to make those who witnessed this devastating battle realize clearly again just how terrifying is Marine Admiral's overwhelming combat power. Subconsciously looked at the battlefield. But it makes people almost stop breathing. Because in the sky behind Akainu, that's where the slash flew over. The entire sky seemed to be divided into 2. The huge gully was imprinted under the sky just like that. And the sunlight falling from it. As a result, this scene looked extremely shocking. That level of slash. Besides, the shocked people slowly and subconsciously looked at Akainu's attack that almost pierced through the capital of 7 waters. Cold sweat seeped down his back. Strange, monster. Those 2 guys are monsters among monsters. And a bounty hunter with some knowledge. But it was even more shocking to look at the young figures on both sides of the fierce battle. Their eyes were full of shock, and their hearts were horrified. Impossible. Although Bai Ye's appearance is far from the display of Akainu's devastating and overwhelming combat power. But any swordsman will understand one thing. Able to do that. The attainment of swordsmanship has definitely at least reached the pinnacle of a swordsman. Even. It is the highest realm that countless swordsmen in this sea dream of. The great swordsman. Although I don't want to admit it. But look at the terrifying slash that tore the sky. Unimaginable. That is the realm pursued by countless swordsmen on the sea. It is even possible for a teenager to reach that supreme realm. What a terrible thing. Because, in a sense, in the eyes of the swordsman, Akainu, who possesses overwhelming combat power, is fighting against the boy. Compared to Akainu, the other party is a more terrifying existence. If someone still questioned the 1,080,000,000 Bailey reward issued by Marine before. So now I'm seeing with my own eyes what's happening here. The reward amount released by Marine is absolutely low. That's right, it's low. After all, an extremely talented monster who could reach the realm of a great swordsman in his teens. How could it be worth 1,080,000,000 Baileys to offer a reward? However, in the constant ups and downs of various crazy thoughts, a voice sounded, but it made everyone's hearts unstoppable. The boring warm-up should be over. Marine Admiral's strength is not limited to this level. In the center of the collision, Bai Ye looked at Akainu with blood on his face. His voice was not too loud, but it was clear enough for everyone who was watching now. Therefore, without exception, anyone who hears this voice, they were all horrified in their hearts, and the vibrations like huge waves couldn't stop emerging. Someone even lost his voice again on the spot. Cheat, a lie. Could it be that level of fighting? It's just warming up. Are those 2 monsters really human? Witnessing the aftermath nearly erased the horror of everything in the shattered port. Someone swallowed saliva, and the fear was abnormal. There were also people who fell to their knees in the ultimate shock. After all, if these are just the warm-up before really showing strength. So, the combat power of Marine Admiral, no. It should be how strong are those 2 monsters really? Chapter 44. And at this very moment, the capital of 7 waters. In the battle zone where a large number of people gather to shock the eyes of Ultimate. Akainu noticed that there was an extra blood stain on his face, and the blood dripped on the lava and evaporated instantly. The coldness in Akainu's eyes was extremely gloomy. Although it's just an inconspicuous scratch. But on the first half of the Grand Line. As Admiral known as the highest combat power, he actually suffered a disadvantage at the hands of a teenager. In Akainu's view, this is a very shameful trace. Gritting his teeth, a rage welled up in Akainu's heart. Clenched hands. A large amount of lava emerged. For a while, the scorching heat in the air continued to rise. "Don't be too arrogant, evil man," Akainu spoke. Afterwards, it was under the shocking eyes that anyone could move. A large amount of black smoking lava began to emerge from Akainu's body. Boom! An incomparably powerful breath suddenly descended. The shock almost spread throughout the capital of Seven Waters. Subsequently, this is a torrent of lava flowing from the feet of Akainu, wantonly encroaching on this fragmented port. Akainu himself was covered by a large amount of lava. The aura at this time has exploded several times compared to just now. Akainu's face was gloomy, he concealed his anger and said, "Since you want to witness the scene of hell, I will send you to Huangquan. It's not just you and the demon sons who escaped because of your sabotage of the marine operation, will be evils eradicated by justice." Die! Akainu's voice fell. The clenched arm bathed in lava releases lava that is several times larger than before. Akainu rushed in front of Bai Ye at the same time. The high temperature and heat wave are sweeping. Evil that will be eradicated by justice? It's really hypocritical. Watching Fury Akainu show serious strength. Bai Ye has a stern demeanor. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. In Bai Ye's view, Akainu sees himself as upholding justice. Nothing could be more hypocritical. But now that we have reached this stage, witness the attack from Akainu. Bai Ye continued to have no intention of wasting time. Feel the high temperature in the air now, like a sea of fire. There was no surprise in Bai Ye's eyes. After all, being able to become a marine admiral is known as the marine government and the highest combat power of the world government. The true strength of any admiral. They are all existences that can destroy the country alone. It is no different from the mobile natural disaster. It is indeed the existence that can be hailed as the highest combat power of marine. Facing Akainu at this time, I am afraid that even in New World, except for those 4 emperors pirates in the future, no one wants to face such a monster. And normally, a monster with this level of combat power, generally, there is no problem in fighting for a few days and nights. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a mobile humanoid natural disaster. But Bai Ye is not someone on the Grand Line who fears Admiral's name. Likewise, if Bai Ye is not fully sure, there will be no fight with Akainu here either. Moreover, the stronger the ability of the lava fruit revealed by Akainu, the more valuable it will be to usurp the altar. Bai Ye was extremely calm. The static blood outfit transformed into the moving blood outfit, and the black knife cut down. This angry gesture, like being stepped on by someone's tail, is really ugly. The voice fell. Really good enough for a serious attack on both sides to meet. Boom! This is the first reason that the originally fragmented port is completely unable to withstand the strong pressure. It broke apart with a bang. The sea trembled violently and raised columns of water. A large amount of wreckage began to splash around. Under this strong vibration, all the people living in Seven Waters felt a strong shaking from their feet. At the same time, Iceberg Shipyard. What is this? Bingshan's face changed drastically, feeling the vibration from under his feet. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open by a craftsman. Horrified. "No, it's not good, President, it's the port, the port. It's Marine Admiral who is fighting people." "What? Marine Admiral?" There was shock in Bingshan's eyes. Marine Admiral, how could it appear in a place like the capital of Seven Waters? He looked towards the direction of the collapsed port not far away. Bingshan muttered to himself. Almost immediately, Bingshan ordered the people in the shipyard to hide first. However, at this moment, an even worse piece of bad news came. "No, it's not good, President. Someone is taking advantage of the chaos to rob the ships that have been built. They are even kidnapping our craftsmen and robbing materials. Among them are pirates, people from other forces, and even people from some kingdoms." Another worker who ran in a panic looked at the iceberg. Bingshan heard the words. His complexion suddenly changed. Damn! Originally for the Bai Ye ship, the shipyard has already rejected a large number of original orders. The consequences were already very unpredictable for Bingshan. And now, if those previously completed but undelivered orders are robbed, Bingshan's face was extremely serious. That kind of consequence is definitely an event that is too bad to be serious. Come with me. Bingshan immediately made a decision, intending to stop those people. However, a girl's voice suddenly sounded. Leave those people to me. Who? The two shipyard employees were startled. But Bingshan couldn't believe it and looked at the girl who didn't know when she was standing outside the window. The girl was standing on the roof watching Robin fighting between Bai Ye and Akainu in the distance. While Robin was speaking, his eyes were also fixed on the direction where the port was located. Bingshan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it really possible?" "Don't worry," and Robin nodded. Afterwards, Robin watched as the battle at the port seemed to destroy the world. Opened the mouth and said, "This battle should not take long, and it will end soon." A small voice fell. "What?" But the iceberg looked in the direction of the port in disbelief. After all, from the mouth of the workers in the shipyard, Bingshan knew clearly that the side fighting over there was Marine Admiral, possessing overwhelming combat power, enough to stand at the top of the world's top ranks among monsters. But now, he heard something. Will that fight be over soon? Could it be that? Wrong. Bingshan noticed Bai Ye who did not appear beside Robin. Suddenly, there was a shock in Bingshan's heart. Should not. The guy who fought Marine Admiral? That is. Although Bingshan did not say it, it is also hard to believe the result that was not spoken at the edge of the mouth. But there is no doubt about it. The one who fought with Marine Admiral. I'm afraid it is the black-haired and red-eyed boy who came to the capital of the Seven Waters to ask him to build a ship. And the iceberg was discovered after being shocked. He didn't see any panic on Robin's face. This also explains. The other party clearly knew that the other party in the battle was Marine Admiral, who was hailed as the highest combat power by the Marine government. And it is under such conditions. To have such trust in his companions. This unimaginable absolute trust. What a huge bond is needed. Wait. Iceberg was about to say something while being shocked. But suddenly found that Robin's figure had disappeared by the window. Obviously. On the premise that Robin has absolute trust in Bai Ye. I have already dealt with the incidents caused by the snatching of ships on the other side. Chapter 45. The other side. This is the shipyard on the other side of the capital of Seven Waters. A great chaos is breaking out. Hurry up and grab it. We must snatch the ship and leave this place of right and wrong. A monster of the Marine Admiral level. How can we fight against it? Little ones. Don't forget those craftsmen when you snatch the ship. With those guys, even if we leave here, we can make a comeback sooner or later. Kill. A strong pirate man drew his sword and fought fiercely with the bounty hunter who valued the same ship. And here. The frictional flare of the clash of swords. The sound of fighting. Every now and then someone fell down and turned into a corpse. There are also terrified craftsmen who keep retreating in the face of ferocious pirates. This scene is constantly unfolding here. And not only pirates, bounty hunters, the dark forces that originally entrenched in the capital of Seven Waters have revealed their true colors. Because the ships that were originally anchored in the port were basically destroyed by Akainu. So those who survived in the city of the Seven Waters, pirates, bounty hunters, and forces surviving in secret are all thinking about escaping from the capital of Seven Waters. They all stared at the ships that had already been built inside the shipyard. There are only so many boats. Obviously it can't accommodate so many people fighting for it. Thus, a big melee fighting broke out. Die to Lao Zi. Lao Zi saw this ship first. And in the chaotic fight that rushed to the shipyard dock, a man in sturdy clothes and a crown on his head showed terrifying strength. A large number of pirates and bounty hunters died at his hands. This made the forces that had been fighting above couldn't help but change their expressions, and they didn't dare to step forward easily. That guy. Elisabello too. The guy who was born with the title of Weapon Destroyer. Is that guy a monster too? The pirates and other horses that rushed up were easily dealt with by Elisabello too. The rest of the faces were ugly. And at this time, Your Majesty, I think this is a good opportunity. Elisabello I's entourage pulled out the weapon from the corpse of a pirate, looked at Elisabello too, and suggested. Marine Admiral seems to be entangled by someone. Although we don't know who it is, this confusion can help us get the material of treasure tree atom. Elisabello I's face changed slightly when he heard the words. In the capital of 7 waters under your feet, is there anyone who can compete with Marine Admiral? A figure flashed in his mind. Elisabello too was a little unbelievable. If anyone can stand against Marine Admiral, it is the figure with the highest probability. But looking at the dock where the chaos broke out under his feet, Elisabello too immediately made a decision. This is a good opportunity in front of us. If the young monster who got the treasure tree atom wants to build a ship, the materials must be sent to the dock. In other words, compared to those idiots who participated in the auction house before, this is a real opportunity. Elisabello too didn't hesitate immediately, rushed to the inside of the dock, and saw the combination of pirates and bounty hunters fighting. Elisabello I's face sank, and his fists with boxing gloves blasted out. Immediately, the pirate and the bounty hunter, who had no time to dodge, were both knocked into the air while yelling damn, and slammed into the wall and passed out. If it was normal, this scene would definitely surprise the forces in the capital of 7 waters. As a king, Elisabello too possessed such powerful strength. Almost unstoppable in the chaotic battle, showing the power of the title of destructive force. Pity. In this kind of dock, the interior has fallen into a situation of complete melee, robbing, and fighting. Almost all forces have gone mad. They all just want to get rid of the opponent in front of them immediately, so as to snatch a ship and leave the place of right and wrong, the capital of 7 waters, as soon as possible. Not many people care about these anymore. But at the moment when most of the forces that snatched ships, kidnapped craftsmen, and even took away the shipbuilding tools inside the dock were about to board the ship, suddenly, this is a holy blue ray of light suddenly flying from a distance. It directly pierced through a powerful man holding a craftsman. Immediately afterwards, after the strong man couldn't believe it, he watched the blood hole in his body turn into a corpse and fell down. This is a larger number of holy destroying arrows piercing through this chaotic fight. Keep coming here. Boom. 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 Some forces that are fighting, or ordinary opponents, are robbing people have not yet reacted. They were directly shot and killed a large number of people present by this sudden attack. And this sudden change. The people who were fighting in this chaos could not help but stop one after another. What is this? This kind of attack that has no time to dodge, is it? On top. The guy who attacked. One person followed the direction of the attack and immediately shouted. The voice fell. The surviving pirates, bounty hunters, and other forces quickly looked up. Suddenly, he noticed the girl standing on a piece of cargo in the dock at some point. There was a look of anger on his face. Is that you? How dare you kill Lao Zi's men? That guy is. I remember it seems to be the devil's son with a reward of 180 million. Someone's expression changed. Robin identified. Because what happened in the auction house has been quietly spread to the forces with news channels. So it's not hard to spot Robin. Naturally, while recognizing. He also clearly knew how scary that girl was. But to the present situation. Even no. But anyone who tries to prevent them from leaving the capital of 7 waters. No matter who. All die. Go. Kill her. Little ones. Realize that Robin present is the most threatening existence. People inside the dock all stared at Robin. And at this time, a pirate sneaked up behind Robin, jumped up suddenly, cut off the weapon in his hand, and his eyes burst into excitement. Ha ha ha! Is there a reward of 180 million? No matter how terrifying your attack is, as long as you get close, there's nothing you can do about it. It seems that Lao Zi's luck is really good. You don't have that monster by your side. Use your head before you leave to help Lao Zi make a comeback and enter the new world. The weapon pierced the air and fell straight down. However, in the eyes of this pirate captain, accompanied by the weapon being less than a few minutes away from the girl's neck, he has firmly taken the head worth 180 million Baileys. Result: the weapon fell on the flesh and blood. But there was no blood spatter, or the scene where Robin's white neck is severed. But under the emergence of some kind of azure blue lines, the sharp weapon rubbed off sparks. It is Robin who, as Bai Ye's direct line of destroyers, has the ability, static blood outfit. How can it be? The pirate's eyes widened. However, Robin had turned around by this time. The sacred destroying arrows converge on the bowstring. Wait! The pirate's expression changed drastically. The voice has not yet fallen. A holy destroying arrow has been fired. He directly nailed the sneak attacking pirate and his body to a ship far away from the dock, and died. Damn it, did the sneak attack fail? Down below, seeing this scene, the rest of the people looked ugly. Seeing this scene, Elisabello too couldn't help but sink. That guy is very dangerous. And that girl appeared. It also indicates that there may not be so many opportunities here. But, considering his king's fist, Elisabello looked at Robin, who didn't have Bai Ye by his side. For the precious tree Adam. Elisabello too gritted his teeth and shouted around. Create an opportunity for this king. Her attack can only kill about 30 people at a time, only one distance. This king is sure to kill her. This voice is Elisabello too. Did that guy also take advantage of the chaos to come here? However, it is rumored that that guy's king's fist possesses the terrifying power that even if the Emperor of the Sea is hit, he will be killed in an instant. In this situation, I can only choose to trust that guy. The rest of the forces looked at each other and gritted their teeth. If they were to face Robin alone, no one in the room could be sure. But considering the rumors of Elisabello too, even if the rumors are a bit exaggerated to the point of being outrageous, but there can be rumors of that kind. The side also illustrates the extraordinary strength of Elisabello too. Furthermore, now inside the dock, although hundreds of people have died, there are still hundreds of people alive due to the mix of various forces. Even with the lives of his subordinates, it may not be impossible to create opportunities for Elisabello too. Thinking of this, the forces present gritted their teeth and confirmed with Elisabello too. Order your men to rush directly to Robin. And at this very moment, Robin witnessed this scene. There was no panic on the girl's face. Because the holy destroying arrow cooperates with Devil Fruit's previous ability in the auction house. Robin never said that was all her strength. Well known. The holy destroying arrow is just the basic ability that all Quincy masters can use. Chapter 46. Witnessing the scene where the collective force inside the dock ordered his subordinates to rush forward collectively, Robin was not in a hurry, but continued to knock his arrow. Thereafter, it was only at the moment when a large number of people and horses were about to approach. Swish! It was a beam of light suddenly rising from Robin's feet. The air wave that was set off directly blew a large number of people out. Followed by, as the air began to tremble uncontrollably, a huge riotsu began to descend here. Those people who were blown away have not yet reacted. Then I was shocked to find that my body was crushed to the ground by invisible strong pressure in the next second, as if it was filled with lead. It was extremely heavy, and it was almost impossible to move. At the same time, when the blue beam of light covering Robin's body shattered like a mirror, it dissipated like a star in front of many people. This is an unbelievable scene that caught the eyes of everyone present. It was a pair of light wings exuding azure blue spirits blooming behind the girl. While exuding a mysterious and sacred color, the powerful invisible pressure descending enough to distort the air. At the same time, it is also reminding those present. The number of people has lost its meaning at this moment. If anyone from the Shinigami world sees this scene, their faces will definitely change dramatically. Because of Robin's image today. It just symbolizes the state of the Quincy Master entering the complete holy body. And in this state, the strength of the Quincy will be like the Shinigami who opened Bankai. Compared with before, the strength is not in the same concept at all. At the same time, the place where Bai Ye and Akina fought, Boom! 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 This moment, the entire port of the capital of Seven Waters, which is large enough to accommodate hundreds of large ships, has completely collapsed. The nearby buildings and houses collapsed completely. The scorching heat contained in the air seemed to engulf everything. But nearby the air was trembling violently, and the sea couldn't stop churning. The two figures were fighting fiercely. The terrifying lava released by Akainu seems to be able to melt everything, and any attack that falls on it will cause the entire city of the Seven Waters to vibrate. With any slash that Bai Ye flew out, the rest of his power could tear apart the end of the distant sea. This. Or is it just the aftermath of this terrifying battle that escapes from time to time? Google. What kind of monster is that guy? He actually has the strength to compete with Akainu Admiral. On the warship. At this moment, the Marines who watched the battle were shocked to the extreme. Unbelievable to witness that scene. Feel the high temperature escaping in the air under this sky. If they were standing in that kind of place, I am afraid. Everyone felt a tingling scalp. With their strength, it is estimated that if they can't hold on for even a second, they will be immediately engulfed by the merciless pouring of high-temperature lava. One can imagine. In that battlefield that has almost completely turned into a lava field, the temperature released by the lava alone has reached such a terrifying level. However, it is this kind of blazing hell environment that almost no one can approach. The teenager didn't seem to be affected in any way. Fight with Marine Admiral, who is known as the highest combat power, and fight fiercely. Although that is a fact that they cannot believe. But everything that happened in front of my eyes. Constantly shaking their nerves. But it points to a fact. That was the boy who was obviously only in his teens, and even a few years younger than the fledgling young people in this sea. But it has the strength enough to compete with the Marine Admiral level. This. It is easy to think of a problem. Teens have the power to take on Marine Admiral. So? As he grows older, how strong will that boy be in the future? And most of all, such a talented monster that may have never been born in this sea. Now he is standing on the opposite side of the marine government and the world government. He even beheaded the celestial dragons of the nobles of the world with his own hands. One can imagine. If once let the opponent leave the battle. As the time goes, it will definitely become a disaster on this sea, and even the world. A terrifying thought was born in the bottom of my heart, and immediately. No matter what, absolutely can't let that guy live. This is what Marine thinks today on a warship. After all, if the young man beheaded the celestial dragons in public, he would still be considered a lunatic. Overwhelmed and delusional to challenge the rights of the world government. So here and now. With the strength shown by the boy against the Marine Admiral with overwhelming combat power. An idea popped up in the hearts of all the people watching the battle. Maybe. That's really not delusional. One can imagine. Anyway. Marine must not let it live. Now they don't doubt at all why they are only in the first half of the Grand Line. The world government needs to send an admiral-level fighter. Because, that boy exists in itself. Whether it is the Marine government or the world government, absolutely cannot allow terrorist threats to exist in this world. That is a monster with incomparable talent that can affect the future era, and even subvert the entire pattern of the sea. Quick, help Akainu Admiral. In any case, it cannot be allowed to live. That's right. Even if you can't help Akainu Admiral, interfere with that guy. On the warship, the shocked Marine gritted her teeth. Immediately began to turn the muzzle. Target Bai Ye who is fighting Akainu. Next second. Just when they were about to intervene. Abnormal protrusion. The lava attack released by Akainu is split in two. Followed by. When the slash hit the ground, the scalding lava field instantly disappeared into pieces. It was a pool of lava flying upside down. Observe carefully. You will find that it is not the lava splashed out in the aftermath of the collision. It's Akainu bathing in lava. That's Akainu Admiral. How can it be? Has Akainu Admiral been repelled? Marine's heart sank collectively on the warship. The faces of the rest of the people watching the battle in the capital of Seven Waters also changed dramatically. Marine Admiral at a disadvantage. If this is true, This is definitely the biggest humiliation Marine Admiral has ever suffered in the first half of the Grand Line. It would actually be injured at the hands of a teenage boy. As for Akainu will lose or be beheaded. Those present did not think about it. Because it is a monster with that level of combat power. Physical strength can almost continue to fight for days and nights. Even though he may suffer some minor injuries by accident, the absolute vitality is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. After all, since the establishment of Marine, in the perception of the outside world. But there has never been a record of Marine's highest combat power death. Not to mention, no matter how strong Bai Ye is, in the eyes of anyone watching the battle today. After all, he's just a teenager. Even if the talent is pervert. Possesses strength that can compete with Marine Admiral. But it's just a competition, that's all. It is absolutely impossible to have the strength to kill Marine Admiral. With this thought in mind, this battle is now. The hearts of everyone here in the capital of Seven Waters have been lifted to their throats. However, this moment, the place where Bai Ye and Akainu fought. Bai Ye looked at Akainu, who showed a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth not far away, but his combat power and state were basically unaffected, and sighed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, with my current strength, it would be very difficult to kill Marine Admiral with just the static blood costume and the moving costume, but... Bai Ye looked down at the annihilating cross knife in his hand, which was faintly corroded by lava, and looked at Akainu again. If it's just to test my normal state against Marine Admiral's strength, this battle is enough. From the beginning, Bai Ye never thought that he could defeat or even kill Akainu with just swordsmanship and physique. If the Admiral-level combat power is that weak, Bai Ye doesn't need to form his own star-cross knights. But, under normal circumstances, it cannot be defeated and beheaded. This doesn't mean that Bai Ye really can't do it. Akainu has now put out more than half of his full strength. The whole cards in his hand have not been used for a long time. Now Bai Ye's test is almost done. So, Bai Ye raised his head, looked at Akainu and said slowly with indifference. It is also time to draw an ending to this battle. Chapter 47. Ending. Hot lava that bathes the temperature-distorted space. The coldness in Akainu's eyes deepened upon hearing this, and he snorted coldly. Don't be kidding. Your weapons are almost burned out. This battle is destined to belong to Marine Justice. Akainu finished. Suddenly. Akainu noticed that Bai Ye not far away had voluntarily given up the black knife in his hand. Akainu was taken aback for a moment, and then a large amount of lava continued to emerge from his fist, and said in a deep voice. Is it because you clearly understand that evil is doomed to fail here, so you already plan to give up? Give up. Standing on the ruins at your feet. Bai Ye's tone at this moment has returned to calm. You seem to have made a mistake. Bai Ye looked at Akainu who was accumulating lava moves in front of him, and said slowly. From the beginning, the dominance of this battle did not exist in the hands of Marine. Whether it starts or ends is just in my mind. And now, I need to test something is over, in other words. Now it has come to the end stage. What? Akainu's face suddenly sank, and the scorching lava accumulated on his fist burst out suddenly, and he shouted angrily. Stop joking. An arrogant guy who only speaks out. Great eruption. The voice fell. Akainu jumped up, tens of meters of lava enough to melt the iceberg was like a volcanic eruption. Carrying the aura of destroying everything, it suddenly struck. Witnessed this scene. Bai Ye looked calm at this time, only the red pupils remained indifferent. Next second. Face a large amount of blasting lava that spews out. Bai Ye stood where he was and didn't move a step this time. He spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand, revealing the true ability of Quincy. This is before Akainu's attack comes. Boom. 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 There was a violent vibration. This is Bai Ye's own feet and surroundings began to rise a huge azure blue light wall, completely isolating all enemies to the outside. Next moment. When Akainu's horrific iceberg melting lava attacks first touched this absolute realm. An astonishing scene appeared. It was as if the endless Deo holy arrows were emitting brilliance, instantly tearing Akainu's attack that violated the domain into pieces. This is Akainu, who originally wanted to go forward and kill Bai Ye in one fell swoop, was shocked. Looking at the azure blue wall of light that seemed to rise from the god's realm all over him, Akainu gritted his teeth and stagnated his figure with moonwalk abruptly. Then the moment he landed, Akainu distanced himself from Bai Ye without hesitation. Although it was only for a short moment. But the moment of approaching that realm, Akainu's pupils showed a hint of surprise. He actually felt a huge threat from it. And the attack that was shattered by the endless sacred arrows just now. It also symbolizes that Akainu's judgment is correct. The unknown territory within the wall of light is enough to threaten his existence. UBD. Then he looked at the young man who seemed to be wrapped in the god's domain. Akainu's face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell did it do? Could it be that you are hiding your strength?" "Nothing, I just want you to experience it for yourself." Bai Ye's red pupils looked indifferently at Akainu, who had keen intuition, and stretched out his right hand. "This battle, everything, has been doomed from the very beginning, including the final outcome of this battle." "What?" Akainu was taken aback for a moment, then the veins on his forehead popped up, and he roared angrily. "What are you kidding? UBD. And at the same time, the people watching the battle saw this scene. Unbelievable subconsciously appeared on his face. Although they didn't know why Bai Ye suddenly gave up the black knife and gave up swordsmanship on his own initiative. But as the mysterious azure blue light wall around Bai Ye appeared, they just saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. That is, Marine Admiral Akainu clearly planned to kill the opponent, but chose to retreat at the last moment. And the boy didn't raise his hand at all. This means, this is Akainu's own choice as the first to attack. What the hell is, what happened? Why did Akainu Admiral take the initiative to back down? Does that monster have other means? There are also those walls of light, are they some kind of devil fruit ability? That guy, besides a swordsman, is also an ability user. Cheat, lie. Does that guy need other powers? The eyes of those watching the battle widened, unable to believe the figure of the young man looking at the terrifying battlefield. And right now, standing under the blue sky of the capital of Seven Waters, Bai Ye felt the breath of the Quincy on the other side. He turned his head and glanced in Robin's direction. Then, in this short moment, this is the scene where Akainu uses Dark Hound to sneak attack. Die. Akainu saw the attack since he couldn't get close to Bai Ye. Then Akainu simply relied on his experience to destroy everything that could be settled under Bai Ye's feet. Then take advantage of the moment when the strange domain barrier disappears. Akainu decided to seize the opportunity and unleashed the most powerful attack. Kill Bai Ye in one fell swoop. Arrogant brat. The battle experience between us. It's beyond what you can imagine. Let this whole city go to the underworld with you. I saw that Akainu used lava to smash the collapsed foundation of the entire port while countless people were shocked. At this moment, the weird light curtain surrounding Bai Ye finally disappeared. When Akainu saw this, it was the temperature released by a large amount of hot lava. At this moment, the sea near it boiled, and the evaporation continued to rise towards the sky. Afterwards, Akainu accumulated enough hot lava to destroy the entire Seven Water capitals. Witnessed a scene. Those who dared to watch the battle from a distance felt that there was already a heat wave, and the collective face changed drastically, and their hearts were terrified. That guy, is Marine Admiral crazy? Crazy. He wants to destroy the entire capital of Seven Waters in a frenzy. Run! Run fast! The crowd watching the battle in the capital of Seven Waters rang out in horror. On the warship, Marine's scalp almost burst. Is this the true full strength of Akainu Admiral? Strange, monster. This kind of power can no longer be described by human beings. It's simply a mobile disaster, right? But at this moment, look at the boy who lost the light curtain field. No, they had no doubts. I'm afraid Akainu Admiral is really planning to take advantage of this blow. He intends to bury the monster that absolutely cannot be allowed to survive, and the entire capital of Seven Waters together. However, I am afraid that everyone present will not think of it. Sanctuary praise was revoked by Bai Ye on his own initiative. At the same time, Bai Ye was waiting for the moment when Akainu took out all the lava fruits with all his strength. Facing Akainu's full force attack that can almost destroy the entire 7 water capitals, Bai Ye stood in midair and raised his hands. This is a star metal condensed and appeared, accompanied by the ability to usurp the altar. Next second, this is a scene that gradually made Akainu unbelievable under the moving expression on Akainu's face. Chapter 48. This is the end of Yhwach. Accompanied by Bai Ye's opening room, a jet black cross suddenly magnified in Akainu's pupils, followed by the azure blue light released by the star marks the moment it touches Akainu and releases a full attack. All the hot lava seems to be forcibly eroded by some force. I saw that the scorching lava that could destroy the entire capital of 7 waters in one blow suddenly began to rush madly towards the cross star. Whether it's the scorching heat, or the pouring lava that can engulf everything. Gradually. This is what Bai Ye witnessed. The scorching heat that swept across the sky began to dissipate. It seems that the endless pouring lava disappeared in large numbers. After being melted and cooled by lava, it began to reveal the dark and crumbling surface. In the end, all the power of Logia lava fruit gathered inside the star badge in Bai Ye's hand. Bai Ye felt the hidden power inside the star chapter. Capture the power of Logia lava fruit, success. UBD. What the hell did you do? Now. Akainu noticed that the nearby lava also disappeared. He stared at Bai Ye firmly in place. Akainu gritted his teeth and was about to release the lava fruit attack again immediately. Next second, Akainu's black-gloved fist didn't have any hot, high-temperature lava coming out. Witnessed this scene, Akainu subconsciously looked at the fist that did not release the lava, his pupils shrank, and his face changed drastically. How is that possible? What the hell is this? He raised his head and subconsciously looked around. Pat! A drop of raindrops sounded. It fell into the hands of Akainu. It just means that all the power will disappear as all the hot lava evaporates. The steam accumulated in this sky began to turn into heavy rain. Clatter! Standing in this heavy rain created by Akainu himself, feel the freezing temperature that the rain has never had before. Akainu stared at his hands in disbelief. His devil fruit ability? Why can't it be released? No, not right. Akainu clenched his fist tightly with 5 fingers, and there was a touch of shock in his eyes. It's not that they can't be released. As the Logia lava fruit ability user himself, Akainu suddenly found that he could no longer feel any connection with the Logia lava fruit in his body. As if he has never eaten a Logia lava fruit. Akainu's pupils flickered, showing that his heart could not stop ups and downs at this moment. What the hell is this? At the same time, a large amount of water vapor accumulated in the sky above the previous battle turned into a torrent of water. All those who were fleeing in panic in the face of Akainu's all-out effort to destroy the entire capital of 7 waters stopped. He looked up in shock at the sudden downpour of rain falling from the sky. Unbelievable, said. What happened? Have we been killed by Marine Admiral's attack? This heavy rain? No, the burning sensation in the air has disappeared. And what happened to the disappearing lava? Could it be that Marine Admiral was just pretending? Didn't he intend to destroy the entire capital of the 7 waters? I just knew that no matter how extreme Marines guys are, how could they unscrupulously attack civilians? What's the difference between doing that and pirates? But this sudden change, the scorching weather with heat waves in the air just now, did Marine Admiral kill the opponent? All kinds of doubts kept rising from the hearts of those who thought they were going to die. And on the warship watching the battle. Akainu Admiral, what the hell is it doing? Why was the attack cancelled? And this heavy rain, did Akainu Admiral change his mind? Akainu Admiral? Is this the plan? Marine also looked in disbelief at the 2 blurred figures in the icy rain that fell on the devastated and dark ground. The other side. Naval Headquarters. Meeting room. Akainu, what the hell are you doing? The opportunity to destroy the evil just now. Why didn't Akainu release it to attack at the last moment? Sengoku watched the scene where the projection phone insects built by the soldiers were on. Can't help but get up and grit your teeth. Akainu Admiral, what is he thinking? Sitting on the conference table, Marine Rear Admiral's face changed slightly. Hey, Akainu isn't really soft on civilians, is he? It's really a strange thing. An inappropriate voice sounded. It was Marine Vice Admiral Polisalino who cut the nails. Polisalino looked at the blurred picture on the projection phone bug. There was a look of surprise on his face. Akainu. Oh no, it should be Sakazuki, who definitely represents the style of hawks and wolves. Did that guy really change his style after being promoted to Admiral? If this is true, when Akainu comes back, Polisalino decides to take a good look to see if this Sakazuki is still the Akainu he knows. Damn it, Akainu Admiral gave up such a good opportunity at the end. What is this? Akainu Admiral. The rest of Vice Admiral's face also changed, and they spoke in disbelief. Although Naval Headquarters uses the projection phone bug to transmit the battle screen of the capital of Seven Waters here halfway presented in front of everyone at this headquarters meeting. But from there enough was a scalp-numbing fight. One thing has been assured without a doubt. That was the boy with black hair and red eyes above. Definitely a pervert talented enough to surpass any monster in this sea. Although I don't know where the world government got this news. But send Akainu, who has just been promoted to Admiral, to obliterate the opponent. Now no one doubts the decision of the world government. Because the kind of teenagers who have the strength to fight against Marine Admiral. The monster who committed the act of killing the noble celestial dragons of the world with his own hands. It's an existential threat. It is definitely not inferior to those monsters entrenched in New World who are known as the Emperor of the Sea. No, not even considering the teenager's age. This level of threat is even higher. Because just now, they were surprised to find that the Devil's Son could have been captured by only the colonel of the Marine branch. He even easily killed a large number of pirates with bounties one day ago. Although I don't know exactly what has changed so much. But vaguely sure. This incident is definitely related to that boy with black hair and red eyes. In the Marine Ford conference room, Marine couldn't believe why Akainu had stopped. Marine Vice Admiral Crane's face gradually revealed a dignified look. With her knowledge of Akainu's combat power is matched with his rich combat experience. There's absolutely no way Akainu can't see that's the best chance for a kill. Same. Others may hold back, but Shigan, known for his hawkish style, is not. Absolutely impossible. Therefore, only one answer left. He focused his eyes on the blurred figure of a young boy bathing in the heavy rain on the projection. It must be what the other party did. At the same time, Mariejois. World Government. The meeting room of the Five Elders, known as the Supreme Power. Damn it! What the hell is that Akainu guy doing? That arrogant worst bloodline. Instead of dying like this, he dared to take the initiative to kill the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. That guy is expressing his dissatisfaction with the world government over the incident that shamed the Holy Land back then, so he intends to fight against the world government as a world disaster. The Five Elders with blonde hair and beards secretly monitor Naval Headquarters projections. Looking at the picture transmitted by the capital of Seven Waters above, he clenched his fists tightly, and there was a coldness in his eyes. Sure enough, Marine is Marine. Are you sticking to those boring bottom lines of justice? There was a look of disdain in the eyes of the tall Five Elders with long white beards. You can't even do what a running dog should do. I think it is necessary to consider whether to revoke that guy Admiral's position. After finishing speaking, he stared coldly at the figure of Shigu in the heavy rain on the projection. However, on the other side, it was wearing Taoist robes, holding first-generation geisha, and the bald Five Elders ignored the two who spoke. Instead, his face was dignified, and he looked at Five Elders Jagaliyasha Satan, who had a birthmark on his forehead and a fluffy beard. He said solemnly and slowly. Have you noticed? In the attack just now, it wasn't that Marine Admiral Akainu took the initiative to stop, but rather. Five Elders, with a birthmark on his forehead and a thick mustache, looked up and interrupted. It's the person whose bloodlines should be erased who used some kind of power to cause this result, right? What? Isn't Marine Admiral out of concern for the civilians in the capital of Seven Waters? 5 elders, who had blonde hair and beard and was the youngest in appearance, suddenly changed his face when he heard the words. 5 elders with long beard and long hair stared at 5 elders with bald head. What does it mean? The bald 5 elders saw this, but did not speak yet. With a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scepter in hand, 5 elders Jagaliyasha Satan raised his head, revealing his cold eyes under the brim of his hat, and said slowly. It was some kind of power that caused Marine Admiral's attack to disappear after touching the lava. Although I don't know what it was, this feeling always gives me a familiar power. What? Make the power released by devil fruit disappear. 5 elders with blonde hair and beard suddenly thought of something, his face changed, and he said. Could it be that the despicable blood that should be wiped out ate the most evil? Before the words fell, 5 elders, who had blonde hair and beard, saw a solemn expression on the faces of the others, and under this solemnity, there was an absolute coldness hidden. As the group of existences who control the pinnacle of world power on the bright side. They know many secrets about this world. Among them, the power of various fruits is naturally not surprising. And in all devil fruit abilities, can make 5 elders feel déjà vu, from a deep memory area. Although it has been decades since that incident. But anyone who has experienced the events of the Valley of the Gods. I will never forget the devil fruit that is enough to be named the most evil by Guan Yu. And the previous owner of the fruit also set off the history of the previous era that has been covered up by the world government now. Rock's pirate, the most vicious pirate in history headed by a group of monsters rocks. One can imagine. Asking for flowers. If their guesses are true. Possesses the impure blood that should be erased the most in the world, and has the worst fruit ability in the world. In front of Marine Admiral again. Face, and killed the celestial dragons, the pure-blooded nobles of the world. Such a guy. Absolutely. It cannot be allowed to live. With this in mind, 5 elders is preparing to order the marine government to continue sending troops to reinforce. Suddenly. This is 5 elders, the blonde and bearded staring at the picture, his complexion changed drastically, and the doctor said. How is that possible? That guy. At the same time. The capital of 7 Waters. Clatter. Clatter. Heavy rain poured down on the devastated charred and crumbling surface. Are you looking for this? Bai Ye looked at the moved Akainu. Akainu hadn't recovered yet. But it was accompanied by a sudden shua. That was enough to make the whole world pay attention to this battle, and everyone stood up. The scorching hot lava once again appeared on the sea. The heat wave released was enough to forcibly evaporate the downpour, and white steam filled the entire battlefield. However, what subverts everyone's worldview is the one who unleashes this scorching heat is not Akainu. It was the boy who was constantly attacked by Logia lava fruit. What the hell is? Google. The strength in that guy's hand. Am I right? Cheat, lie. That seems to be Akainu Admiral's fruit ability. This brief moment. On the warship. The marine soldiers were so frightened and shocked that they turned their backs, their pupils widened. 0. Among the onlookers, they only felt the terrifying suffocation that suddenly swept through the whole body from the soles of their feet. What did they see? That was the familiar hot lava power. Not on Marine Admiral. It actually appeared in that boy's hand. This moment. As the naval headquarters and world government people on the other side who couldn't control their emotions witnessed this scene, their hearts were horrified, and they stood up suddenly and shouted impossible. This moment. The battlefield where the rain was pouring down again began to be evaporated by the scorching temperature. There was no longer a hint of fear in Akainu's eyes, staring at the familiar high-temperature power of lava released from Bai Ye's hands. No, it's impossible. UBD. Is it all about you? The voice fell. Akainu couldn't help roaring, and the veins on his forehead popped up. A hole. After the words fell, Akainu habitually released the power of the lava fruit. But when he felt that there was no power of lava fruit on his fist, Akainu gritted his teeth and roared, releasing armament haki on his fist. Although I don't know what method you used, don't underestimate it too much. Even without fruit power, I am enough to kill you. The ground under Akainu's feet collapsed, and he released his armed fists to strike. However, the hot lava disappeared from Bai Ye's hands again. Akainu was taken aback for a moment. I don't understand what Bai Ye in front of me is planning to do. But in the next second, with the black knife condensed in Bai Ye's hand, he used the weapon to draw an arc in the air. The heavy rain fell on the battlefield again. This is the azure blue light suddenly appearing above the head and rising. I saw that it was a huge spiritual bow, and the bowstring was slowly pulled away. A huge god-tier holy annihilation that contained a deadly threat emerged above the holy bow. Akainu's face changed drastically. He thought the opponent was planning to kill him with this move. However, in the next second, a huge sacred loss was released in front of Bai Ye and landed heavily on the ground. Followed by, when the dust and smoke cleared, it was only then that Akainu discovered that it was a huge lightsaber made of the purest Quincy Reishi, shining a dazzling blue light, pierced directly into the ground. Large sacred loss. And at this very moment, Bai Ye took a step forward, stretched out his hand to hold the lightsaber that released the light of the blue spirit. The moment the robe fluttered. This is an unprecedented wave of Ryotsu coming to this place. Boom! The sea shook violently, and the sky thundered and thundered. The pouring rain seemed to be forcibly distorted by some force. In an instant, a blank field without any erosion from raindrops appeared centered on Bai Ye. At the same time, all the people living in the entire capital of Seven Waters, and even the distant islands, everyone felt the pressure of this terrifying terror. The body fell to the ground uncontrollably. And in front of this force that is enough to shock people's hearts. This is the marine warship moored at sea has been affected and began to deform, the deck is distorted, and the warship makes an unbearable sound. And the scene at this moment, if it is placed in the outside world, it will inevitably cause great disturbances in Xianyuan. Because at this moment, all the people who are suppressed by this seemingly endless Ryotsu, to some extent, seem to be bowing down to the red-eyed boy who has the temperament of an aloof emperor at this moment. And at this time, the center of the battlefield, Bai Ye's red pupils looked at Akainu, whose defeat was decided, and raised his lightsaber. It seems that the real sideshow has come to an end. Chapter 49. It seems that the real sideshow has come to an end. Accompanied by Bai Ye's flat voice, it fell. Boom! Boom! Akainu looked at the endless Ryotsu centered on the boy's body and poured out in all directions. Shocking noticed the hundreds of meters of empty space above the head that was directly distorted by the terrifying pressure, and the heavy rain could not fall. Akainu looked at Bai Ye and his expression changed dramatically. UBD, is the owner of Conqueror's haki. Such a horrible haki. Akainu endured the pressure from his body, causing the dark ground under his feet to crack. I also noticed that the sea in the distance was unable to contain the ripples that spread outwards, and began to form a picture of huge waves rolling. All of them demonstrate Bai Ye's incomparable strength after showing his real whole cards. At this time, Akainu stared at Bai Ye's indifferent red pupils that made his heart palpitate and fear, gritted his teeth and roared unwillingly. UBD. Who the hell? What kind of ambitions do you have? Don't you really want to challenge the world government with your overwhelming strength? Facing Akainu who gritted his teeth and roared. Bai Ye did not have any positive response. This moment, there was only calm on Bai Ye's face. Raised the blooming azure blue lightsaber. Start by ending this fight. Don't worry, when you die, no matter the hypocritical marine. Pay back the world government behind you, the rubbish living on Mariejois. Sooner or later all of these will usher in a subversive fate. And anyone who gets in the way, I will kill none of them, just. You are doomed not to witness. The calm voice fell. BD, BD. Damn it. Akainu let out a roar, clenched his fists in an attempt to attack first. However, after all the power of the Logia lava fruit was taken by usurping the altar, Akainu Hikari relies on his own body skills and haki. The strength has fallen enough to be called the Marine Admiral level of overwhelming combat power. Then face Bai Ye who showed his true strength. One ebbs and another. Akainu hasn't stepped forward yet. The lightsaber condensed by the sacred loss in Bai Ye's hand has been cut off. At this moment, the whole world seemed to fall into silence. Akainu didn't have any room to hide, and all the weaknesses of his body were exposed in front of Bai Ye's red pupils. Even between the lightsaber with the flowing blue light and the dilated pupils of Akainu, Akainu didn't have much time to react or struggle at all. It's that simple. Wait for Akainu to come back to his senses. Here is an incredible view of Akainu plummeting directly onto the charred, crumbling surface. In this perspective, Akainu could see clearly. His lower body, which was still standing on the spot and was about to raise his foot to launch an attack, had already been cut into two by the oblique cut. That upper body has disappeared. And this scene. This means the Marine government also serves as one of the highest combat forces in the world government. Just promoted to the admiral position this morning. Marine Admiral Akainu, dead. Did not die in the hands of those monster pirates known as the Emperor of the Sea in the second half of the New World Grand Line. Or die in a terrible war of great proportions. Rather Akainu from before departure. I never dreamed of it. This trip to the capital of Seven Waters is under the obliteration task issued by the world government. As the Marine Admiral known as the highest combat power. Possesses overwhelming deterrent power in the first half of the Grand Line. How could he just die in the first half of the Grand Line, where the pirates are so weak? And it was still a boy who was not even an adult, only a teenager. Lives are killed here. Since we are ready to put people to death, from the very beginning. Bai Ye looked down at Akainu who had lost his life under his feet, and when the sacred and condensed lightsaber in his hand dissipated, he said slowly. You should be prepared to die here. The voice fell. Bai Ye's voice is not very loud. However, in today's battleground, the seemingly endless riot so descends. But it is clear enough to pass into everyone's ears. Same. It is also this moment. A person who is trying to forcibly stand up, or a marine on a warship. They fell into a deathly silence. For a long time. In this sea area where the heavy rain falls, I feel the rain slapping on my face, but this time it brings an unprecedented coldness. Only then did some people gradually begin to come back to their senses. The huge fear was hidden in the eyes, and the trembling that could not be concealed was revealed in the tone, and he stammered and murmured. It's not, is it? Marine Admiral, a monster of a monster. Die here. Cheat, lie, that kind of monster with overwhelming strength, how could it be possible? Subconsciously looked at the area that was isolated from the heavy rain by Ryotsu. Although it could not fall into it due to the heavy rain, a blank field was formed. But through the vague figure, everyone's heart began to beat violently. Cold sweat gradually wet his forehead and back. The whole body and mind, and even the body subconsciously feel trembling. Because of the sight. The two monsters formed a scorched and collapsed battlefield area like a natural disaster. Now there is only one with the red pupils that makes people dare not stand with the red-eyed boy. Looking at that moment, he looked like a young figure of a lone emperor. As for the Marine Admiral monster, they never thought they would lose, or even die here. The bloody lower body. This is a terrifying and clear scene. It was frantically shaking the nerves of everyone who saw this scene. Ocean. Marine Admiral. Really, really lost. And that kind of monster with overwhelming combat power that has already left the category of human. Die in this battle. If nothing unexpected. Since the birth of the first half of the Grand Line. There's never been a Marine Admiral killed in action, has there? Immediately. It was a terrifying idea that appeared in the minds of everyone present. I am afraid. As things here pass to the outside world. The whole world is about to change because of what happened here. Because of this sea. There was no prior ambush. There is no helper either. But he has the monster that killed Marine Admiral by himself. And the scariest thing is. At the age of that monster. No one has any doubts. That is absolutely impossible to be the upper limit for the opponent's strength to continue to grow. At the same time. Naval Headquarters. A conference room where high-level executives gather. The atmosphere has fallen into dead silence. Facing the screen projected on the phone bug. For a long time. Someone looked up at the shocking image of Akainu's body looming. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Fake, fake. Akainu Admiral, how could it be possible to lose to? None of this should be true, right? Right. Marshal Sengoku. How could a monster with admiral combat power die in such a place? Some people can no longer accept the facts and try to paralyze themselves. Everyone was silent in such a deadly silent atmosphere, subconsciously looking at Marshal Sengoku. However, located in this moment, Sengoku serves as the Marine Marshal who commands the entire Marine. Surprisingly, he didn't say a word. 573. But if you can notice Sengoku's face, you will find that Sengoku is in a huge shock and has not yet recovered. Obviously, Sengoku never imagined that Akainu, who possesses the strength of Marine Admiral, would fail, or even end up dead. Even according to Sengoku's memories from long ago, since the Valley of the Gods incident, the seas so far, there has been no record of a Marine Admiral being killed in action in decades. With the same Admiral-level combat power, Sengoku clearly understands it. Kill and can defeat Marine Admiral, as well as fight Marine Admiral. Not a concept at all. The three are not even comparable. Because they have reached their level of combat power, the physical strength is enough to support the battle for several days and nights. Even if you lose, it also definitely has the power to break away from any battle. It is precisely because of this that the pirate monsters entrenched in New World, who are now hailed as the Emperor of the Sea, are such a headache for the Marine government. On the contrary, the same goes for Marine Admiral. The modern era, the Marine government and the New World pirates have been in a stage of friction all year round, but there have been no cases of high-end combat deaths on both sides. Then, under the blessing of the Shishibukai system proposed by the world government, only then gradually formed the three-legged balance looming on the sea today. Therefore, accompanied by the death of a Marine Admiral-level combat force. This is not as simple as the meaning behind Marine's loss of an Admiral-level combat force. Instead, such a monster with the combat power to kill Marine Admiral alone appeared on the sea. The balance of the world today and in the future. It is a situation that is bound to be ushered in and broken. And the scariest. It is the last monster that should appear at this time. It just happens to be the object that the world government requires to be erased. Chapter 50. The Other Side. Holy Place. Mariejois. World Government. The only empty room is the room where the 5 elders are. How can it be? Did that guy kill a Marine Admiral class combat force by himself? 5 elders, blonde and bearded, stood up abruptly. He stared fixedly at the live broadcast of the 7 water capitals on the projection screen. 5 elders, with long white beard and long hair, had a very gloomy face. Those who try to subvert the world government, will kill all those who stand in the way. Gritting his teeth and repeating every word, 5 elders with long white hair and white beard showed blue veins on his forehead. In the next second, the suit on his body was torn apart by the sudden change in his body shape. It showed the appearance of some kind of Zoan demon fruit power monster, with a huge figure several meters in the shadow, and a roar spread throughout the room. Are you kidding me? That brat who doesn't know the sky and the earth. It's just something with impure blood that should have been wiped out the day it was born. Don't be too arrogant. You actually want to go against the world government? At this time, with a bald head, wearing glasses, holding the ghostly 5 elders of first generation, there is also a cold look in his eyes under the lens. Slowly out of the sheath, Geesh, an aura of devouring everything like a ghost descended, agreed slowly and said, although it can be confirmed that the little devil is the impure evil blood that survived for some reason, but this time it is undeniable that we lost a precious admiral-level combat power. But whether it is daring to kill the nobles of the world, or beheading Marine Admiral, that brat is too arrogant. Having said that, the bald 5 elders suddenly changed the topic. However, the ability used by that impure blood just now, what do you think? The bald 5 elders looked at the other 2 5 elders. With a birthmark on his forehead, 5 elders sitting on the sofa had a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, although it is somewhat different from the ability we had in mind, I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If that power comes from devil fruit, among all the devil fruits we know in this world, only the worst devil fruit has that power. The power to nullify the abilities of other devil fruits, really gave that impure bloodline an incredible ability. Humph, the evil seed with impure blood, coupled with the most evil ability that we ordered to eradicate decades ago, that guy. The blonde five elders snorted coldly, gritted his teeth and said. It's just that I survived by luck and I don't know where I got the devil fruit. Since I have this kind of good luck, I should live like those lowly ants in some places. He really thinks that he has the power to fight with us. World government to fight. Arrogant brat. While speaking, five elders with blonde hair and beard showed a distorted change on his face due to anger. Although there is no direct transformation into a monster posture in the shadows like the five elders with long white hair and white beard. But it is enough to prove that the five elders with blonde hair and beards are also Zoan demon fruit power. Moreover, as the ruler of the world government, he clearly controls the existence of the pinnacle of power in the entire world. Whether it's five elders with long grey hair and white beards, or five elders with blonde hair and blonde beards. The two are obviously at least extremely rare ancient species, and even both of them are the strongest phantom beast ability users in Zoan. And at this moment, sit in the main seat of the sofa. With a flat hat, a fluffy beard, a scar on the forehead, and a cane in his hand. Five elders named Yhwach Satan opened his eyes, exuding an astonishing aura. Slowly said. Okay, it's just an impure bloodline that is destined to be wiped out, a kid who wants to challenge the world government, who dares to commit crimes that kill the world's noble celestial dragons, and kill Marine Admiral, which is absolutely unforgivable. Since he wants to challenge the power of the world government beyond his control, the world government just took the opportunity to let this restless sea experience the power of the world government, otherwise. Yhwach Satan's eyes were icy cold, and the entire world government could feel a sudden sense of oppression from his body, saying, if the power of the world government disappears for too long, it will really make some overconfident clowns claim that they are the real masters of this sea. Do you want the marine government to issue the most wanted arrest warrant? The bald five elders looked at Yhwach Satan. The remaining five elders, including the long-haired and long-bearded five elders who gradually returned to their human form and exposed their scarred bodies, subconsciously looked at Yhwach Satan. Yhwach Satan shook his head. No, Marines have marine responsibilities, and now they have lost a newly promoted admiral. Let them continue to maintain their original missions, so that the current era can maintain an unbroken balance. That. Five elders, with long white hair and long beard, hesitated to speak. Yhwach Satan looked at the bald five elders and said. Send the Knights of God to go. What? Five elders, who was blonde and bearded, was shocked. Are those guys going to do it? Obviously, in the eyes of five elders with blonde hair and beards. Projecting the evil little devil who dared to kill the nobles of the world and tried to challenge the power of the world government, it is not worth dispatching that force. The other five elders also showed shock in their eyes. No problem. Yhwach Satan raised his hand and said. The power to kill Marine Admiral alone is enough for the Knights of God to go there. In a few days, that evil kid with impure blood will never escape the first half of the Grand Line, of course. When Yhwach Satan said this, he stood up. The eyes cast the deepest in the world government, located in the area of Pangu City. It is necessary to report this matter to Lord Im. Good. Hear the last mentioned name of Yhwach Satan-san. The anger on the faces of the five elders in the empty room turns into a collective nod. At the same time, just when the five elders living in the world government are already plotting how to deal with Bai Ye's plan. The capital of Seven Waters is here. On the blank battlefield formed by Ryotsu. The azure blue spiritual power lightsaber condensed by the divine annihilation began to dissipate in Bai Ye's hands. Bai Ye witnessed in front of the now gigantic Ryotsu. In the distance, he planned to attack the warship that interfered with his battle with Akainu. Already deformed and twisted almost completely in front of the gigantic Ryotsu. It feels that there are few surviving marines above. Bai Ye has no interest in paying attention to it anymore. After all, some messages still need someone to help deliver them. And with the arrival of Akainu this time, Bai Ye has been given a full harvest. Before beheading Akainu, Bai Ye has used the usurpation of the altar to seize all the power of the Logia lava fruit. Under the star badge that seals the power of the lava fruit, Bai Ye can use the lava fruit ability that is not lost to Akainu at all. In other words, one of 3 future marine admirals. One of the Logia devil fruit's abilities enough to be called a natural disaster is now fully Bai Ye's. With this star alone, as long as the user has enough physical strength, Bai Ye can create a Logia fruit admiral level combat power on the spot. One can imagine what a huge gain this is. If only the 5 elders on Mariejois knew about it. I'm afraid I will never associate any dark fruit ability. However, for Bai Ye, if he knows what the 5 elders think, it is estimated that Bai Ye would be willing for 5 elders to guess a little more. Dark fruit's ability is indeed not weak. Can be hailed as one of the worst devil fruit ever. Dark fruit is indeed unique. But this is on the premise that there is no reference for comparison. If dark fruit wants to contrast with usurping the altar, that, Li Zhao Zhao, gap between the two is no exaggeration in terms of sky and terrain. Not even qualified to touch porcelain at all. Because of the dark ability and other devil fruit ability effects, even if it really has the ability to capture devil fruit, that can only be described as stealing, which is more appropriate. Obtaining from dead ability users, what is it if it is not stealing? But it is the essence of stealing the altar. It's a real direct grab. Looting for no reason. That's why in the Shinigami world, as the ancestor of the Quincy Master, Habach will be hailed as an existence born to take everything in the world. And at this very moment, do the next kill celestial dragons one after another. Beheaded Bai Ye, who had successive major incidents in Marine Admiral. Feeling the frightened and fearful eyes cast by the entire capital of 7 waters watching the battle. Here things are sorted out. Bai Ye also had no intention of staying in the ruins under his feet. Now, it's time for him to see what's going on Robin's side. As for how much strength can be enhanced by absorbing the soul of an admiral-level powerhouse, how much progress has been added to the Yhwach template, there is no rush to check after all the dust in the capital of 7 waters has come to an end. Chapter 51. At the same time, located on the other side of the capital of 7 waters, inside the shipyard dock. At this moment, a large number of corpses and bright red blood have been scattered here, densely packed, with a bloody smell. This scene is enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. And at this time, people continue to die inside the dock. I saw that compared with the original hundreds of people, the number of people who are still alive is only a few dozen people. And at this moment, the forces that had already started to retreat looked at the large number of corpses of their subordinates at their feet. When I looked up at the mid-air of the dock, there was a pair of young girls with blue starlight wings behind me. Subconsciously stepped back, gritted his teeth and said, "That attitude is like an angel. What kind of terrifying ability? Go on like this. Hey! Elisabello too. Don't talk about buying time and opportunities for you, all of our subordinates have died and it's our turn. That's right, you nasty BD, you are not deceiving us. Lao Zi killed almost all of his subordinates. You don't intend to take the opportunity to escape, do you?" Dozens of people moved backward angrily. I saw Elisabello too constantly doing boxing warm-up movements. Seeing that there are constant urgings coming, Elisabello too finally stopped when those people were about to get angry. A gleam of light flashed in his pupils. Okay, although I have already warmed up in advance, the preparations needed to release the king's fist are sufficient. Finished. Elisabello too first looked at those who had lost hundreds of his men. The warm-up phase is over, your subordinates will not die in vain. As for the rest. The sturdy figure of Elisabello too clenched his fists, tightened the large muscles of his body, and stared up at the girl who showed her wings like an angel, completely making the number meaningless. Everything can be solved by the king. 480. Okay. The rest were taken aback for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. Great, you guy, if you don't do anything, our people will die. Facing the devil's son, Ion doesn't want to use his own life to make up for it. Yes. But this time, I finally have the opportunity to see the true strength of Elisabello too. While speaking, the forces present didn't care about the lives of their subordinates at all. Instead, he looked forward to looking at Elisabello I's sturdy figure that was faintly steaming with sweat. It's coming, according to legend, even if it is as strong as the Emperor of the Sea, it will instantly kill you on the spot. Although the rumors are too exaggerated, at a time like this, I have no choice but to believe in that guy. Discussing. Elisabello too let out a low growl. Add another corpse to the corpse-strewn shipyard while Robin kills a pirate who's trying to stall. Good chance. The eyes of Elisabello too, who jumped in the air, froze, and he saw Robin who was defenseless at all. Give a low drink. The clenched fist under the boxing glove blatantly blasted out. King. Fist. Roaring, the boxing gloves seemed to have flashed a streamer capable of tearing space. The moment it blasted out, the space inside the dock was faintly distorted, and the air waves surged. It demonstrates the rumored innate title of Weapon of Destruction. The power of the king's fist can punch through the terrifying power of the enemy's fortress. The terrible aftermath. Although the rumors of Elisabello too are exaggerated, he is indeed a monster-level powerhouse. Are you going to succeed? Once hit by such a terrifying attack, no matter how powerful a guy is, he will die on the spot, right? Facing the turbulent air waves surging inside the dock, it is impossible to open your eyes. The hearts of those present were extremely shocked. Subconsciously looked towards Robin's figure. However, when Robin discovered that Elisabello too was completely beyond the attack level of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Although Robin's face was moved, his pupils were slightly condensed. But this is where the fight takes place at the very beginning. Robin allocated part of his attention to Elisabello too. Maintaining the complete holy body posture of the Quincy master. Robin felt the rapidly depleting power of the Quincy in his body. My heart sank. It seems that it is time to use that trick. And that ability. Robin crossed his arms, and the blue pupils with closed eyes flashed with determination that there would never be any wavering. I saw that the wings derived from the azure blue complete holy body faintly and suddenly began to turn into wings like demons. The moment when devil fruit's abilities are activated simultaneously. Countless petals appear on the dock, dancing like dreamy sakura flowers. Thereafter, it was a huge female black figure like a demon rising behind Robin. In the panic of the few people left in the dock, a huge female black shadow demon broke through the roof of the dock, exuding a terrifying aura. And this ability. It represents Robin's trust in Bai Ye. For the sake of her companions, she is willing to become a devil, no matter what. At the same time, the main source of ability for this move. It comes from the power of the holy text that Robin was endowed by Bai Ye the day before yesterday. Holy text. Fantasy. The essence of its ability can instantly turn the imagination in the mind of the holder of the holy text into reality. And the greater the imagination of the holder, he can even create space, create objects, create life, and even give himself abilities that he didn't have in the past. Although the ability to give itself cannot be contrary to the principle of the use of imagination. And it takes a lot of imagination to activate the holy text ability. But with the auxiliary ability of devil fruit, Robin can play stronger moves with minimal cost. For example, Robin's moves at this time. If Bai Ye were here, he would definitely recognize that this move vaguely resembles the move Robin used to defeat Black Maria in the original Wanakuni Ghost Island chapter in the future. With the power of a visionary, the power that could not be exerted before will be turned into reality through the medium of fantasy. Saint Text v Visionary. Undoubtedly one of the holy text abilities that suits Robin best. And at this moment, the complexion of Elisabello too, who swung the king's fist, changed drastically. Facing the broken dock, it looks like a huge black shadow of a female demon. The attack of Elisabello I's punch was already very fast. But the originally unstoppable attack fell on the huge, CBBG, female demon black shadow. Although it caused an unbelievable terrifying power, it almost killed most of the dock shop. However, the female demon Sombra seemed to have super regeneration and recovered in the blink of an eye. Then, no, not good. Elisabello too noticed the shadow of a female demon staring at him. His complexion changed dramatically. Before he landed, it was a black shadow's hand that had already held him. In front of the strong pressure and squeezing force, Elisabello's forehead shed a lot of cold sweat due to pain. Wait! Look at the various magical powers that are beyond the scope of human beings. Elisabello too wanted to try to talk about conditions. However, Robin ignored his intentions at all. Instead, he manipulated the female demon Sombra to suddenly hold Elisabello too tightly. Click! The sound of bones breaking was heard almost immediately. Ah! Elisabello too, who could no longer bear the pain, screamed immediately. Immediately afterwards, Elisabello too showed a look of horror in his eyes, looked up and saw another demon's arm falling, and his pupils dilated. In the next second, Elisabello's bloody body pierced through the dock like a cannonball, and fell straight to the sea far away from the capital of Seven Waters. My country, your majesty the king! Faced with this shocking scene, the pupils of Elisabello's attendants dilated, and they shouted in shock. And at this time, Google. Facing Elisabello too, who is almost the strongest in the dock, it is so easy and almost equal to being killed in seconds. Everyone felt chills all over their bodies at the moment. I no longer have the idea of dragging Robin, only thinking about running away. But at this moment, someone suddenly noticed that the ghostly figure of the huge female demon controlled by Robin began to faintly disappear. My heart suddenly sank, and I had a guess, so I hurriedly shouted. Wait! The devil's son seems to be unable to hold on anymore. What? Is this real? That's great. I knew that no matter how strong the devil's son is, he's still just a young girl, and his physical strength can't last long, not to mention that she has already killed 300 or 400 people. 11. In this case, let Lao Zi do it. Lao Zi's more than 100 subordinates, but they can't just die in vain. That's right, it's the same as Lao Zi. Dozens of people nearby saw this and found that Robin's seemingly ordinary physical strength was far inferior to that of Gang Tuan. His face suddenly changed. After all, whether it is pirates, bounty hunters, or other forces, essentially only one benefit. In order to drive them to jointly hostile to a target. What's more, there are injuries that can be picked up cheaply. This made the pirate flame that had extinguished greed burn again. However, just when dozens of people looked at each other and attacked together. This is a god-tier saint annihilation flying out of the dust and smoke that just kicked up behind Robin. The pupils of the remaining dozens of people dilated. This is... Haven't waited for them to react. Boom! The ever-increasing sacred annihilation has hit their area. Under the huge explosion, the lives of these dozens of people were completely dissipated in this world. Thereafter, Bai Ye walked over from the dust and smoke. This time, all the troubles here in the capital of Seven Waters have been completely resolved. Muttered. Bai Ye noticed Robin's current state. He came to Robin and looked at Robin, who used 3 abilities at the same time, which was extremely exhausting. Seeing that Bai Ye was fine, Robin realized what was happening with a slight smile on the girl Robin's face. Bai Ye looked at this familiar scene that he used to vaguely live near Nine Snake Island. Can't help but think of the Hancock sisters. Bai Ye subconsciously reached out and squeezed Robin's girl face, and said, "You've done a good job this time, but..." As he spoke, Bai Ye passed on the strength of the Quincy to Robin, who had almost bottomed out, and added, "Next time, you can't allow it to happen again." Okay. Robin nodded with a smile on his lips. And this tiny gesture. It meant that Robin's heart, which had been almost completely sealed in the past, began to open. Of course, it's just this scene, except for Robin's trusted Bai Ye. Others may not see it. But right now, the heavy feelings in Tianshui City have basically been settled. The rest. It is a ship entrusted to the Bingshan Shipyard Company. And, check out the real payouts today. As for the impact of killing Celestial Dragon's Marine Admiral on the outside world, Bai Ye is not interested. Chapter 52. As Bai Ye said just now, neither is the Marine's hypocrisy claiming to be righteous. Still, world government, those who live on Mariejois should be wiped out of garbage. Anyone who tries to block Bai Ye's path, Bai Ye will kill every single one of them, exhausted. Thereafter, as the dust settled on the capital of the Seven Waters, Bai Ye and Robin returned to their temporary residence. Bai Ye looked at what he had gained from this incident. The other side. Following Bai Ye's events in the capital of Seven Waters, one needless to say, it is enough to cause a huge sensation comparable to an earthquake in the entire Grand Line and even the world. After all, whether it is Bai Ye's bounty far beyond the first half of the Grand Line, or dare to slay the noble celestial dragons of the world, or have the terrifying strength to kill the Marine Admiral class alone, any one thing, it is enough to cause shock in the whole world. Not to mention, now these events are all concentrated in one person. On the Grand Line, somewhere in a small town. Hey! Damn albatross, Laozi doesn't want to see duplicate content. A pirate looked angrily at the news delivery bird that stretched out its wings and handed over the newspaper with one hand. However, the albatrosses delivering the news don't care that much. His mission is to accurately deliver the latest newspapers published by World Economic News to any customer around the world. Pirates saw this scene of strong buying and selling, gritting his teeth secretly. But in the end, he chose to pay honestly, grabbed the newspaper, turned around and entered the bar behind him. Although these newspaper delivery albatrosses are weak, anyone can kill them. But anyone with a little brain would not choose to do this. Because of these seemingly unremarkable albatrosses, it is the fastest source of circulation information in the world for the Four Seas, the Grand Line, and even the New World. Furthermore, the price of 100 Baileys is not too expensive. And these albatrosses are very vengeful. There used to be pirates on the Grand Line who disdain this. As a result, after losing these sources of intelligence, it didn't take long for the pirate group to be wiped out. Because someone discovered afterwards that those vengeful albatrosses would always expose the location of these pirates. One can imagine. This is for those Marines stationed on the Grand Line, or bounty hunters trying to hunt pirates for bounties. It's no different from a moving target at all. It can be said that he was cheated to death alive. So since then, it has been found that these albatrosses who deliver newspapers have a very vengeful character. Not many idiots dare to beat these albatross anymore. Because intelligence is very important to any force that lacks information channels in this sea. Damn it! Today is really unlucky. Laozi was blackmailed before he went out to sea to rob. Speaking of which, those guys in Marine are really... The dissatisfied pirate looked at the bar owner and ordered a glass of rum. He picked up the wine and brought it to his mouth. Marine has new information like Admiral, but it's of no use to us pirates who haven't entered the New World, damn it. Thinking of Bailey who was blackmailed by him, the pirate decided to read this newspaper. In case, maybe you can see your reward that has risen again. Enough to lift his mood today. After all, the rising bounty of pirates represents their status. However, when you open the newspaper the moment, as a headline news came into view, the pirate's movements froze in place. The mouth slowly opened wide, and an uncontrollable shock began to appear in the pupils. After a long time, he immediately put the newspaper in front of his eyes and said, This should be fake. Is this kind of thing, could be true? Marine Admiral died, in the first half of the Grand Line, can anyone really do this kind of thing? North Blue. The Don Quixote family. BD. Doflamingo. Stop it. A ruined town. With tears in his eyes, a pirate looked angrily at the blonde-haired young man in a black suit on the ship. Laozi just robbed you of a batch of arms, why did you do that? While speaking, the pirate's body became uncontrollable and killed another subordinate. Not far away, Doflamingo looked at this scene with playful expression on the corner of his mouth. Zixashixixi, if you do something wrong, you will be punished, let alone. Doflamingo twitched his fingers and said, You don't think you can really escape from my palm in North Blue? Kill them, kill those guys, and your pain will be over. BD. Damn it! The pirate roared in despair. Doflamingo didn't care at all. As a role that takes both black and white, Since this kind of little ant dared to eat black in the transaction under the responsibility of the Don Quixote family, there must be a price to pay. And the price is life. As expected of the young master. Hey hey hey, idiots who offended Dover, who made you catch up with Dover when he was in a bad mood. On the deck of the ship, several family cotters watched this scene excitedly. But at this moment, with an albatross falling, Diamante beside Doflamingo frowned, subconsciously trying to catch up. Doflamingo raised his hand to stop. Dover. Diamante was puzzled. Doflamingo unhurriedly threw 100 Baileys, took the newspaper from the albatross and said, "It's okay to take a look at the gadgets owned by that guy Morgans. Marine has worked hard to maintain the balance of this era." Having said this, a look of disdain flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. If the news of Marine Admiral doesn't spread all over the world, those guys in Marine won't be reconciled, after all. The effect of one monster is more than enough to offset, it. Doflamingo wasn't done yet. His face suddenly changed. New world. Somewhere in the sea. A large ship with the front end shaped like a whale is moored here. Father, those Marine guys don't really think that a Marine Admiral can threaten those monsters, do they? Jumping down from the watchtower, a pineapple-headed youth with blue flames burning in his arms landed. The words are not finished yet. Others on board have already shouted. Hey hey, Marco, come to the banquet. That's right, as the captain of the first team, how can we do without you? Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted among the drink-filled crowd. Marco turned to look at these companions and rubbed his forehead. But well. Also normal. As a pirate group standing at the top of New World pirates. For them, the news of the birth of a new admiral in Marine may shock the world, the first half of the Grand Line. But for them, nothing is more important than a party. After all, no matter what happened, as long as Papa is around, the Whitebeard pirates have nothing to fear. However, with an albatross delivering news, it fell again. Marco frowned. What's up with these newspaper delivering albatrosses today? Is it necessary to send the same information twice in one day? With doubts, Marco reached out and took the newspaper. But in the next moment, a piece of news that was enough to shock the entire world came into view. Asking for flowers. 0. Marco's pupils froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he immediately looked at the tall figure at the front of the deck, holding a young knife in his hand, and his beard curved upwards like a crescent moon. Old man. Over there in the first half of the Grand Line, it seems like something happened. Wanakuni. Ghost Island. Gooda. Gulp. Oh. Bring Laozi a drink. This world really doesn't make any sense. It's better to destroy it as soon as possible. In a certain cave, the sound of drinking and the roar from time to time shook the giver whose scalp was numb on the Ghost Island. However, right now, a terrified beast's pirates run to the place. Guy, Boss Kaido, the first half of the Grand Line. Shut up. The giver, dressed like a barbarian, hadn't finished. He was interrupted by the giver who stayed in front of the cave. Boss Kaido is drinking now, so you can't disturb me at such a time. The two givers who were in charge of guarding looked ugly. Boss Kaido will go into a drinking madness state every time he gets drunk. Don't talk about reporting the situation at this time. Otherwise, even their lives will be in danger. 0. But, no matter what happens, we have to wait until Boss Kaido finishes drinking. Seeing the pressure exerted by the two guards, the giver's face suddenly changed. Sudden. This is a pterosaur figure with flames burning behind its head falling down. The expressions of the givers of the two guards suddenly changed. That is. Baked. Master Yin. What is Mr. Jin doing here? The faces of the three changed. The flying pterosaur has landed on the ground. Become a well-proportioned, tall, and strong man, the whole body including the face is covered by dark clothes, wearing a mask and goggles helmet, wearing black double-breasted clothes with two skull patterns on the collar, wearing black gloves, a man who doesn't leave an inch of skin exposed. Yin didn't give the three of them time to think. Straight to the point says. I have something urgent to see Mr. Kaido. But, Lord Yin, Boss Kaido is currently in a. Yin noticed the smell of alcohol wafting from the entrance of the cave, and his face changed slightly. Could it be that Mr. Kaido has entered? But considering the news he just intercepted, Yin shook his head and said, "It's okay, just leave it to me." Due to the three major signs of beasts pirates that Yin has in front of him, the title of Flame Calamity. The giver of the guard nodded immediately. The other side. Cake Island. It's like this scene is happening. And why this happened? No doubt. It all comes from a piece of news that shocked the world in the first half of the Grand Line. Over there is the new Marine Admiral, much touted at Naval Headquarters this morning. In less than a day from the news announcement, that Admiral died. And most unbelievably so. It was Marine Admiral with overwhelming combat power, so he did not die from a young hero. In the eyes of outsiders, it was an unbelievably shocking event. But in the eyes of all sober forces, they can vaguely notice one thing. The meaning behind this event. Maybe will, no. It should definitely affect the following sea, and even the whole is now in an era of balance. After all, decades since the Rocks pirate incident, never again has a Marine Admiral been killed in action on this sea. What's more, Marine Admiral died in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 53. Well. Marine's new Admiral Sakazuki died tragically at the hands of a fledgling teenager? Well, it's interesting, it's so interesting. Hearing the news of the tragic death of the new Marine Admiral Sakazuki, Charlotte Linlin, who is afraid that the world will not be chaotic, can't help laughing wildly. She is as huge as a hill, and every time she laughs wildly, the entire Cake Island will be shaken violently. Seeing this, the children of the Charlotte family all had different expressions. "Mom, it's not that simple. Do you know how that boy named Bai Ye killed Sakazuki? He seems to use some kind of ability to plunder Sakazuki's ability, and then use his ability to burn Sakazuki to ashes with the terrifyingly hot magma." A 5-meter-tall young man with 120 and purple-red hair, wearing knight-like armor, a cloak and a black trident on his back, but with his mouth wrapped around his shoulders, opened the mouth. He is none other than Big Mom's second son, Kaji, Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri is the only son who dares to interrupt the ant's yaxing among the many children of the ant. As for the reason, there is no one else, because he is the strongest one among the many children of the ant, and he is highly valued by the ant. What? When the ant heard the words, the smile on her face disappeared immediately, replaced by a look of disbelief. Impossible, could it be that he devoured the legendary dark fruit? The ant said in disbelief. In her impression, only dark fruit has the ability to devour other fruits. But this fruit should not appear at this time. The previous owner of dark fruit, some guessed to be Roger, some guessed to be Rocks. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom obviously knows what's going on with dark fruit. Of course, it is impossible for her to say it. Regardless of whether he devoured dark fruit or not, since he has this terrible ability to plunder other people's fruit, he has the ability to kill Sakazuki. We can't just sit idly by. Katakuri spoke again. Yes, such a dangerous person cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of other forces. Either he will be used by our Big Mom pirates, or he will die. The tall silver-haired girl holding a red wine glass said coldly. Her figure is perfect. It's just that she is 4.5 meters tall, almost catching up with Katakuri, and she is like a giantess. She is Katakuri's younger sister, Big Mom's 14th daughter, and Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 3 dessert stars. Smoothie is so tall because he is of mixed race. You're right, this kid must be used by us, or we must get rid of him as soon as possible before he grows up. Aunt agreed with Smoothie's statement. Recruit that guy? But, Mom, there's one more thing that guy does, and that's... He killed the celestial dragons. As soon as Katakuri said these words, the faces of all the people present changed drastically. What, he killed the celestial dragons? The news is not wrong, is it? Is he crazy? So, this guy can't be used by our Big Mom pirates. It seems that we can only kill him before he grows up. The other children of the Charlotte family started talking about it. It's okay, if he is willing to serve our Big Mom pirates, I can freely hide his identity, if he doesn't want to. Humph. The ant showed a hideous face. Katakuri, Smoothie, Baron Dandan, I order you to set off immediately to the capital of Seven Waters, and make sure to bring back that boy named Bai Ye. If he is unwilling to come back with you, then kill him. After saying that, the ant stuffed a big puff into her mouth. Yes. Katakuri, Smoothie, and Baron Dandan all knelt on the ground and said in unison. The situation was urgent, so Katakuri, Smoothie, and Baron Dandan set off immediately without any delay, and rushed to the capital of 20 Waters at the fastest speed. At the same time, Wanakuni, Island of Ghosts. Bring the wine, bring the wine. Kaido, as huge as a hill, is drinking heavily. Hearing this, the pirates worked together to carry the red wine gourd several times larger than themselves, and came to Kaido. Kaido grabbed the wine gourd and was about to drink to his heart's content. At this time, Boss Kaido, I have something to report. Yin came in from the outside and interrupted Kaido's enjoyment. BD. How dare you disturb my drink? Unsurprisingly, Kaido, who was in high spirits, was interrupted by someone, and immediately went into a drunken madness. Thunder 8 trigrams. With his free left hand, Kaido picked up the mace beside him, and threw it at Yin. Crackling. The terrifying thunder force erupted, and the entire cave was instantly shaken. Master Yin, be careful. The endowers were terrified. If it were them, with such a terrifying blow, they would have been smashed to pieces long ago, where they would have no room to resist. Seeing this, Yin's expression sank, and he exerted the power of devil fruit to transform into an ancient pterosaur, which was able to block Kaido's attack. The blazing flames emanating from his body counteracted the thunder that came after him, and the terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated Kaido's drunkenness. Only then did Kaido wake up a little bit. Yin? Why are you? Just in time, drink with me. After recognizing that the person in front of him was his big billboard, Kaido immediately pulled him to drink with him. Master Kaido, now is not the time to drink. Yin didn't talk nonsense, and in a few words, told Kaido what happened in the capital of Seven Waters in as concise a language as possible. What, that kid Sakazuki was killed by a boy named Bai Ye, and before that, that boy killed a celestial dragons in front of him and everyone in Seven Water capital. Even Kaido of the Beasts, when they heard this explosive news, they lost all alcohol in an instant. Just kill the new Marine Admiral and make Marine lose face. Also in front of the World 4.8, killed the celestial dragons. Even Kaido has to admit that this kid named Bai Ye is too arrogant. This son actually has the ability to plunder other people's devil fruit, he can either be used by us, or... Kaido said, with a look of terror on his face. Obviously, his idea coincides with that of Aunt Charlotte Linlin. Yin, Quinn, Jack. Exist. Following Kaido's order, the figures of the three major disasters of Beasts pirates disappeared on the Island of Ghosts. Not only the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates have taken action, but the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have also taken action. However, the latter two pirate groups only dispatched capable generals and wanted to invite Bai Ye to join them. If they don't want to join, they won't force it. Chapter 54. North Blue. Don Quixote family. Doflamingo personally led the top cotters of the Don Quixote family, Toribel and others, and rushed to the capital of Seven Waters. As for what to do, it is self-evident. Grand Line. Baltico Island, known as the Island of White Soil. One with a hood so you can't see the front. Some unknown island. A man with a hood, a tall man who couldn't see his face, stared in the direction of the capital of Seven Waters. Behind him, stood a group of people. There are demons, fur tribes, murlocs, people with the ability to turn into crows, and a blonde boy. Long, it seems that this world will soon become less peaceful. The ladyboy said with a sharp voice. Who would have thought that the one who broke the balance would be an unknown kid? Bai Ye. Hi. After the lead man finished speaking, a rare smile appeared on his resolute face. Mariejois. Several figures flashed across the night sky. God's knights come out, that kid is dead. Looking at the figure disappearing into the night, 5 elders 21 with blonde hair and beard said. That's right. Master, I'm personally ordered that the Knights of the Gods will never stop dying and kill that kid. Holding the bald 5 elders of first generation's ghost strategy, said coldly. World disaster, oh boy, you will regret being born in this world. Originally, you obviously didn't have to die so badly, but you asked for it. 5 elders, with scars on their foreheads, spoke. Obviously, they all wanted to put Bai Ye to death. The most important thing is not to let the news of Bai Ye's identity as celestial dragons leak out and become known to the outside world. This would tarnish their venerable celestial dragons' status. Their celestial dragons are the supreme existence, and no stains are allowed to exist. If it wasn't like this, they wouldn't need to ask the Knights of God to take action. In short, all forces took action after learning what happened in the capital of 7 waters. Only naval headquarters, but there is no movement at all. It's not that Marine is calm, it's mainly because the 5 elders have issued an order to obey orders and not to act rashly. The capital of 7 waters. Naturally, Bai Ye didn't know that the various forces had already made moves. At this moment, he is absorbing the fruits of victory. On the corpses of countless marines and pirates killed by Bai Ye and Robin, blue light balls representing souls floated one by one. The light spheres are big and small, dotted in the night sky, like a galaxy of stars, which is magnificent. These light spots, to some extent, represent the strength of the deceased. The stronger the strength, the bigger the light spot. Through countless large and small light spots, Bai Ye's eyes fell on one of the dark blue light spots. Even if this light spot is larger than the second largest light spot, it is more than 10 times larger. That's right, the owner of this light spot is none other than Sakazuki, that is, Akainu's. Akainu is indeed a terrifying existence at the admiral level. His strength is even more than twice as strong as the second strongest vice-admiral that Bai Ye killed. It is no exaggeration to say that the powerful energy contained in Akainu's light spot is equivalent to the sum of the energy contained in all the light spots on the scene, and even more. Even, because this light spot is too huge, the middle part is even burning with raging fire. Is the soul energy thick enough to burn? Bai Ye was amazed. As expected of Akainu. If it weren't for the disagreement, he would have wanted to accept him as one of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Pity. His personality is really unpleasant. Since these dots of light are not absorbed as soon as possible, these dots will quickly dissipate, so Bai Ye has no ink blots. A big hand. Countless points of light flew towards him one after another and merged into his soul. Bai Ye can feel that his strength is constantly rising. There are countless souls among them, all killed by Robin. Thanks to her. Bai Ye couldn't help but look at Robin below gratefully. Robin couldn't see the soul light spot, and didn't know what Bai Ye was doing. But she didn't ask much, just waited quietly. Looking at Bai Ye's handsome face, she couldn't help but fantasize. After a while, Bai Ye finally absorbed the biggest spot of light, that is, Akainu's spot of light. Even without opening the attribute template, Bai Ye can clearly feel the improvement of his own strength. Of course, Bai Ye still took a look at the template. Name, Bai Ye. Template, Yhwach. Current unlock progress, 50.4. Abilities, Spiritual Seed Gathering, Flying Feet, Moving Blood Equipment, Static Blood Equipment, Shell Static Blood Equipment, Large Sacred Destroyer, Great Sacred Bow. Inherent abilities, Soul Dispensing Contact Healing / Soul Recovery, Soul Dispensing Sacred Text Engraving / Soul Recycling Sanctification. Weapons, Destroying Cross Knife, Cross Batch. Special ability, Shadow Domain, counts as seizing the altar. Inherent Sacred Text, Omniscience and Omnipotence. Sure enough, the unlocking progress of the Yhwach template has increased by a full 15 percentage points. All of a sudden from 35.4 to 50.4. As for abilities, Bai Ye has also mastered more advanced skills such as the Outer Shell Static Blood Suit, Large-Scale Holy Destruction, and Great Holy Bow. In this way, Bai Ye's strength is equivalent to a big increase. In the past, you might still be afraid of the 603 admirals teaming up, or the existence of the 4 emperors level, but now, Bai Ye's strength is no less than that of the Shanghai Emperor. This can't help but make people look forward to, with his current strength, if he faces the siege of many forces, will he have a chance of winning? And now, all forces are coming towards the capital of 7 waters. Many forces, even on the way, have already met. Be careful, a group of powerful guys are approaching. On an extremely fast speedboat, Tian Takuri suddenly said. When Smoothie and Baron Eggy heard this, they couldn't help becoming vigilant. Who am I? It turns out to be the 3 major disasters of the Beast's pirates. After recognizing Yin, Quinn, and George from the Beast's pirates, Smoothie couldn't help but speak. Katakuri, Smoothie, and Baron Eggs. You guys who appeared here at night must have come for that kid. Yin and Quinn spoke one after another. It seems that everyone has the same purpose. Katakuri crossed his arms and said calmly. Since everyone has the same purpose, there is nothing to say. Both sides speeded up, wanting to catch up with Bai Ye before the other side. The same situation happened in different places on the sea. All forces do not want Bai Ye to be preempted by other forces. Chapter 55. It was slightly bright. The forces of all parties finally rushed to the capital of 7 waters. However, when Katakuri and others of the Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates Yin and others worked desperately, they rushed to the capital of 7 waters against time. Only then did they realize that someone had arrived earlier than them. Revolutionary Army. Looking at the figure of the tall man in front of him, Yin Zi couldn't help crying out. In the end, the Revolutionary Army took the lead. Smoothie said unwillingly. Sorry, it's not us who arrived first, but they. After the ladyboy next to the tall man finished speaking, he forgot to take a look at the dark figures in the distance. Among them, a middle-aged man took the lead, with white beard and hair, and his hair and beard looked like the moon from the outside. Who are they? Katakuri and Jin looked at each other. Apparently neither group knew the group. It's better for you not to know their identities. The blonde boy spoke arrogantly. Where did the little kid talk so arrogantly to us? Quinn didn't dare to look at the arrogance of the blonde boy, and said. My brat? I'm the future deputy chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. The blonde boy was very dissatisfied with being looked down upon. Just you? Come on. Everyone obviously didn't take him seriously. Foo, they are the Knights of God from Mariejois. A man wearing slippers and striding forward, leading a group of people, appeared behind everyone. Doflamingo. Katakuri and Yin recognized him immediately. Both Katakuri and Yin knew Doflamingo's identity, so they naturally had no doubts about his words. It turns out that they are the Knights of God under the command of that lord. Everyone looked at the group of dark figures in disbelief. The dark figure also noticed them. It's just that at this moment, everyone is rushing towards one person. That person didn't see it, and they didn't intend to fight each other. After all, no one wants to create extra problems and let others benefit from it. The various forces that came to the capital of 7 waters had a tacit understanding, each looking for the figure of a young man, and there was no conflict with each other. It's a pity that they may have come here in vain. Just before they arrived, Bai Ye took Robin to the shipyard and learned that the ship had been cast. He didn't even say goodbye to the iceberg. He took Robin on a new ship and set sail directly. He left the capital of 7 waters and headed towards Sky Island. Start in the direction. Yes, Bai Ye's next destination is Sky Island. Worthy of being a ship made by Kararai Shipyard, it is not generally strong. In terms of shape, it is also quite beautiful. Sailing on the rough sea, Bai Ye is very satisfied with the ship under his feet, which took 3 days to build at the Kala Lay shipyard. According to Bai Ye's requirements, the ship is completely black, unlike other pirate ships, which are marked by evil things such as skulls or black crows. I don't want to use the cute pet's head as a symbol like the Straw Hat Pirates. The logo of Bai Ye's pirates is a cross. Low-key at the same time, without losing majesty and haki. Yes, quite a fine ship, give it a name. Robin suggested. In this era of great navigation, every ship that sails has a name. Like the Meili and Sunny of the Straw Hat Pirates. Big Mom's Queen Mother anthem and more. So, naturally Robin wanted a name for their new ship. Is this really necessary? Bai Ye claims that he is not a sensationalist. It's better to avoid naming a ship. Of course it is necessary. Robin said seriously. Okay then, I'll leave it to you. Since Robin insisted on giving the ship a name, Bai Ye simply threw this problem to her, and he was happy at leisure. Hearing this, Robin seriously thought about the name of the ship. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. The Marine Headquarters seems to be quiet, but in fact, at this time, the dark tide is raging. Meeting room. A group of Marine officers are having a meeting. The atmosphere is extremely serious. What, Sakazuki actually died? Died by a kid named Bai Ye. A tall man with an afro wearing a suit vest, a dark blue shirt, and a marine coat was shocked when he heard the news. He is none other than Kuzan, who is as famous as Sakazuki in the Marine Headquarters. Kuzan at the moment is just a vice admiral. He has always been at odds with Sakazuki, and when he learned that he was promoted to admiral, but he missed admiral, he was so angry that he didn't even report to the Marine Headquarters. If Marshal Sengoku hadn't given the death order, he probably wouldn't have shown up at Marine Headquarters today. I never expected that when I arrived at Naval Headquarters, I heard such a shocking news. Sakazuki, who had just been appointed as Marine Admiral for less than a day, was killed by someone. Moreover, he was killed by an unknown kid. This is impossible, this must be a joke, right? Although Kuzan and Sakazuki have different personalities, he still recognizes Sakazuki's strength. He even admitted that his strength was even higher than his own. Now, hearing that he was killed by an unknown kid named Bai Ye, how could he accept it for a while? Kuzan, I'm sorry, this is not a joke, it's real. Polisalino, who has always been carefree, said in a serious tone. But serious for only 3 seconds, it's really, so scary. Enough, Polisalino, be serious. Sengoku spoke. No wonder he had such a bad temper today. Sakazuki's death was not just as simple as the loss of Admiral, a member of Marine. Sakazuki was brutally killed when he took office as Admiral. Okay. This is related to the dignity and face of the entire Marine. Let's watch a video sent back from the projection phone bug scene first. Staff Officer Crane said. Then, she winked. Standing behind her, a Momuzagi with a pair of perfect slender long legs, a bulging figure, and a head of jet black hair immediately played a video on the projection phone bug in her hand. It was the scene where Sakazuki was beheaded. The current Momuzagi, although not yet a general star, is already a vice admiral. A group of marine officers looked shocked when they saw Sakazuki being killed by his lava fruit ability. What's the origin of this kid? Why can he devour Sakazuki's fruit ability? How did he do it? Could it be that he secretly? Even the senior officials of the Marine Headquarters, not everyone knows the existence of dark fruit. Chapter 56. When the senior official was about to say the name of dark fruit, he was stopped by Sengoku in time. Why he has this ability is still a mystery, but it is probably related to devil fruit. Also, as for the origin of this kid, it is not clear yet. Sengoku voiced his guess. The world government, the 5 elders seem to know who this kid is, but when I called to inquire, they kept silent and told us to obey orders and not act rashly. Staff Officer Crane spoke again, with a slight dissatisfaction in his tone. What, let us obey orders at this time and not act rashly? Are we really going to listen to the orders of those guys from the world government, do nothing and wait for orders? The one who died was Sakazuki, Marine Admiral, representing the face of our Marine Admiral. Never let that kid named Bai Ye go. Countless Marine soldiers with fiery tempers couldn't help themselves. Marine lost so much face and asked them to obey orders and not act rashly. Is it possible? So, this is the reason why we specially summoned you here. Do you really want 5 elders to say what they say? After a pause, Sengoku clenched his fists, and said again, we Marine lost face, we must take it back with our own hands. 643 That's right. We Marine must take it back with our own hands, otherwise, the world will think that our Marine is easy to bully. We, Marine, are the guardians of justice in this world. A group of marine officers and soldiers, the momentum is like a rainbow. I have to say that Sengoku, who just took office, is still a bit bold. Unlike in the future, it is completely led by the nose by the world government. Garp, as a marine hero, don't you want to say something? Sengoku couldn't help but speak. You have all made up your mind, so I have nothing to say. However, you are right, the face that Marine lost must be regained by us, Marine. When Garp said the latter, he also became serious. Kuzan and Polisalino looked at each other, and their expressions gradually became serious. Immediately, Marine stopped holding back and started to make some moves secretly. 2 large warships plus several medium-sized warships quietly sailed out of the naval headquarters port and headed for the capital of 7 waters. World government. As soon as the warship sailed out of naval headquarters, there were subordinates immediately reporting the situation to Kong. Kong looked strange, CBCG, and grabbed the phone bug in front of him, but paused, and finally put it down. Forget it, just pretend that you haven't received this news. You can step back. Kong ordered his subordinates to step down, but did not inform 5 elders, the top executive of the world government, of his plans. He is the former Marshal of Marine, and he was promoted to the commander of the world government and the commander of the armed forces not long ago. After Sengoku succeeded him as the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. How could he not understand Sengoku's current situation, Marine's situation? So in this matter, he chose to turn a blind eye. The big deal is that when 5 elders asked about the crime, he said that he had not received any news. Marine warship, extremely fast. In addition, there are 2 admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, who secretly speed up, so, in just half a day, they have already arrived at the capital of 7 waters from naval headquarters. It's a pity that when they arrived at the capital of 7 waters, they had already eaten. Like other forces, they rushed to nothing. Marine. Didn't the 5 elders tell Marine to obey orders and not act without authorization? God's Knights, someone saw the Marine warship appearing on the sea, and couldn't help but speak. Whatever, we only have one mission anyway, and that is to capture that kid Bai Ye. After a pause, the leader of the Knights of the Gods added another sentence, S*X and death are irrelevant. It was learned from the employees of the shipyard that Bai Ye and Robin, the son of the devil beside him, were heading in a certain direction on a boat. On the marine warship. Polisalino jumped up from the warship he was in charge of, turned into a golden light, and landed firmly on another warship. Marshal Sengoku, Staff Crane, and Kuzan, what do you think? As soon as Polisalino landed on the ground, he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, a kid has attracted so many forces to show up, but yes, that kid has some kind of incredible ability, and, moreover, he has the strength to kill Marine Admiral. Although recruiting that kid will definitely bring them huge troubles, which is equivalent to making an enemy of the world government. But if they can recruit that kid, it is tantamount to making their goal of dominating the world a big step forward. That's why all the forces will show up here. Crane opened his mouth and analyzed. Maybe by chance, that kid actually left first. It is unlikely that his companions notified him. It should be purely a coincidence. Sengoku said. In order to save Marine's face, he, the marshal, even went out in person. It can be seen that Sengoku attaches great importance to Bai Ye. It's a pity that as he knew, good luck made people, he rushed to the capital of 7 waters in a hurry. Bai Ye and Robin, the son of the devil, had long since disappeared. That direction seems to be a bit inconvenient. Polisalino thought about it. Oh, what's wrong? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. There is the direction of Sky Island. Before Polisalino could speak, Kuzan, who was always taciturn, spoke. He's not trying to escape to Sky Island. Momuzagi couldn't help but speak after hearing that. Bingo, you got it right. Polisalino still had that unprofessional tone. Full speed ahead. Sengoku immediately gave the order to go full speed ahead. Be sure to catch up with Bai Ye before he escapes to Sky Island, and before all forces recruit him. Yes. The marine warship immediately turned its bow on the sea, set off huge waves, and headed towards Sky Island at full speed. At the same time, a group of people stood on the exposed red rock in the capital of Seven Waters. The guy in the lead had a long horizontal scar on his face, an earring in his right ear, and a cigar in his mouth. His left hand must have been lost long ago, replaced by a golden hook. While exuding haki all over his body, there is no lack of viciousness on his face. He looked at the direction in which the forces of all parties were leaving, with deep disdain in his eyes. Different from the forces of all parties, the other forces are all coming for Bai Ye. Only he came for someone else. Robin. Chapter 57. Robin, I didn't expect you to be mixed with the disaster of the world, but it doesn't matter, sooner or later, Crocodile, will get you. The man who called himself Crocodile raised the golden hook in his hand and said viciously. That's right, the man is the president of Baroque Works, Sir Crocodile, codenamed Mr.O. He felt that what kind of world disaster is nothing compared to ancient weapon. And Robin is the only surviving person in the world who knows ancient characters, can unravel the mystery of ancient weapon, and read historical texts. He felt that the value of Robin's role is much more valuable than a young boy who has a little strength but doesn't know how to do anything wrong, even kills celestial dragons. He felt that Robin was the most worthy of all forces to fight for. He even left Robin the position of Vice President and Supreme Commander of Baroque Works for this reason. It's a pity that the forces of all parties obviously didn't realize this. That's why Crocodile sneered at these forces. He felt that the three major ancient weapons, no matter which one they were no more valuable than a mere brat. On a calm sea, Bai Ye and Robin finished their lunch and were enjoying a leisurely afternoon. They are completely unaware that all forces are chasing after them. The hull of the ship made by Atom Base, who is quite strong, even stronger than Marine's giant steel ship. In addition, it is made of wood and is very light. Even if no external force is applied, the horizontal speed is still very fast. Ordinary pirate ships and warships simply cannot catch up. Robin, didn't you say you wanted to name the ship? Haven't you decided on a name yet? In the shadows, after Bai Ye had a full meal, he picked his teeth with a huge fish bone and said, "Poor monster fish in the sea, it's nothing more than being eaten, and it's turned into a tool for picking teeth. Well, of course, you can't name the ship casually. I'll think about it later." 117. Robin fiddled with the bonfire with the bones of the strange fish, said. Bai Ye lit the fire directly on the ship's plank. If it was an ordinary plank, it would have been burnt through long ago, but the atom treasure tree obviously wouldn't. No matter how high the temperature was, it would be difficult for the atom treasure tree to burn. Well, save the quilt to cover your thoughts. Bai Ye said something casually, then stood up. The camera zooms out. An astonishing scene suddenly appeared. It turned out that the shadow of Bai Ye and Robin enjoying the shade turned out to be the shadow of the huge skeleton of the strange fish. The skeleton of the strange fish alone is several meters high. The body length is more than 10 meters. Such a huge monster was eaten up by Bai Ye and Robin. Of course, 95% of them are eaten by Bai Ye. Perhaps because of doing as the Romans do, Bai Ye has also become a big eater. A strange fish dozens of times larger than itself can be eaten at one time. Of course, this has something to do with his previous battle with Akainu, which consumed a lot of energy. Food is undoubtedly one of the best ways to replenish physical strength. Robin, isn't Sky Island here yet? Bai Ye was so bored that he asked a question. It should be here soon. Robin wasn't quite sure. It was only then that Bai Ye realized that it seemed that it was indeed a bit embarrassing for her to let Robin, an archaeologist, be the navigator. After all, it is not professional. But now, there are only two of them on the boat, and there is nothing they can do. Only those who can do more work. But at this moment, Bai Ye suddenly turned his head, and he felt arrogance coming from behind him. What's wrong? Robin also looked back, but only saw nothing on the calm sea. Nothing. Bai Ye said, and continued, it seems that Stussy did not exaggerate the fact that all forces are indeed coming towards us. I just don't know whether they are coming for me or Robin. Hearing this, Robin said hastily, it goes without saying that of course I'm running for Bai Ye. You came here, brother. Robin was still a little uncomfortable with calling Bai Ye his elder brother, and his pretty face couldn't help but blush, which was very charming. Maybe not. Bai Ye said, he knew very well that many forces were jealous of Robin's talent. Asking for flowers. Especially the world government and the marine government want to erase Guan Luo's existence no matter what. While chatting, on board, countless ships appeared. Among these ships, there are marine warships, pirate ships, large and small. Obviously, these ships are not from the same force, but from different forces. As expected of brother Bai Ye, did you sense it so early? Seeing this, Robin admired Bai Ye even more. Robin, sit down. We're going to move forward with all our losses and get rid of these annoying guys. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he raised his foot and trampled on the boat lightly. 0. Praise of Sanctuary. Ryotsu Drive. With Bai Ye's sonorous and powerful voice sounded. The cross metal at the bow suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The huge wall of light quickly patrolled the city, wrapping the entire ship in divine light. Countless spirit particles surged out from Bai Ye's body. Fortunately, people in this world cannot see the existence of Lingzi. Otherwise, as long as anyone can see it. When they saw that there were more spirit particles gushing out from Bai Ye's body than the galaxy in the universe, they were afraid that they would be frightened. With so many spirits, even in the world of Shinigami, probably only Habach can do it. Endless spirits gather together to form the terrifying Ryotsu. Driven by Ryotsu. Boom! The ship moves at a terrifying, almost light speed. Along the way, I dislike the huge waves of 10,000 meters. The sea is even divided into two by ships. If this was a ship made of ordinary materials, even if it was Marine's giant steel ship, it might not have been able to withstand this terrible impact, and it would have disintegrated and shattered. Fortunately, the material used to build this ship is the Atom's treasure tree, the hardest material in the world. That's why the ship didn't disintegrate directly. This is why Bai Ye is looking hard for the material of Atom's treasure tree, which can be used to build ships. Ships made of ordinary materials simply cannot withstand the Ryotsu drive. Chapter 58. Far away. When the various forces saw the pitch-black ship in front of them, they knew that they were about to catch up with the target person, and they were all overjoyed. Ha, the hard work pays off. Even though I missed the capital of the Seven Waters, I finally caught up with this kid. I hope this kid is more acquainted, and don't refuse the invitation of our beasts pirates. What are you talking about? This kid will never go with you, he will go to Cake Island with us. Idiot, do you really think that he will join your group of pirate forces? A group of pirates can't protect him completely, he killed the noble celestial dragons of the world. Stop wishful thinking. We Marine will never let you succeed. In order to maintain justice in this world, this kid must die. What is protecting the justice of the world? It is to save the face of your Marine. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. GGG, catching up with this kid is not as difficult as Seven as imagined. The forces of all parties are obviously very excited because they are about to catch up with Bai Ye and the others. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. Whoosh! The boat that Bai Ye was on suddenly moved forward at an extremely fast speed, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Wow, what's going on? What kind of speed is this? What kind of pirate ship has such a fast speed? The speed of the Oro Jackson, once known as the One Piece, is not so fast. This speed has almost reached the speed of light, the speed of light. Everyone was shocked. Of course, because the family is not sure whether the speed of the boat that rides day and night has the speed of light. Only one person on the marine warship is very sure that the speed is indeed almost catching up with the speed of light. That's right, that person is Polisalino, codenamed Kizaru in Marine. Damn, how did that kid do it? Kizaru, who has always been carefree, is now serious. He is a sparkling fruit ability user, even he can only make his own speed reach the speed of light. But Bai Ye made the speed of the ship reach a speed close to the speed of light. At least this, Kizaru admits he can't do it. No wonder, Sakazuki will die at the hands of this kid. Kizaru secretly thought. He at least understood one thing, that is, in the face of this kid, he absolutely must not take it lightly. Otherwise, it will definitely end up in the same fate as Akainu. It's a pity. If I hadn't missed this soaring sea current, I would have to wait a year. I would like to meet for a while, with so many forces, to see which one is worthy of its name and which one has a false name. On the pitch-black ship that was advancing at full speed, Bai Ye expressed regret. Yes, the reason why he let the ship advance at full speed was not because he didn't want to entangle with various forces, but simply because if he delayed any longer, he would miss the soaring current on Sky Island. If you miss the soaring current on Sky Island, you have to wait a year. Bai Ye just wanted to go to Sky Island and usurp Thunder Fruit's ability, but he didn't have the patience to wait a year. Therefore, we can only miss this opportunity to give the forces of all parties a little shock. No way, sometimes you have to make a trade-off. Gaia Island. At this moment, countless pirates gathered on Gaia Island. The reason why these pirates gather here and they can live in peace and harmony is because they all come to enjoy the spectacular sight of the annual soaring ocean current. The spectacular sight that can only be seen once a year is naturally enough for these pirates who fight and kill all day long and lick blood on the tip of their knives to live together in peace. In addition to pirates, there are also local residents of Gaia Island. They all look forward to the spectacular sight that they only see once a year. As in previous years, at this moment, there are no ships on the sea near Gaia Island. After all, no one wants to die. In this way, riding the huge soaring current known as the life or death dangerous route on Sky Island is either all life or all death. And the probability of all of them being born is still extremely low. Who would survive like that, and use this method to go to Sky Island? To choose is to choose the second method. Although it is said that only some of the 100 people who set out can survive, it is better than gambling on luck, and if you lose the bet, the whole army will be wiped out. So the pirates come here to watch the excitement. There is no pirate group that wants to go to Sky Island in this way. At least that's the case for now. Everyone is quietly looking forward to the arrival of the soaring sea current. However, at this moment, a ship suddenly broke through the wind and waves and appeared in front of everyone. People didn't know how the ship came, but when they realized it, the ship had already appeared on the sea in front of them. At that time, Fengjing 12 had already begun to become unstable. It began to rain lightly. The sea breeze keeps blowing. FK, where did you get the ship from? You don't want to go to Sky Island, do you? Go to Sky Island? Are you dying? It is estimated that they entered this sea area by mistake. There was a lot of discussion. The well-meaning local residents shouted loudly, trying to get the ship to leave the sea as soon as possible. Run, the sea current is coming. Yes, if you don't want to die, run away. People shouted. What are you saying? Hearing the shouts of the people on the island, Robin couldn't help but speak. I said, if you don't want to die, run away, the Tian Halio is coming. An elder from Gaia Island said anxiously. Excuse me, we're just here to ride the Sky Island above the soaring current. Bai Ye heard the words and replied casually. What, ride the sky current to Sky Island? Is this guy crazy? Must be crazy. Wait, this boy looks familiar, with black hair and red pupils. You don't care if he looks familiar or not, this young man actually tried to take the sky current to Sky Island. I'm afraid he is looking for his own death. The precipice is looking for a dead end. Here is a good show to watch. The residents of Gaia Island were very worried about this, but the pirates gloated. Many of them have the idea of going to Sky Island, but they don't have the guts. Now some people try to go to Sky Island in this way first, whether it is safe or not. If it is safe, they will also go to Sky Island in this way next year. According to legend, Sky Island is full of treasures. As pirates, they certainly don't want to miss these treasures. Rumble. The sea will change when it says it will change. Strong winds, thunder and lightning, and heavy rain hit. Almost no time for people to react, all of a sudden. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the sea surface suddenly raised high. Immediately afterwards. Boom! The incomparably huge soaring ocean current rushed into the sky. 4.6 As for the black ship, which was right in the middle of the surging current, it was naturally washed up into the sky by the surging current. Whoa! Whoa! Someone really wants to use this method to go to Sky Island. It's so desperate. It's a pity that the boy and girl are so young, why bother to seek their own death? Wait, I remembered who that boy was, and the girl. Who are they? The disaster of the world and the son of the devil. What? People were shocked. Because this group of pirates came to Gaia Island yesterday, they have not received any news from the outside world. But soon, Newsbird brought them even more shocking news. When they saw the news that the noble celestial dragons of the world had been killed and the new Marine Admiral Akainu had died tragically, all of this was caused by the young man they had just seen. They were even more shocked and speechless. Chapter 59. That's nothing. The various forces that arrived immediately. There are thousands of ships, including pirate ships and warships, large and small, covering almost the entire sea. It shocked them even more. So many forces, so many ships, appeared at the same time. What are you doing? Just to catch that kid named Bai Ye? At this moment, people remembered the amount of Bai Ye's reward, which was 1,080,000,000. So many forces are dispatched for him alone. 1,080,000,000, is it less? Definitely less. It's really timely, but unfortunately, I have to go to Sky Island. At this moment, Bai Ye, who had already been carried up to an altitude of 3,000 meters by the soaring ocean current, looked down and greeted the mighty ships that just arrived on the scene. Is it still a step late? Damn it! Damn it! Unexpectedly, I missed it. Boss, are we going to catch up with the soaring ocean current? 21. It's too late. Oh well. Lord Figaland, what should we do now? No way, go back and report to Lord Im. The forces of all parties looked at the soaring ocean current, although they were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, rushing into the sky current, not only can't follow the current to the sky, but will only end up in one end. That is total annihilation. Therefore, even the Knights of God who most wanted to erase Bai Ye from this world could only choose to retreat temporarily. Report this time to the adult. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. Robin looked down at the smaller and smaller crowd, his delicate body trembling slightly. What, are you scared? Bai Ye said softly. After a long silence, Robin finally nodded. Although she died as the Devil's son, even though her bounty has exceeded 100 million. But at this moment, she is only 13 years old, just a cardamom age. Flying on the soaring sea current, that is either life or death. If you say you are not afraid, it is all a lie. There is nothing to be afraid of. With me here, I will never let you out. Bai Ye promised. Then, he hugged Robin into his arms to comfort the frightened little rabbit. Bai Ye, brother. Robin was so moved that he buried his little head tightly in Bai Ye's broad and warm chest. Sky Island. Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God is mainly composed of Angel Island and Apayadu. The Island of Gods, Apayadu, is an island where gods live, and it is called a sanctuary. In fact, it is a part of Gaia Island that was washed up on Sky Island by the soaring current 400 years ago. At this moment, in the Palace of Sanctuary, the current god Ganfer is observing everything below through the heart network he is good at. The four priests around him also noticed a pitch-black ship through the heart network, and was washed up with the rushing current. It's unbelievable. After so many years, there are still humans trying to board Sky Island in this way. Ganfal said with emotion. Yes, my lord, at least 7 or 8 years. A black priest in a purple coat with dreadlocks, like all Sky Islanders, with wings on his back, opened the mouth. It's too coincidental, no one from Qinghai has come to our Sky Island for so many years, but when a new god is about to be born. Another big priest who looked like a ball spoke. Don't say that, the Qingdao people may be just a coincidence. Besides, they may not be able to survive to the end. Ganfal said. That's right, it's not that there are no Qinghai people trying to reach Sky Island through the soaring ocean currents these years, but what happened in the end? Didn't they all die without a place to die? A priest with a mustache who looked like a mouse spoke sinisterly. I hope these two Jade Bird people can reach Sky Island smoothly, and they can just relieve us from fatigue. Finally, the bald priest who thought he was holding a long knife opened his mouth and said. These 4 priests are the 4 priests responsible for the trial of the swamp, trial of the ball, trial of the rope and trial of iron. People from Qinghai have come to Sky Island, and it is not unprecedented in the past. Especially in the era when Roger was still there, countless fearless pirates would come to Sky Island every year with the rushing currents. But after that, with Roger's death, and coming to Sky Island with the soaring ocean current, the risk was too great. After that, the number of Qinghai talents who came to Sky Island became less and less. After so many years, there are young people coming to Sky Island, which inevitably makes the current god Ganfor a little worried. It's just because the bluebird people came too timely, just at the time when the new god was about to be born. Ganfor didn't want to see that the birth of the new god would have an accident because of the arrival of the bluebird people. It seems that we need to take some precautions. Ganfor thought silently. At the same time, Bai Ye and Robin, following the soaring ocean current, have reached an altitude of 7,000 meters. It can be clearly felt that the air is starting to become a little thinner. Bai Ye was worried that Robin would have difficulty breathing. But soon, he found that his worries were unnecessary. Not only did Robin not have difficulty breathing, but he was deeply attracted by the scene in front of him. "Brother Bai Ye, look, there is Hai Ye at an altitude of 7,000 meters. Robin was amazed by the sea floating at an altitude of 7,000 meters. "Well, this is called the White Sea. The sea water is brought up by the ocean current. 167 Because the density of the white clouds here is high enough to store sea water, this piece of White Sea was formed. 3,000 meters above the Bai Ye Sea, there is another sea called Bai Ye." Bai Ye explained patiently. "Brother Bai Ye knows so much." Robin looked at Bai Ye with great admiration. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye knows all the knowledge that even a sane archaeologist like her knows. There are many strange-shaped creatures living in the White Sea, and there are all kinds of strange-shaped empty fish. Some are empty fish, like octopus. There is also a huge orange shrimp called express shrimp, which can be carried on a boat and rushed all the way from the Gate of Heaven to Sky Island. Of course, various shellfish are also indispensable. Both Bai Ye and Robin were attracted by the scene in front of them, and were amazed at these strange creatures. With the soaring current, continue to go up. I came to the Bai Ye above the Bai Ye. There are also various creatures living in Bai Ye. There is an evolution version of the express shrimp, the red one goes down towards the express, and the cute cloud fox that looks like a little snow-white fox. The beach of Bai Ye, also known as Angel Beach, also has various flowers and a kind of coconut whose skin is as hard as steel. The highest altitude that the soaring ocean current can reach is here. Chapter 60. Before the rushing current disappeared, Bai Ye used the Ryotsu drive again, allowing the boat to rush up to Angel Beach. Angel Beach. Angel's Gate. The angel old woman on duty is dozing off. Suddenly, he was awakened by a huge movement. "What's the matter, what happened?" The angel old lady was taken aback. The rushing ocean current did not wake her up, but the sound of the boat landing heavily on the beach woke her up. "It's great that people from Qinghai are here. 1 billion ancient ace coins, I will not let him enter Sky Island without paying the money." Toothless Angel murmured. "Forget it this time." A majestic voice suddenly sounded. "Lord Ganfor." Seeing that it was their god who came, the angel old lady was startled. "What is Mr. Ganfor? You should call him Mr. God." The 4 priests behind Ganfor were very dissatisfied. "Okay, Mr. Ganfor, but the bluebird people have to pay for coming to Sky Island. It is a rule that was set a long time ago. Why is there no charge this time?" The angel old lady was very puzzled. "Because they are our distinguished guests," Ganfor explained casually. Just at this moment, Bai Ye, who had already disembarked from the boat, brought Robin to the gate of the angel. "Welcome, welcome. 2 bluebird people, hello, I am the current ruling god of Sky Island, Ganfor." As soon as Bai Ye brought Robin to the gate of the angel, Ganfor led the 4 priests to greet him, and introduced himself very politely. After introducing himself, Ganfor introduced the 4 priests beside him. "As for them, they are my 4 priests, Gadaz, Shadley, Shura and Om." Seeing Ganfor being so polite, Robin had a good impression of him. "Hi, my lord, I'm Robin." On the contrary, it was Bai Ye, still lukewarm. "Hello, my name is Bai Ye." After introducing each other, Ganfuer was very enthusiastic and personally invited Bai Ye and Robin to enter Sky Island. "Is there no charge?" Bai Ye glanced at the Angel's Gate and said. As a time traveler, Bai Ye certainly knew that the Angel Gate was not a decoration, but a special establishment to charge Qinghai people, that is, people like them who came from the lower world. "Mr. Bai Ye and Ms. Robin are my distinguished guests, of course there is no charge." Gan Fall said of course. He checked Bai Ye's strength again with Xin Wang, and as expected, this Bluebird man dared to risk his life to come to Sky Island by riding the soaring ocean current, and his strength was indeed extremely powerful. This time he was even more determined to curry favor with Bai Ye and Robin. If it is a Bluebird person with average strength, it will be fine. In short, the birth of a new god is imminent, and Gan Fall doesn't want any accidents to happen. Unexpectedly, the people of Sky Island are so hospitable. Bai Ye seemed to say something casually. Maybe. After all, Gan Fall is in power now, not Enel. But the current Enel should be just a young man who is older than Bai Ye and can't be crushed. Following Ganfuer and the four priests into Sky Island, along the way, Bai Ye and Robin were warmly welcomed by the people of Sky Island. Sky Island has blue sky and white clouds, singing birds and fragrant flowers everywhere, as well as kind angels and various cute creatures that cannot be seen in the world below, such as cloud foxes and cloud birds. In short, Sky Island is just like the paradise people imagine, dreamlike. At least the current Sky Island is indeed in line with the paradise people imagine. Even Robin, a girl whose heart has been hurt since she was a child, couldn't help but have a deep yearning for Sky Island. After Ganfuer brought Bai Ye and Robin back to the palace, although there was no big banquet, he still prepared delicious food and wine for them and warmly entertained them. Also let the angels, with sound shells and conch, accompany. While enjoying the delicious food, while listening to Zional, this treatment is really good enough. After dinner, Ganfuer also let his servants prepare 2 high-class guest rooms for Zhongai and Robin. So good. Under the leadership of the angel maid, Bai Ye and Robin walked towards their room. On the way, Robin couldn't help expressing emotion. It was without a doubt the most relaxing and enjoyable day she had had since surviving the O'Hara incident. "Brother Bai Ye, let's go to the beach to pick up shells tomorrow." Unexpectedly, besides sound shells, Sky Island also has so many magical shells with different effects. "I must pick up some more as a collection," Robin suggested. As an archaeologist, of course she loves to collect some strange things from all over the world. Especially now that the ships are big enough. Robin not only has her own exclusive room, but also a collection room that belongs to her, where she can collect various things. Okay. Of course, Bai Ye couldn't bear to refuse Robin's proposal. Although he felt that the residents of Sky Island, including Ganfuer and the 4 priests, were weird. But it doesn't matter, he just came here to usurp Thunder Fruit's ability. After obtaining the Thunder Fruit ability, he will leave. The next day. It was just dawn. Robin came to find Bai Ye. Bai Ye got up early. According to the agreement with Robin yesterday, they will go to Angel Beach to collect shells today. But as soon as the two went out, the angel maid hurriedly caught up with them. "2 distinguished guests, where do you want to go?" the angel maid asked. "We're going to pick up some shells at Angel Beach. What's the matter, is there anything wrong?" Seeing the anxious look of the angel maid, Robin felt very strange and couldn't help asking. "No. It's nothing, it's just that the Lord God told you that you can't." The angel maid was about to finish speaking, but was interrupted by 4 who suddenly appeared. "Mr. Bai Ye and Ms. Luo, Nyohao, are planning to go to Angel Beach to pick up shells, of course, remember to come back early." Gan Fall said politely. "Certainly." As Bai Ye said, he took Robin and headed to Angel Beach. "Brother Bai, look quickly, I found another kind of shell. What kind of shell is this?" Robin came to Bai Ye with the red shell he found, and asked. "This is a shock shell. After simple processing, it can absorb shock and then release it freely. It can be used as an attack method." Bai Ye opened his mouth to explain. Shock shells look like ordinary shellfish, but in fact, as long as they dig a circle around them, they can be made into attack weapons. It can even be used as an attack method. The shells of Sky Island are amazing. Robin was filled with emotion. I know this kind of shellfish. You can buy it in the underground world of the capital of Seven Waters. Dead lamp shells can be used for lighting. Chapter 61. Robin soon found another shellfish that glowed freely. After that, the two found a lot of shellfish. There are water shells, image shells, taste shells, cloud shells, wind shells, flame shells, bubble shells, etc., and even chop shells. Of course, the most worthwhile one is the bubble shell, which can blow out bubbles and wrap people around. In short, the shells of Sky Island really have various magical uses. If this is auctioned in the underground world below, it will definitely sell for a lot of money and make a fortune. For lunch, Bai Ye and Robin didn't go back to the palace to eat, but caught a Sky Island's unique express shrimp, grilled it, and had a big meal. In the afternoon, Bai Ye took Robin to swim in Bai Ye. Robin, as a person with fruit ability, could not swim originally. But with bubble shell, it's different. Robin hasn't swum since he became an ability user. Hearing Bai Ye's proposal, he was naturally eager to try. After changing into a purple swimsuit, Robin came to Bai Ye. Bai Ye couldn't help but his eyes brightened. Although Robin is still young, the place that should be developed has already developed. Protruding forward and backward, the body curve is perfect. Especially the chest, which is quite large now. It is conceivable that giving it another year or two to develop will be very proud. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a murder weapon in the world. Brother Bai Ye, don't keep staring at 483. Robin was actually a little shy. Ahem, I'm sorry. It's just that I never expected that you, Robin, would look so good in a swimsuit. While Bai Ye resolved the embarrassment, he took the opportunity to praise Robin. Hearing this, Robin felt embarrassed, but secretly delighted. Because Robin is in the bubble, it is still a little inconvenient to move. Therefore, Bai Ye must always carry death with him. It is inevitable for two people to swim together, and the skin-to-skin relationship is inevitable. On this day, both Bai Ye and Robin had a great time. Both of them seemed to have forgotten the cruelty of the pirate world. But when the two were playing, they didn't realize that someone was watching them with the ability of Xinwang on the high ground in the distance. Humph, what an ignorant Qinghai person! One of the four priests, a black man, Gay Daz, folded his hands on his chest and snorted coldly. How enthusiastic he was to entertain Bai Ye and Robin yesterday, how disdainful he is now. In the evening, returned to the palace. Gan Fuer warmly entertained Bai Ye and Robin again. Things seemed to be going well. On the third day, Gan Fuer even asked the four priests to take Bai Ye and Robin to visit the four trial places. Bai Ye didn't refuse either. Brother Bai Ye, what is the trial ground? On the way, Robin couldn't help asking curiously. The so-called trial grounds, there are four in total, namely, the trial of the marsh, the trial of the ball, the trial of the rope, and the trial of iron. Bai Ye glanced at the corresponding priest, and then explained. Oh, unexpectedly, Mr. Bai Ye, as an outsider, knows so clearly about the four trials of our Sky Island. That's right, the four great trials were set up to select angel knights, and only angels who pass one of the four great trials are eligible to become angel knights. However, the survival rate of passing the four trials, the success rate is not the same. Like my marsh trial, the pass rate is only 50%. The black priest Gay Daz said. I see. Robin nodded, indicating that he was educated. The four trial places will be visited soon. However, the four priests seemed to have no intention of taking Bai Ye and Robin back. The trial ground has been visited, take us back to the palace. If it were someone else, they might be embarrassed to speak up, but Bai Ye doesn't care so much. I'm sorry, Lord God has already explained that you cannot leave the trial ground alive. The fat priest wearing a straw hat, Shadley said. The four priests finally revealed their true colors. Sure enough, did you deliberately bring us to the place of trial? In this regard, Bai Ye is not surprised at all. He was just wondering, since Ganfall had decided to let the 4 priests get rid of, CBCF, him and Robin in the trial ground, why did he entertain them so warmly before? When they came to Sky Island, wouldn't it be enough to let the 4 priests join hands and get rid of them? There must be something hidden in this. But Bai Ye was too lazy to think so much. He just wants to get rid of the 4 priests as soon as possible, and then find Enel to usurp his Thunder Fruit ability and leave Sky Island. I just don't know if the current Enel has eaten the Thunder Fruit. If not, find the Thunder Fruit and take it away, the same goes for it. Let me go first, Bai Ye, how dare you accept my trial in the swamp? Gwidaze said. How dare he, the trial of the swamp only has a 50% survival rate. The other 3 priests let out weird laughter. Obviously, they looked down on Bai Ye, a Qinghai native from below. Brother Bai Ye. Robin got nervous when he heard this. Seeing this, the 4 priests became even more proud. Perhaps you two can go together. With 2 beards and a very obscene appearance, Shura even spoke provocatively. It's just that they never expected that Robin was not really nervous, she just wanted Bai Ye to allow her to deal with these 4 guys. Daring to be unfavorable to Bai Ye, Robin was the first to refuse. She has received Bai Ye's soul gift, so how can she pay attention to the mere 4 priests? No need, let me do it. But Bai Ye spoke. He didn't want to waste even one more second on the 4 priests. Yes. However, the physique of mere bluebird people is much worse than our Sky Island people, and it is absolutely impossible for them to pass the test of the swamp. Gwidaze said proudly. You know, the survival rate of the marsh trial is only 50%. Yet, Bai Ye didn't refute either. The venue where everyone was located happened to be the venue for the trial in the swamp. Gwidaze stopped talking nonsense and launched an attack on Bai Ye. Using the familiar terrain and cooperating with the swamp, he was 100% sure that he could kill Bai Ye. But obviously, he overestimated his strength too much. When Gwidaze used the blast shell to cooperate with the swamp to create a swamp cloud and cover Bai Ye also launched a counter-attack. Dark Hound. Bai Ye didn't even look at Gwidaze, turned sideways, and just punched Gwidaze. Idiots, we Sky Island people are different from your lowly Qinghai people. We are proficient in the mind network and can penetrate your attacks. I have seen through your attacks a long time ago. Seeing this, Gwidaze said proudly. Just the next second, his face changed drastically. Bai Ye threw a punch casually, and suddenly, billowing magma spewed out. Chapter 62. The magma turned into a dog's head, and it bit Gwidaze with lightning speed. Bang! With just one blow, the mighty Gwidaze died immediately without a place to bury him. Half of his body was bitten off by the Dark Hound, and then he was burned by the flames, instantly turning into ashes. Gwidaze. How is it possible? No, it's impossible. The remaining 3 priests of the 4 priests were frightened and stupid. This Qinghai native is actually so ridiculously strong? Asterisk 50% survival rate, that's it. Bai Ye sneered. The 3 priests suddenly turned pale. Congratulations on passing the first trial, but the next second trial is not that easy. The pass rate, oh no, the survival rate is only 10%. Although he was taken aback by Gwidaze's tragic death, but calmed down, the fat priest Shadley still spoke. The 50% survival rate and the 10% survival rate are quite different. He felt that as long as he got to his own trial site, he still had a chance to take down Bai Ye. Come with me, Sadali said to Bai Ye. However, his voice just fell. Boom! Bai Ye blasted towards Shadley with a great eruption. The huge lava fist made of billowing magma instantly reduced Shadley to ashes. You actually attacked me, despicable Qinghai people. The remaining 2 priests were taken aback. What sneak attack, I'm just too lazy to waste time. As Bai Ye said, he launched an attack on the remaining 2 priests. He is a lava fruit capable user, attack him with water shells that restrain him. The bald priest suggested. Unfortunately, this time, what Bai Ye displayed was no longer the ability of lava fruit. 2. Double holy loss. Bai Ye released 2 sacred arrows from his fingertips, shooting at the 2 priests. Flutter. Flutter. The two priests were pierced through their chests at the same time. Immediately after. Bang! The two priests exploded together, turning into brilliant fireworks. In the eyes of Sky Island residents, the four powerful priests were all eliminated by Bai Ye in such an instant. Let's go! Bai Ye said to Robin. Robin followed Bai Ye without any hesitation. The two headed towards the Island of Gods. Island of the Gods, Apayadu. At this moment, a ceremony is being held in the palace. That is, the new god conferring ceremony. The young Enel walked up to the high platform step by step. The reason why he was chosen as the new god was because he acquired the ability of Thunder Fruit not long ago. Seeing that the ordination ceremony has reached the final stage, Enel is about to become the new god. However, at this moment, Bai Ye brought Robin and arrived suddenly. Seeing that Enel was conferred as the new god, Bai Ye was a little surprised. Didn't Enel first destroy his hometown Birka by launching a rebellion, and then, with his strong strength, defeat Ganfor and become the new god of the kingdom of gods? What is the scene in front of you? Could it be because of my arrival that there was a butterfly effect? The only reason Bai Ye could think of was this. But it doesn't matter. Bai Ye looked at the four big drums engraved with 3 hook jade on Enel's back, and knew that this guy had already eaten Thunder Fruit and gained the ability of Thunder Fruit. Mr. Bai Ye, Ms. Robin, why did you appear here? Seeing Bai Ye and Robin, Ganfor froze for a moment. He obviously asked the 4 priests to hold Bai Ye and Robin back. Ganfor, you are just a hypocritical god. Just because you don't want outsiders to disturb the new god's ceremony, so let the 4 priests solve us in the place of trial. Bai Ye snorted coldly. What? Mr. Bai Ye, what are you talking about? Ganfor was very surprised when he heard this. He did explain that he asked the 4 priests to hold Bai Ye and Robin in the place of trial today to prevent them from messing up the new god's ceremony, but he didn't let the 4 priests solve them. Stop being hypocritical, the 4 priests all said, it's the order of the Lord God. Robin snorted coldly, she couldn't hear wrong. I admit that I was really worried about you messing up the new god's ceremony, so I told the 4 priests to hold you back in the place of trial, but I can swear that I never let them finish you off. Ganfor panicked. From his expression, Bai Ye could tell at a glance that he probably wasn't lying. Understood, so to speak, the so-called Lord God mentioned by the 4 priests is not referring to you, but... After Bai Ye finished speaking, he looked at Enel. Asking for flowers, 0. Ah! Ganfor hadn't reacted yet. Enel showed an innocent expression. It doesn't matter, anyway, I came to Sky Island this time only for Thunder Fruit's ability. Bai Ye said, approaching Enel step by step under the watchful eyes of everyone. People from Qinghai, what are you going to do to our new god? That's right, people from Qinghai, don't mess around. Dare to act recklessly against God, I will be the first to let you go. The residents of Sky Island below couldn't help shouting when they saw Bai Ye approaching Enel step by step. Apparently, they were deceived by Enel's appearance. Master God? Hehe, let me tell you the truth, Sky Island Birka was destroyed by Enel. If you make him a new god, you will soon live in hell. 0. As a time traveler, Bai Ye naturally knew what would happen if Enel became the god of Sky Island. Unfortunately, the residents of Sky Island don't believe it at all. What are you talking about? Birka is fine, where was it destroyed? Dare to slander our new god Enel. My lord priest is right, the Qinghai people came to Sky Island at this time, and they really came here with a plan. It must be to divide our Sky Island people, and then they will march into our Sky Island. Residents of Sky Island were elated. Mr. Bai Ye, Ms. Robin, these few days, I have treated you well, and I hope you will not mess around. Finally, even Ganfor could not help speaking. Enel, on the other hand, forgot to take a look at Bai Ye, showing disdain. Whatever you think, anyway, I came here because of Thunder Fruit's ability. As Bai Ye said, he was about to activate the ability to usurp the altar, and the ability to seize Enel Thunder Fruit. But at this moment, bang! A loud noise came from the direction of the trial ground. No, Birka. Birka was attacked and destroyed. Yes, from Qinghai. Immediately afterwards, Two seriously injured angel knights flew over in a panic. After saying the last words, he fell down and died suddenly on the spot. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. The hateful Qinghai people, who destroyed Birka, even tried to blame our new scarf. Chapter 63. Everyone, what else is there to say, take down these two Qinghai people. The residents of Sky Island were so excited that they wanted to attack Bai Ye and Robin. Fortunately, Ganfur, who still had a sliver of reason, stopped him. Everyone, calm down, don't mess around until things are clear. Robin was stunned by the sudden change. But Bai Ye understood immediately. Okay, Enel, in order to become a new god, can you even destroy your own hometown? Bai Ye said to Enel. What are you talking about? The angel knights have confirmed that the one who destroyed Birka was the Qinghai people. Moreover, the location of Birka is near the place of trial. I have every reason to suspect that it was you who destroyed Birka and then came here. Enel spoke righteously. This time, the residents of Sky Island became even more excited. Enel has a point. 783 The ones who destroyed Birka must be them, damned Qinghai people. Residents of Sky Island yelled. Ha, even if it is true that I destroyed Birka, so what, will anyone believe it? Enel whispered proudly to Bai Ye. He originally thought that this would excite Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye was not irritated at all. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter, I told you, I came to Sky Island for only one purpose, and that is the ability to obtain thunder fruit. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he spread his palms, and suddenly, the cross metal in his palm burst into dazzling pure white light. Don't even think about hurting the new god Enel Sama. The stupid residents of Sky Island, desperate to protect their new god, rushed towards Bai Ye. Don't hinder brother Bai Ye. Robin stood up. Although she is still confused, she still chooses to believe in Bai Ye. For those who want to do something to Bai Ye, she will not show mercy. Dazzling 100 blossoms. As Robin's voice sounded, countless pink petals fell from the sky. What a nice view! Everyone felt that this scene should not be too beautiful. But then... click! Click! The petals suddenly stretched out countless arms, and in an instant, they twisted the necks of countless Sky Island residents rushing towards Bai Ye. The beautiful scene suddenly turned into a terrifying scene. Wow! The children at the scene were immediately frightened and cried loudly. Damn Qinghai people! Kill you! This time, the residents of Sky Island became even more furious. Desperate, rushed to Bai Ye and Robin. Bai Ye launched sterilization on Enel. Of course, Enel is not a vegetarian either. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly used the ability of Thunder Fruit, elementalized, turned into a thunderbolt, and flashed to the distance in an instant. At the same time, the residents of Sky Island rushed forward, trying to stop Bai Ye. Stupid guy who was deceived and didn't know it. As Bai Ye said, he waved his hand. A blinding small shot of Divine Destroyer mercilessly killed a dozen Sky Island residents. Mr. Bai Ye, you. Seeing this scene, Ganfor couldn't help but speak out. However, Bai Ye ignored him. Back off, let me deal with this Qinghai native. This Qinghai man is very strong, you are no match for him. At this moment, Enel played the good guy. Residents of Sky Island were even more moved when they heard the news. God Lord Enel. Some people even regarded him as their god. Although the conferring ceremony was not completed yet. Electric light. Enel shot out a bolt of lightning from his body, blasting towards Bai Ye. That's it. Bai Ye was very disdainful, and directly punched towards the electric light. The surrounding temperature began to soar. Bai Ye's fist turned into a magma. Boom! The magma and the electric light collided, and a violent explosion broke out immediately. The lightning disappeared, and magma splashed everywhere. The hot magma fell to the ground and burned directly through the earth. Many innocent residents of Sky Island were accidentally splashed by magma and burned through their bodies. Screaming again and again, howling endlessly. The scene immediately became a hell on earth. However, this is only the beginning. Bai Ye's magma fist continued to blast towards Enel. Although Enel possesses the abilities of the strongest Logia Devil Fruit and Thunder Fruit, he is still too young after all. Compared with Akainu, he is more than 10.5 knots behind. Boom! Enel didn't react, and was blown away by Bai Ye's punch, and a big hole was burned through his chest by the magma. Fortunately, he is a Logia fruit-capable person. After his chest was burnt through, soon there was thunder, and thunder after thunder repaired his chest in an instant. Damn it, people from Qinghai, don't be so self-righteous. Infuriated, Enel desperately unleashes a powerful attack. 30 million volts Thunderbird. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Ha 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 ha, dare to challenge me, this god, go to hell. Under Enel's crazy attack, his true nature was also exposed. Boom! Boom! As the thunder continued to fall, the residents of Sky Island below also suffered. In just an instant, hundreds of people died under Enel's thunder. More than double the number of people who died at the hands of Bai Ye and Robin. However, the residents of Sky Island still believe that their new god didn't do it on purpose, it was accidental injury. Protector Enel, kill the people of Qinghai. The captain of the Angel Knight shouted. Yes. The Angel Knights guarding the palace were dispatched one after another. Don't even think about getting in the way of Brother Bai Ye. Holy Text v Visionary. Of course, Angel Knight was stopped by Robin. With just one move, the Angel Knights suffered a disastrous defeat. Dead dead, wounded wounded. In a team of dozens of people, there were only a dozen people left in an instant. Under the thunder bombing, Bai Ye didn't confront Enel head-on either. Instead, he chose to avoid the important and focus on the light, using Habach's flying legs to concentrate the spirit particles in the atmosphere under his feet, and control the spirit particles under his feet to transport his body to other places in an instant. Thus easily dodging 5.1, the countless thunderbolts that fell from the sky. Enel is indeed not strong enough, but anyway, Thunder Fruit is worthy of being the strongest Logia Devil Fruit. The power of thunder, even Bai Ye, will be at a disadvantage when confronted head-on. Magma, magma is a fart in front of thunder. Mortal, accept God's punishment. God's punishment. Seeing his previous attacks, Enel was dodged by Bai Ye with a strange pace, of course he couldn't bear it. So, he formed his wrist into a thunderbolt, and then condensed all the thunderbolts into a huge thunderbolt, blasting down towards Bai Ye. Bang! Boom! Thunder broke out. People were horrified to see an incomparably huge thunder column crashing down from 1,000 meters above the sky. Run! Chapter 64. Ganfall screamed out in fright, and flew forward to cover the retreat of his people. If this thunder strikes down, it may cause countless casualties. Of course Ganfall didn't want to see this happen. Interesting. Bai Ye saw the power of Enel, oh no, it should be said that it was the power of Thunder Fruit, and became even more interested. People from Qinghai, don't you just dare to hide? You have fought me upright. Enel also shouted. Okay, I'll fight you head-on. Hearing this, Bai Ye no longer dodged, but stood firm. Facing the huge thunder pillar, he was not timid at all. Brother Bai Ye. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but feel worried for Bai Ye. The power of the thunder, even if she is given Bai Ye's soul now, she will still feel the trembling deep in her soul. It can be seen how terrifying the power of thunder is. Bai Ye actually wanted to face such a huge lightning pillar that had just fallen, so nothing would happen, right? Bang! Just when Robin was thinking, the Lord had already crashed down. Immediately, the earth collapsed and the gravel flew up, but was crushed by lightning immediately after. Under the shadow of Thunder Pillar 21, everything is difficult to survive. Everything around was shattered under the thunder. It's too strong. As expected of God, Master Enel. Damn Qinghai people, go to hell. While people were terrified, there was a hint of excitement and madness on their faces. Although this blow took away the innocent lives of countless compatriots. But, as long as you can eliminate the hateful Qinghai people, it's worth it. However, things did not go in the direction they expected. Boom! Boom! Amidst the thunder, people were shocked to find that the Qinghai native from below was safe and sound. Shell static blood outfit. Bai Ye endured the voltage of nearly 100 million volts from the thunder column, and turned on the static blood device on the outer shell. Immediately, countless spiritual particles gathered around his body, forming a transparent barrier. The barrier formed by the condensed countless spirit particles is so terrifyingly strong that it is even a few blocks away from the fruit of the barrier. Despite the bombardment by the thunder pillar, the barrier remained motionless, and Bai Ye inside was safe and sound. Is this what you call God's punishment? It's ridiculous. Bai Ye smiled coldly, and immediately after, the badge on his chest shone brightly. Bai Ye displayed the ability of lava fruit. The dog gnaws the red lotus. Bai Ye's arms turned into magma, watching Enel blast away. The magma spewed out, piercing directly through the thunder pillar, and bombarding Enel with lightning speed. Boom! Enel was directly knocked into the air. The chest was pierced by magma, billowing blue smoke. But this time, the wound didn't heal, and Enel couldn't even use elementalization to avoid the damage. Yes, Bai Ye played hacky. After absorbing Akina's soul, Bai Ye has not only greatly improved his strength, but also comprehended Conqueror's haki from Akina's memory. Turn on haki, it is not an easy thing to hang Enel, the Logia demon fruit power. No, Enel was punched by Bai Ye and flew several thousand meters away. His chest has been pierced. If it is common sense, he is already dead and cannot die anymore. Enel. God Enel-sama. People from Qinghai killed our new god. The residents of Sky Island were also shocked when they saw this scene. Their new god, Enel, who is so powerful, lost to a young man from Qinghai. What is the origin of this young man from Qinghai, and why is his strength so terrifying? For a moment, panic flashed through people's minds. Finally, he didn't dare to rush up mindlessly. The captain of the Angel Knights was even the first to retreat. The rest also retreated one after another. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened again. After being knocked into the air, Enel slammed into a huge divine clock. The giant clock was smashed and Enel was buried. But then, boom! A thunderbolt strikes down. Enel, who had already died, came back to life after being struck by lightning. As in the original book, Enel keeps the Japanese army to himself. As soon as he was killed, the electrotherapy would automatically start, and then stimulate his stopped heartbeat to bring him back to life. Enel is not dead. It's not dead. As expected of our new god. God Enel-sama. The residents of Sky Island immediately gathered points, and the captain of the Angel Knights couldn't help but stop. You despicable Qinghai people, I admit that I underestimated you. Enel held the blood hole in his chest, gritted his teeth and said. However, everything is over, the next blow is your death. 200 million volts Thor. Enel growled hysterically. Immediately afterwards, he turned into a respectful god. With a big finger, endless thunder struck Bai Ye. Thunder rolls like the end of the world. Master Enel. God Enel-sama. The residents of Sky Island below were very moved. Both Enel and Sky Island residents believe that Bai Ye will never escape this blow. He is dead. Interesting. Bai Ye saw this, not only did not panic at all, but became interested. Just right, I also want to try a new move that I have learned. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he even dropped the static blood suit on his body. Turned to 193 and used the attacking invincible moving blood outfit. Is he going to fight Enel hard? Of course not, he just has absolute certainty that he can kill Enel in one blow. Blood dress magma burst. Bai Ye shouted angrily, and then punched out. The world suddenly became black and white. Time seems to be exquisite. The wind ceased, the noise ceased, even the thunder that had not ascended. The only thing that was still moving was Bai Ye's fist. Bai Ye's arm turned into magma. Gathered countless spirits, and then blasted out with one punch. Bang! With just one punch, the sky is full of endless thunder, and all of them are destroyed. The magma fist bombarded Enel with an unstoppable and invincible momentum. A scene of horror appeared. Enel, the incarnation of Thor, was directly killed by Zhou Chen. What was pierced together with him was also the thunder cloud in the sky. A big hole was pierced through the sky by a punch. Everyone was stunned watching this scene. This is with the power of mortals, is it a god? Their master Enel is a god. Robin was also stunned. She knew that Bai Ye was very powerful, and it was enough to see that Bai Ye was able to kill Marine Admiral back then. But she never expected that it would be so powerful. Kill God with one punch. Who else in the world can do it except Bai Ye? Chapter 65. Enel was punched through his entire chest, and his whole body fell like a kite with a broken string. He had his last breath left. He is not reconciled, he really can't figure out why this young man from Qinghai is so powerful. Even Thor's move couldn't help him. Originally, although he obtained the Thunder Fruit, he had the strength, but before he was conferred as the new god, he still had to pass the spiritual test of the current god, Ganfur. Only by passing the spiritual test can he become a qualified god. But he knew exactly what he was. He knew that he would definitely not be able to successfully pass the test of Ganfal's mind, so he planned to unite the four priests to launch Pa's rebellion, relying on the powerful strength of Thunder Fruit to defeat Ganfal and become the new god. Just at this time, two lovers came to Sky Island. So he changed his mind. Secretly let people destroy their hometown Birka, and put the blame on Bai Ye and Robin. Birka is his hometown, and he will destroy his own hometown with his own hands. If he tells it, others will not believe it. People will definitely believe him, thinking that those two Qinghai people did it. In this way, he can become a new god without passing the test. His plan was obviously flawless, but the only thing that surprised him was that the strength of this damned Qinghai native was beyond his imagination. He is so powerful. In other words, if it were not for the arrival of Bai Ye and Robin, everything would have developed according to the original plot. It can only be said that the arrival of Bai Ye's Robin has rewritten the history of Sky Island. With deep unwillingness, Enel fell heavily to the ground. Cough. A mouthful of blood spat out. In doing so, the residents of Sky Island realized that Enel was still alive. Enel, it seems that you, the so-called god, are nothing more than that. Bai Ye sneered, and walked towards Enel, ready to harvest the fruits of his victory. Seeing this, the residents of Sky Island naturally couldn't let Bai Ye kill their god. Stop, don't go near the god Enel-sama.w. People from Qinghai, what do you want to do? You don't need to plot against our new god. Master Enel, we will protect you. The residents of Sky Island, for the sake of their gods, once again mustered up their courage and stood up. That's right, Bai Ye, there is an old man here, and you are never allowed to move Enel's finger again. Why? The old god Ganfor also stood up. Really? They are really a group of stupid guys who are being played around without knowing it. I will give you one last chance, escape as soon as possible, escape from here, escape from Sky Island, and escape to the most marginal trial ground. Those who are obsessed with obsession will all be buried with Enel. Sounded. He forgot to glance at Robin, and Robin immediately understood. If you don't want to die, just follow me. I will cover you and leave here as soon as possible. Robin used his illusionist ability, flew up out of thin air, and shouted to everyone. However, there are only a few people who talk to Robin. They were really scared, facing Bai Ye who could kill God with one punch, they just wanted to escape here as soon as possible. However, most people still choose to protect their god. This group of stupid fellows have no idea what kind of cruel fellow the god they want to protect wholeheartedly is. If Enel is really made into a god, what kind of miserable life they will have. It's a pity that they are stupid, how would they know? Bai Ye is very clear, and this group of ignorant guys, no matter how many explanations they have, they cannot believe it. Yes, who would believe the future that an outsider said? So Bai Ye is going to connect with this group of guys who are in the way and solve it together. He had already given the last chance. Since he didn't run away and decided to stay and get in the way, he couldn't be blamed. Bai Ye's right hand was raised high. After watching Robin unleash his visionary ability and fly away with a group of Sky Islanders, he decisively unleashes one of Yhwach's most powerful moves. Large Sacred Destroyer plus multiple Sacred Destroyers. Rumble. The entire Sky Island shook violently. Immediately afterwards, endless sacred destruction appeared in the air. Densely packed, covering the entire sky. Let Lao Zi die. Bai Ye said gloomily, Yin Min went down. Swish swish swish. The holiness disappeared and fell one after another. Enel bears the brunt of it, pierced by a large holy loss. Now, he is really dead and can't die anymore. Enel! Ganfall yelled. It's just that he just screamed, and he was also pierced by the sacred loss. He looked up, and the sky was full of sacredness, falling like raindrops. This scene is like the end of the world. Despair, deep despair. At this moment, those Sky Island residents who stayed behind regretted it. It's just too late to regret it now. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. The holy loss keeps falling. While piercing the bodies of Sky Island residents, it also runs through the entire Sky Island. Under thousands of rays of light, Sky Island was pierced, and then burst and shattered. In just the blink of an eye, Sky Island has been destroyed. Only a few footholds remain. The guy who got in the way, finally dealt with it. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he rushed towards Enel's body. Enel is completely dead now, and he must seize his fruit ability as soon as possible before his soul dissipates. Coming to Enel's corpse, Bai Ye didn't hesitate anymore, took off the cross medal on his chest, and used star badge to Enel. As the cross medal burst out with dazzling light, Enel's thunder fruit ability was sealed in the cross medal in just an instant. In this way, Bai Ye gained the ability of thunder fruit again. In addition to the door fruit ability and lava fruit ability, Bai Ye has 3 kinds of devil fruit abilities at the same time. Dark fruit, Zhao Lizao, has not yet been born. In this world, only Bai Ye can possess the ability of multiple devil fruits at the same time. Exercising the door fruit ability, Bai Ye rushed to the place of trial and had a round with Luo Bao. Sky Island was almost completely destroyed, but Bai Ye still left the most marginal trial ground. There used to be hundreds of thousands of Sky Island residents, but now only a few thousand people remain. Survivors, not even 1%. Bai Ye looked at the terrified Sky Island residents who saw him coming, but didn't say anything. Bai Ye doesn't care what they think of him. Robin, the downcurrent is coming, let's go. Bai Ye said to Robin. Robin nodded. Then, the two ignored the Sky Island residents and left hand in hand. Watching the two devils leave, the people of Sky Island heaved a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, a newspaper flew over along with the air current. Chapter 66. It may be the news bird. During the flight, it encountered a newspaper that was blown away by the airflow. With the airflow, the newspaper was blown to the trial place at the edge of Sky Island. This is not uncommon in normal times. However, the people from Sky Island took the newspaper, and after seeing the news on it, all of them were shocked. The world's calamity, the devil's son, the reward amount, 21.8 million. Only after reading the news in the newspaper did Sky Island know how terrifying these two Qinghai people from below were. Not only did they kill the celestial dragons, they killed the new Marine Admiral. Sky Island is just isolated from the world, but it doesn't mean that they know nothing about the world below. They still know the situation of the world below through the newsbirds who bring Sky Island newspapers from time to time. The celestial dragons of the world's nobles, as well as the terrifying existence of Marine Admiral level combat power, they still know. But these two Qinghai people not only killed the celestial dragons of the world nobles, but also killed the Marine Admiral. At this moment, they finally knew that the reason why they were facing annihilation was because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. The other side. Before rushing to the beach of Revolving Heaven, Ri and Luo went to the place where the trial of rope was located. 560 The reason why Bai Ye destroyed the entire Sky Island, leaving only the trial ground, was because he knew that there was still a stone tablet recording the true history of 100 years blank. That is, the text of history. The reason why Bai Ye brought Robin to Sky Island this time. It is precisely because I promised Robin that I will take her to collect all the historical texts, including the historical texts of intelligence signposts and historical texts of intelligence. When she came to the place where the rope trial was, relying on Robin's years of archaeological experience, she quickly found the historical text stele. This is a text of intelligence history, which records a shocking secret. Of course, that is for others. For Bai Ye, a traveler who knows all the plots, he naturally knows that the stele records the location of the ancient musical instrument Poseidon that can destroy 10 countries. That's Mermaid Island. After Robin finished enlarging the stele with the expansion paper, the two left Sky Island and flew to Angel Beach together. Below Sky Island, Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town, and nearby waters. Early on, countless pirate groups appeared on the sea. Today is the day of the down current, SPSI. Contrary to the soaring current, the descending current is the current that falls from Bai Ye and Bai Ye back to the sea. People who take the soaring current to reach Sky Island must take the descending current if they want to return to the ground. Unless, you are the Golden Lion Pirates. Because the falling current is not as fierce as the soaring current, in addition, the falling current will bring damage to ships, as well as various shellfish unique to Sky Island, and even treasures. Therefore, countless pirates gathered in the nearby sea early in the morning. Among them is the Ape Mountain United Army, which is famous for salvaging shipwrecks. The Ape Mountain Alliance includes the Mazra Pirates and the Star Pirates. As a professional salvage team, they are still very strong. It can be seen that there is a lot of money for salvage in the waters near Gaia Island. After all, countless ships have been washed up on Sky Island by the currents throughout the ages. Except for a small number of survivors, most of them were shipwrecked. And the wreckage of the ship will not fall with the soaring ocean current at the first time, but will fall with the falling ocean current in the next few years, or even hundreds of years. Among them, there are countless pictures of the ships of the big pirate group who took the Zhongtian current to go to Sky Island to rob. Treasures and all kinds of valuable things are naturally indispensable on their pirate ships. Also in the past few years, there are fewer pirates who dare to go to Sky Island through the soaring sea current. If it was in the past, it will only be more lively at this time. But even so, there are still many innocent ships washed up on Sky Island by the soaring current every year. As the time for falling currents approaches, the pirates on the pirate ship and the residents of Gaia Island are all full of anticipation. However, at this moment, just heard a loud bang. The fire illuminated the entire sea area. What happened? What happened? Is it the movement caused by the downward current? No, the downward current in the past did not have such a large movement. Quick, look at it. When people looked up at the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, everyone was stunned. They saw with their own eyes that at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Sky Island, which looked like a skeleton, exploded. Yes, in front of all of them, under the witness of all of them, Sky Island exploded. How can this be? Sky Island exploded. Did someone destroy it? Or did something else happen? People don't understand why the good Sky Island exploded. But they knew very well what the destruction of Sky Island meant. This means that a violent storm sweeping the entire world is coming. Thump. Thump. Crash. Numerous Sky Island wreckages fell from a height of 10,000 meters. The treasure that people expected has indeed fallen from the sky. But what followed was a disaster indeed. Boulders weighing tens of thousands of tons fell down. It happened to hit a pirate ship, and immediately, the pirate ship was destroyed. The people on the boat didn't even have time to howl, they just followed the boat and died in the bottom of the sea together. Quick, run! People were terrified and drove their boats to flee the sea. They really are a bunch of jumping clowns. Bellamy, with a round smiling clown painted on her chest, sat on a seat outside the cafe, drinking coffee and laughing at the group of chaotic guys on the sea. His crew, hearing this, also laughed out loud. The reason why he appeared here ahead of time was because he received an order from Doflamingo to let him be here and wait for Bai Ye and Robin to come down from Sky Island. Doflamingo is Bellamy's idol, and Bellamy is of course extremely excited to be reused by him. Who says it isn't, clown? A hoarse voice sounded. Sand crocodile. Seeing the man in front of her clearly, Bellamy was startled. Although he offered a bounty of 55 million berry, he faced Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who offered a bounty of 81 million berry, should be higher, but no information was found. He immediately relaxed. But when he thought that he was different from the past now, but he was fawning on Don Quixote family's Doflamingo, and he immediately regained his confidence. It turned out to be Crocodile. Lao Shad, what do you think about the sudden explosion of Sky Island? Bellamy worked up her courage and pretended to be familiar with crocodile. Chapter 67. The surrounding pirates originally looked down on Bellamy, but at this time, they also changed their attitude. Unexpectedly, Bellamy is still acquainted with Sir Crocodile? Obviously, it must be the World Calamity and the son of the devil who joined forces to destroy Sky Island. Crocodile said calmly. Thinking of this, he felt that day and night were the same kind of people as him. To achieve the goal, destroy Sky Island or a country, no matter what. The Sky Island exploded, and when the disaster came, it also brought countless treasures. Various seashells, gold coins, and the life savings of the people of Sky Island. For some it's death, for others, it's madness. Little ones, go ahead, all the treasures belong to our Ape Mountain United Army. With the order of Wen Bran Kulik, the boss of the Ape Mountain United Army, countless pirates rushed to the wreckage that fell in the sky. As the saying goes, people die for money, and birds die for food. For money, the pirates don't even want their lives. 10,000 meters high. Bai Ye. Bai Ye and Robin got into their boat and waited for the descending current. Before that, Bai Ye certainly didn't let go of recovering the souls of the dead. It has to be said that the souls of Sky Island people are indeed stronger than the souls of ordinary people. The spot of light is also bigger. Especially Enel's. Although it is a circle smaller than Akina's soul light spot, it is still big enough. After recovering all souls, Bai Ye's strength skyrocketed again. Name, Bai Ye. Template, Yhwach. Current unlock progress, 6-0. Abilities, Lingza cluster, flying feet, blood moving dress, static blood dress, shell static blood dress, large sacred destroyer, great sacred bow, multiple sacred lost, blood moving dress magma burst. Inherent abilities, soul dispensing contact healing / soul recovery, soul dispensing sacred text engraving / soul recycling sanctification. Ability of stars, gate fruit ability, lava fruit ability, thunder fruit ability. Weapons, destroying cross knife, cross batch. Special ability, shadow domain. Counted as taking the altar. Inherent holy text, omniscient and almighty. The unlocking progress has increased by nearly 10 points, reaching 60 days. As for the ability, he also comprehended the blood-moving outfit magma burst. This is a new ability produced by combining the ability of Habach and the ability of lava fruit. Since the lava fruit ability can be combined with the blood-moving equipment to produce new abilities, what about the door fruit, thunder fruit? And many other abilities of Habach. When Bai Ye thought of this, he became very excited. It seems that he can combine the fruit ability and Habach's ability to create a more powerful ability. With the further unlocking of the Habach template, Bai Ye is becoming more and more comfortable with the use of Habach's abilities. If it goes on like this, it won't be long before there is no one in this world who can be his opponent. What Marine Admiral, Sea Emperor, and 5 Elders are all just stepping stones for him to become stronger. Crash! The Bai Ye, which was originally calm, suddenly became turbulent under the tide. Apparently, there was a down current. With the arrival of the descending ocean current, the Bai Ye above the special cloud layer seemed to be opened with a big hole, and the sea water kept pouring down. Forming an uzumaki, the current is extremely strong. If it was in the past, Robin would probably change his face greatly when he joined such a turbulent current and the terrible uzumaki. But she has experienced so much with Bai Ye, plus, her current strength is not what it used to be. Robin was extremely calm. Gone. As soon as the two finished speaking, Bai Ye used spiritual power to drive the boat and rushed towards Uzumaki. Crash! The ship was sucked into Uzumaki and fell extremely fast with the descending current. Connected and falling together, there are also various strange creatures in the Bai Sea. Express shrimp, super express shrimp, and even small sea kings are available. This road rushes down, not to mention how thrilling and exciting it is. Even sea kings couldn't stand such a stimulus, and passed out directly. Ha ha ha, fun! Robin laughed brightly. Brother Bai Ye, I thought about it, what is the name of our ship? 42. What? Didn't hear you. Let's call it Godfall. Robin muttered with all his strength. Rumble. Crash. The terrible turbulent sound did not cover Robin's cry. God's meteor? Not bad, quite in line with the current mood. Bai Ye is very satisfied with the name Robin gave to the ship. Ask for her flowers. God falls, even if it is a god, if you meet them, you will fall. At this moment, the God Meteor Pirates is officially established. This is the pirate group, the number of people is a little less, so far, there are only 2 people. It seems that we need to find more crew members as soon as possible. At least, navigators are essential. A down current is coming. Everyone be careful. The falling current finally came. But at this moment, people are not looking forward to the down current so much anymore. Enough of the various debris dropped by Sky Island explosions. The wreckage brought by the down current is no longer enough to attract people's attention. However, there was also the Shinigami that fell with the falling ocean current. It's them. World Calamity and Son of the Devil. They're still alive. People were shocked when they saw Bai Ye and Robin on the Godfall, including Bellamy. There are also people who took the sky current to Sky Island and came down safely. Only Crocodile seemed to have expected this scene a long time ago. Back? Good. Crocodile stood up from his seat. It turned into wind and sand and swept towards the shore. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the Shinigami crashed heavily on the sea surface, splashing water 100 meters high. Withstood such a violent impact, the Shinigami was safe and sound. Bai Ye and Robin on board were also unscathed. Even, Bai Ye is still leisurely roasting sea kings with magma. There is no way, there are waves coming from time to time, and the general flames cannot be ignited. There are so many people. Taking a look at the dozens of pirate ships on the sea, and the dense crowd of onlookers on the shore, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Well, they're all ships salvaging wrecks. Robin nodded, said. Looking at the 2 people on the boat and the countless pirates who had been waiting for a long time, no one dared to act rashly. Wherever the God Meteor passed, the pirate ships also gave way one after another. Nonsense, the boss of the Ape Mountain United Army is not a fool, he is just asking for money, and he doesn't want to die, so there is no need to provoke this devil. He is the world calamity that killed the world nobles celestial dragons and the new marine admiral Akainu, Bai Ye. What Bai Ye, call him Yetakyun. Chapter 68. Yeti, he is indeed worthy of this title. As expected of a man with a bounty of 2.08 billion, he really has enough haki. 2,080 million, isn't it 1,080 million? You read yesterday's newspaper, right? In today's newspaper, the reward amount has been updated a long time ago, and it is now 2.08 billion. 2,080 million, hey, this is going to be the 4 emperors of New World. There was a lot of discussion. What, he has a reward of 2.08 billion. Hearing this news, Bellamy was stunned. His bounty is only 55 million, how much is his idol Doflamingo? That's only 340 million berry. In such a comparison, I can't even compare to other people's fractions. Of course, the amount of the reward does not necessarily represent the actual combat power. Take 443 Doflamingo as an example, his bounty must be more than 3.24 billion berry. It is very possible that he used his privilege as the world's noble celestial dragons to deliberately lower the amount of his reward. Don't forget, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is also Doflamingo's forte. And because Doflamingo is a celestial dragon of the world's nobles, for many things he does, as long as the interests of the world government are not touched, the world government will turn a blind eye most of the time. After returning to the world below, Day and Night was in no hurry to continue the journey. Instead, I planned to stay in Gaia Island for a day. Replenish supplies. After all, I was in a hurry when I was in the capital of 7 waters, and I didn't have time to buy supplies. Soon, the God Meteor docked at the port. Bai Ye and Robin just got off the boat when a gust of wind carried yellow sand and blew towards them. Immediately afterwards, Crocodile's figure appeared in front of Bai Ye and Robin. Crocodile. Bai Ye naturally recognized the strangely dressed crocodile at a glance. He thought crocodile was after him, but he was really being self-indulgent. Ms. Nico Robin, hello, I am the president of Baroque Works, Crocodile. I sincerely invite Ms. Nico Robin to be our vice president and supreme commander. I wonder if Miss Nico Robin would like to. Crocodile said in a gentlemanly manner. Good guy, is this being poached by someone? But this is also helpless, who made Robin so knowledgeable and talented. In the original book, Robin first appeared on the stage, and also appeared as the vice president and supreme commander of the Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All/Sunday. It can be seen how much Lao Sha attaches great importance to Robin's ability to work. Therefore, Bai Ye is not surprised that Lao Sha will come to poach people. It's just that you are a bit arrogant to dig someone face to face. However, Robin's performance did not disappoint Bai Ye. Sorry, Mr. Crocodile, I'm already a crew member of the Godfall Pirates, so I can't agree to your request. Also, this is our captain, Bai Ye. Robin didn't talk nonsense, and rejected Crocodile's invitation very straightforwardly. No way, Robin turned down Lao Sha's invitation. Does she know the weight of Lao Sha? He is 7 warlords of the sea. In other words, the amount of reward offered by the Devil's Son seems to be lower than that of Crocodile, and it is not a matter of course to reject him. You know what a fart, the amount of the reward does not represent power status, on the contrary, Lao Sha, as a former great pirate, is now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he can join his Baroque work agency as the vice president. It is definitely the Devil's Son is high. People are arguing about it. What 7 warlords of the sea, to put it bluntly, isn't it just one of the world government? Flutter. Blood splattered. The dead pirate, before he could say the last word dog, was directly pierced through the chest by Crocodile's golden hook, and died in Huangquan. Now, no one dares to say anything about Crocodile. Only Bai Ye and Robin seemed very calm. Miss Nico Robin, please think again. I heard that you are very interested in archaeology and history. It just so happens that our agency recently found a stone tablet in Alabasta, which records some unknown history. I believe Miss Nico Robin would be interested. Crocodile obviously didn't give up, and spoke again. Then there's no need. Robin is now my crew member. I won't let her be taken away. If you want to take her away, you have to pass my level first. Bai Ye also knew that it was time to stand up and make a statement. So, he stood up and said forcefully. When Robin heard this, there was no change on the surface, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. This means that she is very important to Bai Ye, of course she is happy. It's just you, a guy who was chased by various forces not long ago and was scared to hide on Sky Island. Crocodile laughed when he heard this. Bai Ye was speechless. At the beginning, when the major forces came after him, he just happened to be in a hurry and wanted to take the soaring current to the Sky Island. Unexpectedly, it was rumored that he was afraid of the major forces and hid on Sky Island in fright. Is Nemas okay? Moreover, from the sneers on the faces of the pirates around, but they dare not laugh out loud, it can be seen that everyone has accepted this statement. The reason for this must be caused by the world government. After all, the world government doesn't want to make Bai Ye's world calamity too arrogant, so naturally it has to find various ways to belittle and discredit him. Think what you will, but you're not partitioned enough to take Robin from me, Crocodile. Bai Ye said decisively. Really, try it and you'll know. After Crocodile finished speaking, he shot Bai Ye decisively. Desert Sword. Crocodile turned his arm into a huge sand blade, and then, he slashed at Bai Ye with a single blow. Boom! A loud bang, a huge sand blade, will directly be the port, 1.5.4 is 2. Even the sea water, the drama splits in 2. With just one blow, countless innocent pirates were affected and killed. Wow! Run! Is this the strength of 7 warlords of the sea? Horror! As expected of a sand crocodile. While people were terrified, they also deeply admired Crocodile's strength. But that's it? Crocodile, is this your strength? I'm so disappointed. Let me tell you how to use the fruit ability. Bai Ye said arrogantly. At the same time that the desert sword fell towards him, he suddenly turned into a thunderbolt, dodging the attack of the desert sword at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, his figure appeared in the air. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and the sky became dark. Thunder clouds gathered in the sky.